Chapter 12:11. No, please. Because Ye Feng had saved them twice. Under normal circumstances, uttering such words might provoke hostility from others if heard. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Let us resume our journey, Ye Feng said, vaulting onto his horse once more. In the Star-Meng Continent, there exist two types of horses. One ordinary, meant for mortals. The other, the magnificent steeds they rode, each a rare gem, nourished with spiritual herbs and elixirs, bestowing upon them strength akin to that of spiritual beasts. Brother Ye, just ahead lies the Wan Shou Ridge. It is a forbidden domain for humans. Therefore, I suggest we take a detour, though it may add about a month's journey. Zhou Zheng remarked while consulting a map and gesturing forward. Suddenly, a great shadow swept across the sky, resembling a transport aircraft, casting a vast shadow upon the ground. In less than 5 minutes, at least 7 or 8 enormous demonic birds soared overhead, each boasting formidable strength, likely at the true martial realm. With an expressionless face, Ye Feng unleashed his innate spiritual sense, sweeping over the entirety of Wan Shou Ridge. As a practitioner at the initial stage of innate mastery, his spiritual awareness could cover a radius of approximately 20 kilometers. There, 20 kilometers ahead, lay a colossal ancient city ruin, its remains reduced to a vast framework, entwined with rampant vines. Is there another ancient structure in Wan Shou Ridge? Ye Feng inquired. Indeed, this was once a small city, ultimately breached by a tide of beasts, which we now refer to as Wan Shou Ridge, Zhou Zheng replied. I see signs of considerable age on those ancient constructions. They must be quite old? Ye Feng asked again. Certainly, this ancient city was established over 100,000 years ago. Many of the frameworks are inscribed with formations, preserving them from erosion. It is said that within may grow 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, perhaps even 10,000-year-old ones, yet no one dares to venture inside, Yanli interjected. Her demeanor towards Ye Feng noticeably softened. Spiritual herbs older than a millennium? Ye Feng raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. He could refine waste elixirs, rendering such ancient herbs of little interest to him. After all, he could simply procure vast quantities of waste elixirs from ancient sects and refine them at his leisure, thus bypassing the need for these lengthy steps in alchemy. Herbs older than a millennium possess incredible effects and serve as foundational materials for various grand formations, Zhou Zheng elucidated. Oh, Ye Feng exchanged a glance with Chunin. Are there materials for setting up the Star-Meng Great Formation? Ye Feng inquired. Certainly, but one must be cautious. Within Wan Shou Ridge, there may exist shape-shifting demonic beasts, rumored to be led by a female demon king. Shape-shifting beasts are at least at the divine separation realm. Who would dare enter Wan Shou Ridge? Zhou Zheng cautioned. That's fantastic, Brother Feng. Perhaps it is Su Daji. I have never encountered such a thing. Chunin exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Disgusting. Yanli frowned and turned her head away. Zhou Zheng wore a neutral expression, sensing that Chunin's demeanor was off. Ye Feng, infuriated, felt as though he might spit blood. This fellow seemed perpetually preoccupied with such matters, even regarding demons. Chunin, silence yourself, Ye Feng admonished. Very well, Feng Gu. Shall we traverse the Beast Mountain Range? Chunin inquired. For now, let's avoid crossing it and take a detour, Ye Feng replied, steering to the left to deliberately circumvent the Beast Mountain Range. He had devised a plan, when time permitted. He would summon the Air Force from Hot Spring Island to unleash a barrage upon the mountain range, driving out all the ferocious beasts within. Subsequently, the army would advance with armored vehicles, ensuring they could procure materials for some grand formations. At that moment, a sharp whoosh echoed through the sky, followed by an explosion that erupted among the treetops. The four companions simultaneously lifted their gazes, astonished by the sight above. Feng Gu, it appears to be a bomber. That sound was a sonic boom. It couldn't possibly be a beast, Chunin whispered, offering a cautious observation. I am aware, Ye Feng remarked, contemplating the shattered treetops, recognizing the sonic boom produced by the bomber as it surged forward at full speed. If a beast were to fly at such velocity, its corporeal form would surely succumb to the strain. Moreover, their physique could not withstand such speed. As for the bomber, its design approached zero drag, allowing it to endure the sonic boom's impact on its structure. Unbeknownst to them, this was the newly developed 4th-generation fighter jet from Hot Spring Island, its exterior adorned with intricate spiritual rune formations. Simultaneously, it had achieved a velocity of 10 Mach without being engulfed in flames. Were a conventional bomber to reach 10 Mach, it would have long since transformed into a blazing fireball. Within the fourth-generation bomber sat Susan, Bai Chuxue, and Ma Jebi. Susan, you're flying so fast that our eyes can barely discern the ground below. How can we locate Fenggo? Ma Jebi protested. Now a ninth-tier power sovereign, he was but a step away from advancing to the true martial realm. Yet, even at such a high level, the speed of the bomber left him dizzy. Bai Chuxue was in an even worse state, clutching a bag filled with her nausea. Susan, I can't take it any longer. Please slow down. If you go any faster, I feel my stomach might explode, she weakly implored. The merit of the fourth-generation bomber lay in its rapid speed without transforming its exterior into a fireball. However, the drawback was that only those in the true martial realm could operate it at 10 Mach. You should have stayed behind. You're hindering my progress. We must locate Ye Feng immediately. The Leadership Transition Conference on Hot Spring Island has been delayed for half a month. Without him, the Council refuses to convene, Susan asserted, pulling the control stick fully back. Whoosh. The bomber suddenly accelerated to 11 Mach. No please, Ma Jebi exclaimed in panic. Bai Chuxue, overwhelmed, fainted in the back seat. Just then, a large shadow loomed ahead, directly in the path of the bomber. Without hesitation, Susan crashed forward. Thud. It was as though a blade had sliced through tofu. The innate-level beast had not even summoned its protective aura before the bomber cleaved it in two. A cascade of blood rained down from the sky, while the bomber remained unscathed. When the fourth-generation bomber was designed, the engineering team had anticipated such scenarios. Thus, the nose of the aircraft was designed to resemble a spear, with the leading edges of the wings as sharp as blades. Even if faced with a mountain, the bomber would penetrate it directly. The only concern was the fuel issue. If the bomber flew at full speed, it could only sustain flight for approximately 5 hours. On the return journey, Susan remarked, as the bomber made a sharp turn in the sky and swiftly veered back towards its original path. Oh my, I can't endure this. I shall never ride in a fourth-generation bomber again, lamented Ma Bai from the co-pilot's seat. At that moment, a tremendous aura erupted from the center of Wan Shou Ridge, accompanied by 3 beams of white light. What on earth? Before Susan could fully grasp the situation, one of the beams struck the bomber. Chapter 12:12. Ye Feng, hurry home. Oh no. The bomber suddenly began to spin in midair, the piercing alarm blaring incessantly. We are going down. Ma Bai shrieked in panic. Steadying herself, Susan maintained control of the bomber, her gaze fixed firmly ahead. Just as the aircraft was about to plunge, it miraculously ascended once more. A deafening series of sonic booms echoed, and the bomber vanished from its original position as if teleporting. We did it. We did it. Ma Bai exclaimed with joy. Be quiet. I wish to see who dared to lay hands on our bomber. Susan stated firmly as she continued to ascend until they reached an altitude of 100,000 meters, where they finally halted. Subsequently, the bomber decelerated gradually until it reached half the speed of sound before coming to a complete stop. With a series of soft thuds, the bottom of the cabin opened, releasing droplets of heavy water that cascaded towards Wan Shou Ridge. In an instant, the area resonated with earth-shattering roars as powerful demonic energy surged forth, accompanied by a stone weighing thousands of pounds. Unfortunately, as the stone ascended nearly 10,000 meters, it fell helplessly back to the ground, unable to even graze the bomber's shadow. With a stoic expression, Susan continued to regulate the descent of the heavy water, ensuring it covered an expanse of several kilometers. In the pitch-black forest, a young girl of about 10 stood barefoot atop the decaying leaves. Strangely, her delicate feet bore no trace of dirt, and she appeared to be enveloped in a radiant, pure white light, starkly contrasting the surrounding darkness. Suddenly, a drop of heavy water landed upon her, causing the holy light surrounding her to flicker slightly as the water trickled down into the center of her palm. Raising her right hand, she calmly regarded the heavy water in her hand. Upon closer inspection, one could discern her eyes to be a pair of pale green vertical pupils, her demeanor and movements entirely unlike those of a human. The girl blew gently at the heavy water, which began to swirl energetically. Then, with a flick of her slender fingers, the heavy water shot upwards at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! At an altitude of 100,000 meters, a burst of flame flashed past the bomber's front glass, nearly striking it. What manner of creature lies below? Susan's expression shifted dramatically. Susan, we must return. Our fuel is running low, urged Ma Bai. Very well, let's return after refueling, and then we shall take another look, Susan stated, and with a thunderous roar, the bomber vanished from sight. After flying for half a minute, Ma pointed downward. Sister Susan, it appears there are 4 individuals below. Please take a look. Mago gestured towards the ground. Susan plunged the aircraft, skimming closely to the earth. Her formidable spiritual awareness swept across the terrain, and her eyes widened in surprise. A phone. Sister Susan, it's me, Chunin. Chunin was standing beneath a large boulder, shaking his clothes to attract attention from the sky. Elated, Susan soared across the sky 10 times before finally reducing the bomber's speed. Zhou Zheng and Yin Li were already wide-eyed, their mouths agape as if they could swallow an apple whole. Is that a practitioner of the spirit distraction realm, flying with a sword? Zhou Zheng exclaimed in astonishment. The bomber descended, flames billowing from its underside, coming to a gradual halt in a clearing. On the ground, Chunin arranged branches into a formation, effectively guiding the bomber's landing. Without waiting for the aircraft to stabilize, Mago leapt from 20 meters up, embracing Bai Chushue. Feng Ge, I've missed you so much. Mago rushed towards him. What happened to Chushue? Ye Feng asked, anxiety etching his features. She's merely suffering from motion sickness, Mago replied, placing Bai Chushue on a rock before wrapping his arms around Ye Feng and showering him with several affectionate kisses on the cheek. What are you doing? Ye Feng recoiled, pushing Mago away, a shiver running down his spine. I've missed you so much, Feng Ge. And Ngu, I've missed you too. Mago dashed toward Chunin again. I warn you, stay away from me. Chunin brandished a knife at Mago. At that moment, the bomber had touched down, and Susan emerged from the cabin. A Feng, what on earth are you doing? As the current master of Hot Spring Island, are you truly enjoying a leisurely excursion? Susan scolded him directly. I figured Hot Spring Island had no pressing matters, so I ventured out to hone my skills. Did you come looking for me because something significant has occurred on the island? Ye Feng quickly shifted the topic. How can you even ask? 2 weeks ago was the meeting for the change of the island master, and you, the current master, vanished without a trace. The House of Representatives has postponed the voting session, waiting for your return, Susan replied. Damn it. Chunin, why didn't you remind me? Ye Feng fumed. Feng Ge, I don't have a phone or a calendar. How could I possibly remind you? Chunin shrugged helplessly. There's no other option. Let us return to Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng sighed, wishing he could have enjoyed his time longer before returning to preside over matters at the island. Feng Ge, who are these two? Mago inquired, glancing at Zhou Zheng and Yin Li. Oh, they are friends I met along the way. Brother Zhou Zheng is a fine individual, Ye Feng explained. I see, Mago mused. Stroking his chin, Zhou Zheng stepped forward, his lips quivering slightly. All this time, I thought that artifact you possess was extraordinary. Turns out, you are indeed one of Hot Spring Island's people. Zhou Zheng gazed at Ye Feng in astonishment. Not only the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island, but also our esteemed Feng Ge, who is none other than the island's master, the paramount leader of Hot Spring Island, as Chunin elucidated. It makes sense now. I had a feeling that your demeanor and presence were far from ordinary. After all, you are indeed the illustrious lord of Hot Spring Island, aren't you? Zhou Zheng exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. Is that so? Brother Zhou, did you perceive my grandeur and poise at first sight? Is it truly the case? Ye Feng felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, there is an unmistakable quality that distinguishes you from the common cultivators. It is evident in your aura. Ordinary cultivators often exude a selfish and calculating demeanor, yet yours possesses an indescribable essence that inspires an impulse to pledge loyalty. Zhou Zheng spoke candidly. Ah, how splendid. It seems my noble bearing has indeed been cultivated. Ye Feng rejoiced internally. A Feng, hurry home. They only flatter you for your strength. Do not take it too seriously. Su Shan urged. Impossible. Brother Zhou's assessment is quite objective. I truly embody that noble essence. Ye Feng protested vehemently. Spare yourself. Come inside quickly. Ma, goodbye. You and Bai Chushue wait here. Once we reach the Pingzhou concession, I shall return to escort you both back, Su Shan concluded, tugging at Ye Feng's ear as she led him toward the bomber. Although she is Ye Feng's first wife, she resembles more of an elder sister, possessing the demeanor of a leader, which made Ye Feng feel intimidated in her presence. Chapter 12-13. Truly impressive. Before long, Ye Feng and Chun boarded the bomber. As the aircraft ascended to an altitude of 1,000 meters, it suddenly vanished with a whoosh. The speed was astonishing, nearly akin to teleportation. As the moment was ripe, Su Shan pulled the control stick all the way down. Whoosh. Only a layer of white mist remained as the bomber surged forward at 10 times the speed of sound. 10 Mach. Uft. Chunin unexpectedly spat on the back of Ye Feng's neck. Chunin, what on earth are you doing? Now I'm drenched. Ye Feng turned around and shot a fierce glare at Chenin. I apologize, Feng Gu. I feel terribly dizzy and my stomach is unsettled. Chenin looked utterly drained. Su Shan, reduce the speed. No, I want you to experience the velocity of a fourth-generation bomber. Su Shan seemed to relish the thrill, perhaps due to the repression she endured in her earlier years. Ye Feng quickly glanced below. Various terrains, rainforests, deserts, gobi, and mountains flashed by in mere moments, each landscape barely lingering for half a minute. In less than half an hour, the bomber had swept past the borders of Yuzhou and entered Pingzhou. After about 10 more minutes, a familiar city loomed below. Su Shan executed 5 consecutive air brakes before the bomber's speed diminished, then gently descended onto the airstrip of the Pingzhou concession. A large crowd instantly gathered around. Fifth brother. Ye Feng immediately spotted Long Wu, surprised to see him transferred here from Xiyin County. Feng Gu. After jumping off the plane, the two embraced tightly. Have you been appointed here as the leader of the concession? Ye Feng inquired with a smile. Long Wu has achieved the 5th tier of the Emperor's might, primarily due to the considerable time lost in the past. Otherwise, he might have followed in Susan's footsteps to become the second to enter the true martial realm. Indeed, I am now the chief of the leased territories in Pingzhou City, which consists of a total of 4 such districts. Long Wu chuckled. Upon regaining his memories, he was astonished to discover the remarkable development of Hot Spring Island, which truly broadened his horizons. Ha ha ha, splendid. Wang Zhihai has done an admirable job in adjustments, Ye Feng remarked, giving Long Wu's shoulder another reassuring pat. Long Wu could be considered one of the first elders he had come to know, and now that he has returned, Ye Feng felt genuine joy from the depths of his heart. However, his expression soon turned somber. Tuba, when will you be resurrected? And Yang Li, Godshan, their remains still lie in the icy caverns of Hot Spring Island. Feng Gu, the shrine has transformed into a gathering place for the infected. Some of them have grown increasingly massive, with giants now reaching 30 meters in height. Furthermore, these colossal infected creatures have developed a layer of armor on their skin, impervious to blades and bullets. Unless they are reduced to mere pulp, even if their heads are severed, they can still launch attacks against humanity, Long Wu stated gravely. Is that so? Very well, let us return. Provide me with a bomber. I shall fly back to Hot Spring Island immediately. Chun and accompany me, Susan. You are to retrieve Ma Go Bai and Chu Xue, who are stranded in Yuzhou. Understood. Susan nodded and deftly boarded the bomber. At that moment, Ye Feng noticed that the aircraft's exterior was adorned with barely perceptible spiritual patterns. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of Bai Guoguo. Feng Gu, let us take the 3rd-generation bomber. I fear I might succumb to nausea aboard the latest model, Chenin remarked, looking quite pale. Just then, Long Wu interjected. Chenin, you wish to board, but there are limited seats. Only 6 4th-generation bombers exist, and our Pingzhou leased territory has received just 1. The intricate formations on the exterior can only be carved by Bai Guoguo, but fear not. Once the university students specializing in formations graduate, we shall be able to mass-produce them. That is reassuring, Chenin replied, climbing aboard the 3rd-generation bomber. Ye Feng also leapt on, taking the controls himself. Just then, a figure descended with a thunderous crash, landing directly in front of the bomber. Is that you? Ye Feng halted the takeoff, gazing at the towering figure before him. Electric Dab, greetings. Ye Feng disembarked from the aircraft. Master Yi, the last time I purchased a Gatling gun from you, it performed exceptionally well. Now, I wish to acquire 10 more Gatling guns, Electric Dab declared. Brother Dian, do you possess the funds? Gatling guns are quite expensive, you know. Ye Feng scrutinized Electric Dab with skepticism. Rest assured, I have prepared the necessary funds, Electric Dab responded, clapping his hands together thrice. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of soldiers emerged around the leased territory, each pair lifting a large crate, totaling over 200 boxes. Let us take a look, Electric Dab said. As the boxes were opened, they revealed stacks of hot spring currency, all consisting of 50 yuan notes. Even so, the money amassed in these 200 boxes must amount to several billion hot spring coins. Ertabu, how did you acquire such a fortune? Ye Feng inquired calmly. He had likely deduced something, yet he refrained from revealing it for the moment. Ha ha ha, the Hot Spring Island is constructing railways throughout my Pingzhou, and this money was extracted from the taxes imposed on railway workers. Please, sell me another 20 Gatling guns. I have a total of 28 billion hot spring coins here, and I would like the remaining 8 billion converted into bullets, Ertabu replied. Electric Law King, The last time I sold you one for 1 billion. That was a friendly price. Now that you wish to purchase in bulk, the price must revert to its original. 10 billion each, Ye Feng stated, crossing his arms. He initially had no intention of selling, but observing Ertubu's demeanor, it seemed he had little choice but to comply. These counterfeit bills were impressively realistic, yet unfortunately, every hot spring coin bore a security code. Any discrepancy would expose the ruse. Very well, then, I shall take 2 units and convert the remaining 8 billion into bullets. Ertubu proclaimed, his heart soaring with delight, having realized that the counterfeit money might indeed serve its purpose. It appeared that the hot spring island was filled with fools, using such worthless paper as currency. I currently do not possess heavy water Gatling guns. Here is the arrangement. I will accept the money, and upon your return to Hot Spring Island, the bills will be verified by the counting machine. However, I can issue you a receipt in advance. You may come back in half a month with the receipt to collect your goods, Ye Feng suggested. Half a month? Very well, please issue the receipt, Ertubu responded. Ye Feng immediately began to write the receipt, while Ertubu observed closely. Press your handprint a few more times. We wouldn't want the Hot Spring Island to deny the transaction. Ertubu insisted. Rest assured, 1 handprint suffices, Ye Feng replied. Please, indulge me, add a few more prints, Ertubu urged. You're quite persistent, Ye Feng sighed, adding several more handprints before signing his name. Nevertheless, the receipt clearly stated that the Hot Spring Island would only sell the Gatling guns to the Pingzhou government upon successful verification of the bills. Ha ha ha, it's a success, Ertubu exclaimed, taking the receipt and flicking it with his finger, his grin wide enough to swallow a pig. Goodbye, Ye Feng said before leaping back into the bomber. Whoosh. Chapter 12:14. Let us escape further away. The third-generation bomber was remarkably swift, capable of reaching speeds between 4 to 6 Mach, any faster, and the aircraft would be reduced to a fireball, with the pilots within incinerated. Shortly thereafter, the Bays County flashed beneath them, the bomber traversing the entirety of Bays in a mere 10 minutes. Next came Shiliang County and Xian County, which held out for just 18 minutes. Whoosh. The temperature plummeted as the bomber surged into the once turbulent winds of the zone. After 5 minutes, they spotted North Hot Spring Island. 5 minutes later, the bomber hovered above South Hot Spring Island. Brother Feng is back. Brother Feng is back. Quickly, notify Wang Zhihai via the intercom. Isn't it just over 1,000 meters? Can't we just shout? No, we must use the intercom. Keep your voice down. We wouldn't want others to overhear. Fine. President Wang, Brother Feng has returned. President Wang, Brother Feng has returned. Please respond if you receive this. A cacophony of sounds erupted through the intercom. Received. Wang Zhihai appeared beneath the Sun City fortress, clutching a walkie-talkie, gazing skyward at the descending bomber. With a soft thud, the aircraft gradually stabilized, and Ye Feng stepped down with purpose. Brother Feng, how I've missed you. Healy Xian rushed forward. As the Lord of North Hot Spring Island, he had returned to participate in the imminent leadership transition. Brother Feng, Hu Zhua also dashed over, embracing Ye Feng tightly. Cheng Libin and Wang Zhihai approached, offering gentle hugs. As veterans of the group, Ye Feng treated them with leniency, striving to avoid punishment whenever possible. Impressive. Have you both reached the 8th and 9th levels of the Power Emperor? Ye Feng inquired, looking at the duo. Indeed. Once the leadership transition concludes, we plan to employ the blood exchange method, aided by the Peiyuan Dan, in hopes of breaking through to the true martial realm, Wang Zhihai replied. Yes, I share that intention, likely within the next month or 2, Cheng Libin added. Excellent. Upon your successful breakthroughs, I shall host a grand banquet in your honor, Ye Feng said, patting their shoulders. For him, Wang Zhihai and Cheng Libin were akin to the legendary heroes, his most capable subordinates. Of course, Chun and Susan held some significance, yet their impact paled in comparison. Suddenly, a whoosh echoed from the sky. A bomber hovered in midair, gradually descending. Brother Feng, ha ha ha, did you expect us to return so closely together? Came the voice of Ma Guobai from the aircraft. Ye Feng's expression brightened. He had not anticipated the 4th-generation bomber's speed. Although he had returned slightly ahead, they arrived almost simultaneously. As the bomber opened, 5 figures emerged. Brother Feng, these 2 insisted on coming along, claiming a bond of life and death with you. Sister Susan thought that since they could merge into one, it would be best to bring them along. Ma Guobai gestured towards Zhou Zheng and Yin Li. May I inquire how 5 people managed to occupy 4 seats? Ye Feng raised his voice slightly. Zhou Zheng finally reacted, still astonished by the modernization of Hot Spring Island. Oh, Brother Ye. It's like this. I placed my junior sister into a storage pouch. Zhou Zheng indicated his waist. A storage pouch can hold a person? Ye Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Humans can stay inside for a short period, but not exceeding 15 minutes. Thus, during our journey, this fairy, Su, made several stops for us, allowing me to let my junior sister breathe for a moment, Zhou Zheng explained. Ah, I see. So, does that mean your fourth-generation bomber made several stops yet still arrived almost simultaneously with the third-generation bomber? Ye Feng asked. Yes, Ah Feng, don't dwell on the trivialities. We come to have you preside over the leadership transition of Hot Spring Island, Susan stated. Ah, right, where's Huzhua? I'm here, Brother Feng. Please arrange for a gathering tomorrow at noon at the Hot Spring Square, where all those capable of breathing shall convene to elect a new island master. However, I, Ye Feng, shall not be a candidate, but rather the host, for I have already served 4 consecutive terms as the island master and cannot continue to hold this position. Otherwise, what differentiates me from a dictator? Ye Feng declared resolutely. Brother Feng, go ahead and be a dictator. We shall not voice any objections, Hu Zhao remarked. Indeed, Brother Feng, we fully support your dictatorial reign. Our trust in you is unwavering, He Lishuan added. Wang Zhihai's expression fluctuated between light and shadow as he chimed in. Yes. Brother Feng, let us proceed to the conference room and summon the high-ranking officials to draft 7 candidates, Ye Feng instructed, flanked by Wang Zhihai on his left and Chung Li Bin on his right. Both were prodigies of the Hot Spring Island, and securing either of them would be tantamount to seizing the world. Most importantly, they were on the verge of advancing to the true martial realm, effectively doubling their lifespan. It has been demonstrated that without the interference of established capitalism, various innovative technologies can flourish. Should Hot Spring Island succumb to old-school capitalism, there would be an intrusion on innovation, as innovation inherently implies the obsolescence of the old guard, a fate they would surely resist. In the vast desert, over 20 sand trucks lay parked, with a colossal structure measuring 10 meters in length and 2 meters in diameter stacked amidst them. Hundreds of engineers clad in cold-weather gear murmured among themselves. After a brief interval, they all retreated into the trucks. One individual activated a remote switch. Boom. The rocket-shaped behemoth exploded with a thunderous roar. A powerful shock wave emanated from its epicenter, enveloping an area of 5,000 meters. A cascade of sand and dust spiraled into the air, transforming the night into a blinding daylight. Whoosh! A fiery plume ascended into the stratosphere, rebounding downward and forming an enormous mushroom cloud. Of the surrounding 20-odd sand trucks, only 3 of the 9th generation remained intact. The others were reduced to molten metal. By heavens, it truly works. Is this what Brother Feng referred to as the hydrogen bomb concept? The engineers emerged one by one, astonished by the magnificent mushroom cloud overhead. Quickly run. Brother Feng's hydrogen bomb concept mentioned that this device would produce intense radiation upon detonation. One of them exclaimed. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Move. The group of engineers hastily scattered in all directions. However, half of them suddenly collapsed, red spots appearing on their skin. A few suffered from bleeding from their orifices and convulsions. Do not approach them. Their cold-weather gear has been compromised. We must escape further away and then remove our gear. Ultimately, of the more than 100 engineers, only 10 survived. Did an earthquake occur? Ye Feng peered out from the conference room towards the distant desert. The tremors indeed originated from that direction. He could scarcely fathom that the students from Hot Spring University had succeeded in creating a hydrogen bomb. Chapter 12:15. So, you are aware of these matters? As for the materials for the hydrogen bomb, they were extracted and refined from seawater. Given the numerous factories engaged in the purification of iridium, they consequently also extract deuterium and tritium, ideally suited for the construction of hydrogen bombs. Perhaps. Feng, where were we just now? Wang Zhihai. We were discussing the issue of candidates. The selection of candidates should not originate from our upper management, but be proposed by the various representatives below. How many representatives are there on the North-South Hot Springs Island now? Ye Feng inquired. Feng, on our North-South Hot Springs Island, we implement a regional system, with each region comprising approximately 1,000 households. From these households, we may elect 1 or even 2 representatives. Each district can recommend a candidate, who will then engage in a 3-day campaign for votes. The top 7 in votes will become the candidates for the island master, standing on a platform to be voted on by all citizens. Wang Zhihai refined the criteria for the candidates. Excellent, Zhihai. I had not anticipated your newfound clarity. It brings me joy. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. Only in this manner can the election of the island master be deemed fair and just. Then it is settled. Starting tomorrow, let each district's representative recommend a person of noble character and integrity as a candidate, which might yield nearly 1,000 candidates. These candidates will have 3 days to campaign, with the top 7 securing their candidacy. Understood. All the high-ranking officials rose simultaneously. The meeting concluded, and Ye Feng made his way towards his villa. A brief separation feels like a new marriage. He was eager to find Duoyin and Hina. Upon opening the door, he beheld Duoyin and Susan seated in the living room, engaged in lively conversation, clearly enjoying each other's company. Ah Feng, you've returned. Duoyin approached to assist Ye Feng in shedding his coat, while Susan helped him remove his shoes. Could it be? Have you two already conspired? Ye Feng's expression shifted as he realized something. The two women remained silent, stifling giggles behind their hands. A singular emperor with 2 queens, simultaneously embracing a joyful lifestyle. The passionate revelry lasted for 2 hours, leaving Ye Feng equally attentive to both, as the 2 women lay contentedly against his chest. By the way, where is my son? Ye Feng suddenly recalled. Xing. He is currently attending high school at the Hot Springs Academy, living on campus, returning only once a month. He mentioned he wishes to cultivate his independence. Duoyin chuckled. Oh, my son is already in high school. Ye Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, a blissful smile gracing his face. It would be wonderful if Susan were to conceive our child. If not, perhaps Duoyin could bear a second. Early the next morning, while Ye Feng and the 2 women were still lost in slumber, they were roused by a knocking at the door. Mama, open the door. Moments later, a handsome youth climbed through the window and immediately spotted the 3 on the bed. With an impassive expression, he retreated to his room, emerging shortly after with a large bundle before climbing back out the window. Son, Ye Feng hurriedly pursued him. What a fine boy. The benefits of Hot Springs Island are indeed remarkable, as Ye Xing has already grown to 1.7 meters tall. Dad. The 2 embraced joyfully. My dear son, how swiftly time passes. You are now in high school. When I first laid eyes on you, you seemed to barely reach my knee, Ye Feng remarked, gesturing towards his own knee. Dad, could we not dwell on that? It's rather embarrassing, Ye Xing replied. Do stay home and refrain from leaving. In a few days, we shall hold the island leader election, Ye Feng said, gazing at Ye Xing as if he were seeing a younger version of himself. A sense of inexplicable pride swelling within him. I hardly have the time to vote. I think I'll abstain. I am quite the prominent figure at the Hot Spring Academy now, having been elected as the student council president, with a plethora of matters awaiting my attention. Ye Xing declared. Oh, you, my boy, have become the student council president? Ye Feng's smile broadened. Of course. I'm not entirely sure how it happened, as typically, the president is a senior, yet here I am in my first year. Perhaps it is due to my innate abilities, Ye Xing stated with pride. However, Ye Feng's expression darkened. Son, was your position as student council president elected by the students or appointed by the principal? Ye Feng's brow furrowed. It was appointed by the principal, Ye Xing replied. Oh, a shadow flickered across Ye Feng's face. It was evident that his notoriety had cast a long shadow, even affecting his son, a reality he wished to avoid. This is merely the first generation. Hot Spring Island is already entangled in such political affairs. These social intricacies could severely undermine the development of Hot Spring Island, far worse than any external invasion. Son, heed your father's counsel. Upon returning to school, resign from your position as student council president. Do you understand? Ye Feng said, placing a firm hand on Ye Xing's shoulder. Why should I? Ye Xing queried, confusion evident on his face. Just go ahead and resign. I do this for your own good, Ye Feng insisted, not wanting his son to be crushed by excessive praise. Dad, you must provide a reason. Ye Xing protested, displeasure etched across his features. Let me explain. I founded Hot Spring Island, and your principal's decision to appoint you as president is closely tied to my influence. If this continues, the next student council president could very well be the son of Wang Zhihai, or perhaps the second son of Cheng Li Bin, or even a child of He Li Xuan. While I believe in your capabilities, can you ensure that others possess the same? We cannot set this precedent, Ye Feng stated solemnly. Dad, are you truly my father? Instead of being proud of my achievement, you respond this way. Ye Xing exclaimed, clearly reluctant. I am striving for the long-term prosperity of Hot Spring Island, aspiring to transform it into a sanctuary. Therefore, as Ye Feng's son, you cannot hold any position on Hot Spring Island, not even that of student council president. If you genuinely possess talent, after graduating from university, if you can develop advanced bombers or produce 5-nanometer chips, then you may consider taking on significant roles, Ye Feng articulated. I refuse, Ye Xing shouted as he sprinted towards the school. Son, Ye Feng called out several times, but to no avail. Well, never mind. At noon, Ye Feng sought out the Minister of Education, Su Yun. Su Yun, go to One Spring No. 1, investigate the principal of One Spring No. 1, and see if he has received bribes or engaged in corrupt practices. If any hint of wrongdoing is uncovered, he should be demoted or dismissed immediately. In the minister's office, Ye Feng said to Su Yun, Why, as far as I know, he seems to have promoted your son to the position of student council president. Su Yun replied. Ye Feng's expression darkened instantly. So you are aware of these matters? Ye Feng inquired coolly. Of course I am aware. If you were to dismiss Principal Niu, would that not dishearten those who support you? Su Yun questioned. Disheartened? If he lacks integrity and fairness, then that would indeed trouble me. If he only knows how to flatter and ingratiate himself with me, do you think such a person is worthy of responsibility? Ye Feng retorted coldly. Ah Feng, you truly are a savior. Su Yun exclaimed, throwing herself at him. Hey, this is an office. An hour later, Su Yun was pleased as she donned her attire. Yunner, after dealing with Principal Niu, have him come to see me. Tell him I will treat him to a meal. Ye Feng patted Su Yun's rear playfully. Understood, you rascal. Su Yun teased, pinching Ye Feng's nose as she strode towards the exit. Principal Niu is indeed Niu Ditsao's brother and also a graduate from the second batch of One Spring Academy. Ye Feng adjusted his trousers and made his way to One Spring Bank. Hey, take this bill for verification. Let us see how convincingly it's made, Ye Feng instructed. Brother Feng, is verification even necessary? The code on it is incorrect. The currency currently issued by One Spring Bank all starts with a 5, yet this individual is using a 9. The last digit doesn't team-match either. And the design is also inconsistent. It lacks it that can only be seen under a microscope, replied a bank employee. Indeed, it appears that group is counterfeiting money. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. He had anticipated this day, but did not expect it to be orchestrated by Kuang Tianfang. If it were anyone else printing counterfeit currency, he could swiftly teach them a lesson. However, Kuang Tianfang was different. He owned numerous factories, schools, and concessions within the borders of Pingzhou. In a few days, a large batch of counterfeit bills would flood One Spring Island. You all should promote the existence of this counterfeit currency, particularly focusing on the $50 denomination. Pay attention to other denominations as well. Should you encounter any counterfeit bills, immediately notify the security company to apprehend the culprits. After finishing his instructions, Ye Feng left the $50 counterfeit bill at the bank as a sample. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the light screen. Chief Mo Hiduo has returned. This is bad. He is severely injured. Hurry, someone. Ye Feng quickly leaped out of the light screen. He saw 2 sand vehicles returning, with several individuals lying beside them. Among them was Mo Hiduo, a graduate from the second batch of One Spring Island. Mo Hiduo, what happened to you? Chung Li Bean exclaimed as he held Mo Hiduo, while Charlie kept his distance, seemingly aware of something. Master, let me go. I have radiation on me. Mo Hiduo weakly stated. They had just returned from the radiation zone and initially felt fine, but as time passed, they began to sense something was amiss with their bodies. Vomiting and diarrhea plagued him, while red rashes gradually appeared on his skin, with several areas even succumbing to ulceration. Mo Hiduo? Ye Feng approached and squatted beside him. Brother Feng, I am sorry. We detonated a hydrogen bomb, but the radiation was too severe. 90% of our brothers perished, and only a few of us managed to return. Perhaps we may not survive much longer either, Mo Hiduo weakly confessed. Radiation? Ye Feng's expression changed, and he instinctively retreated 5 or 6 steps. Yet, almost immediately, he bravely took a step forward. We must take him back, grind the qi-nourishing pills into powder, and apply them to his wounds, both internally and externally, to preserve his life as much as possible, Ye Feng instructed. Understood. The personnel from the hot spring hospital, donned in protective suits, promptly began their work, transporting the 3 remaining survivors to the hospital. Bai Chushue personally attended to the trio. Whether they could be saved now rested in the hands of fate. Radiation is akin to countless micro-machine guns relentlessly firing upon one's body. This rescue operation continued until the following day. Candidates from various districts began to canvass for votes across the entire hot spring island. Some stood at shop entrances, draped in cloth bearing their names and regions, bowing and nodding to passing pedestrians, even offering to help elderly women cross the street or changing infants' diapers, all while assisting sewer workers with their tasks. One candidate even took the initiative to care for the 3 engineers, undeterred by the radiation. In summary, these individuals went to great lengths to curry favor with the citizens, bowing and scraping to all. However, when faced with residents and civilians, their demeanor reverted to an aloofness. For residents and civilians possessed no voting rights, rendering such flattery unnecessary. Their focus was solely on pleasing the citizens. It was not until the 3rd day that the conditions of the 3 engineers stabilized. Being masters of the royal strength level, they inherently possessed formidable recovery abilities. Coupled with the comprehensive medical facilities of the hot spring hospital, the meticulous care from the candidates, and the supplementary effects of the qi-nourishing pills, their recovery was assured. Ye Feng and Charlie entered the ward, clad in radiation suits. "Old Mo, you all rest well. Rest assured, your wages will continue during this period," Ye Feng said gravely. In truth, with his strength, he could have been unconcerned about the radiation, but precautions were still prudent. "Brother Feng, Master Charlie, the information on the hydrogen bomb is in the 4th drawer of my desk. However, I must add a note. In the future, one must be at least 20 kilometers away when detonating a hydrogen bomb, preferably using a bomber to transport it. Otherwise, the radiation is unbearable." Mo Huiduo managed to articulate with difficulty. "Do not say anything more. Just focus on resting," Ye Feng reassured him. The 2 exited the ward, first undergoing a thorough disinfection before discarding their protective suits into a disposal vehicle destined for burial thousands of kilometers away. "Brother Feng, I will take a look at the hydrogen bomb data. I had no idea the power of such a weapon was so immense. It might even be applicable on the Star-Meng Continent in the future," Charlie remarked as he strode towards his research department. 2 days later, the hot spring square was teeming with people, nearly reaching a point where individuals were stacked upon one another. Ye Feng found himself wedged amidst the crowd, swaying to and fro as he was enveloped by the throng. "Wang Zhihai! Wang Zhihai!" Ye Feng shouted, for if he did not raise his voice, his words would be drowned out by the incessant buzz of chatter. Wang Zhihai was busy amidst the crowd, taking liberties and eliciting gasps from the women nearby. "What is the matter, Feng Ge?" Wang Zhihai called back. "Let us construct the hot spring plaza to 3 or 5 stories. Otherwise, there won't be enough room for all these citizens." Ye Feng exclaimed. "Understood, I've got it." Wang Zhihai shouted in response. "Where's Chenin? Where's Chenin?" "Feng Ge, I'm right here. These women are outrageous. They've nearly stripped me of my clothes." A young man squeezed through the crowd, and upon closer inspection, Ye Feng noticed Chenin's face was adorned with lipstick marks. Several older women were giggling foolishly at him. "You must take care of yourself. Stay behind me," Ye Feng advised. "All right," Chenin replied. Ye Feng's gaze darted around, and soon he spotted Yixing's son. "What are you doing?" Ye Feng reprimanded. Yixing sheepishly withdrew his hands. "Dad, I was helping a female classmate with her outfit," he explained, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Ah," Ye Feng sighed deeply. "Feng Ge, I don't think it's necessary to build the hot spring plaza 3 stories high. A little crowding isn't so bad," Wang Zhihai chimed in, his head buried between 2 ample figures, thoroughly enjoying himself. At that moment, 7 candidates squeezed onto the stage amidst a cacophony of shrieks, each appearing somewhat disheveled. "Feng Ge, it's your turn to host," Chenin nudged him. With no other choice, Ye Feng sprang into action, leaping onto the high platform. A chorus of jeers erupted from below. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed citizens and council members, I hereby declare the island leader election assembly officially commenced. Please form an orderly queue." Ye Feng suddenly found himself at a loss. With the hot spring plaza in such a state of congestion, how could anyone possibly queue? "Candidates, please introduce yourselves," he said, opting to stand behind the 7 candidates, as it was far more comfortable atop the stage than amidst the crowd below. "I am Malebi. Back in the day when I followed Feng Ge, the hot spring island was still taking shape. If elected as island leader, I shall ensure that Hot Spring Island flourishes, providing sustenance for all and upholding equality," Malebi proclaimed. Next, a familiar figure stepped forward. "I am Meng Yanlar. Should I ascend to the position of island leader, I will lead our forces into a new era, transforming Hot Spring Island into a sanctuary for the entire Star-Meng Continent." Sparse applause emerged from the crowd. "Esteemed citizens and council members, I am Niu de Chao's son, Niu Pizhuan. If one day I become the island leader, Hot Spring Island will produce mighty beings in abundance, ultimately becoming the cradle of human civilization, a place where nations converge and millions pay homage. Sparse applause followed once again. Greetings, everyone. I am Nerili Meizi. I kindly ask for your support. Thunderous applause erupted from below. During the voting process, which is conducted in real name, everyone is candid about their preferences, casting their votes freely. Greetings to all. I am Wang Weiluo, the son of Wang Zhihai. Additionally, I hold another identity as a graduate from the second cohort of Wan Spring Island. Wang Weiluo spoke modestly. A resounding applause erupted. Ye Feng was taken aback to learn that Wang Zhihai's son had already graduated from university. How swiftly time flies. Although he lacked the fair complexion of others, Ye Feng discerned an aura of cultured elegance in Wang's demeanor. Greetings, everyone. I am Hua Luoqing, and I look forward to your guidance. Sparse applause followed her introduction. Ye Feng felt a wave of emotions, surprised that Hua Luoqing had also become a candidate, indicating her considerable preparation. He recalled her as the esteemed lady of the Yunshan tribe, married to Van Dimmong. Fellow citizens, esteemed council members, I am Ingda, 1,000 households leader, and I welcome your mentorship. A fervent applause arose once more, accompanied by banners proclaiming support for Ing De. Ye Feng sensed a shift in the atmosphere, his expression darkening slightly. Among the 7 candidates, there appeared to be no sanitation workers or individuals from lower-tier professions. The candidates were either engineers, leaders of thousands, or financial directors. This observation underscored a troubling trend. As civilization progresses, fairness tends to erode. In a century or so, it may become impossible to find ordinary individuals among the candidates. The only course of action available to him is to strive to prolong this fairness. After all, human nature is inherently self-serving. Everyone harbors personal ambitions. As leaders, they naturally wish for their descendants to ascend to leadership as well, creating a cycle of power. It is imperative to refine the system to stifle such self-interest at its inception. Dear citizens, please proceed to cast your votes for the candidates you deem just and fair. Devoid of selfish motives, Ye Feng urged. Immediately, the citizens formed a crowded queue, marking their choices on several whiteboards. Once they marked their votes, they were promptly escorted away from Windspring Square to prevent any attempts at revoting. As time drifted by, during the first hour, Raimai's vote count reached first place. But within the next hour, Wang Weiluo surged ahead. The other 5 candidates merely trailed behind, yet they filled their whiteboards too. As moments passed, citizens outside the square lingered, chanting slogans for their favored candidates. Ramai go? Ramai go? Wang Weiluo go? Wang Weiluo go? Brother go? Hua Luoqing go? Hua Luoqing go? How dare Hua Luoqing claim a position? She was once the wife of a barbarian. Isn't Wang Weiluo's mother also a barbarian? Dare to insult my mother? I will retaliate. Do you think I won't fight back? Soon, the voting assembly devolved into chaos, transforming into a fracas. Ye Feng sighed in exasperation. This group cannot even conduct a vote without resorting to violence. Someone, maintain order. A multitude of sand vehicles arrived, and the soldiers laid down their heavy water pistols, subsequently brandishing shields and rubber batons to separate the brawlers one by one. After 5 hours, the voting concluded. Ye Feng, with an impassive expression, began to tally the votes on the whiteboard. The first place went to Wang Weiluo with 475,689 votes, followed by Nerili Meizi with 456,658 votes. For the third place, he requested the House of Representatives to send someone for verification. After bowing to the representatives, Huzhua approached with 20 legislators, who confirmed the vote count before nodding in agreement. Mr. Ye Feng, the verification is accurate. Consequently, Huzhua and Ye Feng stood side by side. I hereby declare the 7th Island Leader Voting Assembly of Hot Spring Island successfully concluded, with Wang Weiluo as the island leader. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted as Wang Zhihai stood up, his eyes reddened with emotion, gazing at his eldest son. Ye Feng and Huzhua simultaneously bowed at a 90-degree angle to Wang Weiluo. From this moment forth, we entrust Hot Spring Island to you, Leader Wang Weiluo. Ye Feng stated respectfully. Though he embodied the spirit of Hot Spring Island, he acknowledged the supremacy of public opinion. Wang Weiluo's overwhelming support reflected the will of the populace, a demographic no one dared to offend. Even he had to comply. Uncle Ye Feng, thank you. Thank you, Wang Weiluo said as he approached, pressing Ye Feng's hand against his forehead. Please bestow your blessings upon me. I wish that during your tenure, you elevate the living standards, technology, and military of Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng replied. Thank you, Uncle Yi, Wang Weiluo responded, then grasped Hu Zhua's hand and pressed it firmly against his forehead. Please bless me, Uncle Hu Zhua. Chapter 12:18. This is where you are mistaken. I wish that during your tenure, you respect the significant decisions of the House of Representatives. Prioritize the welfare of the citizens above all, place technology second, and military matters third. Young people, work diligently, for you are the hope of Hot Spring Island. Hu Zhua remarked, somewhat discontented. After all, during Wang Zhihai's tenure as island leader, he had faced considerable difficulties, and now, the mantle had passed to Wang Zhihai's son. Son, I am proud of you, Wang Zhihai exclaimed, rushing to embrace Wang Weiluo. Father, please restrain yourself. I still have a speech to deliver, Wang Weiluo retorted, his dissatisfaction evident. A graduate of Hot Spring University, he possessed a more elevated perspective than his father, who was preoccupied with securing benefits for future generations, often neglecting the broader picture. Although Wang Weiluo was his son, their ideologies were fundamentally divergent. Esteemed citizens and members of the legislature, during my tenure, I will endeavor to enhance the welfare of the citizens, encompassing not only medical care, education, housing, and elder care, but also various benefits for the children of citizens. Furthermore, I will implement tailored educational approaches. If a child shows interest in a particular field, I will ensure the school provides a specialized curriculum to foster their talents. Additionally, I would like to highlight that Hot Spring Island is currently focusing on the development of various concepts left by the former island leader. For instance, concepts such as chip technology, lithography machines, thermonuclear devices, and radio technology, along with the most advanced Starlink concept. Particularly with the Starlink concept, once successful, our signals could reach every corner of the starry continent, enabling face-to-face communication even over vast distances. Moreover, Wang Weiluo spoke eloquently, and in terms of knowledge, he was not inferior to the average university student of a civilized society. Ye Feng listened nearby with evident delight. Truly, as a graduate of Hot Spring University, his insights and philosophies far surpassed those of the older generation. One could say his father would struggle to match him. It is no wonder he garnered the highest number of votes. Indeed, he possesses remarkable capabilities. Subsequently, Wang Weiluo proposed several advanced systems that left Ye Feng in awe. He suggested that future elections for island leaders should commence from grassroots citizens, albeit those who have completed higher education and are aged between 30 and 70. Wang Weiluo reasoned that older individuals might be tainted by societal corruption and pursue aristocratic paths, while younger candidates would lack management experience. Furthermore, he insisted that candidates should not rank within the top 10 of the island's power hierarchy. His rationale was that a powerful island leader could easily veer towards dictatorship, rendering others powerless to resist. Conversely, if a weaker individual were to assume leadership, those with greater strength could rise to challenge and rectify any misconduct. Ye Feng led the applause, finding many of Wang Weiluo's ideologies resonant with his own. The principles he articulated primarily aimed at curtailing the excessive power of the island leader, almost akin to Wang Weiluo intentionally diminishing his own authority. In doing so, his actions today would set a precedent for future leaders. Now, I shall announce the candidates for other positions. Nairei Meizi, you received the second highest votes. However, having previously held high office as deputy island leader for 2 terms. If allowed to continue, it could foster aristocratic families. Therefore, I propose that Nairei Meizi shall no longer hold any senior position within Hot Spring Island, but may serve as a mid-level administrator. Upon finishing, Wang Weiluo offered a sincere smile to Meizi. Aunt Mei, this is not a personal attack. It is aimed at all high-ranking officials. I understand, Meizi replied, bowing respectfully to Wang Weiluo. The deputy island leader position will be filled by the 4th-ranked candidate, Hua Luoqing. The supreme commander will be chosen as Ying Da, who, as a mid-level officer, is most suitable to manage the island's military forces. Additionally, Wang Zhihai will no longer serve as president of the Hot Spring Bank. That position will be taken over by Ma Lebi. However, within 3 months, Wang Zhihai must assist Ma Lebi in familiarizing himself with the bank's operations and hand over the keys to the various regional vaults. As soon as Wang Weiluo concluded, a shoe flew towards his face. Unfilial son, I shall not spare you today, you ungrateful wretch. An enraged Wang Weiluo rushed towards the stage, brandishing a stool, but was intercepted by a throng of onlookers. Zhihai, my dear brother, do not act impulsively. Your son has now become the island master. But what of being an island master? You wretched creature, had I known, I would have ended your life long ago. Wang Zhihai's eyes burned with fury, his dreams of a noble lineage about to crumble. Father, your mindset is archaic. One must embrace change, Wang Wei Luo earnestly advised. I disown you, Wang Wei Luo. And from this moment forth, you are no longer my son, Wang Zhihai declared, standing atop a stool and swearing an oath to the heavens. Zhihai, let it go, let it go. The child has grown, let them be. At our age, wouldn't it be better to retreat and cultivate ourselves? Ye Feng also attempted to reason with him. Slap. Wang Zhihai struck Ye Feng on the head. Do not think I am unaware, Ye Feng. You are the one who has led my child astray, daring even to strip me of my fatherly status. Hey, Zhihai, therein lies your error. I lack the ability to influence your son. His elevation in thought is entirely his own doing, unrelated to me. Ye Feng countered, clutching his head in protest. I have endured you for long enough. Today, I shall challenge you to a duel. Wang Zhihai seized the stool and chased Ye Feng, who ran helter-skelter. Laughter erupted among the citizens. What could Ye Feng do? Wang Zhihai remained a citizen. He could not act with true malice, for should he accidentally cause a fatality, he would willingly face imprisonment. The speech finally concluded, and Wang Wei Luo received the Island Master's seal. Applause erupted, echoing with the sounds of flesh meeting flesh for miles around. Upon receiving the seal, Guyu approached with 16 adept warriors. From this day forth, he would serve as Wang Wei Luo's personal bodyguard, no longer protecting the former acting island master, Wang Zhihai, master of the island. From this moment, I, Guyu, shall be your chief bodyguard, he proclaimed, bowing with his entourage before Wang Wei Luo. Ha ha ha, splendid. I hereby announce a grand banquet on Hot Spring Island for 3 days to celebrate. During this time, Rimi Zi and Wang Zhihai, transfer your powers to the new vice island master, the grand marshal, and the new bank president. Slap. Another shoe struck his face. The 7th Island Master Conference on Hot Spring Island concluded successfully. Wang Wei Luo, accompanied by his personal guards, arrived at the villa. Mother, open the door, I have returned. Your son is now the island master. He knocked on the door excitedly. Chapter 12:19. Your timing is perfect. His mother, filled with joy, stood up to open the door, only to be halted by Wang Zhihai. That ungrateful child. How could he have been raised this way? He is nothing but a beast. Throw his belongings out. I, Wang Zhihai, have no son such as this. The window opened, and 2 suitcases, along with several pairs of underwear, were hurled outside. Wang Wei Luo, let us go. Take my belongings, and for the night, I shall settle in the island master's office. Secretary, arrange a new residence for me by tomorrow. A hint of melancholy crossed Wang Wei Luo's face. However, a new residence requires funds. From where shall this money come? Guyu inquired. Can it not be deducted from my salary? Please advance me 3 months' wages. Certainly, I have noted that. Guyu picked up a small notebook and deducted 3 months' wages from Wang Wei Luo. A sand vehicle came to a halt at the periphery of the hot spring bank. Subsequently, a towering man, standing 6 feet tall, leapt from the vehicle. The spacious sand vehicle accommodated him with ease. In a moment, you shall walk and place the 2 Gatling guns atop the vehicle. Be exceedingly careful not to damage them. Even the slightest harm to a single component will result in dire consequences for your entire clan, warned Diandabu to his subordinates. Understood. All of these subordinates were cultivators at the transformation realm, almost capable of looking down upon the entirety of Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng, I have arrived. The promissory note is here. Kindly prepare the Gatling guns, Diandabu's voice thundered. A soldier approached. What is your purpose? Humph. Diandabu cast a condescending glance at the soldier. Who are you to appear here? Summon Ye Feng to meet me. Ye Feng, you speak quite boldly. What business do you have with Ye Feng? Furthermore, our brother Feng has ceased to be involved. For any matters, you may seek our new island master, Wang Wei Luo. Irrelevant. This is the promissory note Ye Feng issued to me. Simply hand over the Gatling guns. Upon finishing, Diandabu waved the note in front of the soldier. Ha ha. That note is null and void, for Ye Feng is no longer the island master. Gentlemen, you would do well to return whence you came, the soldier replied dismissively. Are you courting death? Diandabu roared with fury, seizing the soldier with one hand. In the next instant, with a fierce grip, the soldier was reduced to a mist of blood. Alarm! An enemy attack. The soldiers within the barrier were taken aback, simultaneously sounding the alarm. In an instant, countless Gatling guns were raised, and bombers ascended into the sky. Wang Weiluo swiftly positioned himself before the barrier, gazing at the dismembered corpse on the ground. Was the deceased a citizen? Wang Weiluo inquired of the nearby Qianhu. No, merely a resident. Phew. Wang Weiluo let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a citizen. Otherwise, had a citizen perished on his very first day in office, he would likely face impeachment by the House. Who are you? And why have you harmed my soldiers of Hot Spring Island? Wang Weiluo fixed his gaze upon Diandabu. I kill as I please. You must be the new island master. How fortuitous. Exchange this for me, and do so swiftly, Diandabu stated, tossing the promissory note into the barrier. Gu Yu promptly extended his hand, retrieving the note from the outside. A promissory note? 2 Gatling guns, along with a number of bullets? Ye Feng. Wang Weiluo cast the note aside. Apologies. Uncle Ye Feng is no longer the island master of Hot Spring Island. Why did you not come to redeem the note while he was in office? Now it is too late. I am the master of Hot Spring Island and do not recognize any promises made by the former island master, Wang Weiluo declared. You boy, summon Ye Feng to meet me. You lack the qualification to speak with me. Diandabu suppressed the raging fury within. Moreover, although you did not kill a citizen, the individual was still a resident of Hot Spring Island. Thus you must provide a life in reparation, preferably one of the transformation realm cultivators behind you. Wang Weiluo coldly responded. What? I have slain but a mere ant of the post-heaven realm. Do you dare demand that my subordinates of the transformation realm pay with their lives? Diandabu tightened and then relaxed his fist, ultimately restraining himself. Without possessing the Gatling gun, he could not afford to act rashly. Furthermore, the counterfeit money molds on their end were already completed. Engaging in conflict with Hot Spring Island would prove counterproductive. Thus, he turned, his piercing gaze sweeping over the 10 subordinates of the transformation realm. You, take your own life to atone for the one who has just fallen, he commanded, pointing to a transformation realm expert. What? The expert's face darkened. After a moment, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. King of electricity, I shall seek an audience with the state lord. I will not entertain this further. With that, he moved, darting northward at lightning speed. Dare you defy my orders? Diandabu yanked his fist back. Boom. A fierce punch surged through the air, striking the back of the transformation expert with precision. Ah! Boom. A cloud of blood mist erupted in the air, accompanied by a flash of lightning. This mid-stage transformation realm cultivator was unable to withstand even a single strike from Diandabu, perishing on the spot. Diandabu retracted his fist and glanced indifferently at Wang Weiluo. Well, I have slain a transformation realm cultivator. Is that not sufficient atonement? Very well, for now it suffices. However, let it be known that should you recklessly slay another resident of Hot Spring Island, the one who will pay with their life may not be your subordinate. But the true instigator, Wang Weiluo, met Diandabu's gaze with unwavering resolve. Oh, are you implying that should I slay an ant, I must pay the price personally? Diandabu was genuinely incensed now. Enough. Let us fulfill our agreement. 2 Gatling guns and ammunition. The promissory note is null and void. You may return. If you are dissatisfied, seek Ye Feng for exchange. My words stand firm. As the island lord, I shall never sell such advanced technology as the Gatling gun. Wang Weiluo replied coolly. Boy, are you courting death? Diandabu drew back, a golden electric light surging from his fist. Wait. Just then, Ye Feng appeared before the light screen, locking eyes with Diandabu. Diandabu sneered coldly and swung his fist skyward. Thunder rumbled as the skies darkened. Ye Feng, you arrive at an opportune moment. Rein in your little brother, who refuses to acknowledge your promissory note. Ha ha ha. King of electricity, how could I not acknowledge it? The promissory note issued by me, Ye Feng, remains eternally valid. However, let me remind you that the currency you provided last time still lies in the bank. Let us proceed to the bank. You may detour to the hot spring bank window, and we shall verify the funds in person. A smile graced Ye Feng's face. Humph, now that is more like it. Diandabu suppressed his fury, feeling a surge of anticipation. If this counterfeit currency could circulate within Hot Spring Island, they would become wealthy, enabling a continuous printing process, and thus, they could procure the advanced equipment of Hot Spring Island at will. Chapter 1220. Withstanding the power of the inner demon in a short while, Ye Feng emerged from the light screen into the hot spring bank. While Diandabu approached the bank window from outside, the newly appointed president, Ma Lebi, personally welcomed Diandabu. Greetings, Lord of the Electric Law. I shall verify the currency for you immediately, Ma Lebi stated, exchanging a glance with Ye Feng. Subsequently, the staff presented boxes filled with 50 yuan notes before the currency verifier. The first bill was inserted but became stuck, prompting the machine to emit a shrill alarm. Ma Lebi picked up another 50 yuan note and placed it in the verifier once more. The alarm continued unabated. Brother Feng, something is amiss with this currency. Could it be counterfeit? Ma Lebi remarked. Diane Debu's expression shifted uneasily, ready to erupt in indignation. Nonsense. This is Diane Debu, one of the 4 great law lords of Pingzhou, a man of repute. How could he possibly use counterfeit money? Verify it again, Ye Feng chided deliberately. Indeed, I shall use another machine for verification. This is quite strange. A bank staff member brought over another currency verifier. Once again, the piercing alarm rang out. Ye Feng secretly chuckled, tossing a genuine note into the machine. The authentic bill smoothly flowed through the verifier. Lord Diane Debu, what about this currency? Have you been deceived? Such audacity. You are one of the 4 great law lords. A person of honor. Who would dare to cheat you? Which despicable person is behind this vile act? Ye Feng demanded. Please tell me, as this matter concerns both you and me. I, from Hot Spring Island, will spare no effort to apprehend those responsible and ensure they face the utmost punishment. Ye Feng pounded the table with conviction. Diane Debu's face shifted from red to blue, then to black. Yes, my lord. Please describe the appearance of the one who deceived you to our forces on Hot Spring Island. We have an active military of 120,000 and thousands of bombers. In 3 hours, we can scour the entirety of Pingzhou and ensure they are brought to justice, he vowed. This is not only to avenge your deceit, but also because we, on Hot Spring Island, maintain a zero-tolerance policy towards counterfeiters, Ma Lebi added, equally indignant. Diane Debu's expression fluctuated between anger and contemplation. Indeed, those who produce counterfeit currency are utterly detestable. They must be caught and dealt with severely, he said slowly. Ye Feng, while internally amused, maintained a facade of righteous indignation. You are correct, my lord. I trust that the governor will not tolerate such occurrences, which is why I have decided to dispatch a team to investigate this case. Once uncovered, Hot Spring Island will mobilize its entire force to eradicate this menace. Our currency is our lifeblood. If anyone dares to counterfeit it, what will become of our economy? Ye Feng asserted. No need for that. I will personally investigate this matter upon my return and will ensure a satisfactory response for you. Lord Yi, Diane Debu replied, slightly taken aback. If Hot Spring Island truly placed such importance on currency, it could potentially incite conflict between the 2 factions. He believed that Kuang Tianfang would be reluctant to engage in warfare with Hot Spring Island, given its formidable strength, even if Pingzhou emerged victorious. The bombers would reduce it to ruins, a consequence he could not bear. Are you certain we need not assist with the investigation? Ye Feng inquired. Certainly, it is true. This matter has arisen within the confines of my Pingzhou domain. It is our responsibility. Rest assured, I shall take my leave now. With that, Elda turned and made his way toward the sandcart. Your Majesty, how about this? I will dispatch a team of detectives to accompany you back. They are masters at solving cases, Ye Feng called out from behind, feigning a casual tone. There is no need. I have complete faith in the investigative capabilities of Pingzhou. Elda replied without turning back. Wait, Wang Weiluo suddenly exclaimed. Yes? Elda slowly turned around, casting a frosty gaze upon Wang Weiluo. Is there something you wish to discuss? He feared that his own intentions had been exposed. Please hold on to this IOU for now. It will remain valid until we produce the actual currency, Wang Weiluo stated, channeling his energy into his hand and tossing the paper just beyond the light curtain, where it landed perfectly beside Elda. Elda collected the IOU, his gaze sweeping over Ye Feng and the others. Very well, rest assured. We shall exchange genuine currency for the weapons. With that, he deftly leapt onto the sand cart. With a thunderous roar, the sand cart surged northward. 10 minutes later, Ye Feng and Ma Lebi exchanged glances with Wang Weiluo and burst into laughter. Uncle Ye Feng, your strategy of using flattery to expose him is truly brilliant. The expression on that fellow's face just now was priceless. Wang Weiluo chuckled, clutching his stomach. This is too amusing. Brother Feng, you have him on the hot seat, leaving him unable to back down while stifling his anger, Ma Lebi added, also laughing. Let us not rejoice too soon. If I am not mistaken, the counterfeit currency was not solely the handiwork of Elda. Kuang Tianfang must have had a hand in it as well. Consider this. Is Kuang Tianfang the sort to willingly incur losses? Even if he bears some responsibility, He will undoubtedly seek revenge against us, Ye Feng remarked, his tone calm. What shall we do then? Wang Weiluo inquired. That is no longer my concern, Lord Island Master. You must devise a solution to this predicament yourself, Ye Feng replied, taking a seat and spinning around. The swivel chairs had been constructed, with each bank employee receiving one. In the Pingzhou government, Kuang Tianfeng roared in fury, cursed Ye Feng. Elda hastily knelt. Please, Lord Governor, temper your anger. Temper my anger? How can I possibly do that? In order to produce this batch of counterfeit currency, I summoned all the artists and craftsmen from across Pingzhou. Yet their molds were utterly inadequate and were identified by the hot spring bank. Bring forth my guards. 2 protectors stepped forward. Go to the secret base and execute all those so-called top artists. As for the craftsmen, banish them to the grinding mill, where they shall serve as slaves. Assisting in the continuous production of magical tools for Pingzhou, Kuang Tianfeng stated coldly. Are you truly going to kill all the artists in Pingzhou? Elda's expression shifted slightly. What other choice do we have? We cannot simply release them and risk them spilling my secrets, Kuang Tianfeng replied. Understood, Elda nodded. And one more thing. Send someone to infiltrate the hot spring bank and steal one of their so-called currency verification machines. In the future, every counterfeit we produce must pass through this verification machine to ensure the integrity of the banknotes before they are utilized. Yes, Elda could only nod repeatedly. Although he was a peak practitioner of the divine origin realm, seemingly only one level apart from the void refinement cultivator, Kuang Tianfeng, this was a misconception. The transition from the divine origin realm to the void refinement realm encompassed a far greater chasm than that of other realms. At this stage, the heavenly lightning posed more than just a threat to life. It had the potential to devastate. Most peak divine origin practitioners met their demise at this threshold. On Warm Spring Island, after 3 months of blissful life with the island master and his 2 lovely wives, Ye Feng once again retreated into the training chamber. In the days to come, he would no longer cultivate using the blood-sucking technique, but rather through rigorous self-discipline. Only in this manner could he resist the formidable influence of the heart demon. Chapter 12:21. Do you think she can succeed? Simultaneously, on North Warm Spring Island, squads of soldiers infiltrated the civilian districts, mercilessly slaughtering third-class citizens. Ironically, the common folk had become the safest group at that moment. Li Xian was resolute in his intent to eradicate the third-class citizens completely. Meanwhile, North Warm Spring Island witnessed a surge of factories sprouting up like mushrooms after a rain, machine shops, processing plants, military factories, and power plants. In Pingzhou, over 20,000 schools had been established, annually supplying a portion of talent to Warm Spring Island. A small fraction remained in Pingzhou to serve Kuang Tianfeng. However, when these individuals approached the governor, he had nothing to offer them, be it infrastructure, factories, or advanced assembly lines. In other words, if they wished to shine in Pingzhou, they could only rely on their own efforts to build from scratch. Consequently, 90% of this talent returned to Warm Spring Island, compelled to serve there in order to showcase the skills they had acquired in school. Above Chun An's villa, dark clouds suddenly gathered, and fierce winds howled. Bolts of golden lightning rained down from the heavens. After a day and a night, the villa opened, and Susan and the others rushed inside. Congratulations, Xiao Anzi. You have also advanced to the true martial realm, they exclaimed. Chun An remained expressionless, his demeanor significantly more composed. Time flowed by, days and months passing like a fleeting dream. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. Bai Chuxue, Su Yun, and Nair Maisie all broke through to the true martial realm during this period. On this day, the skies above Chung Li Bin's villa darkened, with golden lightning streaking through the clouds. Outside the villa stood Susan, Su Yun, Chen An, and others, eagerly anticipating the moment Chung Li Bin would ascend to the true martial realm. At this point, Susan had already reached the mid-stage of true martial, while the others were at the initial stage. I sense the thunder in the sky is gathering with some difficulty. Can old Ching break through? Chen An asked anxiously. Let us leave it to fate, Susan replied, her gaze fixed ahead. After an indeterminate amount of time, the golden lightning finally struck Chung Li Bin's villa. Following 2 successive bolts of golden lightning, the clouds dispersed. He succeeded, Susan exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Indeed, he has finally succeeded. Although the 2 bolts of golden lightning indicate that old Cheng's strength is at the bottom tier within the true martial realm, his lifespan has at least doubled. Bai Chuxue remarked with delight. As they were about to storm into Chung Li Bean's villa, suddenly, the skies above Wang Zhihai's residence darkened, thick with ominous clouds, and golden lightning flickered amidst the thunderous roars. To their surprise, both had advanced on the same day. Susan's gaze was fixed intently on the heavens. Inside the secret chamber, Wang Zhihai was drenched in sweat, exerting every ounce of energy within him, akin to the struggles of constipation. After a full day and night, the clouds began to disperse, and rain ceased. With a look of despondence, Wang Zhihai stepped out of the training room. "Come, let us offer some comfort to Zhihai," Susan declared, leading the way towards Wang Zhihai's villa. Wang Weiluo followed closely behind, as the island's leadership election was approaching in a few months, and he hoped to secure re-election. Old Wang Chunan entered the villa and enveloped Wang Zhihai in a warm embrace. "Zhihai, it's all right. With a few more years of practice, you may very well ascend to the true martial realm next time," Susan encouraged. "Dad, there's no need for concern. Hot Spring Island is rich in resources, and you will have another opportunity to challenge the true martial realm," Wang Weiluo added. Wang Zhihai sighed deeply, sinking into a chair in a state of despair. "Perhaps this is all predestined. Had I known, I would have cultivated the acquired realm to perfection, rather than comparing myself to old Chung. Now, I find myself at least 20 years behind in restoring my lost vitality. But can I even live for another 20 years? Even if I do, I would be in my 80s then. At that age, will my vitality withstand the onslaught of heavenly thunder?" Wang Zhihai lamented with a bitter smile. "Dad, please refrain from such morose talk. I firmly believe you will break through to the true martial realm," Wang Weiluo reassured, wrapping his arms around his father's leg. The father and son had been at odds for 2 years. "Weiluo, my eldest son, do not become too enamored with power. Invest your time in cultivation. I truly regret that without infinite lifespans, what does power matter? After a century, one is reduced to mere dust," Wang Zhihai lamented, shaking his head gently while caressing Wang Weiluo's cheek. In truth, Susan and the others had likely anticipated Wang Zhihai's fate, yet they felt compelled to offer their comfort. "Zhihai, do not speak nonsense. We can refine elixirs on Hot Spring Island and utilize spring coins to harvest the resources of the entire Pingzhou. Even if we must rely on elixirs, we will ensure you reach the true martial realm," Chunan admonished. "Such words may have held weight a decade ago, but now, in my 60s or 70s, my vitality wanes. Even if you force-feed me elixirs, can I truly refine their essence?" Wang Zhihai replied, "It matters not. I have long seen through this world. It is but a grand conspiracy. Progress is too slow, allowing one to live merely 100 years. Yet, if one advances too quickly, the inner demons will constrain their cultivation. Perhaps some unseen force restricts us, preventing our ascension to higher realms," Wang Zhihai stated. Casting his gaze towards the sky, the others fell silent, tacitly acknowledging his words. The optimal age for breaking through from the acquired realm to the true martial realm is between 30 and 40. At this stage of life, one possesses rich experiences, is less susceptible to the control of inner demons, and still maintains sufficient vitality to absorb the potency of elixirs and withstand the tribulations of heavenly thunder. Upon reaching the true martial realm, the optimal age for breakthrough lies between 60 and 80 years. For those in the innate realm, the ideal age for advancement ranges from 120 to 160 years. This implies that even for the formidable beings of the innate realm, only a span of 40 years exists for their most favorable breakthroughs. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and wisps of spiritual energy from hundreds of miles around began to converge upon the southern Hot Spring Island. In an instant, day transformed into night amidst the pitch-black clouds. Golden dragons writhed with abandon, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the apocalypse, suffocating all present. "Quickly, to the practice chamber of immortal He," exclaimed Susan, startled, as she and the others hurried toward the sanctuary of immortal He. Indeed, at the very center of the gathering clouds stood her grand villa. "She is on the verge of breaking through to the divine source realm," Susan declared. "Excellent. At last, one of our citizens from the Hot Spring Island will ascend to the divine source realm," Chunan exclaimed with excitement. "Do you think she will succeed?" "It's precarious," came the response from Guyu. "I have heard that the higher the cultivation level, the more challenging the breakthrough becomes. The difficulty of advancing from the postnatal realm to the true martial realm cannot be compared to that of higher levels." Guyu had, 3 months prior, transitioned from the late stages of the true martial realm to the early stages of the innate realm. His sister had surpassed him by 6 months and was currently in seclusion, striving to advance to the mid-stage of the innate realm. Chapter 12:22. More proficient whoosh. Boom. A bolt of golden thunder, the size of a house, descended from the heavens. Quick, get out of the way. Susan gasped in alarm, ushering everyone into the sand vehicle. Immortal He's villa was obliterated as if it were mere paper, reduced to dust by the golden thunder. Amidst the debris, a woman clad in white struggled to maintain a massive protective barrier, beads of sweat glistening on her delicate face. Boom. Another bolt of golden thunder struck down. Gritting her teeth, He Qingji raised her hands toward the sky. Yet, her protective light shattered within mere seconds, obliterated by the heavenly thunder. In that moment, she was left to withstand the subsequent strikes with her corporeal form alone. Boom. Another thunderbolt crashed down, causing He Qingji to stifle a groan as her garments were torn to shreds. A deep crater formed within 100 meters around her. The fourth bolt of thunder coalesced in the sky, rapidly expanding to the size of her villa. The surface of the thunder radiated with golden light, its formidable power palpable even from several kilometers away. He Qingji's complexion paled as she hastily retracted her magical incantations. Withdraw. Her flying sword was stowed away in her waist pouch, and all her spiritual energy was drawn back into her dantian. Upon sensing the absence of her energy, the thunderclouds in the sky gradually dissipated into silence. 5 minutes later, the night gave way to day once more, and the spiritual energy that had converged upon southern Hot Spring Island returned to nature. Sister He. Susan rushed over, draping a coat around her graceful form. Alas. He Qingji sighed deeply. It's all right, Immortal He. You are a practitioner of the transformation realm. You possess ample time to achieve significant breakthroughs. If not this time, then surely the next. Shunnen encouraged, peering through the seams of the coat. It is not that simple. Generally speaking, the first attempt marks the most significant breakthrough in achieving a higher realm. This phenomenon is often referred to as gaining momentum. The second attempt proves to be challenging, while the third is even more arduous. Typically, if a practitioner fails to ascend to a higher realm after 3 consecutive attempts, hope for further advancement diminishes, leaving them to languish in their original state until death. He Qingji spoke slowly, her face etched with fatigue. Sister He, please take some rest. I have reserved a room for you at the Hot Spring Grand Hotel. As for your villa, there is no need for concern. The Hot Spring Island will allocate funds from the foundation for its reconstruction, Susan assured her. He Qingji replied, swaying slightly as she made her way toward the Hot Spring Grand Hotel. In a particular training room, a disheveled man sat cross-legged on the floor. His clothes lay in tatters, and a thick layer of dust clung to his hair. Indeed, he was Ye Feng, who had been in seclusion for 2 years. At this moment, he was experiencing the essence of arduous cultivation. This rigorous path involved neither the use of blood-sucking techniques nor any elixirs. He solely relied on the cultivation of the Qingfeng sword manual to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. His progress was as slow as that of a snail, with 90% of the journey to the mid-stage of the innate realm still ahead of him. The silver lining was that he learned to endure solitude, conquer loneliness, and ultimately find joy in his own company during his time in isolation. This inner journey could only be mastered through personal endeavor, an attribute that no elixir could substitute. At the location of the temple, towering infected beings, each 100 meters tall, wandered aimlessly around the structure. Just then, 3 bombers soared overhead. From the underbelly of the aircraft, 3 oval objects were released. Boom, boom, boom. 3 brilliant bursts of white light illuminated the sky, turning it a ghostly pale. Following this, waves of transparent shockwaves radiated outward in all directions. Mushroom clouds erupted, vaporizing the infected beings in an instant. Even the colossal infected creatures, towering 100 meters high, succumbed to the overwhelming force, collapsing one after another. On board the bombers, several pilots gaped in astonishment at the apocalyptic scene unfolding 10 kilometers away, their mouths agape, as though they could swallow 2 apples. Is this the power of a hydrogen bomb? One pilot murmured. 20 kilometers from the temple, a massive sand truck halted in the heart of the vast desert. The truck's hatch swung open, and a giant emerged. It was Dielebu. What is happening? Are powerful beings in the divine separation realm battling here? Dielebu exclaimed, astonished. Behind him, 12 enormous spirit beasts stood, each bearing a massive box on their backs. Inside these boxes lay counterfeit currency that they had painstakingly forged over 2 years, undergoing countless revisions. Your Excellency, should we take a detour? One attendant inquired. No need. If there are indeed divine separation realm practitioners ahead, their divine consciousness would have already enveloped us. We shall pass directly beside the temple, Dielabu replied, taking the lead at the front of the sand truck. If there were truly practitioners of the divine separation realm, he could reveal his title as the King of Black Mountain. Even if they were unafraid, they would at least show him some respect. The divine separation realm nearly epitomizes the pinnacle of a nation's martial prowess. In the realm of demigods, he had never encountered nor heard of it before. Within the secret chamber of South Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng gradually opened his eyes. At that moment, his gaze was strikingly clear, reminiscent of an infant just born, with an unprecedented calmness shimmering deep within his eyes. Cough, cough. Ye Feng cleared his throat, his voice slightly hoarse from disuse, causing his enunciation to falter. Given my current state of mind, I should be able to withstand a breakthrough. With that thought, he opened a nearby cloth bag and retrieved 2 transformation pills. With a swift motion, he tossed both pills into his mouth. The pills dissolved instantly upon contact, plunging deeply into his throat, transforming into a vast surge of energy that clashed within his body. Ordinary innate practitioners would never dare to consume 2 transformation pills simultaneously, for the overwhelming energy could lead to their bodies exploding. Yet Ye Feng was different, having cultivated the 3rd layer of the Brahmin's sacred demon technique. His physical body was extraordinarily robust. Even without intentionally invoking the sacred texts, his corporeal strength far exceeded that of his peers. As he felt the explosive energy from the transformation pills surging within him, Ye Feng began to circulate the heart method of the Clear Wind Sword Manual, directing powerful energies throughout his entire being. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 flying swords erupted from his body, swirling around him in a frenzied dance. Simultaneously, the chamber resonated with the sound of rolling thunder. Time passed unknowingly, and Ye Feng's vitality soared. From morning until night, he cultivated relentlessly, reaching the pinnacle of the early innate stage, merely a step away from advancing into the mid-innate stage. The whirling swords generated a fierce sword aura, fragmenting the chamber into countless shards, exposing Ye Feng's essence beneath the luminous barrier. Break through my bottleneck. Ye Feng roared, an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. Crack. A subtle sound echoed within as the tumultuous energies finally found their outlet, all converging into his dantian. Success. After a brief moment, he slowly opened his eyes again. His vitality had thickened by 1/3, and his mental acuity had also enhanced significantly. Most importantly, his control over the flying swords had become markedly more refined. Chapter 1223. Sister-in-law, where is Zhihai? After 2 years, he was finally able to emerge from his seclusion. Ye Feng stood up, and with a swift motion, he crossed 100 meters, finding himself at the hot spring square. He then moved again, landing with a whoosh in the island masteress office. Wang Weiluo was engrossed in paperwork, startled by Ye Feng's sudden appearance. It was Guyu who responded first. Brother Feng, congratulations on successfully advancing to the mid-innate stage. Guyu exclaimed, embracing Ye Feng warmly. Uncle Ye Feng, you've reached the mid-innate stage? Wang Weiluo also came to his senses. Yes. Ha ha ha. Continue with your tasks. I shall greet the others. Just as Ye Feng finished speaking, his immense mental presence swept around him. It seemed he need not seek them out. They had already arrived. Ye Feng gestured towards the office door. Brother Feng, that is wonderful. Congratulations on your advancement. Chunin was the first to rush over, wrapping his arms around Ye Feng's waist. Good brother, you are quite impressive. Having broken through to the true martial realm, Ye Feng gazed at Chunin with delight. This is nothing. You should take a look at the others, Chunin remarked, gesturing toward the approaching higher-ups. At the forefront was Susan, followed by Su Yun, by Chu Xue, Nairei Meizi, and others. They had all advanced to the true martial realm. Ah Feng, ah Feng. Susan and Duoyan Haina leapt into his embrace. Bai Chu Xue and the others intended to join in as well. But Ye Feng's arms were simply too limited. Uncle Yi, Ilian approached, her forehead adorned with a mark that grew increasingly star-like, sometimes resembling a lotus flower, other times a vertical pupil, an astonishing sight indeed. Ilian, among the young people from civilized society, they have all attained the true martial realm. Why do you remain at the 7th stage of the Force Monarch? Ye Feng inquired. I am doing this intentionally. I am not yet 30. I wish to wait until around 35 before advancing to the true martial realm, lest I suffer the same fate as you. Being hindered by inner demons and unable to progress, Ilian explained. Ah, my apologies, little Ilian. I completely forgot how old you are this year, Ye Feng said. I am already 27, Ilian replied. Ah, 27? Ye Feng let out a long sigh. He recalled when he first encountered Ilian. She was merely a 10-year-old child. Time truly waits for no one. It follows that Ding Toanshuan, far away in another land, must also be 30 this year. Old indeed. Ye Feng sighed again. No, Uncle Yi, in my eyes, you are the youngest and most handsome, not old at all, Ilian assured him. Feng Ge. Cheng Libin approached and shared a hearty embrace with Ye Feng. Old Cheng, congratulations on advancing to the true martial realm, but this is merely the beginning. You must be in your 60s or 70s this year, right? I hope you can reach the innate realm before you turn 80. Ye Feng patted Cheng Libin on the back. Ha ha ha, my lifespan should be around 200 years. I still have another 130 years to live, so there's no need to worry. I am quite content, Cheng Libin beamed with joy. After his successful advancement, he held a family meeting at home to celebrate. However, the optimal age for breaking through from the true martial realm to the innate realm is between 60 and 80. I sense that your vitality has significantly improved. Previously, your complexion was quite pale and lacking color, Ye Feng remarked. Well, I'll do my best, even if I don't succeed. I have 130 years to elevate the technological level of Hot Spring Island by another dimension, Cheng Libin chuckled. Then, Bai Chuxue rushed over to embrace Ye Feng. Chuxue, do your best to strive for a breakthrough to the mid-true martial realm within the next 2 years, Ye Feng encouraged. Okay, I will do my best. Bai Chuxue replied before it was Nairei Meizhi's turn. Like Ye Feng, she was also 40 years old. However, in appearance, they both still resembled individuals in their 20s, though their voices revealed their true ages. You too, Meizhi. You should aim to break through to the mid-true martial realm within the next 2 to 3 years and reach the great realm of the innate realm by around 60. Ye Feng advised. You must also strive diligently, engaging in rigorous practice rather than indulging in shortcuts. Although elixirs may facilitate swift advancement, they often leave behind latent perils. Raimai reminded Li Feng of this. I understand, Li Feng replied, turning to Wang Wei Luo. In the past 2 years, how many citizens have ascended to the true martial realm? In response to Uncle Feng's inquiry, approximately 400 citizens have achieved this milestone, along with 37 who have progressed to the early stages of the innate realm. 3 individuals have reached the transformation origin realm, all of whom were formerly affiliated with the female cultivation sect, brought here by Fairy He, Wang Wei Luo explained. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly splendid, Li Feng exclaimed, his smile widening. I never imagined that Hot Spring Island would now be teeming with formidable individuals. By the way, what of your father? Suddenly, Li Feng recalled a significant figure. My father. Wang Wei Luo sighed deeply, lowering his gaze. A sense of unease settled in Li Feng's heart. Could it be that Wang Zhihai? Feng. Zhihai's breakthrough was unsuccessful, Susan interjected. You startled me. I thought he had. I must go see him, to offer some comfort, Li Feng stated. Wang Zhihai could be regarded as the second benefactor of Hot Spring Island. Regardless of his previous ambitions for power, his contributions could not be overlooked. Furthermore, when Fairy He attempted to break through to the divine origin realm, she too faced failure, Duoyan Hina reminded them. Let us first visit Zhihai, then extend our condolences to Fairy He, Li Feng concluded, leading a dozen close friends toward Wang Zhihai's villa. Along the way, they passed through a greenhouse area, where an array of verdant crops flourished wildly, including rice, wheat, and other unfamiliar plants. Remarkable. Who developed this? Li Feng inquired. It was created by a native of Xin County, who has since received the Biological Nobel Prize and has become a citizen, Susan informed him. Impressive. Such talent should be recruited by Hot Spring University as a professor to share insights on biology, Li Feng exclaimed with excitement. As the soul of Hot Spring Island, even though he was now a mere citizen, his words still carried significant weight. In fact, as time passed, the impact of Li Feng's words would only grow. Finally, they arrived at Wang Zhihai's doorstep, illuminated by a street lamp, with silence enveloping the house. Zhihai, I have come to see you, Li Feng called, knocking on the door. Creak. Wang Zhihai's wife opened the door. Sister-in-law, where is Zhihai? Oh, he is in the study, reading. Mom. Wang Wei Luo approached. Son. Wang Zhihai's wife exclaimed joyfully, enveloping her island lord's son in a warm embrace. Chapter 1224. Swallowing hard, what is Zhihai doing? Cooped up in the study all day? Feng Ge has come to see you. Feng Ge, please make yourselves comfortable. I will prepare Western cuisine for you. A skill I learned a few days ago from Sister Su Yun. That sounds delightful, Li Feng nodded. After a short while, the door to the study opened, and Wang Zhihai emerged, appearing listless. Feng Ge, you have arrived. Please make yourselves at home. It seems I, Wang Zhihai, am destined to be estranged from the true martial realm. Wang Zhihai, with a look of despair, spoke dishearteningly. Father, please refrain from such remarks. Wang Weilo, feeling disgruntled, retorted. Upon gazing at his son, Wang Zhihai's face briefly illuminated with excitement, only to be overshadowed by a sudden gloom. Feng Ge, I concede that you are correct. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to avoid power and dedicate myself to cultivating at home, aspiring to ascend to the true martial realm one day, Wang Zhihai declared. Susan, Duoyan Hina, Su Yun, and Bai Chushua took turns to console Wang Zhihai. Shortly thereafter, his primary wife, accompanied by several concubines, presented a Western meal. To his surprise, it was impeccably arranged, complete with utensils, featuring medium-rare steak adorned with pepper. After comforting Wang Zhihai, Ye Feng discreetly ventured into He Qingji's chamber, only to discover her in seclusion, recuperating from severe injuries inflicted by the heavenly lightning. She would likely need several years to fully recover. At that moment, a thunderous sound resonated from outside the light screen. Is Island Master Yi present? Please come forth for a discussion. Swiftly, Wang Weilo and other high-ranking officials surged toward the source of the sound. Ye Feng's expression shifted as he concealed himself, observing from the shadows. It was that electric debut again, presumably bringing yet another batch of counterfeit currency. What is all the commotion about? Uncle Ye Feng has retired, for any matters. You should seek me instead, Wang Weilo stated coldly, standing before the light screen alongside several formidable guards, casting a frosty gaze at electric debut. How much is a Gatling gun now? Electric debut inquired. Still 10 billion each. Have you come into money again? Wang Weilo replied, his demeanor unwelcoming, fully aware that this individual was attempting to exchange counterfeit currency for weapons. Were it not for the numerous enterprises of the hot spring island in Pingzhou, Wang Weilo might have exposed the deception outright. 10 billion each? Very well. This time, I bring 100 billion hot spring coins to purchase 5 Gatling guns, and 50 billion to convert into ammunition, Electric debut proclaimed. That is acceptable. May I inspect your currency? Wang Weilo crossed his arms, his impatience palpable. Here. Electric debut responded. What? Wang Weilo gazed at him with skepticism. Electric Law King, the hot spring coins have been updated. Yours are considered old currency. Have you not heard of the invalidation notice issued a year ago? Only the new notes possess purchasing power, Wang Weilo explained. What? New currency? Electric debut's brow furrowed. For the past 2 years, he had been engrossed in his own endeavors, oblivious to the fact that the 4th generation of hot spring coins had been released on the island. I am not deceiving you. Behold, this is the new currency. Featuring a portrait of Feng Ge, Wang Weilo produced a new note, displaying Ye Feng's visage. Electric debut exclaimed, I do not care today. You must sell me the Gatling gun, or I shall ensure that Hot Spring Island pays a price. His voice rose in a furious crescendo, causing the light screen to tremble slightly. It should be noted that during these 2 years, he had gathered a significant number of counterfeit experts from Pingzhou, laboring tirelessly day and night to forge a set of counterfeit currency molds. However, just as he completed the molds, the hot spring coins were updated. Anyone would have found such a shock unbearable. Stop this. If you wish to purchase the Gatling gun, you must present new currency, Wang Weilo insisted, covering his ears. Very well, new currency is new currency. Exchange these old notes for me at once. Diane de Bu glared at Wang Weiluo with eyes ablaze. The exchange period has long since expired. It has been 3 months. Have you not had any contact with the outside world? Wang Weiluo retorted. Diane de Bu replied, recently. They have been in seclusion with the governor, leaving no time to concern themselves with external affairs. As for the counterfeiting of currency, they have conducted their operations in secrecy. Apart from the 4 law kings and those laborers, no one else is aware. Boy, do you believe I won't obliterate you with a single punch? Diane de Bu threatened, his patience wearing thin. Your Excellency, please refrain from impulsive actions, lest we provoke animosity between my warm spring island and Pingzhou, Wang Weiluo cautioned. Animosity? I'll show you animosity. In his fury, Dabu struck the energy screen with a tremendous blow. Swoosh! His fist effortlessly pierced through the screen, seizing the nearby Guyu. Hey, don't be rash. Let him go. Wang Weiluo gasped in shock. Let him go? Dabu narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip. Ah! Guyu shimmered with light before erupting into a cloud of crimson mist. Swoosh! Ye Feng arrived in a flash. Guyu! He slowly lifted his head, casting a furious glare at Dabu. Do you realize whom you have slain? Ye Feng asked coldly. I care not for who he is. Today, Warm Spring Island must provide me with 5 Gatling guns and countless ammunition. Otherwise, I will unleash a massacre outside the energy screen until you deliver the weapons to me. Dabu's eyes blazed, as if he had lost all reason. Ye Feng nodded solemnly, then shook his head. Master Wang, what price must be paid for the murder of a citizen? He inquired without turning. Uncle Yi, they must pay a price 1,000-fold. Wang Weiluo answered. Very well. Do what you must, and I shall support you wholeheartedly, Ye Feng declared. With Ye Feng's backing, Wang Weiluo stepped forward, coldly fixing his gaze on Dabu. Troops, heed my command. Bombers, take to the skies, and Gatling guns. Aim at this behemoth outside. Within Warm Spring Island, tens of thousands of Gatling guns slowly raised their barrels, including some mounted on vehicles. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bombers ascended one by one, soon disappearing into the clouds. Gulp. Dabu swallowed hard. He had previously thought that by killing a single resident, he could offset the life of a citizen with the death of just one attendant. He never anticipated that Wang Weiluo would be so resolute. Master Wang, are you truly going to proceed with this? Dabu asked, slapping his waist. Whereupon dozens of energy screens enveloped him. His attendants followed suit, summoning their protective auras. Even the spirit beasts sensed an impending crisis, pawing the ground and emitting mournful cries. Fire! Pew! Pew 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 pew. Dabu's energy shield flickered uncertainly as his Yuan transformation attendants hurriedly encircled him. Law King, we must leave at once. This place is no longer safe. My protective aura is gone. Boom. One of the cultivators in the early stages of transformation had not finished his words when a burst of divine light shattered, and in an instant, his body was reduced to a sieve. The howls of the spirit beasts behind him were even more tragic, as they emitted earth-shattering cries, collapsing one after another onto the ground. Chapter 12:25. Surrender, and I shall grant you clemency outside the law. The heavy crates crashed upon the icy surface, and a multitude of counterfeit bills fluttered down from the sky, only to be shredded by bullets. Alas, this is dire. 2 more cultivators were reduced to fragments. The others could no longer maintain their composure. With a shout, they fled in all directions. Dabu's eyes turned crimson as he observed his subordinates falling, signifying his complete severance from Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng, the grudge of today, I shall repay 100-fold in the future. After uttering these words, Dabu moved swiftly, vanishing into the distance in a flash. 100-fold repayment? Dabu, you appear to be mistaken. You have slain citizens, and thus, you must perish. Furthermore, your family, clan, and relatives, at least 1,000 of them, must die as well. This is the law of Hot Spring Island. Wang Weilu stepped forward, fixing his sharp gaze on the distant Dabu. You? Very well. I shall eagerly witness how you annihilate my entire family. As he spoke, a barrage of bullets struck his protective divine light. Around him, several cultivators fell one after another. After all, they were facing the entire firepower of Hot Spring Island. The cultivators could scarcely withstand a moment longer. In the sky, bombers began their assault, accurately locking onto a few individuals from an altitude of 100,000 meters. Heavy water cascaded continuously from the heavens. Oh no. Save me, Law King. One by one, these dozens of cultivators fell, leaving only Dabu alive. Relying on his formidable divine essence, he barely managed to escape to a distance of 10,000 meters. He flashed and passed through 2 factories. Boom. The factories erupted with cries of agony, as half of the workers were slaughtered and machinery was destroyed. Ha ha. Dabu let out a long laugh and charged into another factory. Boom. Boom. Factories crumbled, accompanied by the anguished screams of workers. You wretched beast. Wang Weilu roared in fury. Although those factories were all subcontractors, they served Hot Spring Island. What should we do, Island Master Wang? A group of high-ranking officials gathered around. Wang Weilu was now at a loss, turning his pleading gaze towards Ye Feng. Uncle Yi, what shall we do? Do not ask me. The time has come to test your leadership abilities. Ye Feng shook his head and retreated into the crowd. Unless Hot Spring Island faced a grave calamity, he would refrain from meddling in its authority, for otherwise, how was he different from a dictator? Wang Weilu took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. Convey my orders. Deploy the sand carts and send out a unit of soldiers clad in heavy water combat suits to advance systematically, ensuring every factory is thoroughly inspected. Wang Weilu commanded. Understood. Nearly 10,000 soldiers emerged from the shimmering barrier, each wielding a Gatling gun. In front of every 20 soldiers stood a sand vehicle serving as a shield. Ye Feng blended into the ranks, accompanied by Chunin. Both were attired like ordinary soldiers, clad in heavy water combat suits, with heavy water pistols at their waists and heavy water Gatling guns in hand. Wang Weiluo personally stepped out to command. Some advised him, suggesting that as the island's lord, he ought to remain within the barrier to direct from a distance. However, Wang Weiluo dismissed this notion with a sharp slap. As the ruler of an island, he could not afford to be so afraid of death. If he were, how could Wan Shou Island thrive? His uncle Ye Feng had faced death without fear, and he resolved to do the same. Thus, Wang Weiluo took his seat atop the sand vehicle, flanked on all sides by 5 elite warriors of the true martial realm. Their combined mental energies formed a comprehensive scanning apparatus, enveloping the vicinity for several kilometers to ensure that D-Lab did not lie in wait nearby. The remaining soldiers formed teams of 50, arranging themselves in a triangular formation as they advanced step by step toward the various factories. Simultaneously, some true martial experts utilized their mental energies to scan the factories, delving deep into their interiors. Their mental energies functioned much like X-ray vision, capable of penetrating most earthly materials. Naturally, in open areas, the range of their mental surveillance extended even further. However, in a labyrinthine environment, their perception would be somewhat hindered and not reach as far as in open spaces. In a sealed environment constructed of 5-meter-thick steel, the intensity of a true martial warrior's mental energy would likely fail to penetrate, with only the innate realm's mental strength capable of doing so. Additionally, certain materials in this world could weaken or even completely block mental energies, such as the soundproof barriers employed by cultivators. Yet, such defenses could only deter the honorable, failing against the unscrupulous, serving merely as a cautionary measure. In the midst of the formation, Ye Feng released a small portion of his mental energy, sweeping it across the factory ahead. Chunin similarly projected his mental energy toward the factory on the left. As their energies traversed numerous twists and turns, passing through door frames, a portion was diminished. Yet they remained impervious to the penetration of mental energies from those above the true martial level. Brother Feng, do you think D-Lab might have quietly left South Wan Shou Island? Chunin whispered. Let us search once more. If that rogue is hiding within one of the factories, lying in wait on South Wan Shou Island, it poses a grave threat to us. Just as Ye Feng finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion resonated 5 kilometers away, causing a factory to collapse. Subsequently, the incessant roar of Gatling guns echoed through the air. D-Lab's figure flickered, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight, swiftly taking refuge in the basement of another factory. In the pitch-black basement, D-Lab tore open his shirt, revealing a small wound on his chest, from which blood oozed profusely. With a pained gasp, he reached behind to feel the injury. The bullet had entered from the front and exited through the back, creating a grievous wound. To his astonishment, the power of the heavy water Gatling gun was far beyond his expectations. After Dazhu finished speaking, he tore a piece of cloth from his garment and bound it around his chest. His speed had indeed been impressive. However, those who had come to encircle him were no less formidable, predominantly comprising late-stage practitioners, akin to masters of the Power King level. Among them were 2 formidable, true martial realm experts. It seemed they had anticipated his escape route, as they had initially aimed their firearms at his rear, resulting in him sustaining a gunshot wound. As for the protective divine light, he had not yet had the opportunity to unleash it. Move, Ye Feng commanded with a wave of his hand, directing the 50-member search team towards the collapsed factory. Before long, the industrial park had been completely vacated. Workers and owners alike scrambled to escape, taking refuge behind sand trucks. Outside the industrial park, over 100 sand trucks had gathered. Wang Weiluo stood atop one of the trucks, holding a loudspeaker. Dazhu, I am aware of your presence within this industrial park. You have a mere 15 minutes to surrender. Should you do so, I shall grant you clemency, holding only you accountable and sparing your entire clan. In the basement of a factory within the industrial park, Dazhu let out a cold laugh. Cultivators are inherently selfish. Had Wang Weiluo reversed his statement, he might have genuinely considered surrendering. Dazhu, do not be obstinate. Do not provoke the wrath of our hot spring island. The killing of citizens must be met with retribution. Wang Weiluo's voice continued to echo. Moments ago, Dazhu had collapsed 3 more factories, resulting in the deaths of 5 or 6 citizens. Lord Island Master, in our quest for vengeance for a single citizen, we have already lost 6 more. Is this truly worth it? 1,000 household officer could not help but question. Absolutely worth it. Even if we were to lose 1,000 citizens more, Dazhu must face justice. This is the ethos of Hot Spring Island, meant to convey to the entire Star-Meng Continent that anyone who dares to harm a citizen of Hot Spring Island will inevitably pay a steep price. Otherwise, anyone could trample upon Hot Spring Island. For those who kill citizens would go unpunished, leaving the stronger without a moral burden. Wang Weiluo's voice resonated, reaching all within a 10-kilometer radius. The soldiers of Hot Spring Island nodded in agreement, a swell of pride surging within them. Among the crowd, Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. Since he had stepped down as island master, several individuals had assumed that role, including Susan, Helix, Wang Zhihai, and Hao Yue. Yet, none had displayed the same level of awareness as Wang Weiluo. Brother Feng, the younger generation surpasses the older. I feel that Wang Zhihai has raised a remarkable son. Chun and praised from the side. Indeed, I believe that at the upcoming island master election in 4 months, I shall cast my vote for him to continue his tenure. Ye Feng replied, feeling a sense of relief. Brother Feng, as long as you support him, his re-election is practically assured, for the citizens will follow your lead. Chun remarked. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Despite his fondness for Wang Weiluo, he did not wish for the citizens to follow his voting preferences, as it would equate to leveraging his own prestige to grant Wang Weiluo an unfair advantage. Never mind, I shall be the last to cast my vote, Ye Feng declared. At that moment, the voice of Diandabu echoed throughout the industrial park. Ha ha ha, you little rascal, what are you? Do you think you can compel this king of law to surrender? Do you believe that because you possess a Gatling gun, I would hesitate to charge out? Should I emerge from the industrial park, even at the cost of grave injury, I am confident that none could impede my advance, and I shall make it my first order of business to eliminate you. Diandabu's voice seemed to emanate from all directions, rendering it impossible to discern his location. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and unleashed his formidable spiritual sense to envelop the entire industrial park. However, midway through this endeavor, he encountered an even more powerful spiritual force that obstructed his efforts. Ha ha ha, Diandabu, as the Lord of Hot Spring Island, I have long cast aside fears of life and death. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall execute you on the spot. After my demise, the House of Representatives will elect a new island lord, and the normal operations of Hot Spring Island shall remain unaffected. Wang Weiluo's voice reverberated through the skies above Hot Spring Island. This proclamation seemed to imbue the citizens with a collective spirit, causing them to stand tall. Indeed, as citizens of Hot Spring Island, if one fears death, what right do they have to enjoy such splendid benefits? To fear death is to forfeit one's identity as a resident of Hot Spring Island. Silence enveloped the industrial park. Diandabu trembled in the basement. As one of the 4 great law kings, his power was well recognized, yet when it came to courage, he fell short of even an ordinary county prince. After all, prolonged positions of authority had dulled his bravery, eroded by years of comfort. How can the people of Hot Spring Island be so bold? Diandabu muttered, intermittently releasing a wave of spiritual energy to neutralize the encroaching spiritual presence within the industrial park. Ye Feng and Chun approached Wang Weiluo, Lord of the island. We cannot remain in this stalemate. Diandabu's strength is overwhelming. If we do not subdue him swiftly, he may develop the delusion that he can lurk outside the barrier, wreaking havoc at will. How can we hope to progress then? Ye Feng cautioned. Diandabu was a peak practitioner of the divine origin realm, capable of living for approximately 2 millennia. If he continued to lurk beyond the barrier while the South Hot Spring Island remained powerless against him, he would exploit this advantage to incessantly cause destruction and even coerce Hot Spring Island into supplying advanced weaponry. Subsequently, other powerful practitioners of the divine origin realm would likely follow suit, arriving at South Hot Spring Island to create chaos and impose unreasonable demands. Lord of the island, I propose we release toxic gas, suggested a general. But how effective is the gas? Can it kill a practitioner of the divine origin realm? It has not been tested. It certainly won't work. A practitioner of the divine origin realm can hold their breath, and your toxic gas would be utterly ineffective against them. Ye Feng shook his head. Then what should we do? Although Wang Weilu possessed great vision and ambition, he was still too young. Just then, Cheng Libin approached. Brother Feng. At this juncture, the only option left is to destroy this industrial park. And how do we achieve that? Ye Feng was unaware that the technology for a hydrogen bomb had matured and could be airdropped. It is as follows, Cheng Libin announced as he deployed a soundproof barrier. 10 minutes later, all the workers surrounding the industrial park fled into the distance, as if pursued by phantoms. Simultaneously, soldiers encircling the park began to retreat in waves. Over 100 sand vehicles remained stationed around the industrial complex. Inside the basement, Diandabu felt an incessant twitch in his left eye. What was happening? His vast consciousness swept across a radius of several dozen kilometers. At the entrance of the industrial park, still lingered hundreds of sand vehicles. However, within a 100-mile radius, it seemed as if not a soul remained. What were they doing? Diandabu's heart sank, a foreboding sense creeping over him. Brother Feng, could you please enlarge the protective divine light a bit, so that I may squeeze in? Chun was currently using his small orb of light to strike against Ye Feng's protective barrier. We are already within the protective light of Hot Spring Island. We shouldn't be affected by the radiation, Ye Feng replied. Then why are you still keeping the protective light so large? Just in case, he said. The area beside the light barrier was crowded with people, all gazing with anticipation at the industrial park, 50 kilometers away. Wang Weiluo lowered his binoculars and waved towards the back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bombers soared toward the location of the industrial park. On board were seasoned airmen. Well aware of how to accurately deploy a hydrogen bomb at the center of the park from 10,000 meters in the air, everyone's eyes widened. Today, I must witness whether the peak of the divine essence realm can withstand nuclear weaponry, Shunan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Everyone, close your eyes and do not open them. Cheng Libin suddenly shouted. Why must we close them? Some indigenous citizens questioned. The civilized individuals, including Ye Feng, quickly shut their eyes. Chapter 1227. Let's discuss your situation. Damn it, I told you to close them. I won't close mine. Do you think I will miss this spectacle? Among the citizens, there were always a few stubborn ones. Their eyes wide open in defiance. Boom. 50 kilometers away, 3 brilliant white beams shot skyward. In an instant, the entire world transformed into a blinding white. Oh no, my eyes. Ah, my eyes. Several defiant citizens clutched their eyes, spinning in place. After the blinding light, waves of shock rippled through the air. Factories were effortlessly obliterated as if they were mere scraps of paper. 3 mushroom clouds ascended, illuminating the surrounding 200 kilometers as brightly as day. A full minute later, Ye Feng cautiously opened his eyes. The white light gradually dissipated, revealing a scene of utter devastation. In the distance, the anguished cries of civilians echoed. I can't see. Help. I can't see. My eyes. The lamentations of the civilians were relentless. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he turned to Cheng Libin. Why didn't you warn them sooner to close their eyes? Now, it seems South Hot Spring Island will have an influx of fortune-tellers. Ye Feng said with dissatisfaction. I apologize. This is the first time nuclear weapons have been used against humanity. I didn't consider it thoroughly. It was my fault, Cheng Libin replied. His head bowed in shame. Never mind. After all, they are not citizens. Perhaps a little compensation would suffice. Wang Weiluo attempted to mediate the situation. It was the first time he observed Cheng Libin being reprimanded. Brother Feng, they need not rely solely on fortune-telling. They can also practice osteomancy. Chunin remarked from the side. Suddenly, a figure erupted from the epicenter of the explosion. Ye Feng swiftly extended his consciousness. Diandabu soared into the air. His eyes tightly shut, his skin visibly deteriorating at an alarming rate. Yet, within him, divine essence continuously endeavored to mend the wounds. The opposing forces of destruction and restoration clashed within him, hastening the depletion of his divine essence. Boom! Diandabu crashed onto the icy surface below. At that moment, he was engulfed in agony, as if a myriad of ants were relentlessly biting at his flesh. Simultaneously, his vision was temporarily obscured. In the depths of his suffering, he found himself unable to project his consciousness outward. It hurts so much, Diandabu roared, unleashing a sonic wave that radiated in all directions. He was situated at the very center of this reverberation, unaware of the need to relocate. Within the protective barrier of Hot Spring Island, everyone raised their binoculars, astonished as they beheld Dianda Bu in the distance. Ye Feng, however, did not require binoculars. Through his consciousness, he sensed the potent radiation permeating the air. It was as though a miniature Gatling gun, reduced 1,000-fold, mercilessly swept the surroundings. Dianda Bu's body was charred, and each time his skin threatened to decay, his divine essence rushed to heal the damage. Lord of the island, shall we take him down now? One of the 1,000 householders inquired. No need, Wang Weluo replied, shaking his head. Having attended university, he understood the concept of hydrogen bombs and the peril of radiation. Should they unleash gunfire upon him now, he would merely escape the radiation zone. Let him remain there. The longer he endured, the more harm he would incur. Wang Weluo spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Dianda Bu in the distance. Dianda Bu's divine essence was nearly expended. He staggered to his feet, resembling a drunken man performing a clumsy dance. Yet, it was utterly futile. Ah, the pain. It hurt so much. Dianda Bu's cries echoed. This torment persisted for an extended duration until the last drop of his divine essence vanished. In the following moment, his flesh began to decay gradually, blood spewing from his mouth and nostrils. Particularly, his face transformed into a grotesque mass of putrefaction at an alarming speed, his eyes merging grotesquely with the blood and flesh. In truth, even at the pinnacle of divine essence cultivation, one could withstand the explosion of a nuclear bomb without such horrific consequences. This calamity was a result of his failure to summon his protective divine light, which left him vulnerable to the shockwave that initially inflicted severe injuries. Furthermore, the terrifying radiation relentlessly ravaged his cellular structure. The next morning, Wang Weluo again lifted his binoculars. In the distance, only a mass of decaying flesh remained. He was taken aback by the sheer potency of the nuclear bomb. Wang Weluo's breath quickened involuntarily. Master Wang, I believe that area should be designated as a no-go zone, prohibiting anyone from approaching. Furthermore, the fish in the nearby waters should no longer be consumed. If one desires to eat fish, they must be transported from Beiquan Island via train, Cheng Li Bin asserted. Is it really that severe? Wang Weluo questioned. My dear nephew, old Cheng is correct. The radiation may persist for decades. In the future, our food supply will have to come solely from Beiquan Island, Ye Feng remarked. Such a formidable weapon? Its effects can last for decades? Wang Weluo exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, the knowledge you possess is merely a fraction of what I have left behind. You have yet to witness the true power of a nuclear bomb, Ye Feng replied, nodding solemnly. Wang Weluo then turned to others from civilized society. This is splendid. This afternoon, there is an interview with several outstanding students from the Thermal Springs Institute of Technology who specialize in nuclear weaponry. Uncle Ye Feng and Uncle An, I kindly ask for your assistance in the interview process. Otherwise, they will be compelled to work in private enterprises. Yulong is currently competing with us for talent, offering exorbitant salaries. No matter what we propose for graduates of the Thermal Springs Institute, Yulong's offers are always double ours. It's not just Yulong. Lung Yin and her associates are also vying for talent from the Thermal Springs Institute, Wang Weluo stated earnestly. Those two exceptional students are indeed graduates of the Thermal Springs Institute, yet their arrogance prevents them from wanting to attend the interview. Conveniently passing the burden on to you and Ye Feng, he added. How wonderful, Brother Feng. Previously, in the civilized world, I was always the one being interviewed. Now, I can finally hold my head high. Outside the illuminated screen, in an opulently decorated office, two young men sat behind a desk adorned with an interview sign. Beneath the desk, over 40 middle-aged men and women sat on small benches, with Chun Un and Ye Feng among them. Now, please share your qualifications. The young man on the left pointed towards a middle-aged balding man on the bench. The balding man quickly nodded and approached the desk. An annual salary of 5 million thermal coins, working merely 3 hours a day, which amounts to 6 hours on Thermal Springs Island. Additionally, a personal assistant, all tall and beautiful, and our company will allocate full funding to support your research and development. Oh, the young man lifted the middle-aged man's resume. Chapter 1228. You might even get bitten back. Apologies, but your company appears to specialize in selling machine tools. While both of us are focused on nuclear weapon development, our fields do not align. Please await further news, the young man concluded, tossing the balding man's resume aside. Classmate, please grant us another opportunity. Our company is in dire need of talents like yours, the balding man implored. I have already stated that our fields do not align. Please await further news, the young man replied, showing signs of impatience. Please, for the sake of courtesy. Our clan leader has insisted that we must bring back a talent today. I beg you, the balding man pleaded, gripping the young man's leg. Security, security. Moments later, the balding man was escorted out by 2 security personnel. Next, the young man adjusted his suit. On the bench, Chen's expression was one of deep discontent. Is this an interview? I feel as though the interviewer is even more impressive than we, the interviewers. He had initially anticipated some excitement, yet was taken aback by the nature of this interview. Esteemed candidate, our company specializes in chemistry, and should 2 of you join us, I am confident that we will rank within the top 500 of Hot Spring Island, the middle-aged woman stated politely. The professional qualifications align, but my brother and I can only aspire to the top 500. Upon checking, it appears you are ranked 501st. Please await further news. The high-achieving student replied coolly. Very well then. The middle-aged woman took her resume and departed. Next, I am Chen, here on behalf of the Hot Spring Military Factory. With an annual salary of 5 million hot spring coins, working only 4 hours a day at the factory, complete with a dedicated beautiful assistant. Of course, should your preferences differ, a handsome male assistant can be arranged. Chen introduced the benefits of the Hot Spring Military Factory. Is that you, Uncle? I hardly recognized you after so many years. The high-achieving student recognized Chen. And him, you must remember, right? Chen gestured toward Ye Feng. What? The Hot Spring King? I apologize. During our time at school, we were so engrossed in our work that I failed to recognize you, came the response. Very well. It is settled. My classmate and I are both willing to work at the Hot Spring Military Factory. With Ye Feng stepping forward, he immediately secured positions for both high-achieving students. After all, the regulations of Hot Spring Island do not compel them to work there. It is all about freedom. Ha ha. We succeeded. Brother Feng, let us head back for a drink to celebrate. Chen exclaimed. You may celebrate without me. I have some matters to attend to. Otherwise, I fear that Wang Weiluo may mishandle things, leading to serious consequences. Ye Feng replied before proceeding to the edge of the quarantine area. Here, numerous signs had been erected. Each bore a 3-leaf fan design with the warning, Nuclear Radiation Zone, no entry. A multitude of soldiers from Hot Spring Island, clad in thick protective gear, were dispersing the crowds at the periphery. Brother Feng, someone recognized Ye Feng. A mere sign is insufficient. We must arrange for personnel to drive stakes in the radiation zone and erect barbed wire to serve as a proper warning, Ye Feng instructed. Understood, Brother Feng. I will attend to it immediately. Ye Feng then made his way to the civilian area. Numerous security personnel were weaving through the crowds, carrying promotional signs. Effective immediately. No merchant is permitted to sell frozen fish unless it has undergone quarantine. Violators will have all their assets confiscated and face imprisonment. The security personnel proclaimed loudly across the civilian area. However, these individuals did not take the radiation threat seriously, as they remained unaware of its terrifying destructive potential. Ye Feng seized the security captain and said, Inform the head of the Wei Yuan Security Company to intensify the public awareness campaign, particularly emphasizing the dangers of nuclear radiation to the human body. It must be done swiftly. Yes, Brother Feng. As Ye Feng continued on, he arrived at Peach Blossom Village. The nuclear explosion had not adversely affected the industries here. Sir, come play with us. A lovely young woman waved at Ye Feng. I apologize, but I am a person of integrity, he replied. After Ye Feng concluded his statements, he continued his patrol through Peach Blossom Village. Some bold and alluring women approached him, attempting to draw him into a nearby house. One particular woman captured his attention. Her attire mirrored that of Duoyan Hina, albeit with a more provocative twist, and her demeanor was strikingly similar. Sir, would you care to cast a spell on me? By the way, my name is Duoyan Hela. Ye Feng clenched his fists, fury igniting within him. Let us go inside. I must uncover who is behind this. He promptly followed Duoyan Hela into the interior. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the advanced heating system powered by electricity. Inside, not only was there Ilian, but also Su Yun, Li Tuanshuan, Zhang Tuanshuan, and Nair Lemei. Most alarming of all was the presence of Ye Feng himself. Only this doppelganger wore high heels and was adorned with heavy makeup, engaging in flirtation with an older woman. Hey, who is your boss? Ye Feng seized Chen, who was dressed provocatively. How annoying. I only cater to female clients. As for our boss, I'm not entirely sure. However, if male clients agree to pay double, I might reconsider, Chunin replied, leaning in suggestively. Go to hell. Ye Feng delivered a punch, leaving Chun in with panda eyes. Stop. In the name of the state lord, I command you to cease. At that moment, a woman in a high-slit dress approached. What? Who are you? The wife of Kuang Tianfang. Nehuadaju? Ye Feng's eyes flickered with realization, grasping the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. He stormed into the screen area where Chun-in was napping and delivered a severe beating. Ouch, Brother Feng. I'm not fully awake yet. Why are you hitting me? Chun-in cried, clutching his panda eyes. Shut down your operations in Peach Blossom Village, or you will face dire consequences. Having said this, Ye Feng furiously returned to his slumber. Only he and Chun-in had encountered Kuang Tianfang's wife. Who else could possess Chun-in's enterprise? In Pingzhou Prefecture, Kuang Tianfang stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing skyward. Behind him, a fortunate escapee from the transformation realm reported, "It is as such, Your Excellency." The Law King was killed by Ye Feng on Hot Spring Island, along with dozens of accompanying experts, our finest from Pingzhou Prefecture. I understand. You may leave. I will handle this matter. Kuang Tianfang's lips trembled slightly. The 4 Law Kings were his last resort, and now one had perished on Hot Spring Island. This meant he must exact vengeance for Dianda Bu. Otherwise, how would the other state lords regard him? How would the monarch and the nation's rulers perceive him? How would his subordinates in Pingzhou view him? Dianda Bu was akin to his closest confidant. Revenge was imperative. Come forth, the 3 of you. Kuang Tianfang commanded. From behind the screen emerged 3 figures. Feng Lingtian, Shui Yu, and Lei Zhentian. These were his final 3 Law Kings. State Lord, please avenge our 4th brother. The trio knelt in unison. Revenge is inevitable. However, it is imperative to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the demise of Dabu. Given his prowess, it seems implausible that he could be easily vanquished by bombers and heavy water Gatling guns. Surely, he could have escaped if he was outmatched? Thus, you 3 must reduce yourselves to the size of ordinary humans and venture to South Hot Springs Island to investigate whether any formidable weapons have been developed anew. I grant you but a month, after which, I shall personally lead a great army to assault Hot Springs Island. Is it necessary to raise our 200-plus concessions in Pingzhou along with the numerous schools and factories? Feng Lingtian inquired. No. Those schools and factories shall henceforth belong to Pingzhou and no longer to Hot Springs Island. However, all the leaders of the concessions must be captured alive and imprisoned, so we may extract every secret of Hot Springs Island. Those who wish to submit to me shall be spared for future use. Those who refuse shall be executed publicly, declared Kuang Tian. Why the public executions? The intent is to demonstrate strength to the other state lords, ensuring they do not perceive Pingzhou as weak and thus refrain from overwhelming us. Even the monarch would not advocate for a cowardly vassal, who would desire a timid lord under their command. Cowards are the least deserving of assistance, for aiding them yields no reward and may even result in a betrayal. Chapter 1229, No Time for Laziness on Hot Springs Island. Ye Feng was elected as a council member for one of the districts. As the former lord of the island, it was only fitting he assumed such a role. However, he was now under the authority of the Tiger Claw, the speaker. Within the grand hall of the council, over 1,200 members were present, while Tiger Claw delivered an impassioned speech. This is the consequence of opposing Hot Springs Island. Would you not agree? Indeed. For the slaying of one citizen, we shall annihilate an entire race. This is the creed of Hot Springs Island. The assembly of council members erupted in fervent excitement, their sense of national pride reaching a zenith. Hey, Ye Feng, I am in the midst of a meeting, and you dare to sleep? Tiger Claw exclaimed. Infuriated and striking the table vehemently, Ye Feng stretched lazily, tapping his fingers against the table. So what if I sleep? If you have the guts, expel me. I never wished to be a council member. It was the insistence of my district's people that thrust me into this position. He retorted unapologetically. You, Ye Feng, as a founder of Hot Springs Island, cannot you muster the slightest concern for this council? Tiger Claw lamented, distressed. Concern for what? I have toiled for Hot Springs Island my entire life. The framework has been established. The remaining details are up to you all. I cannot be bound to this chariot for eternity, serving Hot Springs Island like a beast of burden. Ye Feng vented his frustrations. He had nearly retired to enjoy a life of leisure, with a monthly pension exceeding 20,000 and various benefits, living in bliss. Yet, fate had conspired to thrust him back into the political arena. Very well, continue your slumber. We shall not disturb you further. Tiger Claw raked a hand through his thinning hair, at that moment contemplating resigning from his position as speaker to retire peacefully. Next, we shall propose to Wang Weiluo that he withdraw all citizens from the concession in Pingzhou, for it is certain that the formidable army of Ye Feng shall soon arrive at Hot Springs Island, and those in the concession may face dire consequences. No, interjected a council member, since they are citizens of Hot Springs Island, what fear do they have of death? Let them remain in the concession. Should Ye Feng dare to harm our citizens, we shall unleash our bombers and reduce Pingzhou to rubble. This is unacceptable. The lives of our citizens are paramount. We must first evacuate the crucial technical personnel, followed by those who excel in advanced technology, another council member chimed in. Moreover, Pingzhou is home to several universities. We must ensure that the students are brought back to South Hot Springs Island to prevent them from being massacred by Ye Feng. For these students hold the keys to our cutting-edge technology. I propose that our Air Force deploy 1,000 bombers to circle above Pingzhou's government, as a warning to Ye Feng. Another member raised their hand. This is a sound strategy. As the bombers fly overhead, they should also drop notes informing all soldiers and civilians within Pingzhou that should any citizen perish within its borders, Hot Springs Island will respond with indiscriminate bombing for a decade. As for whom we may inadvertently strike, it is not our concern. This will compel the government of Pingzhou to protect our citizens. At that moment, a smirk crept onto Tiger Claw's face. However, the sound of Ye Feng's snoring drowned out his voice. This is outrageous. Guards, throw Ye Feng out. Tiger Claw bellowed in fury. Shortly thereafter, Ye Feng found himself unceremoniously ejected to the doorway. Rather than feeling disheartened, he rejoiced and rushed back to the secret chamber to continue his practice of the Qing Feng sword manual. In the days to come, he could no longer rely on the blood-sucking technique to aid his cultivation. He would instead depend solely on arduous training, which would inevitably require a protracted period. It was conceivable that he might need a century to elevate his cultivation to the late innate stage. Thus, the urgency of time weighed heavily upon Ye Feng. The innate realm permits a lifespan of merely 400 to 500 years. Transitioning from the mid-innate to the late stage through sheer hard work would demand at least 100 years. Another 100 would be required to ascend to the pinnacle, and an additional century or so to reach complete perfection. Moreover, the initial breakthrough might not even guarantee success. In essence, Ye Feng's truly free time was limited to a mere 2 or 3 decades. Consequently, he would spend the majority of his time confined within the secluded training chamber. Suddenly, after merely 2 hours of cultivation, a cacophony of knocking resounded from outside. "Councilman Yi, what mischief are you up to? Were you not summoned to the assembly? Why have you returned so early?" queried one neighbor. "Indeed, we placed our trust in you, electing you to the position of councilman. Hurry out and advocate for more benefits for our district, such as reimbursement for our future indulgences." Overwhelmed by the clamor, Ye Feng could only open the door and exchange glances with this boisterous assembly of neighbors. "Have you no sense of decorum? I previously advised against your insistence on electing me as the representative for this district. However, you persisted. Now, look where I stand. I have been ousted by Speaker Huzhua. Please select another candidate." Ye Feng remarked coldly. "You claim you do not wish to serve? Yet, since your votes surpassed 50%, you ought to attend the House of Commons and not squander our efforts. Leave me be. I do not require your concerns. Elect another representative, and from now on, you are forbidden from entering my villa. Tomorrow, I shall install an electric fence outside," Ye Feng declared, crossing his arms defiantly. "Do you dare defy the will of the people? Deal with him. Douse him with excrement." Immediately, a throng of elderly women surged forward, clawing and scratching at Ye Feng. Left with no other option, he was compelled to shut the door, allowing the cacophony of their shouts to echo outside. Ye Feng activated a soundproof barrier and once again entered a meditative state. 5 minutes later, a resounding crash. The door was flung open as a multitude of citizens rushed inside, some brandishing heavy water Gatling guns. It was evident that his door, crafted from Nanching steel plates, had been breached by these unruly townsfolk. "Damn it!" Ye Feng exclaimed, engaging in a fierce altercation with the citizens. After 5 minutes, he was carried, bruised and battered, to the entrance of the House of Commons. What could he do? He could not resort to using his energy against the citizens. If he were to accidentally cause harm, he would face imprisonment. Huzhua observed Ye Feng's battered visage with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He stealthily approached the assembled citizens, distributing 1,000 hot spring coins to each. "Well done, folks. This fellow initiated Hot Spring Island and now wishes to retire from his responsibilities. Such a thing is not easily achieved. Should he attempt to shirk his duties again, I shall continue to reward you, Bourgeois said with a sinister grin. Indeed, Mr. Speaker. After all, Ye Feng resides in our district. As long as we unite, he cannot afford to be lazy, one citizen asserted. I must return home to accompany my son to his tutoring, another added. I too shall return home to tidy up. Farewell, I am off to swim. I am going to practice. The citizens promptly dispersed like startled birds. Chapter 1230. Ye Feng, are you there? Bourgeois approached Ye Feng, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. He, Brother Feng, it appears that your laziness cannot be concealed any longer. Come, let us return to the meeting. With a subtle gesture, a group of legislators assisted in seating him. Ye Feng muttered, Bourgeois, I am fervently exhausted. The meeting continued, with Ye Feng succumbing to drowsiness, soon drifting into a stupor. 3 days later, bombers ascended from Hot Spring Island, swiftly vanishing towards South Hot Spring Island. Within half a day, thousands of bombers hovered over the skies of Pingzhou. Huang Tianfeng hastily emerged from the palace, gazing upward at the swarm of bombers that resembled locusts passing overhead. His expression dark as soot. His 3 chief ministers emerged, equally grim-faced, sharing in his discontent. Governor, Ye Feng is demonstrating his might, Feng Lingtian remarked coldly. That is obvious. He is indeed here to showcase his power, fearing we might annihilate all citizens within the concession. Huang Tianfeng replied, his fists clenched tightly, trembling slightly. Just then, at a location 200 kilometers away from Pingzhou, a dazzling white light soared into the sky, transforming the entire world into a realm of snow-white brilliance. Several individuals hastily closed their eyes. After a full minute, they opened their eyes to gaze 200 kilometers away. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, and the surrounding 10 kilometers of forest lay flattened. What is this weapon? Kong Tianfeng could not help but step forward. The entire protective formation emitted a piercing alarm. Is that the new weapon from Hot Springs Island? Feng Lingtian inquired. It must be. Given its formidable power, it likely rivals His Majesty's full-strength strike. This observation came from Lei Zhentian. I believe it is at least as potent as His Majesty's might. Kong Tianfeng's voice trembled. If Ye Feng intends to eliminate the citizens in the concession, will he employ such a weapon against Pingzhou? Are we to stand idly by as our 4th brother is slain by Ye Feng without seeking vengeance? This remark came from Yushua. Sigh. Kong Tianfeng exhaled deeply, fury blazing in his eyes. How could we not seek revenge? However, we may delay it. Inform everyone to convene at the palace. We shall deliberate on how to confront Hot Springs Island. Understood. That night, the conference hall in Pingzhou was filled to capacity with high-ranking officials, each possessing the cultivation of the transformation realm. Kong Tianfeng sat at the head, his sharp gaze sweeping over all present. Gentlemen, Ye Feng has murdered your 4 great law kings, Diandabu. Shall we not take vengeance for this affront? Kong Tianfeng's voice resonated with authority. Of course, we must retaliate. If we do not, what will the other states think of us? Yes, this pertains to the honor of all of Pingzhou. That scoundrel Ye Feng dares to slay our 4 great law kings. If we do not avenge this, we would be unworthy of being called cultivators of Pingzhou. A chorus of indignation arose, their desire to rend Ye Feng asunder palpable. Though the current lord of Hot Springs Island is Wang Weilu, the cultivators of Pingzhou regard him merely as a puppet. The true master remains Ye Feng. Since we are united in purpose, who shall take the lead? Kong Tianfeng inquired. A heavy silence enveloped the once boisterous hall. One could hear a pin drop. While they harbored a deep-seated hatred for Ye Feng's Hot Springs Island, they were equally filled with trepidation. Who could withstand bombers and heavy water Gatling guns? I knew it. None of you dare to take the lead. But that is only natural. I myself would hesitate to do so. Thus, from this moment forth, we shall adopt an alternative strategy to vanquish Hot Springs Island. Their heavy water Gatling guns are formidable, are they not? Very well, let us tighten our belts throughout Pingzhou, economizing funds to procure the machinery from Hot Springs Island. Then, utilizing their machinery, we shall manufacture a large number of heavy water Gatling guns. Furthermore, we must also develop bombers. With our vast population, if we unite our efforts, within 3 years, we shall surpass Ye Feng's Hot Springs Island in technology. When our bombers approach Hot Springs Island, can you imagine the expression on Ye Feng's face? Kong Tianfeng sneered. Indeed, indeed. The population of our Pingzhou is billions greater than that of his Hot Spring Island. Once we unite our efforts to advance technology, It will not take 3 years before we surpass Ye Feng's hot spring island. So why wait? I propose that everyone contribute their funds, feigning a truce with Hot Spring Island, and sign a non-aggression treaty for 3 years. During this period, we shall pursue relentlessly, ultimately leaving Hot Spring Island's technology far behind. Ha! I agree. Our family is willing to donate 500 billion hot spring coins to acquire machine tools. Our family is prepared to contribute 300 billion to purchase advanced machinery from Hot Spring Island. Furthermore, we are willing to invest 1 trillion specifically to recruit students from Hot Spring University and Hot Spring Institute of Technology to come to our Pingzhou, even promising our daughters to those scholars. Thus, under the allure of wealth and beauty, these students will inevitably become part of Pingzhou. It is settled then. Let Kuang Tian make the final decision. Meanwhile, South Hot Spring Island is constructing defensive fortifications across various regions. They anticipate that Pingzhou will not relent. Hence, they have set numerous traps outside the protective screen. If Kuang Tian's formidable techniques were to engage in a game of hide and seek with them outside the barrier, they could not afford to lose their nuclear arsenal, as such an action would inflict devastating losses. Indeed, the fish from South Hot Spring Island have become entirely inedible. Their food now must be imported from North Hot Spring Island. He Li Xian, now at odds with South Hot Spring Island, seizes the opportunity to inflate prices, inciting a furious outcry from Wang Wei Luo. Ye Feng, are you there? At that moment, a thunderous sound resonated outside the screen of South Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng was deep in cultivation within a secret chamber. Wang Wei Luo, accompanied by senior officials, stood before the screen, coldly observing the group of practitioners before them. At least they were all at the transformation realm, and the 3 leaders were peak experts at the divine origin realm, likely the other 3 law kings. Wang Wei Luo's insights had evolved beyond the past. He discerned that these 3 did not come seeking a confrontation. What business do you have with my uncle Ye Feng? Wang Wei Luo sat confidently in his chair, gazing coldly at the group from Pingzhou outside the screen. Inform Ye Feng that regarding the death of detour, our Lord has forgiven him. Furthermore, our Lord wishes to restore trade between our 2 sides and is prepared to spend money to order machine tools from you. Feng Ling Tian stated indifferently. Order machine tools? I'm afraid our machine tools are quite expensive. Even products eliminated 5 years ago carry exorbitant prices. Wang Wei Luo replied with a cold smile. Chapter 1231. Why are you looking at me? That's all right. Name your price. Feng Ling Tian replied, struggling to contain his fury. Were it not for the fact that he had yet to learn the advanced technology of Hot Spring Island, he would have already sought to obliterate Wang Wei Luo. 50 million hot spring coins per machine tool, Wang Wei Luo stated. This, acceptable. We can agree. Now, bring out the machine tools, and we can arrange payment immediately. Feng Ling Tian responded. At that moment, Cheng Li Bin suddenly appeared. Are you looking to buy machine tools? What are your intentions? That is none of your concern. Is it? We provide the funds, you supply the machinery. It is as simple as that. Feng Lingtian's tone was somewhat unnatural. Wang Weiluo fell silent, unable to discern the ulterior motives of this individual. A sly grin slowly emerged on Cheng Li Bin's stern face, as he finally grasped what these people intended to do. Island Master, I suggest you acquiesce to their request, Cheng Li Bin urged. Could there be a deception? Wang Weiluo hesitated. There is certainly a trick involved. However, rest assured, I have measures to counteract them. They merely wish to acquire our machinery for their research, correct? I can impose a series of technical restrictions on the machines. For instance, while they may purchase the machinery from us, installation must be conducted by our engineers on Warm Spring Island. There will also be specific requirements for the foundation of the machinery. Should they relocate the machines beyond 2 meters, they will become inoperable. Furthermore, whenever they need to produce different components, they must consult our engineers for calibration. Any arbitrary adjustments made by them will also result in the machines locking up. Cheng Li Bin drew upon the experiences of foreign adversaries from years past. Clever. Then I shall temporarily agree to their terms. What price shall we demand? Wang Weiluo inquired. Island Master, we must ensure the price is reasonable, within their acceptance range. Otherwise, how can we leverage the machines to harvest their labor? Cheng Li Bin replied. Agreed. Wang Weiluo then turned his gaze towards Feng Lingtian in the distance. Your Excellency, after discussions with the engineering department, we have consented to your request and shall sell you the first and second generation of the machinery. How many units do you desire? Wang Weiluo asked. The technological advancements on Warm Spring Island have been rapid. In just over a decade, the machinery has evolved through 5 generations. The first and second generations are now typically utilized for producing inferior components for the common folk outside the light barrier. Naturally, the citizens would prefer products crafted with advanced machinery. Very well, I am ready to make the payment. Deliver the machinery to me immediately, Feng Lingtian stated nonchalantly. Bring forth the money, Wang Weiluo indicated towards his pocket. Simple enough, summon someone to bring the box here. Feng Lingtian gestured behind him. Immediately, a group of cultivators approached, carrying a box. Upon opening it, a cascade of colorful banknotes was revealed, mostly 50 yuan notes, along with some 1,000 yuan bills. I apologize, but these notes will need to be taken to the Warm Spring Bank for verification of authenticity, Wang Weiluo remarked. That is acceptable. Let us proceed to the bank's counter together, Feng Lingtian replied, eagerly making his way around the light barrier toward the bank's location. Inside the light barrier, Wang Weiluo followed closely with a cadre of senior officials, as he wished to witness the successful verification of the notes before agreeing to sell the rudimentary machinery to Pingzhou. At Warm Spring Bank, one group was inside the light barrier, while another remained outside. Wang Weiluo personally observed the cashier as they validated the currency, his gaze unwavering. The 1,000 yuan notes presented no issues. However, when the 50 yuan notes were fed into the verification machine, an alarming siren erupted. Oh! Wang Weiluo shot a warning glance at Feng Lingtian. What is happening? Feng Lingtian's face flushed crimson as he deliberately cast an indignant glance towards his subordinates. His intent was to evoke a sense of embarrassment in Wang Weiluo, compelling him to refrain from questioning him. Your Excellency, we are unaware of the circumstances. This money was drawn from the treasury of the governor, a cautious transformation realm cultivator remarked. Preposterous. It is likely that this money has been stored for too long, causing the counterfeit detection machine to malfunction. Let us try another note, Feng Lingtian instructed the cashier. However, the cashier disregarded him, turning her gaze towards Wang Weiluo instead. What are you looking at me for? Just adhere to the bank's regulations, Wang Weiluo replied coolly. Understood, sir. The cashier then glanced back at Feng Lingtian, who was attempting to mask his embarrassment with indignation. Mr. Feng Lingtian, according to bank regulations, we must impose a penalty upon you. For counterfeit currency, the fine is typically tenfold. We have just detected that you used a $50 counterfeit note. Therefore, the bank must fine you $500. Kindly pay the fine first. And we shall continue with the verification, she stated before shutting the window. She feared that Feng Lingtian, in a fit of rage, might reach through the window and harm her, considering he was a peak deity-level cultivator, capable of extinguishing her life with a mere finger. What? Tenfold for a counterfeit? You might as well rob us. Feng Lingtian roared in fury. Apologies, Lord Feng, but these are the bank's rules. Regulations are immutable and cannot be altered for anyone. Wang Weiluo replied, nonchalantly extracting a $1,000 bill from his stack and handing over 500. Very well, Lord Feng. Would you like to continue with the verification? Wang Weiluo fixed his gaze upon Feng Lingtian. The two men locked eyes for 5 seconds, the air seemingly resonating with the sound of metal clashing. Feng Lingtian's expression fluctuated between various shades of emotion, and after a prolonged silence, he burst into a hearty laugh to mask his embarrassment. Ha ha ha, splendid. Throughout history, heroes emerge from youth. Wang Weiluo, aside from Ye Feng and Wang Zhihai, you are indeed a prominent figure on Hot Spring Island, daring to challenge me. Let us proceed with the verification. Bring forth the notes exceeding 100. Let us temporarily set aside these $50 bills, Feng Lingtian commanded his subordinates. Wary of the counterfeit detection revealing that his genuine currency might be seized by Hot Spring Island. Tenfold for a counterfeit. How ruthless. Wang Weiluo chuckled. Let the verification continue. After the 20th note, the detection machine emitted an alarm once more. This time, it was a counterfeit $1,000 bill. Impossible, Feng Lingtian exclaimed, reaching out to snatch the bill through the window. Unfortunately, Wang Weiluo was quicker, clutching the counterfeit bill tightly. Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this? This counterfeit is exceedingly poorly made. Just look at the color and the quality of the paper. It is evidently a fake. Wang Weiluo's expression darkened. Impossible. We had only printed. Well, anyway, there cannot be counterfeits of the $1,000 bill. Feng Lingtian's eyes blazed red with fury. Chapter 1232. This belongs to me. Shall sure. Impose a tenfold penalty from the genuine currency, Wang Weiluo declared with an air of impartiality. Understood. Before long, 10 verified banknotes were withdrawn once more. amounting to a staggering total of 10,000 hot spring coins. Outside the luminous screen, Feng Lingtian felt as though his heart was bleeding. Your Excellency, the King of Law, shall we continue to verify the currency? I fear that if we proceed any further, all your genuine banknotes may face penalties. Wang Weiluo sighed, casting a pitying glance at Feng Lingtian. Brother Feng's strategy is indeed effective. Now you comprehend the gravity of employing counterfeit currency, do you not? Me? Feng Lingtian pondered deeply, recalling that the regional lord had only printed counterfeit notes valued at 50 yuan. How, then, had counterfeit 1,000 yuan notes emerged? The penalty for counterfeiting was a tenfold fine. This was utterly unacceptable. It seemed that the meager sum of genuine currency he possessed would scarcely suffice to cover the impending fines. Nevertheless, he was obligated to fulfill the regional lord's task, to transport the machine back to Pingzhou. Your Excellency, shall we continue verifying the currency? Wang Weiluo inquired. Wait. Feng Lingtian turned to his subordinates. Open all the boxes. We shall conduct a manual inspection first. This stack contains genuine banknotes. Based on texture, feel, and the intricacies of the designs, select the notes from the boxes. Once completed, I will conduct a random check before we proceed to the hot spring bank for verification. As you command, Your Excellency, they responded in unison. Immediately, a group of cultivators from Pingzhou began to open the boxes amidst the icy landscape, initiating their visual inspection of the banknotes. At that moment, Ye Feng's voice resonated within the luminous screen. King of Law Feng, these counterfeit notes are poorly crafted. Allow me to share with you a method for identifying genuine currency. Hold the banknote and give it a shake. If it produces a crisp sound, it is authentic. Furthermore, examine the center of the genuine banknotes for the shadow of a human head. Only those with a shadow are true. Upon concluding his advice, Ye Feng stood confidently before the screen. Ah, Lord Yi, you have finally emerged. I feared you would remain hidden, allowing someone else to complicate matters for me. You are unaware of the tribulations this fellow just imposed on me. A tenfold penalty is excessively harsh. I kindly request that you instruct him to return the money he penalized me. Upon seeing Ye Feng's arrival, Feng Lingtian immediately halted the manual verification. Uncle Yi, Wang Weiluo greeted him with a bow. I apologize, but I am no longer the island lord. I am merely a retired resident of Hot Spring Island, receiving a modest pension. Currently, Wang Weiluo oversees the island, and even I must heed his authority, Ye Feng replied, fixing his gaze upon Feng Lingtian. You, Ye Feng? Who does not recognize you as the very soul of Hot Spring Island? The outside world reveres you as the Hot Spring King, and your statues adorn the entrance of every concession. What pretense is this? Feng Lingtian retorted, nearly coughing up blood in frustration. The title of Hot Spring King is merely a moniker, devoid of any real power. As for the statues, you could erect one of yourself at your own doorstep. Ye Feng remarked with an air of nonchalance. Very well, I shall refrain from discussing the statues. Might you consider reducing the penalty to a more reasonable sum, say, a one-for-one compensation for counterfeits rather than a tenfold fine? Feng Lingtian implored. Regrettably, I am powerless in this regard. It is a regulation established by the main branch of the Hot Spring Bank. You should first conduct a visual inspection. If that proves inadequate, utilize your spiritual sense for verification. It should expedite the process, Ye Feng replied, folding his arms without an ounce of deference. This group has come to procure machine tools, aiming to utilize the substantial population base of Pingzhou to surpass the technological advancements of Hot Spring Island in the coming years. If we do not impose stringent barriers, it is likely that within a decade, they could indeed attain the same level of technology as Hot Spring Island, given that their population exceeds that of Hot Spring Island by several magnitudes. Wan Lingtian was furious. However, the esteemed Lord of Laws reminded us to adhere to the instructions of the governor, avoiding conflict, as our primary goal remains the acquisition of the machine tools, advised a cultivator at the initial stage of the Divine Origin Realm. The Divine Origin Realm is a rare phenomenon in Pingzhou. Very well, let us first authenticate the currency. Wan Lingtian gritted his teeth in frustration. Yet, lacking technological superiority, he could only swallow his grievances. Lord Wind, I will return to my rigorous training. Please take your time with the currency verification. By the way, Wei Luo, as the foremost of the four great lords of law, you must at least provide a meal during this visit to Hot Spring Island, correct? Ye Feng jested. Indeed, Uncle Ye Feng, our island will cover their accommodations. As they are your friends, Wang Wei Luo chuckled lightly. Ye Feng retreated to his training room, embarking on a tedious journey of self-cultivation. Outside the light barrier, it took Wen Ling Tian and his attendants a full 3 days and nights to complete the currency verification. Astonishingly, 1/7 of the notes were counterfeit. While he could comprehend the 50 yuan fake notes, as they were self-forged, the origins of these counterfeit 1,000 yuan notes puzzled him. Could it be that there are clandestine organizations engaged in counterfeiting? He felt deeply troubled, for their need to procure machine tools compelled them to approach the hot spring bank for currency validation. Others could simply find someone of lesser intellect to authenticate their 1,000 yuan notes outside the barrier. Upon returning, a thorough investigation must be conducted within Pengzhou to ascertain who is responsible for the counterfeit 1,000 yuan notes. Once identified, there shall be no mercy. This group has caused me significant distress, Wen Ling Tian declared vehemently. Let us first take them to the bank for verification. We must avoid any further mishaps, suggested the cultivator in the mid-stage of the divine origin realm. Thus, the currency verification commenced. Wen Ling Tian anxiously observed the verification machine, fearing the ominous beep that would signal a problem. As expected, among the manually verified notes, few were counterfeit. However, every 1,000 or so notes still yielded a single fake. Upon the detection of a counterfeit, a penalty of tenfold would ensue. Ultimately, from over 100 million hot spring coins, they confirmed only 80 million as genuine, with over 20 million subjected to penalties. Well then, Lord Wind, you have a total of 52 million hot spring coins, the cashier announced with a smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. 50 million. Exchange it for a first-generation machine tool, Wen Ling Tian hastily requested. Very well. Bring forth the machine tool. Wang Wei Luo directed the engineers who had been prepared in advance. Immediately, dozens of engineers carried a massive machine tool, weighing approximately 5 tons, into view. Soon, the machine tool was displayed outside the light barrier. Wen Ling Tian, caressing the most basic machine tool of Hot Spring Island, could not restrain a hearty laugh. Ha! This is mine now. Henceforth, I can manufacture deuterium Gatling guns. Your Majesty, do not rejoice too soon. This machine can currently only process the barrels for heavy water Gatling guns. The body requires a different type of machine, and the trigger also necessitates a specialized machine for its fabrication. Furthermore, the bullets themselves demand a distinct machine for the casings, while the most precise projectiles require a 4th-generation machine. Cheng Li Bin explained from the side. Chapter 1233. What about that autumn snow? What? So after all my effort, I still cannot produce a heavy water Gatling gun? Feng Lingtian's eyes twitched. Ha ha ha, are you dreaming? A single Gatling costs 1 billion spring coins. Do you really think you can procure a machine capable of producing the entire heavy water Gatling with a mere 50 million? Do you find that plausible? Cheng Li Bin scoffed. Me? Very well. Feng Lingtian quickly regained his composure. What he said was not entirely incorrect. 50 million does indeed seem unrealistic for the continuous production of heavy water Gatlings. I shall first produce the barrel. Next time, I will send someone to purchase the other machines, and I hope you can offer us a friendly price. After speaking, Feng Lingtian began arranging for the machine to be transported away. Hey, don't rush, will you? Once you take the machine back, will you know how to use it? Can you assemble it? Are you aware of what data is required? Cheng Li Bin called out to Feng Lingtian. This. Isn't it just supposed to churn out barrels once we get the machine? There are that many procedures? Feng Lingtian's eyes widened in disbelief. Your Majesty, you underestimate the complexity of machinery. After purchasing the machine, you will still need to spend money hiring our engineers to personally assemble it in your Pengzhou. Such delicate machinery has stringent requirements concerning environmental temperature, climate, and foundation. Ultimately, it must be calibrated, otherwise. Do you expect steel to simply emerge from the machine upon tossing it inside? Cheng Li Bin expressed his incredulity. All right. Then, please send us a few engineers. I beg you. Feng Lingtian was unusually polite. Our engineers require compensation. They cannot work for free, you know? Wang Weilu remarked. Of course, once they arrive in Pengzhou, they can have whatever they desire to eat or drink. Just let us know, and we will do our utmost to satisfy their appetites, Feng Lingtian replied. I think you are mistaken. Engineers require salaries. The moment they leave with you, the clock starts ticking. The hourly rate is 1,000 spring coins. And you must also reimburse their round-trip train tickets, family visit leave, and they work 5 days a week and rest on paid leave. In other words, from the very first hour they are with you, you in Pengzhou will owe them 1,000 spring coins for every hour. Cheng Li Bin stated calmly. This is outrageous. I do not want the engineers. We will install it ourselves. Feng Lingtian fumed and issued a direct order. At once, the skilled workers placed the machine onto the sand cart. With a rumble, the cart vanished into the swirling snowstorm. Uncle Chung, this is troublesome. They are unwilling to use our engineers. Wang Weilu frowned. Ha, do not worry. Within a month, he will return begging us for help. Chung Libin concluded, clasping his hands behind his back as he returned to his research institute. On South Hot Spring Island, a procession of trains arrived at the platform, followed by a flurry of sand trucks distributing frozen fish throughout the shimmering expanse of the island. The finest fish, of course, were reserved for the citizens, while the scraps were allocated to the commoners beyond the shimmering barrier. Nevertheless, the demand for fish from North Hot Spring Island remained insatiable. As the population of South Hot Spring Island had exceeded 600 million, this number already encompassed the total inhabitants of the vast desert and the Black Tree River Basin. Beyond this, there could be no more. In comparison to the circumstances in Pingzhou, the lives of the commoners on South Hot Spring Island were indeed filled with hardship. However, they possessed one advantage. They lived on South Hot Spring Island, where effective deworming medications were accessible for their ailments. To date, whether citizens or commoners, anyone suffering from parasitic diseases on South Hot Spring Island could promptly obtain deworming medicine. This accessibility was one of the reasons why this harsh land could sustain over 600 million inhabitants. The most significant reason, however, was their attachment to their homeland. With children attending Hot Spring Primary School, Hot Spring Secondary School, and Hot Spring University, making it difficult for them to leave. While the commoners harbored resentment towards the citizens within the barrier, they also aspired to become one of them. As time flowed languidly, Ye Feng was diligently cultivating at a tortoise's pace. Though his progress was slow, the sense of stability enveloped him in an intoxicating embrace. It felt akin to earning a modest sum of money after a long day's labor. Though meager, the accomplishment was profoundly satisfying. In contrast, the vitality he had previously acquired through the blood-sucking technique felt tainted, reminiscent of funds extorted from his parents for medical expenses. Regardless of the quantity, it was accompanied by a sense of guilt and unease. In this serene environment of cultivation, Ye Feng's mindset gradually transformed. This change was difficult to articulate, yet it was undeniably more pleasurable than the energy drawn through the blood-sucking technique. Time slipped away, and eventually, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. His expansive consciousness swept across a radius of 40 kilometers, revealing that the clarity attained through diligent practice allowed him to perceive nuances in his surroundings that had previously eluded him. He could see within the school, where Yi Xing was passionately delivering a speech, even noting the fine fuzz on his son's face. It was nearly time. A month of rigorous training followed by 7 days of rest constituted a balanced lifestyle, he mused, as he strode out of the training room. In another training chamber, Susan was also intensifying her cultivation. She had reached the mid-stage of true martial, signifying a potential lifespan of around 200 years. However, Ye Feng, now in the innate realm, could live 400 to 500 years. To ensure they could grow old together, she had relinquished all power and devoted herself entirely to her cultivation. In Wang Zhihai's training room, he too was gradually honing his skills. Although the outcome was already apparent to everyone, human nature compels one to strive for even the faintest glimmer of hope. Feng Ku, have you emerged from your seclusion? Chunin suddenly leapt out from the side. You rascal, always frolicking around instead of focusing on your cultivation. Ye Feng frowned as he regarded Chunin, who remained at the initial stage of true martial, showing no signs of advancement. It is evident that he has not been in seclusion recently. With a chuckle, I must share delightful news. I, Chunin, have become a father. As he spoke, Chunin stepped aside, revealing a woman cradling an infant, seemingly not more than a month old. Is this not your child with Chiu Shui? Ye Feng squinted, taken aback. Indeed, due to potential health issues with Chiu Shui, perhaps akin to stirring a water tank with a toothpick, or perhaps due to her malnourishment while in the Heishu River region. Various factors come into play. By the way, allow me to introduce her. Her name is Duo Shan, a name I have bestowed upon her. She is of the Chaohai tribe from the vast grasslands. Now, I intend to elevate her status from a concubine to a legitimate wife, Chunin declared. And what of Chiu Shui? Ye Feng inquired. At the mere mention of Chiu Shui, a flicker of impatience crossed Chun An's face. Why concern myself with her? I must provide my son with a legal citizenship, and thus, I can only have one legitimate wife. I will confront her upon my return. Chapter 1234. Staggering towards us, is it you? Ye Feng sighed deeply, feeling the weight of his thoughts. He stepped forward to Duo Shan, retrieving an artifact from his embrace. It was a relic from the slain cultivators. Sister-in-law, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have nothing to offer but this, a mother-son sword set. The son's sword for the child, and the mother's sword for you. Ye Feng managed a faint smile. Thank you, Brother Feng, the woman replied, bowing respectfully while holding the infant. Chenin, please take your sister-in-law and nephew home. The infant is too small to endure the winds. I shall take a tour of Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng said. Very well. Immediately, Ye Feng wandered the entirety of Hot Spring Island alone. However, he did not conduct his exploration as the island's master, but rather as a citizen. The island has regulations that permit citizens to inspect all restricted areas, including the military factory, Hot Spring University, Hot Spring Polytechnic, and the Hot Spring Research and Development Center. He first glanced at the Hot Spring Military Factory, where the workers wore expressions of stoicism, diligently performing their tasks, placing molds into machines for polishing. Next, he visited Hot Spring Polytechnic. A year prior, graduates from Hot Spring University were deemed the most prestigious. However, now, graduates from Hot Spring Polytechnic have surpassed them, establishing themselves as the foremost institution on the island. Wang Weiluo provided them with top-tier accommodations. For instance, single dormitories equipped with every necessity, even a dedicated servant. One such servant was the son of Yulong, a prominent figure in the civilian district. Despite being an esteemed businessman, Yulong personally ensured his son was sent to Hot Spring Polytechnic as a reading companion. His son assisted with cleaning and maintenance tasks, for Yulong believed that even as a servant in such an environment, his son would be nurtured into at least a second-rate genius. As Ye Feng passed the first laboratory, he observed a professor dismantling a computer. Do you see this? This is a cathode ray tube. This one is an electron tube, and this is advanced, a transistor. Ye Feng peered through the window, noting that the computer had been significantly reduced in size. In the past, computers occupied hundreds of square meters and weighed over a ton. Presently, their weight has diminished to approximately half a ton. I am confident that, given time, computers will eventually weigh only a few hundred pounds. He nodded with satisfaction and proceeded to the next laboratory. There, he observed several university students engrossed in an experiment, appearing quite mysterious. What are you all up to? Ye Feng inquired. Hey, Uncle Yi, please don't interrupt. We are conducting the renowned double-slit interference experiment, a concept left by Chief Engineer Chung. It was truly astonishing. The lights seemed to know what we intended to do. One of the students replied earnestly. Oh, has quantum mechanics advanced to such a stage? Ye Feng exclaimed in shock. Without the interference of capital, the technology on Hot Spring Island is advancing at an astonishing rate. In the Pingzhou Prefecture, within a grand factory adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, Kuang Tianfang, the three great law kings, and over 40 of Pingzhou's top craftsmen were gathered around a machine tool, perplexed. How odd, why won't it start? One craftsman, operating the machine, exclaimed, his face a canvas of confusion. Is it possible that the method is incorrect? Feng Lingtian could not refrain from asking. The method is correct. I am, after all, a renowned craftsman in Pingzhou and have learned the operation of machine tools at other branches. It cannot be that the method is wrong, the craftsman asserted, feeling the machine and then checking the foundation. It seems there is an issue with the foundation. At the other branches, the foundation is reinforced with steel plates. But this one is merely stone slabs, he explained. Kuang Tianfang sat in a chair, his eyes half closed, struggling to suppress his fury. This machine tool had cost 50 million hot spring coins, and now it was inoperative. Xiaofeng, what did Ye Feng say when you purchased this machine tool? Kuang Tianfang inquired, remaining courteous to Feng Lingtian, who was one of his three great law kings and a trusted confidant. My lord, now that you mention it, someone named Chung from Hot Spring Island mentioned that this machine tool must be installed by their engineers. Otherwise, it cannot be activated, Feng Lingtian replied. Kuang Tianfang sighed in relief, a faint smile gracing his face. That's it. You must invite the engineers from Hot Spring Island to resolve the issue with the machine tool and do it swiftly. We are already lagging far behind Hot Spring Island. However, my lord, that person named Chung stated that their engineers charge 1,000 hot spring coins per hour. This means that from the moment the engineer departs, the clock starts ticking. I declined Cheng's proposal to save this expense, Feng Lingtian elucidated. You are mistaken. Since this machine tool was manufactured on Hot Spring Island, it must be installed by their engineers. 1,000 hot spring coins per hour is quite simple. Just set a time limit, for instance, within 1 hour. They must complete the installation, or we shall refuse to pay. Kuang Tianfang smiled slightly. That may not be so straightforward. It takes at least half a month for the engineers to travel from Hot Spring Island to Pingzhou, and the return journey will take another half month. Just think of the losses we would incur. Even if he only takes half an hour to install the machine, we still have to pay for their round-trip expenses. Feng Lingtian remarked. Why not devise a way to use their bomber to fetch them? Kuang Tian suggested. Indeed. I shall seek out the leader Long Wu at the Warm Spring Island concession in Pingzhou and ask him to send a bomber to bring me to Warm Spring Island. Feng Lingtian replied. Go ahead. At your command. Shortly after, Feng Lingtian hurriedly made his way to the Pingzhou concession. With his speed, he arrived at the concession gate in no time. Previously, he could disregard the rules of the concession and enter freely, as the people within had no power over him. However, the circumstances had changed. He was now in need of assistance. A sign at the gate read, No entry for cultivators and dogs. Feng Lingtian's nose flared with indignation. Ever since technology emerged on this continent, ordinary people had acquired means to extinguish cultivators. A mere commoner wielding a heavy water Gatling gun could easily eliminate a cultivator in the transformation realm. Thus, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Warm Spring Island. Yet, as he sought help, he had to temporarily abide by the rules of the concession, refraining from entering uninvited. Is Leader Long present? This is Feng Lingtian, seeking an audience with Leader Long. His voice carried throughout the concession. After a while, Long Wu ambled over, hands clasped behind his back. Oh, it is the esteemed King Feng. Have you not always barged in without ceremony? What brings such courtesy today? Long Wu inquired, mimicking the tone of the starry dream continent. Well, after much contemplation, I believe it is prudent to adhere to the customs of your concession. Feng Lingtian responded with a chuckle. By the way, I wish to request your esteemed leader to send a bomber to Warm Spring Island to retrieve 2 engineers, as I have just purchased a machine that requires their installation. Feng Lingtian spoke politely. I regret to inform you that the fuel for bombers is quite expensive. Why not fetch them using a sandcart? You could also take the train, Long Wu replied nonchalantly. A sandcart? A train? Feng Lingtian's expression darkened. It would take at least half a month for a sandcart to reach Warm Spring Island. How about this? I will offer you 5,000 Warm Spring coins. This amount can be kept off the books and tucked privately into your pocket. Feng Lingtian proposed discreetly. Long Wu maintained a neutral expression, but after a moment, he burst into laughter. Perfect timing. I need to return to the Warm Spring Island headquarters this quarter for reconciliation, so I shall conveniently take my private plane back. Money matters little. Long Wu had become adaptable. He had already received orders from headquarters to facilitate Pingzhou's integration into a civilized society. Moreover, as his concession was established in Pingzhou, it was essential to foster good relations with the local gentry. Leader Long, I did not expect you to be so magnanimous. You have secured my friendship. In the future, should any cultivator dare to intrude upon the concession, just give the word, Feng Lingtian declared, patting his chest. Excellent. 2 hours later, Long Wu's private plane ascended gracefully into the sky, vanishing with a swift whoosh from the skies above Pingzhou, leaving only a ring of white smoke in its wake. In the workshop, Kuang Tianfang was engrossed in studying the machine tools when an untimely voice interrupted him. Kuang Tianfang. You cunning rascal, have you stumbled upon some hidden treasure? The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, and notably, the tone conveyed a distinct lack of respect toward Kuang Tianfang, the governor. Both Yu Shui and Lei Zhentian were taken aback, instinctively reaching for their swords. Stop! Kuang Tianfang interjected, directing his gaze towards a shadowy corner. Old Xiao, why have you left your domain in Huangzhou to come to my Pingzhou? Are you here to pilfer something? Upon uttering these words, Kuang Tianfang suddenly struck the corner of the workshop. Whoosh! It was as if a rift had been torn through the void. An elderly man with white hair emerged from the shadows, slowly retracting a transparent shield. Indeed, you discern my illusory shadow technique. It appears you have not been idle all these years, the white-haired elder remarked, taking a single step that spanned 10 meters. Standing directly beside Lei Zhentian. Startled, Lei Zhentian instinctively reached for his waist once more. Young man, refrain from making any sudden movements, or you might find yourself without a hand. The elder sneered, showing no regard for Lei Zhentian, one of the 4 great sorcerers. You? Lei Zhentian was both astonished and furious, yet he dared not reach for his weapon again. Old Xiao, considering your age, why must you contend with the younger generation? Speak. What brings you here? Huang Tianfang rose to his feet. I have come to seek your counsel, for the monarch's grand birthday is approaching. What gifts do you intend to present? Old Xiao inquired. Oh, so you are here to confer with me? Are you worried that my gift might overshadow yours? Huang Tianfang raised an eyebrow. Each time the monarch celebrates a birthday, the governors are expected to present gifts. However, gift-giving is an art. Should one offer something overly extravagant, it may incite envy among the other governors. Conversely, if the gift is too meager, the monarch is likely to be displeased. Thus, prior to the monarch's grand birthday, we governors must coordinate to ensure that the value of our gifts is comparable. They must neither be excessively extravagant nor pathetically insignificant. A gift of poor quality might earn one a swift replacement as governor should the monarch take offense. If one's offering is too lavish, it could alienate one from peers and incite public outrage. What do you plan to present? Old Xiao asked. And what about you? Huang Tianfang was not so easily deceived. Ha ha ha. After all these years of friendship, there is no need for secrecy. I shall speak frankly. The gifts from the other governors are significantly more valuable than last time. Old Xiao's casual demeanor faded. More valuable? Are they pills, or perhaps magical artifacts? Surely it cannot be a spirit herb over 1,000 years old. Ha ha. You are out of touch. This time, they are presenting an item capable of flight. It is said that the governor of Luzhou has acquired a young girl who possesses something that can fly. Remarkably, this flying object not only carries people, but also requires neither spirit stones nor mana to operate, Old Xiao explained. A flying object? In the mind of Huang Tianfang, the term bomber suddenly surfaced. The upcoming birthday celebration of the monarch holds profound significance, as the monarch's 9th princess has now reached adulthood. The individual who presents the most exquisite and valuable gift may be granted the privilege of marrying her. Once the 9th princess is wed to a particular state, that state becomes irrevocably entwined with the monarch, leading to enormous potential benefits. Old Xiao remarked. I see. You may all withdraw. Huang Tianfang gestured dismissively. Instantly, everyone in the factory exited, leaving only the 2 state lords behind. The 7th princess. Is this news credible? Huang Tianfang's heart raced with excitement. His son, Huang Ren, has yet to take a formal wife, presenting an extraordinary opportunity. Absolutely credible. As you are aware, the 7th princess was just 6 years old a decade ago, and this year she has turned 16, officially an adult, Old Xiao affirmed. Regrettably, my Pingzhou cannot offer anything of considerable value. I can only present some century-old spirit herbs or divine essence pills. Huang Tianfang feigned disappointment. In truth, he had already resolved to use all of Pingzhou's wealth to acquire Ye Feng's bomber. At that moment, he could distinguish himself among the state lords, garnering the monarch's admiration. Huang Tianfang, your words lack sincerity. Am I to believe you are unaware of the circumstances in Pingzhou? If my information is accurate, the flying contraption is indeed a product of your Pingzhou. Would you consider sharing one with me? Old Xiao's expression turned serious. This news has reached even you? A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Huang Tianfang's face. Ha ha ha, my Huangzhou borders your Pingzhou. Do you think I am deaf or blind? We share an old friendship. Let us each procure a flying artifact. Regardless of where the 7th princess weds, we shall support one another. This is a mutual benefit. Would you not agree? Old Xiao gazed intently into Huang Tianfang's eyes. Very well, nothing escapes your insight. The bomber is indeed developed by the Warm Spring Island under Pingzhou's command. However, the production of bombers is a complex endeavor, and I currently possess only one, Huang Tianfang confessed, boasting unabashedly as he claimed Warm Spring Island as his own. Chapter 1236. In the blink of an eye, you are 18 years old. Warm Spring Island? Are you certain it belongs to you? Old Xiao astutely perceived the inconsistency. Of course, in all of Pingzhou, I am the sovereign. Is there to be another force operating within my territory? Huang Tianfang spoke with feigned confidence, though his conviction wavered. Suddenly, a swift sound echoed through the sky. A shadow darted past overhead. Old Xiao quickly unleashed his formidable divine sense, scanning the skies. Unfortunately, the shadow moved too swiftly. He merely sensed an object was by, unable to discern its nature. So fast. Surely, even the monarch on a flying sword could not attain such velocity? Old Xiao's figure flickered, and he appeared on the rooftop of the factory. What are you doing? Huang Tianfang, startled, followed suit, fearing that this intruder might uncover their secret. What do you suggest? Old Qiu lowered his gaze, directing it towards Kuang Tianfang. What else can I say? Regardless, I possess but a single bomber. At worst, I shall combine the resources I acquire in the future with yours and divide them equally. However, it may not be as simple as it seems. Once the 7th princess is wed to your Pingzhou, you might turn your back on our agreement, and I would be powerless to act. Unless I hear that you have a daughter named Xuefu, while I have a son named Changjing. Perhaps a union between our families would be more fitting? Only then would I believe the words you speak now. Old Ghost Qiu replied, Haha, Xuefu is my legitimate daughter. How could she possibly marry you? However, I do have another daughter named Xuei, who could wed your son Changjing. Very well, it is settled. The two men promptly clasped hands 3 times in agreement. Since matters are now determined, I shall return to prepare the betrothal gifts, and you should ready the dowry. In a month's time, we shall privately hold a wedding for our families. Excellent. After a brief interval, Old Ghost Qiu soared into the sky. Kong Tianfang inhaled deeply, and with a few swift motions, he arrived outside his daughter Xuefu's chamber. Father, is that you? Xuefu inquired as she adorned herself within her room. Indeed, my dear. May I enter? Please do. In no time, the father and daughter were seated together. Time flies, you are now 18. It is time for you to contribute to the growth of our family, Kong Tianfang remarked, gazing at Xuefu. Father, me? I do not wish to marry. I want to remain in Pingzhou to cultivate and strive to become a practitioner of the divine origin realm as soon as possible. Xuefu was taken aback. As a noble woman, her fate had been predetermined from birth. Thus, a union was inevitable unless their strength could sufficiently safeguard the family. For the Lord's family, only by reaching the divine origin realm could one choose their own destiny. Moreover, after dining with Ye Feng and Chunin, her heart had already chosen someone. She feared her father would marry her off to some lecherous old man, such as the Lord of Yuzhou or Huangzhou, or worse, to the local princes under Pingzhou's jurisdiction. After all, lords often required the women of their families to secure loyalty among their subordinates. A marriage alliance was the most effective means of doing so. You are merely in the early stages of the true martial realm, are you not? You are still far from the divine origin realm. A union is indeed necessary now. As our family requires it, Kong Tianfang said earnestly. Father, Xuefu felt an overwhelming weight in her heart. Listen, as a member of the Kong family, each of us has a mission to strengthen our lineage, evolving it into a true noble house, one that even the sovereign cannot disregard. Otherwise, although we may wield power within Pingzhou, beyond its borders, we are nothing, let alone establishing ourselves in the great nations. My family's legacy began with my great-grandfather, who was merely a minor lord in a certain county. Through continuous marriages and alliances, by the time of my grandfather, the Kong family produced a prince. In my father's generation, we struggled at the county level, but in mine, we have finally flourished, ascending to the position of Lord of Pingzhou. If we are to advance further, we must penetrate the capital. Developing there is of utmost importance. Kong Tianfang spoke gravely. Father, spare me your words. I shall marry. I shall marry. As she uttered these words, 2 crystalline tears slid down her flawless cheeks. Very well, if you are willing to wed, let us prepare. I shall take you to meet your future husband. Kong Tianfang, unfazed by his daughter's emotions, burst into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh. An hour later, after Snowfu had adorned herself, a trace of melancholy graced her visage as she accompanied Kong Tianfang onto the sand cart. This cart, purchased by Kong Tianfang for 700,000 spring coins, was heavy and cumbersome, a relic of the first generation of sand carts long obsolete on Hot Springs Island. It resembled the kind Ye Feng had encountered in Notching years prior. Its only redeeming feature was the presence of a crossbow mounted atop it. Before long, the sand cart halted at the Pingzhou train station, bustling with travelers from various prefectures. People from South Hot Springs Island, North Hot Springs Island, as well as those from Xi'an and Shiliang prefectures were present. It is worth noting that previously, ordinary folk could not have traversed such distances. A lifetime's wealth for them would scarcely allow them to leave their own prefecture. However, with the advent of the railway, ordinary citizens could now journey across all of Pingzhou. Greetings, Lord Governor. A few guards approached. Currently serving as the station's security, they held respect for Kong Tianfang despite receiving wages from the concession. Arrange first-class accommodations. I wish to travel to South Hot Springs Island, Kong Tianfang stated coolly. As you command. The guards promptly set off to procure tickets. Traveling from Pingzhou to South Hot Springs Island would have once bankrupted a modest family merely in transit expenses. Before the railway was constructed, they had to traverse mountains and engage bodyguards for protection, for the bandits that roamed within Pingzhou were numerous. Now, with the railway established, the security around it had increased since the recent Ye family village incident. Even the most audacious bandits dared not assault the railway, for they would face the wrath of the railway guards, not to mention the formidable bombers from Hot Springs Island. Previously, their method of evading the authorities was to burrow into the ravines, where the government forces could not reach them. Yet now, with bombers soaring through the skies, even if they sought refuge in the deepest forests, they would inevitably be rooted out. In due course, Kong Tianfeng and Snowfu boarded the train bound for South Hot Springs Island. Good afternoon, dear passengers. The final destination of this train is South Hot Springs Island, with the next stop at Pingzhou South Station, announced the sweet voice from the carriage speaker, eliciting smiles from the travelers. Seated in the first-class cabin, which boasted private compartments, hot water, and an array of snacks, Snowfu explored her surroundings with a curious expression. "I adore this place," she exclaimed, reveling in the novelty of her first train ride. Previously, she had rarely ventured beyond the confines of her home, as Kong Tianfeng sought to cultivate her into a refined young lady, naturally preventing her from roaming freely. "Father, is this the train of Hot Springs Island? It is astonishingly swift." Snowfu marveled at the rapidly receding scenery outside. Kong Tianfeng grinned broadly. "In truth, the train may not necessarily surpass the speed of our ethereal cultivators, yet it excels in its enduring stamina, requiring neither the consumption of divine essence nor physical energy." Kong Tianfeng leaned back, adopting a leisurely posture. He found himself pondering the mechanics of the train's operation. There were no engraved spirit patterns nor spirit stones present. In the aisle, several passengers had squeezed their way into first class, having purchased standing tickets that allowed them to roam freely about the train. "Have you heard? The technology on Hot Spring Island has reached unprecedented heights. Lord Wang Weilu has developed a formidable magical artifact, supposedly named the hydrogen bomb. Is that true? What is a hydrogen bomb? It is difficult to describe. According to my neighbor's grandson, that device is capable of exploding, and following the explosion, it emits something called radiation sickness, which can contaminate the surrounding area for decades. This pollution can inflict a myriad of ailments, causing skin to decay and internal organs to rot away." Kong Tianfeng quickly perked up his ears, intently listening to the conversation outside. "So tell me, if Pingzhou and Hot Spring Island were to go to war, who would have the upper hand?" "It is difficult to say. Pingzhou is the dominant force here. Yet Hot Spring Island is advancing at an astonishing pace. They possess an indomitable spirit of innovation, consistently inventing peculiar yet powerful weapons. So, is this why you aspire to become a citizen of Hot Spring Island?" "Ha ha, it is hardly that simple. However, we could first settle as commoners on Hot Spring Island. As there are no barriers to entry for commoners, only residents and citizens face certain prerequisites, which seemingly require a period of residence on the island. But that is of little concern. If I cannot become a citizen in this generation, my offspring surely will in the next, or perhaps even my grandchildren. Once citizenship is attained, the benefits are said to be unparalleled. I have heard that all expenses related to food, housing, and raising children are covered by Hot Spring Island. Is that not akin to a paradise on Earth? How marvelous! If the benefits of citizenship truly are so splendid, they far surpass those in Pingzhou. Here in Pingzhou, as soon as a child is born, the governor dispatches individuals to collect a head tax. Subsequently, the child must toil in the fields or venture into the city to become a craftsman, ultimately serving the wealthy. In youth, this may be tolerable, but in old age, one is rendered incapable and faces elimination, relying solely on our sons for support. Should our children neglect us, we would have no choice but to leap off the cliffs in the mountains to avoid becoming a burden to them. Enough of this talk. I must become a citizen. Without citizenship, I shall not remain in Pingzhou. In truth, not becoming a citizen is not the end of the world, for even the commoners over there live better than the citizens of Pingzhou. Hot Spring Island regularly distributes deworming medicine to commoners, and during major festive occasions, they even set up porridge stands. Not only does Hot Spring Island provide us with relief porridge, but those commoner entrepreneurs also periodically offer us financial aid. Are those commoner entrepreneurs truly so benevolent? It's not entirely as it seems. The primary reason lies in Hot Spring Island's policies. As long as one becomes a charitable entrepreneur, Hot Spring Island grants them tax exemptions, In summary, it ultimately returns to Hot Spring Island. I see now. I had my suspicions. Quan Tianfeng halted abruptly, retracting his head. He exchanged a glance with Xuefu, both feeling somewhat withdrawn. Father, do not pay heed to these unruly commoners. They are merely momentarily confused, Xuefu advised cautiously. Alas, if this continues, I shall completely lose the hearts of the people in Pingzhou. Once your marriage is settled, I must return and issue new decrees to ensure that the populace does not dwindle. Quan Tianfeng sighed deeply. His purchase of the machinery for Hot Spring Island was intended to leverage their significant population advantage, thereby strengthening their ties with the island. Yet, the island's policies were so favorable that they had drawn all his people away. What a predicament! The train whistled loudly as time swiftly passed. 23 days later, the train had traversed over 200 stations. Good evening, dear passengers. We have arrived at our final destination, the North Station of South Hot Spring Island. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. I wish you all a pleasant journey, announced the conductor. Quan Tianfeng quickly grabbed his bag and squeezed to the center of the carriage alongside Xuefu. With a creaking sound, the train pulled into the North Station of South Hot Spring Island. Looking out the window, Quan Tianfeng observed the station teeming with people, a multitude of security personnel maintaining order. His expansive consciousness swept through the entire station. So many thieves. Just in the area he had scanned moments ago, there were at least dozens engaging in theft. Simultaneously, a cacophony of voices rose outside. Oh no, my money. I had over 7,000 hot spring coins, and now they're gone. Who stole my money? How will I survive? This is terrible. Where's my luggage? Please, help me find it. Cried another voice. Where's my shoe? I can't walk with one foot bare in this cold. Who told you to take off your shoes on the train? You fool. What do you mean by that? Are you accusing me of stealing your shoe? How dare you? The sounds of chaos flooded Xuefu's ears. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she surveyed the surroundings. It's so chaotic, so dirty, so lively. I absolutely adore this place. Make way. Quan Tianfeng gently shoved, causing a considerable number of people to stumble. At that moment, two patrolling security guards approached and bowed to Quan Tianfeng. Greetings, Governor. Our island master has instructed us to await your arrival, one guard announced. Await my arrival? Quan Tianfeng's eyelid twitched slightly. Unbeknownst to him, he had a sentinel named Tai Tu, who had become Ye Feng's informant in Pingzhou. Of course, Ye Feng had since passed this informant to the new island master, Wang Weilu. Ye Feng truly had his fingers in every pie. How could he know that the master had arrived incognito? Quan Tianfeng remarked nonchalantly. Ha ha ha. After all, this is the realm of Hot Spring Island. Everything is as it should be. Please, follow us. We have a direct vehicle to take you to meet our island master, the guard continued. That is more like it. Soon, the two boarded the latest model of a sand vehicle. The sand vehicle, with its streamlined silhouette, resembled a cheetah, exuding an exhilarating sense of speed. Father, this sand vehicle is far more exquisite than your official car. It is truly striking, cool, and impressive. Xu Fei, in utter astonishment, caressed the exterior of the sand vehicle. Chapter 1238. I advise you not to waste your efforts. A security guard opened the car door, and Xu Fei along with Quan Tian promptly entered the sand vehicle. The sound of the door closing echoed like a bullet being chambered, crisp and resonant. Once inside, Xu Fei's hands were constantly in motion. The seats were crafted entirely from the hide of a sand beast, with no superfluous material in sight. Inside the door, there was a small compartment containing fruit wine, fruit juices, and other beverages. How beautiful! Father, although the decorations inside are not overly intricate, they exude a sense of simplicity and elegance, Xu Fei exclaimed in wonder. Unfamiliar with the concept of advanced technology, she could only describe the interior as simple and generous. Fuer, refrain from speaking, Quan Tian gently admonished. Wishing to prevent his daughter from appearing naively, the sand vehicle swiftly arrived at the outskirts of the light screen at the entrance of an opulent building. The interior was brilliantly illuminated by electric lights, with two innate guards stationed at the entrance. One of them was Zhou Zheng, and the other was his junior disciple, Yin Li. Ever since Gu Yu's sacrifice, these siblings had taken on the role of personal guards for the island master. Ha ha. It is an honor for the island master to grace us with his presence. Please forgive Wang for not welcoming you properly. Wang Weiluo announced with a hearty laugh as he emerged, flanked by two guards. Upon recognizing Wang Weiluo, Quan Tian abruptly halted. What do you mean? Where is Ye Feng? His mind swept through the entire building, but he found no trace of Ye Feng. Island Master, are you looking for my uncle Yi? Wang Weiluo inquired. Of course. I only converse with individuals of stature. As for you, you still have a long way to go. Let Ye Feng come out to see me. Or Wang Zhihai will suffice, Huang Tian insisted, unwilling to step inside, holding his daughter firmly outside. Ah, Uncle Yi and your father are currently in seclusion and cannot meet you. How about this? If there is something important, just tell me. I am now the island master of Hot Spring Island and can make certain decisions, Wang Weiluo replied, his expression darkening, revealing his displeasure. He had not anticipated that despite his efforts, his reputation remained overshadowed by Uncle Yi and his father. Ultimately, he was still a second-generation figure, always in the shadow of the first generation. You are Wang Zhihai's son? Huang Tian regarded Wang Weiluo with newfound respect. Indeed, Wang Weiluo affirmed. Very well, let us enter and discuss matters, Huang Tian said, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately deciding to give Wang Zhihai some face. For he was indeed in need of assistance. Upon entering the villa, Huang Tian was taken aback by the interior. Unlike his own state palace, which was lavishly adorned with intricate carvings, this space was marked by simplicity and elegance. The flooring was laid with pristine white stone, devoid of any blemish, presenting a clear and immaculate appearance. The walls were a soft moon white, equally spotless and evident. The furniture inside was uniformly colored, with no trace of discordant hues. Certainly, even with a laying of hues, the diversity within a single set of furniture seldom exceeds 3 shades. It is this simplicity in arrangement that imparts an air of sophistication and elegance. Xuefu caressed the creamy surface of the table, her eyes sparkling with delight. Young women typically possess a keen sense of fashion. She could perceive the avant-garde and progressive nature of these furnishings. In stark contrast, her own bedroom was adorned with garish motifs, exuding an air of antiquity, dullness, and oppression, a palpable essence of obsolescence enveloping her. Wang Weiluo settled into the swivel chair at his desk, surrounded by his 7 advisors, strategists, legal counsel, financial advisors, and secretaries, some seated and others standing in attendance. Xiaowang, kindly dismiss these individuals. I wish to discuss a private matter with you, Kong Tianfang remarked nonchalantly. After all, he was the one who had proactively sent his daughter over. Thus, he sought to gauge the situation, lest he find himself in an embarrassing predicament if the sentiments were not mutual. My apologies, esteemed governor, but they are my trusted confidants, and I have complete faith in them. To ask them to leave the office now would be a grave disrespect, Wang Weiluo replied slowly. Managing a population of several 100 million necessitated the wisdom of more than one mind. These 7 individuals provided essential insights when he was unable to make precise judgments. Will they disseminate the contents of our conversation? Kong Tianfang suppressed his ire. He was in dire need of a bomber. Yet it was certain that Wenquan Island would not sell one to him, leaving him with no choice but to resort to traditional methods, marriage alliances. Once a union with Wenquan Island was established, the trust between them would deepen, enabling the procurement of advanced bombers. As for the daughter he had previously promised to Ye Feng, that was clearly an affront and thus irrelevant. Rest assured, they are esteemed lawyers, advisors, and even a district council member on Wenquan Island, and they would never casually relay our discussions, Wang Weiluo stated with gravity. Very well. During this visit to Wenquan Island, I intend to purchase your bombers, and I desire the most advanced models, Kong Tianfang declared slowly. Wang Weiluo raised an eyebrow. His secretary quickly leaned in, whispering a few words to him. Island Master, you can refuse him. It is against Wenquan Island's regulations to sell the most advanced weaponry, the secretary said before retreating. Governor, although I am the Island Master, I cannot sell you the most advanced bombers. Otherwise, the counselors would impeach me. I would risk losing my position as Island Master and even face imprisonment, Wang Weiluo stated earnestly. Oh, the House of Representatives? Such power? Kong Tianfang squinted his eyes. Xuefu looked on, bewildered. She could not fathom why the Island Master did not have the same unilateral authority as the governor. Why could the House of Representatives exert influence over the Island Master? Indeed, Wang Weiluo nodded. Then what further discussion is there? I may as well go directly to negotiate with the House of Representatives. Kong Tianfang prepared to rise. Please hold on. If you intend to persuade the House of Representatives, I urge you to reconsider. The councilors represent the entirety of our southern and northern Wenquan Islands, totaling 2,470,000 citizens. To convince the councilors is tantamount to persuading over 2 million people, Wang Weiluo remarked. This, Quan Tianfang could only sit back. What if I were to marry my daughter to a person of repute from Hot Spring Island? This is my most cherished daughter, Xuefu. Quan Tianfang pointed to her beside him. Wang Weiluo's expression remained unperturbed. At that moment, a political advisor leaned in to whisper to him, Island Master. Such a union could strengthen the relationship between Hot Spring Island and Pingzhou, preventing any immediate rift. Should we refrain from this alliance, there would be no hostages between us. After relaying his counsel, the advisor withdrew his head. Often, Wang Weiluo only needed to make a judgment. An alliance, of course, was sought after by us on Hot Spring Island. However, if the purpose of the marriage is merely to acquire bombers, I must advise against it. We cannot sell our most advanced bombers. Wang Weiluo shook his head. Chapter 1239. So it is like this? Then surely the previous generation's bombers could be sold? I am marrying my most beloved daughter to Hot Spring Island. Is this not sufficient sincerity? Quan Tianfang asserted. The previous generation is also out of the question. Wang Weiluo continued to shake his head. What about the generation before that, the second generation? Quan Tianfang inquired again. Wang Weiluo fell silent. His 7 advisors gathered around, each offering a suggestion. After a while, they stepped back, leaving Wang Weiluo to decide whose counsel to heed. Your Excellency, we cannot provide you with any bombers. This is our core technology on Hot Spring Island. If you were to acquire the first generation of bombers, you could deduce the principles behind them and gradually unveil the secrets of the 4th generation. We cannot take that risk, Wang Weiluo stated earnestly. Quan Tianfang ceased to speak, his eyes twitching with agitation. Humph, have I truly wasted so much time with Amir Jr.? How foolish. Let your father speak with me, or summon Ye Feng. As the island master, you are utterly incapable. As Quan Tianfang concluded, his voice boomed, echoing for 100 kilometers. Shortly after, a series of swift sounds emanated from within the light curtain. Ye Feng, Wang Zhihai, Cheng Libin, Susan, and others rushed out in succession. What is happening? Is there an enemy attack? Ye Feng called into the villa. No, Uncle Yi, someone has come to Hot Spring Island for trade. Wang Weiluo's voice replied from within. Let us go? Ye Feng immediately led Wang Zhihai and the others to the 2nd floor of the villa. On the 2nd floor sofa, Quan Tianfang and his daughter Xuefu remained seated calmly. Hello, Uncle Yi. Greetings, Father. Wang Weiluo acknowledged both Ye Feng and Wang Weiluo. As for Susan and the others, no greeting was necessary. Xuefu scrutinized Ye Feng and the others. Is that the renowned Wang Zhihai? The one who expanded the railway throughout Pingzhou? She pondered, gazing at the famed figure. Yet, she remained perplexed about who truly held sway over Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng or Wang Zhihai. Quan Tianfang harbored similar doubts. He too could not ascertain whether Ye Feng or Wang Zhihai was the true leader of Hot Spring Island. So, you are Mr. Wang Zhihai? Kong Tianfang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to greet them according to their ages. Well said, he remarked as he shook hands with Wang Zhihai. Mr. Yi, have we met again? Kong Tianfang extended his hand to Ye Feng as well. Well said, well said. Ye Feng and Wang Zhihai settled into the sofa opposite them, while Susan and Wang Weilu stood obediently behind, merely serving as a backdrop. Your Excellency, I did not expect you to personally visit my Hot Spring Island. Let us be brief. What assistance do you require during your stay? If I can help, I will certainly urge Island Master Wang to accommodate your needs. Ye Feng spoke sincerely. After all, Kong Tianfang was a cultivator of the void refinement stage. It was best to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Oh. Kong Tianfang glanced at Ye Feng and then at Wang Zhihai, realizing that the true leader of Hot Spring Island was Wang Zhihai, while Ye Feng held a secondary position. Xuefu wore a look of disappointment, believing that it was only fitting for a handsome man to be the chief, yet Wang Zhihai held that title. Indeed, I wish to betroth my daughter to your son, Wang Weilu. What are your thoughts on this, Mr. Wang? Kong Tianfang inquired. Wang Zhihai, not being a fool, understood that Kong Tianfang must have conditions attached. Let us speak plainly. What is your intent, Your Excellency? He responded. Ha ha ha, it is simple. Hot Spring Island belongs to your Wang family, while Pingzhou is under my Kong family. Our union shall be mutually beneficial. In the future, should your family require any elixirs or rare medicines, feel free to approach me, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your needs. Of course, in the spirit of reciprocity, if we in Pingzhou require your advanced technology, do not hold back. Teach our technicians fully. Additionally, we shall share access to bombers between our families, Kong Tianfang articulated. Wang Zhihai fell silent, leaning back in his seat. Brother Feng, what do you think? He asked, turning to Ye Feng. You call him brother? Kong Tianfang squinted, perplexed about whether Hot Spring Island belonged to the Wang family or the Ye family. How do I view it? Your Excellency, I fear you are mistaken. Hot Spring Island does not belong to anyone in particular. It belongs collectively to the citizens. To each and every one of them. The island master, including the bank president and the grand marshal, are merely serving the citizens, who are the true masters. While those in office are but servants, Ye Feng stated calmly. You? Kong Tianfang retorted. Ye Feng, I wish to ask you, who holds more sway on Hot Spring Island? You or Wang Zhihai? Finally, he broached the crux of the matter. Otherwise, with his feudal mindset, he could not comprehend the governance of Hot Spring Island. Allow me to clarify. Hot Spring Island was established through Brother Feng's efforts, while Wang Zhihai has made the most significant contributions during its development, even surpassing Brother Feng. Chunan provided the definitive answer. Is that so? Kong Tianfang mused. Ye Feng, I intend to betroth my youngest daughter to you. What say you? He asked. Behind him, Wang Weilu's expression darkened. You scoundrel, did you not just say you would betroth her to me? Truly, you flatter the powerful without a shred of principle. Speak plainly. What is your true intent? Ye Feng inquired coolly. I desire the latest bomber. That is unattainable. Then, how about a third-generation bomber? I regret to inform you it is not possible. Surely, a first-generation bomber would suffice? The fierce gaze of Kong Tianfang widened, as if on the verge of erupting. Ye Feng immediately became vigilant. This individual was a cultivator at the void refinement stage, and his companions were not within the protective barrier. Should he unleash his fury, he could annihilate Ye Feng's entire group without mercy. It's a deal. Ye Feng extended his right hand. Wang Weiluo, Wang Zhihai, Susan, and Chunan were all present. Ye Feng had made up his mind. After all, the first-generation bomber held little value and was on the brink of obsolescence. However, Kong Tianfang had married off his most cherished daughter to Hot Spring Island, effectively providing the island with a formidable hostage. This arrangement would ensure a decade of stability for Hot Spring Island. By the time the island progressed to a level 1 civilization, Kong Tianfang would be unable to stir any significant troubles. A level 1 civilization can harness the resources of the entire Star-Meng Continent. A level 2 civilization can exploit the resources of the 2 celestial bodies above, even utilizing the energy of the sun itself. If the system of Hot Spring Island remains intact and does not give rise to entrenched capitalists, advancing to a level 2 civilization is highly feasible. Now, without further ado, let us proceed with the marriage. Ye Feng, I have prepared an abundance of dowry, including 100 spirit servants, 50 spirit beasts, and countless puppets, spiritual pills, and herbs, enough to fill a freight car. What about you? What dowry will you provide? Kong Tianfang felt a surge of joy, eager to finalize the arrangements. He was even contemplating parading the bomber in the capital for display. Although he would lose a daughter, his son could potentially wed the 7th princess. The 7th princess. This would grant them a substantial advantage in Pingzhou. Even if future mistakes were made, the sovereign would likely show leniency due to the princess's presence. As for the other regional lords, they would no longer hold equal status with him. Are we in such a rush? Perhaps we should wait a while? Ye Feng suggested. No, we must marry immediately outside the barrier. Mr. Yi, you should remain here in this villa temporarily while I arrange for the dowry. You too should prepare the bride price, with the first item being the first-generation bomber. Kong Tianfang was growing impatient. Ye Feng sighed and shared a deep glance with Kong Tianfang. After a moment, he waved his hand. Everyone, please leave. I wish to have a private conversation with the lord of the prefecture. Brother Feng, out you go. Very well. At once, Ye Feng's companions exited the villa, leaving only Ye Feng, Kong Tianfang, and Xu Fu seated on the sofa. My esteemed son-in-law, do you have anything to discuss with me? Kong Tianfang inquired with a smile. Lord of the prefecture, I have a few questions for you. Should your answers satisfy me, it is conceivable that in the future, Pingzhou could unite with Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng spoke earnestly. Unite? Why not? Please, proceed. Kong Tianfang's heart raced with anticipation. If one day, I were to ask you to relinquish your authority as the prefect, to live as an ordinary person, would you be able to endure such solitude? Ye Feng posed the question. This, I can. Kong Tianfang replied with unwavering certainty. He understood that this was a test from the Hot Spring Island. In truth, Ye Feng's inquiry was driven by his own motives. The mere population of several million citizens on Hot Spring Island could not achieve a secondary civilization. However, if all the inhabitants of Pingzhou were included, this secondary civilization would undoubtedly be realized within a decade. The prerequisite for this was that Kuang Tianfang must set an example for all the cultivators and common folk of the entire state. Furthermore, Ye Feng posed another question. If one day, as a citizen, you were to violate the law, and someone sought to imprison you, or even execute you, would you surrender meekly or rise in defiance? Kuang Tianfang's expression fluctuated. Chapter 1240. Naturally motivated Shui Fu also furrowed her brows. Without hesitation, ask yourself sincerely, can you truly accomplish this? Ye Feng continued. I should be able to, Kuang Tianfang replied with difficulty. Thirdly, can you persuade your son, grandson, and the members of the Kuang family to relinquish all noble traditions, personally engage in cleaning, and prepare their own meals without requiring assistance from others? Is that achievable? Ye Feng inquired again. Do everything by oneself? Kuang Tianfang's eyelid twitched. Indeed. What if I were to lose all my powers and become disabled? Should I still be self-sufficient? Kuang Tianfang retorted. This hypothetical situation is currently irrelevant. Simply answer me honestly. Can you do it? Ye Feng pressed. I can do it. Excellent. Fourth, upon returning to Pingzhou, can you issue an announcement to inform all the citizens of Pingzhou that the selection of the state leader will henceforth be decided by a vote from all citizens and cultivators of Pingzhou? In other words, the state leader's position must change every few years, say every 3, 4, or 10 years. No one should remain in power for a lifetime. Furthermore, the voting process must be open and transparent, free from any manipulation. Is this feasible? Ye Feng had reached the crux of the matter. If Kuang Tianfang could accomplish this, it would signify that the system of Pingzhou would align with that of Hot Spring Island. At that point, he would no longer need to be wary of Kuang Tianfang, as Hot Spring Island and Pingzhou would be indistinguishable. After all, he intended to push technological advancement to its zenith. However, if technology were to be controlled by a despotic society, it would transform into a nightmare for the common people. Consider this. When farming could be entirely mechanized, what value would ordinary individuals hold? Wouldn't they be entirely discarded by the nobility? Yet, if civilization governs technology, they would distribute the produce from mechanized farming as welfare to the common populace, enabling them to live comfortably without toil. In a barbaric society, once the nobility seized control of technology, they would not contemplate enhancing the welfare of the common people. Instead, they would solely focus on subjugating them. The barbaric mindset dictates that if common people can eat without labor, how would the noble elders indulge in the company of youthful and beautiful daughters? How would they compel other sons to serve them? Ye Feng, you must be out of your mind. The position of state leader in Pingzhou is something we have labored for generations to attain. And now you want me to adopt your Hot Spring Island system of electoral succession? Isn't that tantamount to handing over the legacy of our ancestors? Kuang Tianfang turned his head away, expressing his discontent. My lord, such words cannot be spoken. Heritage? Was it not your subordinates who fought tirelessly to restore it for you? I refuse to believe that you alone could ascend to the position of governor of Pingzhou. Moreover, if you were to elevate Pingzhou to the heights of a developed society like Warm Spring Island, you would not have to endure the harassment of foreign foes who would dare to harm you. That would be tantamount to opposing the entirety of Warm Spring Island, for our principle is clear. For every life taken, 1,000 must pay. Should your old capitalists remain entrenched, progress in technology will be stifled. Human nature is inherently self-serving. Even if the craftsmen of Pingzhou possess the capability to develop the most advanced machinery, they will surely conspire to hinder progress, knowing that the benefits of such advancements would elude them, ultimately serving only your interests. Following this logic, even if I were to bestow upon you all of Warm Spring Island's machinery and impart all our advanced knowledge, whether you use 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years, technology would remain stagnant. Ye Feng spoke from the depths of his heart, hoping to sway Kuang Tianfang. The progress of civilization lies in assimilation, not in warfare. Though he possessed the power to obliterate Pingzhou, he deemed it unnecessary. On what grounds do you claim that the technology of Pingzhou will stagnate in 1,000 years? And what allows Warm Spring Island to continue its advancement? Kuang Tianfang's eyes narrowed, his dissatisfaction palpable. Pingzhou is but a fiefdom of your family. Unless you send your kin to undertake research, I fear they may lose their focus after tasting the fruits of privilege. However, Warm Spring Island is different. All citizens are equal. They understand that should advanced weapons or machinery be developed, These innovations will directly benefit themselves and their families, thus fueling their motivation. Chapter 1241. You 3. Make arrangements. Though Warm Spring Island boasts only a few million citizens, once united, their strength will rival that of your entire Pingzhou populace. Ye Feng contemplated granting Quan Fong another opportunity. If he still aspired to reign supreme in Pingzhou, there would be no need to extend a hand. He could return to his primitive society as its king. One day, this ruler of a barbaric society would come face to face with the consequences of civilization. Father, I find his ideology intriguing yet entirely reasonable. Shuefu suddenly tugged at Quan Fong's sleeve. Reasonable? Do you concur with his perspective? Quan Fong inquired. Father, I believe he is correct, Shuefu affirmed with a resolute nod. This left Quan Fong in a state of hesitation. He recognized the merit in Ye Feng's ideology, but it entailed sacrificing his privileges in Pingzhou. Was such a sacrifice truly worthwhile? What if those unruly citizens seized power and sought retribution against him? Mr. Kwong, I understand the predicament you currently face. I can grant you a month's time to confer with your kin regarding the adoption of our system here on Hot Spring Island. Should you choose to embrace our ways, it is imperative that you demonstrate your commitment through tangible actions, beginning with the election of a new island lord. I shall take several years to assess your resolve, and if we at Hot Spring Island discern your genuine intent to learn from us, we shall share our technologies and advancements with you. Having concluded his statement, Ye Feng rose to his feet, prompting Quan Fong to instinctively follow suit. He indeed sought a harmonious resolution, a means by which he could secure privileges while also partaking in the myriad technologies that Hot Spring Island has to offer. And what of your marriage to Fua? Quan Fong hesitated, words caught in his throat. We can discuss the marriage later. Consider this. Living as an ordinary cultivator can also be quite fulfilling, granting you ample time for rigorous training. Surely, you do not wish to remain stagnant in the early stages of the void refinement realm forever. Who knows, perhaps you may eventually ascend to the spirit separation realm. Ye Feng remarked with a smile. Indeed, Ye Feng, your philosophy is remarkably progressive. I shall return and deliberate with my clan, Quan Fong replied, rising once more. Someone, see our guest out. Ye Feng gestured towards the door, and immediately, Wang Weiluo and others entered. Farewell, Quan Fong said, suddenly adopting a more cultured demeanor. As for the matter of his electric law king being slain by Ye Feng, it felt almost justifiable to him now. At times, one must reflect inwardly rather than solely cast blame upon Hot Spring Island. After all, had he not also minted a considerable number of counterfeit coins? Once Quan Fong departed, Wang Weiluo and the others gathered around. Uncle Ye Feng, what did you discuss with him? I sense that the sharp aura he once emanated has vanished, Wang Weiluo inquired. In truth, it was nothing of great consequence. I merely illustrated the distinction between civilization and savagery, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. Impressive, Brother Feng. I had no idea your ability to influence others was so exceptional. I believe he will reflect earnestly upon his actions after returning, Wang Weiluo expressed. Let us hope so. If he remains obstinate, it matters not. We can simply impose a technological blockade on his realm of Pingzhou, Ye Feng stated. Now, I must return to my rigorous training. Farewell. With that, Ye Feng vanished in a flurry of movement. I too must make my way home. I hope to break through to the true martial realm, thus affording me ample time to be with my family, Wang Zhihai remarked before disappearing as well. Within the villa, the group dispersed to their respective abodes. Meanwhile, in North Hot Spring Island, He Lishuan continued his campaign against the third-class citizens. The sheer number of these individuals had burgeoned, encompassing nearly all the victims from the initial calamities, amounting to tens of millions. Although reinforcements from Pingzhou have gradually arrived to fill the population void, He Lishuan found himself perpetually overwhelmed. The third-class citizens were no mere pushovers. They had learned to tunnel beneath the ice and had infiltrated various residences, effectively becoming one with North Hot Spring Island. The task of eradicating them entirely would likely be a long and arduous journey. Hence, North Hot Spring Island devised an array of tactical responses, such as the 10-to-1 draw, targeted inspections, and rewards for reporting. Thus, the strategic and tactical aspects of North Hot Springs Island have reached new heights, yet its technological advancement remains stagnant. In the Grand Assembly Hall of Pingzhou Prefecture, a multitude of over 10,000 individuals congregated. They were either members of the Kwang family or their trusted confidants, including the three esteemed law kings. Having shared my thoughts, What is your opinion on the system of Hot Springs Island? Huang Tianfeng inquired. A number of less powerful youths were captivated by his words. Although they were also part of the Kuang clan, the privileges they enjoyed were far inferior to those of Huang Tianfeng's direct relatives. The system of Hot Springs Island was precisely what they desired. With a clamor, 1/3 of the assembly raised their hands in agreement. The remaining 2/3 included a faction opposed to the system, fearing it would strip them of their privileges, while another faction remained indecisive. Father, I find this system commendable, Huang Ren boldly declared, joining the ranks of those who raised their hands. My son, do you truly believe it is worth emulating? Huang Tianfeng was genuinely moved this time. Adopting the advanced practices of Hot Springs Island would secure a continuous flow of support, particularly in terms of bombers, heavy water Gatling guns, and most crucially, the assembly line for refining elixirs. Unbeknownst to him, the elixir purification relied solely on Ye Feng's efforts. The citizens of Hot Springs Island were united and cohesive, and their well-structured system ensured the confidentiality of their operations. Father, it is certainly feasible. I had the privilege of meeting Ye Feng, an extraordinary figure. I do not refer merely to his cultivation realm, but rather to his magnetic personality. Such charisma is unparalleled. One glance is enough to instill a sense of reliability and novelty, Huang Ren expressed. Alas, it seems our Black Mountain Empire's method of governance has indeed become antiquated. Huang Tianfeng sighed deeply, confessing his reluctance to relinquish the privileges he held. Let us raise our hands once more. Those in favor of transitioning to the new system in Pingzhou, please signify, Huang Tianfeng addressed his kin. With a resounding wave, 2/3 of the assembly raised their hands, particularly among the women. The women of the Kuang family were often relegated to political marriages devoid of freedom. However, the system Huang Tianfeng had just described allowed for love matches, granting them the autonomy to marry whom they pleased, liberating them from the prospect of wedlock to unhinged old men. Very well, Fenger, Yuer, and Lei Zhentian, you three shall make the necessary arrangements. Huang Tianfeng seemed to have made a momentous decision. The three law kings exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Before long, explosive news swept through Pingzhou Prefecture. Posters blanketed the streets and alleys. Chapter 1242. Was it sent by Ye Feng? What? What is this? The prefectural lord intends to select the next prefect from among all the common citizens and cultivators? It is not hereditary? I sense a trap. We must be vigilant. Another voice chimed in. I too suspect deceit. This may be a ruse by the prefectural lord to test our loyalty, someone else warned, casting a wary glance around. Well, someone must take the initiative, right? As mentioned earlier, anyone can register for the gubernatorial election. I believe our village's simpleton would be quite suitable for this task. We could persuade him to sign up. If he manages to register without being apprehended, then we could follow suit. What a splendid idea. At this moment, Long Wu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the notice on the street. How curious. Given that Huang Tianfeng is so fervently devoted to power, would he truly relinquish it? I shall first compose a letter to Wang Weiluo and ascertain his approach to this matter. Long Wu muttered to himself before promptly returning to the concession. Whoosh! A bomber soared over North Hot Springs Island, making several passes before gradually descending. When the bomber was merely 100 meters from the ground, two figures flung open the hatch and leaped out, crashing through the ice layer below. Elixir had long awaited the arrival of the high-ranking officials from North Hot Springs Island. Brother Feng, oh my dear Brother Feng, you have finally arrived. Elixir rushed forward, enveloping Ye Feng in a warm embrace, burying his head in Ye Feng's chest. Elixir, do restrain yourself. After all, you are the lord of North Hot Springs Island. This is quite embarrassing. Ye Feng gently pushed Elixir's face aside. In truth, Elixir was mimicking Chunin, believing that the close relationship between Chun-Un and Ye Feng might be influenced by such affectionate gestures. Greetings, Brother Feng. Uncle Feng, I am Elixir's eldest son, Huffing. You have grown quite a bit, Ye Feng remarked, clasping his hands behind his back and surveying the fresh faces before him. Elixir, are you unable to manage those third-class citizens? Ye Feng inquired. He had been diligently engrossed in his studies when Wang Weiluo apprehended him and dispatched him to North Hot Springs Island to address issues concerning the third-class citizens. Those troublesome individuals are quite difficult to handle. Mingling with the common folk and even learning to dig tunnels, they frequently engage in public speeches. Each time he speaks, numerous ordinary people become indoctrinated. Elixir, sporting dark circles under his eyes and with half of his hair turned white, seemed to have been worn down by the ordeal. What is the content of these speeches? Ye Feng asked. It appears that they are advocating for equality, claiming that everyone can become an island lord, reside within the light barrier, and pilot bombers, Elixirs replied. What a brilliant tactic. It is indeed insurmountable, for that group of disaster-stricken individuals outside cannot even secure their basic needs. Therefore, they are in dire need of such a system. Ye Feng glanced towards the densely populated civilian area outside the light barrier. It appeared to be even more crowded than the ice houses of South Hot Springs Island. Yet, in terms of development, it fell far short, as only a sparse few ice houses boasted electric lights, while the majority remained shrouded in darkness. What is the current number of non-citizens? Ye Feng inquired. Since the Gale Zone has come to a standstill, a vast influx of Pingzhou residents has arrived here, claiming they can receive free deworming medicine. I haven't meticulously counted, but it is certainly at least tenfold more than before, Elixirs responded. Tenfold? Wasn't the population of North Hot Springs Island close to 100 million previously? Does this mean that the current population has surpassed 1 billion? Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, North Hot Spring Island is the closest to Pingzhou. The inhabitants who migrated there have settled here, choosing not to journey south to South Hot Spring Island. Perhaps they ran out of fare midway and could only find work outside of North Hot Spring Island. Their initial destination was, after all, South Hot Spring Island, Elixirs remarked. Very well. Let us patrol the civilian district, Ye Feng declared. Wait. Prepare the sand vehicles and mount the Gatling gun atop one of them. Lest those unruly citizens rise up against us, Elixirs urged urgently. Must we go to such extremes? Ye Feng inquired. Certainly. We must take every precaution. Those troublemakers have blended in among the civilians, and I cannot distinguish them. They strike like venomous snakes, and thus far, many of our patrolling soldiers have vanished without a trace. They are likely devoured, Elixirs explained. All right. Before long, 20 sand vehicles formed a long line, slowly advancing toward the civilian district. Due to the technological backwardness of North Hot Spring Island, the inhabitants struggle to secure 3 meals a day. Yet, in their quest to attain citizenship, they must endure 3 years of hardship. Only after this period may they qualify for a recommendation to become residents, and subsequently, after residing as a resident for 10 years, they can aspire to citizenship. Becoming a citizen is the unified goal of the many displaced individuals outside. Additionally, some come seeking medicine for parasites. Perched atop a sand vehicle, Ye Feng swept his vast consciousness across the expanse. The area was teeming with people. Each ice house housed an average of over 20 individuals, nearly crammed together. They likely huddled in this manner to preserve warmth, or else they would perish from the cold. In contrast, South Hot Spring Island is markedly cleaner, equipped with heating and numerous boilers, allowing only 2 individuals to inhabit a single ice house. Using my consciousness to scan is futile. Those third-class citizens bear no markings on their faces. I can only identify them when they strike, Elixirs remarked. At that moment, a crossbow bolt shot forth from one of the ice houses. Seeking death? Ye Feng exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The crossbow was deflected, crashing into another ice house and causing it to collapse. Surround them, the soldiers shouted, swiftly disembarking and encircling the structure in layers. Elixirs took up the Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage upon the ice house. In mere moments, the structure crumbled, revealing 3 men, 2 women, and an infant within. At the center stood an obsolete crossbow from the city of Na. Arrest them. The soldiers surged forward, quickly subduing the individuals. Where are your accomplices? Elixirs demanded loudly. I would rather die than reveal anything. If you have the capability, then kill us, one of the women retorted defiantly. Then let it be, Elixirs declared, pressing a heavy water pistol against her forehead. Wait. Ye Feng interjected, lowering the firearm. Miss, I am an envoy sent by the Supreme Island Master. If you have faced any injustice, please confide in me, and I shall assist you in reclaiming your rights, Ye Feng said earnestly. You were sent by the Supreme Island Master? Are you really Ye Feng? The woman inquired, as she was unfamiliar with him. Indeed, Ye Feng nodded. Well, to speak frankly, I wish for the Supreme Island Master to replace Elixirs. The situation is such that on that day, tens of thousands of us march together. Chapter 1243. I will handle it. Subsequently, the woman recounted the events of that day in detail to Ye Feng. Now I understand. Rest assured, I shall advocate for you. Elixirs, you shall no longer serve as the Lord of Baiwan Spring Island. It is best for you to live as an ordinary citizen, Ye Feng turned and coldly reprimanded. Brother Feng, it was their fault, not mine, He Lishuan stammered, taken aback. Enough with the excuses. Someone, seize his North Island seal. Understood. Chenin promptly retrieved He Lishuan's lordly seal. Brother Feng, He Lishuan's eyes glistened, teetering on the brink of tears. Take him away. Ensure he is under strict surveillance. Once I ascertain his crimes, he shall be sentenced according to the law. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. The higher-ups of Baiwan Spring Island were rendered speechless. Had it been anyone else daring to seize He Lishuan's seal, they would have descended upon him like a horde, turning him into a mere pulp. Yet, Ye Feng was different, the creator of the hot spring island, the architect of its system, though no longer the island master. He remained the unacknowledged monarch in the hearts of all citizens. In a short while, He Lishuan was escorted away by several individuals. Very well, miss, you may rise. From this day forth, I shall provide you and your fellow third-class citizens with the justice you deserve. Ye Feng assisted the woman to her feet, though a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. He had heard of the demeanor of the third-class citizens from He Lishuan. When the formidable army of Kuang Tian threatened, instead of aiding the fight for Baiwan Spring Island, some even went so far as to offer food and ladders to the enemy. For such transgressions, 100 executions would be too lenient. The third-class citizens were predominantly ungrateful and treacherous. They must not be allowed to remain. However, extinguishing their presence would require careful planning. Why, you must be Ye Feng, right? The woman stammered. Yes, I am indeed Ye Feng. You need not hide any longer. You can live in the light from now on. Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. Really? So, am I free to go now? The woman asked. Yes, you are free. Please help me spread the word that third-class citizens will no longer be hunted. They can live like common folk and enjoy some basic benefits of Baiwan Spring Island. Ye Feng gestured towards the distance. That might not be sufficient. We are citizens, and our demands are for our welfare to be on par with those of the citizens depicted on the screens. The woman insisted resolutely. That, I'm afraid I cannot achieve at this moment, but I will seek a way to accommodate you, Ye Feng assured. Very well, I shall await your response, the woman said. And with that, she and her family walked away. After navigating through several turns, she arrived at an ice cellar. Inside sat several disheveled and haggard middle-aged men. One individual's prowess astonishingly reached the late stage of the innate realm. Leader, I have encountered Ye Feng, and here is the situation. Shortly thereafter, the woman relayed Ye Feng's words verbatim to the burly man. Ye Feng, truly worthy of his reputation, he possesses a grand vision and understands that we, the third-class citizens, are not easily dealt with. He has begun to soften towards us. However, this meager concession is insufficient. We must strive for greater rights, such as elevating our status above that of the first-class citizens of Hot Spring Island. Most importantly, those soldiers who massacred us must be executed, and Helixuan must face severe punishment. The burly man declared. Should I negotiate with Ye Feng? The woman inquired. Yes, negotiation is imperative. The terms must include that upon our return as third-class citizens, we shall gain control of the armory, the military, and the power plants. In essence, all advanced technology must be placed in our hands, he asserted. Will Ye Feng acquiesce? The woman asked. Haha, if he refuses, we will continue to lurk in North Hot Spring Island, sabotaging his efforts and delivering speeches to disrupt his peace daily. If patrols enter the civilian areas, we will swiftly eliminate them. When a large force comes to suppress us, we will blend in among the civilians. After all, they all possess one nose and two eyes. And he cannot distinguish whether we are third-class citizens, the burly man replied nonchalantly. He does possess some wisdom. Otherwise, he would not have survived this long under Helixuan's siege. Most critically, his followers have swelled to over 40 million. Such a vast population, even without advanced technology, is sufficient to sustain North Hot Spring Island. To eradicate these individuals would necessitate leveling the entire North Hot Spring Island with bombers. However, this would inevitably result in the collateral death of countless innocent civilians, inciting public outrage. Ye Feng returned to his office on North Hot Spring Island, where Helixuan was seated behind his desk, his legs propped up. Brother Feng, Chunin has revealed the truth to me. I didn't expect you to employ the tactic of drawing the snake out of its hole. Will they fall for it? Helixuan inquired. Let us play our roles convincingly. You will need to endure some discomfort for a while and behave as a prisoner, Ye Feng replied. That is acceptable. As long as I can eliminate those ungrateful wolves, I do not mind being a prisoner, Helixuan responded. Very well, I shall take care of it. At that moment, A series of swift sounds pierced the sky. Ye Feng looked up, a puzzled expression crossing his face. What is happening on South Hot Spring Island? Why are so many bombers being deployed simultaneously? Isn't this a disturbance? No sooner had he spoken than over 70 bombers began to descend towards North Hot Spring Island. Subsequently, a number of youthful faces emerged from the cabins. Everyone line up. Our purpose for this autumn excursion is to witness the world beyond. To observe the disparities between North Hot Spring Island and South Hot Spring Island. The leading handsome youth stepped forward. It was Ye Feng. Ye Feng hurriedly approached the light screen, noticing that Ye Feng had already organized the students together. A few young women were casting flirtatious glances at Ye Feng. Dad, you are here as well. I thought you were undergoing rigorous training, Ye Feng exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, an elderly man emerged from the bomber. Principal Huang, greetings. Ye Feng shook hands with the elder. Brother Feng, how do you do? Your son is exceptionally talented. He consistently scores full marks in school, and his classmates admire him greatly. He is even the student council president now. Principal Huang shook Ye Feng's hand vigorously. Student council president? Principal Huang, I trust you did not appoint him personally? Ye Feng felt a twinge of displeasure, though his face betrayed none of his feelings. Of course, Ye Feng possesses all the attributes befitting a student council president. If I do not appoint him, who else would I choose? Principal Huang chuckled. Ye Feng sighed internally. His son ultimately lives in the shadow of his own brilliance, and that is far from a favorable situation. Principal Huang, please attend to your duties. I wish to speak with Ye Feng for a moment. Certainly, you two can converse. I shall go organize the students. Ye Feng, follow me, Ye Feng said, placing his hands behind his back as he walked toward the holographic screen. Dad, what is going on? Currently, all citizens of Hot Spring Island have been infused with sword silk, allowing Ye Feng to enter safely. Once in the office, Ye Feng took a seat. Have a seat. He gestured to the chair beside him. Dad, why so serious? This isn't like your usual demeanor, Ye Feng remarked, sitting down and resting one foot on the coffee table. My son, after graduating from university, you could follow your Aunt Ding's example and venture beyond Hot Spring Island to places like Pingzhou, Yuzhou, or even the capital for some invaluable experience, Ye Feng stated matter-of-factly. But why, Dad? Ye Feng questioned, bewildered. What can a flower, nurtured in a greenhouse, truly become? I do not wish for you to be flattered to death by those around you. I hope for you to grow into a true man, Ye Feng asserted. In lion prides, once male lions reach maturity, they are driven from their families by the Lion King, compelled to roam and gain experience. Ye Feng resolved to emulate this principle, for he believed that allowing his son to dwell in a bubble of flattery would eventually lead to ruin. Most importantly, Hot Spring Island values fairness and justice, devoid of any privileges. Yet, he underestimated human nature. Everyone was aware that Ye Feng was his son, and they would inevitably resort to various means of sycophancy. Even if he explicitly forbade them from flattering Ye Feng, they would still offer him undue conveniences. Once such a culture takes root, it becomes irrevocable. Human relationships and social niceties are not entirely objectionable, but in his realm, there must be no favoritism. Everything must adhere to the rules of Hot Spring Island. Otherwise, if the island were to become corrupted, it might take millennia to attain even a secondary level of civilization. Chapter 1244, A Raucous Occasion. Dad, is there any father in the world like you who would cast his own son out of the house? Ye Feng was taken aback. My intention to send you away is not immediate. Rather, it will be after your university graduation. Trust me, this is for your benefit and the integrity of Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng spoke gravely. I shall say no more. I will return home and inform my mother. With that, Ye Feng stormed out in anger, slamming the door behind him. Ye Feng pondered, understanding the nature of a son so young, who could hardly grasp the depths of his father's struggles. It was only after his university graduation that he might truly comprehend. Yet, before that moment arrived, he felt compelled to caution the principals against bestowing any undue privileges upon his son. At that juncture, a soldier entered the room. Island Master, oh no, Brother Feng. The esteemed Lord Helix requests your presence. The soldier regarded Ye Feng with reverence. Once an underprivileged native, he had gained insight into the magnificence of Hot Spring Island only after becoming a resident. The greatness of this island was intrinsically linked to the man before him, and it was his first time beholding Ye Feng, whose brilliance and valor inspired an involuntary desire for allegiance. Without delay, Ye Feng found himself in the office of Lord Helix, where the high-ranking officials were already gathered. In the center sat a man and a woman. both of whom Ye Feng recognized from the screens as third-class citizens. What brings you to me? Ye Feng took a seat beside Helix. Ye Feng, the man began. Our leader has requested that all third-class citizens emerge. You must comply with our conditions, and if you do, we shall refrain from causing disturbances. What is your name? Ye Feng inquired, narrowing his eyes. I am Drini, and this is my wife, Marlene. Mr. Drini, please state your demands, Ye Feng replied coolly. Our first condition is that we wish to take control of the power plant on Hot Spring Island, the woman declared. What? Have you lost your senses? The power plant is the lifeblood of our northern Hot Spring Island. How could you possibly think this feasible? Helix roared, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront them, but was restrained by Chun and others. Is this your method of negotiation, Ye Feng? The moment I state our first condition, he resorts to violence? Drini remarked, his demeanor calm, having long since cast aside any fear of death. Now, please proceed with the second condition. Though Ye Feng's anger surged within him, he knew he must endure for the sake of luring out the leaders of this insurrection, for only by doing so could he address the root of the problem. Our second condition is that we demand control over the military forces of Hot Spring Island, Marlene interjected. Humph. Helix refrained from rolling up his sleeves this time, instead opting to emit a series of cold chuckles. The other high-ranking officials exchanged glances, directing their unfriendly gazes toward Marlene. And what of your third condition? Ye Feng leaned back in his chair, adopting a more languid posture. Our third condition is that we require complete control over all bombers, sand vehicles, heavy water Gatling guns, and heavy water pistols from both northern and southern Hot Spring Islands, Marlene stated. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with Helix. Miss Marlene, do you truly believe this is attainable? Should we entrust you with such advanced weaponry, what means would we possess to defend ourselves if you were to turn against us? Ye Feng questioned nonchalantly. Rest assured, once we possess these weapons, we will not unleash indiscriminate violence. Moreover, if we command the military without the means to defend ourselves, what good would that be? Once we emerge, you could eliminate us with these weapons, and we would stand defenseless, Drini asserted. Ha! Now, let us discuss your fourth condition. Ye Feng replied, intrigued. Ye Feng's fingers rhythmically tapped the table. The fourth condition, the University, Research Institute, and military factories of Hot Spring Island are all under the control of us third-class citizens, Marlene stated. Damn it, Brother Feng, don't hold me back. I want to hit him, Chunin exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to leap into action. However, he was restrained by Helix. I'm not afraid of threats. If I feared death, I wouldn't have come here to negotiate with you, Marlene asserted, puffing out her chest. Just then, a voice from outside the door announced. Brother Feng, Lord Helix, the dragon leader of the Pingzhou concession has returned, and he has brought a refined young man with him, claiming to have important matters to discuss with you. Oh, Brother Wu is back? Quickly let him in. Ye Feng's gloom dissipated. Ever since Long Wu regained all his memories, he hadn't had a proper conversation with him. The door creaked open, and Long Wu strode in. He wore a sharp uniform, his hair slicked back, with 2 heavy water pistols holstered at his waist, and boots made in Hot Spring Island adorned his feet. Brother Feng, Brother Wu. The 2 old friends first shook hands, and then embraced tightly. Brother Wu, Chunin also stepped forward to hug Long Wu. Helix remarked, usually, Long Wu seems rather ordinary, but I didn't expect him to be so esteemed by Brother Feng. Brother Feng, allow me to introduce this gentleman. This is Kwang Ren, whom you must have met before. Long Wu indicated the young man behind him. Oh, so you are Brother Kwang Ren. I was unaware of your visit from afar. May I inquire about the purpose of your journey? Ye Feng inquired politely in the presence of an outsider. Mr. Yi, it has been several years since we last met. I didn't anticipate your charm to have grown even more, Kwang Ren replied with eloquence. Indeed, your allure has also deepened, Ye Feng responded, his face reddening. He had not acquired much knowledge of the culture in this realm, rendering him nearly illiterate. Allure? Kwang Ren, let it be. The reason for my visit is to discuss an important matter regarding the King's grand birthday celebration. I presume you have heard of it? Kwang Ren smiled. The King's birthday? Apologies, I have been in seclusion lately and am quite uninformed, Ye Feng admitted candidly. Oh, that works out well. The king intends to select young talents from various states to become the consort of the 7th princess. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance, Mr. Yi. At that moment, a furious voice erupted from behind. Hey, are you just going to chat among yourselves? We are here representing the great leader for negotiations. Drew and I fumed. Ye Feng, Your disregard for us third-class citizens suggests that we must raise several more conditions today, Marlene added from the side. Oh, apologies, who are these two? Quang Ren pointed to the pair of individuals. Never mind that. You just mentioned the king is preparing to select a consort from various states. Is that true? Ye Feng's eyes brightened. Certainly, the king is not necessarily bound to marry the princess off to other nations. At times, the king also needs to win over his subordinates. Hence, I deduce that one of the state leaders or their sons will become the consort, Quang Ren explained. Well, let me ponder that, Ye Feng mused. Civilization is an act of assimilation rather than invasion. In truth, he has long desired to visit the capital and meet the sovereign, hoping to discuss the adoption of a citizen voting system in the Black Mountain Empire. Although this endeavor may prove arduous, it is not unattainable. Otherwise, the sovereign must at least be a practitioner of the spiritual realm, right? If they truly seek to oppose Hot Spring Island, even if victorious, the island would likely suffer considerable losses. Ye Feng, you show me great disrespect, he said. Sister, let us depart. Upon uttering this, Delyuni attempted to leave with his sister. Chunin swiftly interjected, please, do not act impulsively. Brother Feng has pressing matters to attend to. Allow me to negotiate terms with you personally. You? Delyuni scrutinized Chun and with evident skepticism. There was little he could do. The aura exuded by Chun conveyed an inherent unreliability, rendering him rather untrustworthy. What is your name? Delyuni inquired. I am the illustrious Chunin. Surely you have heard of my name? I have not. What? You have never heard of my esteemed name? Indeed, what is Chunin? Absurd, I shall strike. While Ye Feng pondered his thoughts, Chunin had already engaged in a commotion with the siblings, leading to quite a ruckus. Oh, the headache. Brother Quang, I must attend to some family matters. Fifth brother, please escort our esteemed guests to the VIP room. Certainly. Longwu nodded and led Quang Ren out of the office. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a punch that separated Chun from the siblings. Chunin, your unreliability is astonishing. You, converse with them while I meet with Brother Quang Ren. Without a backward glance, Ye Feng proceeded to the VIP room. Half an hour later, Ye Feng's expression darkened. Are you saying that the most lavish gift grants one the privilege of spending an hour alone with the sovereign? He asked. Indeed. Thus, I wish to procure a bomber. Specifically the latest model, and the gift must surpass those of the other state leaders. Furthermore, our Pingzhou has already implemented the voting system of Hot Spring Island. If you doubt it, you may conduct an inspection when we visit Pingzhou, Quang Ren earnestly stated. He had grasped the essence of Hot Spring Island's system. As long as Pingzhou adopted its practices, Hot Spring Island would regard Pingzhou as a subordinate, generously sharing advanced technology and weaponry without reservation. Are you certain? Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. He trusted that Quang Tianfang had enacted his policies, yet achieving visible results would undoubtedly take time. The journey from barbarism to civilization may span centuries, even millennia. You may observe for yourself. I assure you, it will not disappoint, Quang Ren sincerely assured him. Indeed, they had implemented a voting system in Pingzhou, yet the integrity of this system was highly questionable. The entirety of the voting was anonymous, granting ample opportunity for manipulation. Very well, Brother Quang. You shall reside with us for a time. Once I have resolved the affairs of northern Hot Spring Island, I shall naturally travel to the capital aboard the most advanced bomber, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. That would be splendid, Quang Ren exclaimed with excitement. He is in dire need of Ye Feng's bomber. He believes that the gifts from other state lords are, at best, merely a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. However, what he offers is entirely unique from anything in the realm of cultivation, guaranteed to earn the favor of the sovereign. Once that happens, he can rightfully bring the seventh princess home. Though he has never seen her, how unattractive could the daughter of the sovereign possibly be? All the concubines chosen by the sovereign are indeed the Cr. de la Cr. He has met the sovereign, who possesses a refined and dignified appearance, emanating an aura of authority without any display of anger. The daughter of such a handsome and beautiful couple is likely to be breathtakingly lovely. In an instant, Quang Ren has already begun to fantasize about his life with the seventh princess. After Ye Feng escorted Quang Ren to his chamber, he proceeded to the room of Marlene and her companions. What has transpired? Ye Feng inquired. They are adamant that the higher-ups will only appear after certain conditions are met. Chunin responded. Then there is no other option. Apprehend them, Ye Feng commanded with a wave of his hand. The guards swiftly surrounded the two, binding them tightly and affixing several immobilization talismans to their foreheads. Ye Feng, Do you truly wish to make enemies of all us third-class citizens? Are you aware of the consequences? Zhou and I exclaimed in anger. Humph. Do you really think I am powerless against you? Ye Feng retorted, his hands clasped behind his back as he paced the conference room. Disseminate the order to implement a household registration system outside the light curtain. 10 households form a team. 10 teams constitute a society. 10 societies create a village. 10 villages form a township. 10 townships make a county. 10 counties establish a city. 10 cities comprise a province. Subsequently, appoint leaders for each level, from team leader to society chief, village head, township chief, and so forth up to the provincial level. Should any team harbor traitors, the entire team will be exiled, and the team leader will face execution. The society chief will also be demoted, Ye Feng stated coldly. What? You can't be serious. Zhou and I gasped in disbelief. If the registered members of a team wish to avoid being implicated, they must find a way to eliminate the traitors within their ranks and may report them. Furthermore, gatherings exceeding 10 individuals are strictly forbidden. Any such occurrence will be met with severe punishment. Whistleblowers will be rewarded with 10,000 spring coins, while those who conceal information will be deemed as guilty as the traitors themselves. Ye Feng furrowed his brow, striving to recall the methods employed by Qin in dealing with insurrections. Brother Feng, why didn't I think of this sooner? With this strategy, the traitors mingling among the commoners will have nowhere to hide, Chunin praised, giving a thumbs up. Helix's mind was momentarily overwhelmed. Though he could not fully comprehend Ye Feng's tactics, he felt an inexplicable sense of admiration. Thus he too raised his thumb in approval. Driving the sand vehicle, Ye Feng began to plan the territory in the civilian area, implementing the household registration system and documenting all personnel. 10 days hence, those who have not registered will face the consequences. For on the 10th day, Spring Island will commence inspections of temporary residence permits. Anyone who has not registered will be treated as a traitor. Ye Feng continued, understood. Immediately, Helix went to personally oversee the operation. Chunin, you should accompany him and serve as an advisor, Ye Feng instructed. Certainly, Chunin replied, joining the endeavor. In a certain secret chamber, the leader of the traitors sat upon his chair, flanked by over 40 key members of the rebel faction. Bear in mind that our current strength is insufficient to contend with the forces of Hot Spring Island. Therefore, we must adopt a strategy of retreating when the enemy advances and advancing when they retreat. We should avoid direct confrontations with Hot Spring Island and instead engage in disruptive tactics from the shadows. After all, the civilians outside are largely sympathetic to our cause. Manu, your propaganda efforts must be executed with finesse. Periodically address the civilians to instill in them the belief that we, the third-class citizens, stand united with them. Otherwise, without their protection, we shall soon face annihilation. As the leader spoke, a figure wrapped in a scarf burst into the room. Leader, trouble. There are inspections happening above. Inspections? Who dares to conduct inspections now? The leader commanded his men to prepare for action. In the basement, everyone brandished their rudimentary weapons. Some wielded curved blades, others possessed steel knives, and one even brandished a rifle, albeit not a heavy water rifle, for heavy water ammunition was far too precious for them to procure. Occasionally, they might acquire some ammunition from fallen regular troops, but such resources were reserved for dealing with formidable foes. Do not act recklessly. A large force is approaching, complete with sand vehicles and heavy water Gatling guns. The scout hastily urged everyone to remain calm. Is it serious? Has our leader's location been compromised? Everyone, be cautious and hold your positions. Upon hearing this, the leader sat down obediently, directing his gaze towards the first floor. Ye Feng's spiritual sense swept through the basement, and he was the first to enter. Everyone in the basement, come out now. We are implementing a household registration system. Also, gatherings of more than 10 are prohibited. Hurry, exit, Ye Feng commanded, stamping his foot on the floor. The leader was taken aback. He had not anticipated the arrival of a formidable warrior at the true martial level. Only a true martial expert could project their spiritual sense outward. Let us go, everyone, the leader instructed, leading his followers out of the basement. Ye Feng regarded the group coldly, assessing their highest cultivation level to be in the late true martial stage, mixed with a few in the early stage. While the majority were cultivators of the acquired realm, the congregation of so many skilled individuals signaled trouble. Once outside, the leader's gaze swept the street, where he beheld over 20 sand vehicles lined up, advancing towards the heart of the civilian district. Is Hot Spring Island about to make a significant move? He pondered. Someone, go register their names. Ye Feng waved his hand, his spiritual sense scanning the other structures in the vicinity. You, drop your weapons to the ground. Raise your hands to your head and crouch down. An officer approached, armed with pen and paper. The leader's heart sank to the depths. It's over. Hot Spring Island has discovered my true identity. They intend to disarm us before overwhelming us with force. This tactic is all too familiar. His gaze shifted back to the sand vehicles outside, where a machine gunner was deliberately aiming at his group. He had witnessed the formidable power of the heavy water Gatling gun, with a staggering 6,000 rounds per minute. It was likely that his comrades wouldn't even have time to react before being reduced to mere flesh. Brothers, let us fight. The chieftain bellowed, launching himself towards Ye Feng, whom he discerned to be the leader of the group, someone of considerable significance. If he could seize Ye Feng, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope for their survival. However, just as his curved blade was raised, a heavy water pistol was pressed against his chin. So, it turns out you are the traitors? Ye Feng stated coldly, his finger resting on the trigger. Clang. The curved blade fell to the ground. The others had already begun to draw their weapons. But each was met with a heavy water pistol aimed at their vital points, rendering them utterly motionless. Let us speak rationally. We are not traitors, the chieftain retorted. Do you dare to feign innocence? Ye Feng responded with a swift slap, infusing it with his energy, knocking out half of the chieftain's teeth. I'm truly not a traitor, the chieftain stammered, still attempting to defend himself. Bang! At that moment, a soldier fired his weapon. A young man among the traitors was struck in the chest, collapsing into a pool of blood. Son! The chieftain roared, disregarding Ye Feng's heavy water pistol as he rushed to embrace the lifeless body. In that instant, he appeared to age a decade. Ye Feng hesitated, refraining from pulling the trigger immediately. This man held a significant position. Perhaps he could extract information regarding the higher echelons of the rebellion, ideally capturing the main leader. Chain him securely, apply the binding talisman, and drain his energy, Ye Feng commanded. Instantly, a group of soldiers surged forward, binding the chieftain's hands behind his back. However, he was uncooperative, breaking free from two soldiers and biting his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto his son's forehead. With my blood, I summon my son's soul to return. Soul, return, he shouted. In the next moment, the black hair atop his head turned white at an observable pace. Simultaneously, a chilling wind swept through the ice house. Ye Feng's heart raced. He hastily lowered his heavy water pistol. Do not harm him. Do not touch him, he interjected, positioning himself before the chieftain. The wind intensified, and ominous clouds gathered overhead. In mere moments, the ice house was shrouded in darkness. The howling wind surged as if countless specters were wailing. Ye Feng's gaze remained fixed on his surroundings, his consciousness extending to envelop a radius of several dozen kilometers. As the wind grew louder, the chieftain slowly rose to his feet. Father! Father! Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside, causing the wooden door to tremble violently. Son, is that you? Is that you? No direct response came from outside. Father, open the door. Open the door. It's so cold out here. I'm coming. I'm coming, the chieftain called, his hair disheveled as he rushed to the door. At that moment, a sudden clap of thunder resonated through the sky. Boom. The wooden door was blasted open. Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. In the instant the door shattered, a shadow dissipated into mist along with the wind. He faintly perceived that the silhouette bore a striking resemblance to the lifeless body on the ground. My son. Oh, my son. The great leader collapsed. His dark hair transformed into white as snow. After a while, the ominous clouds dispersed, and brightness returned to the surroundings. Take the others away. This one is mine. Ye Feng commanded. As you wish, came the reply. Immediately, everyone else was escorted away, and Ye Feng seized the great leader by the collar, leaping into the illuminated barrier. Brother Feng, have you captured a high-ranking official? Chun and the others gathered around. Someone, administer a vitality elixir to him, Ye Feng instructed, ignoring Chun moments later. Someone transformed the elixir into liquid and administered it to the great leader. Ye Feng then dragged the great leader into a secret chamber, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Time passed, though it was unclear how long, until the great leader slowly opened his eyes. His face was etched with wrinkles, as if he were nearing the end of his days. Are you awake? Ye Feng had remained vigil by his side. I am awake. I am awake. Where's my son? His first words were a desperate inquiry about his offspring. Your son has passed away, Ye Feng replied solemnly. No, it cannot be. I can summon souls. As long as his body is intact, and he has just died. I can save him. He struggled to sit up, but halfway there, his strength failed him, and he collapsed back onto the bed. May I ask your esteemed name? Ye Feng inquired gravely. Ha ha ha, you still pretend? I refuse to believe you do not know I am the leader of the third-class citizens. Leader? What is your name? I am Herrick. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Herrick raised his head defiantly. Please, Mr. Herrick, how could I bear to kill you? Why does your soul-summoning technique not work? Ye Feng inquired politely. He had previously regarded soul-summoning as an illusionary art until Herrick attempted it himself. Though unsuccessful, he had come to believe in it to a significant extent. Why do you ask so much? If you wish to kill me, then do it. Herrick glared with bloodshot eyes. The death of his son had struck him deeply. He understood his own limitations. Achieving the innate realm was beyond his reach, and he could expect to live no more than 200 years. Thus, for a cultivator like him, the fate of his descendants held great significance. Ordinary individuals value their progeny more than themselves because they recognize that after a century, they will become naught but dust, hoping their descendants will carry on their legacy. They believe that since their offspring will inherit a part of their traits, a portion of themselves will endure through them. I will not kill you. I merely wish to inquire why you sought rebellion, Ye Feng asked. Rebellion? If not rebellion, must we await slaughter at the hands of Helixuan? Herrick retorted angrily. However, according to Helix, when the chaotic forces attacked North Hot Springs Island, you, the third-class citizens, not only failed to assist in repelling the invaders, but also provided them with food and ladders. Is this true? Ye Feng inquired. Ladders? The protective barrier of Hot Springs Island is not akin to the walls of a tribe. What need is there for ladders? Herrick asked, bewildered. I apologize. This is merely an idiom from our society. My question is, why did you not assist during the invasion, but instead aid the enemy? Ye Feng's demeanor grew serious. This was a matter of allegiance. If this individual remained obstinate, he would have no recourse but to employ a soul-searching technique reserved for practitioners. However, once the soul search was conducted, Herrick would essentially be doomed. Furthermore, the soul-searching technique could only unveil the genuine information residing within the practitioner's mind, without guaranteeing the breadth of information available. He chuckled. Not every third-class citizen is treacherous. Only a minuscule fraction assisted the enemy with provisions, but the vast majority did not. Herrick narrowed his eyes. Oh, is that so? Do you know which individuals were involved in aiding them? Ye Feng's expression turned grave. His principle was to spare no wicked individual while ensuring no innocent person was wronged. If Herrick could furnish him with accurate information, it might indeed quell the rebellion without sacrificing so many blameless lives. What do you think? As their chief leader, I, of course, possess comprehensive knowledge of their actions. Herrick replied. Excellent. Later, provide me with the list, but for now, I require you to divulge the secrets of the soul-searching technique. Ye Feng settled onto a chair by the bedside. You will give me the list, but can I trust you not to harm those innocent individuals? Herrick expressed his skepticism towards Ye Feng. To be candid, my name is Ye Feng. You must have heard of me. Ye Feng laid his cards on the table. You are Ye Feng? Herrick's eyes widened as he scrutinized Ye Feng's form and features. Helix had been busy sculpting statues of Ye Feng both inside and outside the barrier. Although they bore only a resemblance of about 60 to 70%, the real person stood before him, leaving no room for doubt. I knew it. When I first encountered you, I felt an inexplicable familiarity. It turns out you are the renowned king of Hot Springs. Herrick exclaimed, sitting up with excitement. Ye Feng quickly supported him and placed a pillow behind him. I do not dare assume such a title. Yet I can assure you that any innocent individuals shall be properly sheltered on Hot Springs Island. They will not be unjustly wronged. However, I shall show no mercy towards those who assisted the enemy. Ye Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. Herrick scrutinized Ye Feng, and after a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth. I believe you. Why do you believe me so readily? Ye Feng asked, puzzled. For reasons unknown. I sense that you are a person of great kindness, not the cold-blooded individual as rumored. This is merely a judgment based on your aura. Having lived for over a century, I possess a modicum of discernment, Herrick stated. Very well, I did not anticipate that I would possess such an aura. Ye Feng felt a subtle joy within. When he first encountered Meng Yanlai in Chongqing City, he experienced a similar sensation, a desire to pledge his loyalty to Meng Yanlai. Perhaps, after holding a position of authority for an extended period, such an aura naturally manifests. However, a habitual deceiver, over time, will evoke wariness in others at first glance. Mr. Yi, feel free to inquire about anything you wish to know. I shall speak candidly, Herrick stated earnestly. The technique you are practicing is the soul-summoning art, correct? Could you elaborate on it? Please share all that you know. Ye Feng regarded Herrick intently. The soul-summoning art is essentially a method akin to calling forth souls. 70 years ago, when I first came across this technique, I considered it to be a fabrication. However, a century ago, after the passing of my wife, I was unwilling to accept her departure, so I began to practice this soul-summoning art. To my astonishment, it proved to have some efficacy. When I recite the incantation, I can hear my wife's voice beside me. It is no mere illusion, but a genuine sound. Consequently, I devoted myself to mastering the soul-summoning art. Yet, my cultivation level is too low. Employing the art requires sacrificing one's own lifespan to restore that of the deceased. As I am merely at the true martial realm, my remaining lifespan is insufficient, less than 50 years, thus preventing me from summoning my son's soul. Even if the issue of lifespan were resolved, numerous other challenges remain, though I cannot specify them precisely. Mr. Yi, when you cultivate, do you ever sense that, aside from air and spiritual energy, there seems to be other substances in the atmosphere? These substances are invisible and intangible, yet we can perceive their presence. Herrick looked at Ye Feng. You are correct. This world indeed harbors many substances that, with current human and cultivator capabilities, remain undetectable without the aid of instruments or tools. Ye Feng nodded gravely. He had not anticipated the existence of such talent in the barbaric world. Chapter 1247. I am protecting you. In their civilized society, they once believed molecules to be the smallest entities, only to later discover atoms, protons, photons, and various trace elements, all identified through human instruments. Ye Feng suddenly widened his eyes. Currently, Nanwenquan Island possesses microscopes with thousands of times magnification. If one could create microscopes with 1,000,000 or even trillion times magnification, might we not then observe even more minute phenomena? Herrick, is the soul-summoning art difficult to cultivate? Ye Feng inquired, addressing the main topic. It's rather challenging. In my tribe, I was the only one capable of practicing it, Herrick replied. Does this technique really require a specific kind of person? Ye Feng was taken aback. Indeed, not only does it demand a particular individual, but one must also reach a high level of cultivation to summon a soul back. Should you attain the divine realm or higher, it is likely that you could retrieve the souls of those who have died for hundreds of years. However, on Star-Meng Continent, the highest level achieved is merely that of the national monarchs, the spirit separation realm. Regarding the semi-divine realm, it surely exists, yet we cannot name any renowned figures. They likely reside in some hidden corner of the world, Herrick remarked. I understand, Ye Feng nodded. Those who can cultivate to the semi-divine realm must intensify their efforts. They are not enamored with power, but rather devote themselves to seclusion for years, striving to ascend to the higher realms and attain immortality. You are currently at the late stage of true martial. How confident are you in breaking through to the innate realm? Ye Feng inquired. He chuckled. Perhaps I had a 2 in 10 chance before I utilized the soul-summoning technique, but now, having employed it, my lifespan may only extend for a few more years. Herrick shook his head. The medicinal pills are not an issue. I possess various excellent elixirs, Ye Feng stated. Oh, if you have superior elixirs, perhaps my chances could be restored to 2 in 10. Herrick's gaze sharpened. He was aware that citizens receive a weekly allocation of medicinal pills. Henceforth, I shall ensure you receive your share of pills, with the hope that you break through to the innate realm swiftly. At that time, I will require your cultivation to reach a higher level to assist me in resurrecting a few individuals, Ye Feng declared. Is that truly so? Herrick was bewildered by Ye Feng's kindness towards him. Indeed, it is genuine. What I need from you now is to advance continuously, as high as possible, ideally to the divine origin realm, or even the void refining realm. Ye Feng patted his shoulder. Brother Feng, me? Herrick choked up several times. Rest well, and take this pill, Ye Feng said, producing a 100 purity transformation pill from his waist pouch and personally administering it to Herrick. Since this fellow can cultivate the soul-summoning technique, he must be preserved. Transformation pill? After consuming the transformation pill, Herrick's spirit rejuvenated, and a hint of color returned to his pallid complexion. Brother Feng, say nothing more. Bring me pen and paper, and I shall divulge the identities of those who propped up the ladder last time. Strictly speaking, It was those few rat droppings that tarnished our reputation as third-class citizens. Otherwise, Lord He Lishuan would not have besieged us. Herrick stated candidly, I am pleased to see your awareness. Now, please write down the list. And I shall wait here for you. Ye Feng nodded. Very well. In Pingzhou Prefecture, Huang Tianfang walked down the street with his hands clasped behind his back. Following him were the three great, towering at 6 meters tall. Under normal circumstances, as he strolled through the streets, the common folk would undoubtedly scatter in fright, fearing a collision with the esteemed governor. However, today was different. The townspeople did not shy away, instead meeting his gaze levelly. In the past, the populace would never have dared to meet the governor's eyes. The consequences would be death, or even annihilation of their entire clan. Master, these rebellious commoners seem unafraid of you. Yu Shue frowned, preparing to teach these miscreants a lesson. Just then, a citizen unexpectedly bowed at a 90-degree angle before Huang Tianfang. Good morning, Governor. Huang Tianfang's gaze froze. Good morning? What a warm address. Since assuming the role of governor, he had maintained a stern demeanor, especially towards these commoners, never once softening his expression. Governor, good morning. Another commoner bowed deeply to Huang Tianfang. Grandfather, this egg is for you. A small girl approached, looking up at him. Her tiny hands were outstretched, revealing a simple egg. Feng Lingtian prepared to step forward and dismiss the girl. Stop. Huang Tianfang restrained the foremost of the 4 great law kings. He slowly crouched down to accept the egg. Little sister, why do you wish to give this egg to me? A tentative smile formed on his stiff face. I heard my father say that you have implemented the governor voting system. From now on, everyone in Pingzhou is equal. Anyone can become the governor. My grandfather said that your actions are for the benefit of all the people in Pingzhou, sacrificing your own interests. Also, my neighbor's big brother said you are a great person. The girl's innocent voice rang out, her clear eyes betraying no deceit. Huang Tianfang's gaze became fixed. That feeling. It was maddening. Why was it more exhilarating than when he wielded power before? In the past, he was decisive in slaughter, killing at will, instilling only fear in the populace, devoid of respect. Yet since he instituted the governor voting system, it seemed as if something profound had been fulfilled. This sensation was indescribably delightful, a genuine admiration from the people that surpassed the pleasure of indulging in countless delights. It was as if a gentle stream warmed his cold, hardened heart. Thank you, little one, truly, thank you. He savored the egg, its plainness surpassing all delicacies he had ever tasted. Suddenly, the girl seized the moment and planted a kiss on his cheek. How bold, daring to touch the esteemed governor. Lei Zhentian's fury erupted as he instinctively placed his hand on his waist. Stop! Huang Tianfang roared, glaring fiercely at Lei Zhentian. Master, I was protecting you. Lei Zhentian was taken aback. Protecting what? Do I, a formidable practitioner of the void refinement stage, need your protection? If you have that energy, why not protect these ordinary people? They are the ones who need your safeguarding. Huang Tianfang scolded vehemently. Applause erupted from the surrounding crowd, echoing for 1,000 meters. Suddenly, a sonic boom resonated through the sky. 3 bombers swept overhead. Master, this speed, it seems to be the latest generation of bombers from Windspring Island. It's rare to see 4 at once, Feng Lingtian remarked gravely, gazing skyward. Chapter 1248. The exploitation is too severe, let us go to the city wall. After taking a few steps forward, Huang Tianfang abruptly turned back. You few, no need to follow me. Also, refrain from walking the streets daily. Your presence might frighten the common people. With that, he vanished from the street in a few swift movements. After circling the skies several times, the 4 latest bombers finally reduced their speed to Mach 12 and began their descent towards the southern gate of Pingzhou. At that moment, Huang Tianfang stood alone on the ground, having marked a designated landing area with white paint for the aircraft. Suddenly, a figure leaped from a height of 100 meters. It was Ye Feng. As for Wan Shou Island, the list of traitors had already been compiled by Harike, which he entrusted to Heli Xian for gradual apprehension, having lost interest in the matter himself. Mr. Yi, Huang Tianfang strode over, his face beaming with a radiant smile. Your Excellency, the two exchanged a handshake. The 4 bombers finally touched down, and out stepped Kuang Run, followed by Chunan, Zhou Zheng, Yin Li, and several pilots. Father, I have persuaded Mr. Yi. He generously deployed 4 bombers to accompany us to the sovereign, with 1 aircraft designated as a gift for him, Kuang Ren hurriedly reported, eager to take credit. Well done. We still need to put on a show for the sovereign. as Pingzhou is quite close to the capital. Huang Tianfeng replied with a satisfied smile, casting another glance at Ye Feng. At that moment, he understood why such a small island could stand against his vast Pingzhou. It was the unity and collective spirit of its people that rendered them formidable. In contrast, his own Pingzhou, aside from a few who directly benefited, was merely a scattered assembly of individuals. Should his strength wane one day, these citizens would undoubtedly turn against him. Mr. Yi, it appears we both have certain tasks to accomplish on our journey to the capital, Ye Feng remarked with a smile. Mr. Yi, what tasks do you have in mind? I shall cooperate fully, Huang Tianfeng responded. Ha ha ha, cooperation might be an overstatement. May I inspect the Pingzhou government? Ye Feng replied with a subtle smile. He wanted to ascertain whether Huang Tianfeng genuinely implemented the policies of Wan Shou Island. Only a Pingzhou government that sincerely enacted these policies would be worthy of serving as a subordinate to his island. Otherwise, if everything were dictated solely by Huang Tianfeng, it would not be civilization but a barbaric society masquerading in a civilized guise. Of course, Mr. Yi, you may proceed with your inspection of Pingzhou at once, Huang Tianfeng said confidently, gesturing invitingly. Upon seeing his signal, the general atop the city walls immediately deactivated the protective array, and the city gates swung wide open. Thousands of Pingzhou cultivators rushed out, forming 4 lines to welcome Ye Feng into the city. Brother Feng, what a grand spectacle. This feels just like an imperial envoy inspecting the provinces. Delightful. Chunin exclaimed, riding a white horse behind Ye Feng's black steed. Delightful indeed. But if Pingzhou becomes our subordinate, such extravagance should be avoided to prevent burdening the citizens, Ye Feng replied matter-of-factly. Huang Tianfeng keenly picked up on Ye Feng's words, his face flushing with embarrassment. It became apparent that Pingzhou still had much to learn from Wan Shou Island. Their society exemplified true civilization, while his own remained a barbaric one in need of considerable transition. After a week of observation, Ye Feng returned to the state palace with an impassive expression. The populace still somewhat favored Huang Tianfeng, yet the intricacies of the voting system had encountered complications. Anonymity in voting rendered the process dubious. Such a system allowed for the possibility of clandestine manipulation. Conversely, mandating real-name voting would likely result in widespread abstention, as the citizens feared retribution should their chosen candidate fail to ascend to the position of state leader. In summary, the people were paralyzed by fear, lacking the courage to act. Without the populace's bravery, even the most exemplary system devised by Ye Feng could not salvage their plight. After all, these citizens had been subjugated by the cultivators of the Star-Meng Continent for millennia, their servitude ingrained in their very essence, not easily transformed by mere desire for change. Thus, Ye Feng could only sift through the masses to identify a select group of enlightened individuals, those possessing courage and a willingness to sacrifice, who would establish a new system for Pingzhou. Mr. Yi, how did the inspection turn out? I did not deceive you, did I? Our Pingzhou has fully emulated the system of One Spring Island, Huang Tianfeng announced as he approached with the group. I fear it may not be so simple. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that, Mr. Yi? Huang Tianfeng's heart sank slightly. Let us converse seated. Ye Feng took his place at the head of the long table, while Huang Tianfeng, the host, found himself in a subordinate position. First and foremost, voting must be conducted openly and transparently. Each individual must have a designated role, with anonymity in voting being strictly prohibited. Should anonymity be allowed, the potential for manipulation becomes vast, Ye Feng asserted, shaking his head. Without anonymous voting, no one will participate. The common folk will simply not come forth, Huang Tianfeng protested. Indeed, some individuals cannot be swayed. When you speak of fairness, they respond with matters of personal connections. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I hope Mr. Huang will issue another notice. The citizens of Pingzhou will implement a hierarchical system. Only those brave enough to vote publicly will qualify for the various benefits of Pingzhou. As for those stubborn individuals who hide in the shadows, let them continue to suffer. But you must acknowledge that their exploitation has been overly harsh. Those who dare to vote publicly will be designated as citizens of Pingzhou, while those who do not will remain as commoners, Ye Feng stated with a calm demeanor. What? But if we do this, Pingzhou will lose a significant number of people. Huang Ren could not contain himself. Not merely a significant number. We may lose as much as 99.9% of the populace. Only a mere fraction will possess the courage to vote publicly and become citizens. However, you must trust me, even if it is just this 1,000th of the populace. Should you establish a small society akin to Windspring Island, its future development will far surpass the current chaotic amalgamation, Ye Feng expressed gravely. Huang Tianfang fell silent, exchanging glances with several high-ranking officials. After a moment, he solemnly nodded. I believe in you, Mr. Yi, for despite the diminutive size of Windspring Island, you have produced an abundance of advanced weaponry, particularly this bomber and the heavy water Gatling gun, which astonishingly empowers ordinary individuals to annihilate cultivators. Rest assured, I shall promptly implement your proposed plan. Wind, please draft a notice urging all citizens to vote anonymously. Those who fear to cast their votes in their true names shall be deemed unfit to contend for the position of Island Lord, to partake in the various benefits of Pingzhou City, and to be recognized as true citizens of Pingzhou. I intend to expel those who are beyond reform to Shiliang County, and from henceforth, I shall no longer concern myself with them. Chapter 1249, They Cannot Drink. Huang Tian issued the command. This, go now? Yes. Feng Lingtian had no choice but to execute the order. Excellent, Mr. Huang, at least your stance is commendable, and I am grateful for it. By the way, how long until the monarch's grand birthday celebration? Ye Feng inquired. It is imminent, approximately 1 month away. I intend to depart tomorrow, for the journey from Pingzhou to the capital, even on a spiritual beast, requires half a month. However, I must arrive at least 2 weeks in advance to engage with certain dignitaries, ensuring that there are voices in the court advocating for Pingzhou. Huang Tian replied, I understand. The intricacies of human relationships do indeed pose challenges in your society. Perhaps we should set off tomorrow, as I too have matters to attend to in the capital, Ye Feng remarked nonchalantly. His visit to the capital was not merely for business, but to seek out several master alchemists, with the intent of acquiring their discarded elixirs, particularly the high-grade ones. For the purpose of refinement, there is no need to rush. If we were to travel by this bomber, we would arrive in just 2 days. Far quicker than any spiritual beast, Huang Tian stated. It is essential, as I have numerous matters to address, Ye Feng replied calmly. Very well then, Ren, prepare some spirit stones, elixirs, and herbs. Upon reaching the capital, the bomber shall be presented as a gift to the monarch. But the spirit stones and elixirs must also be bestowed upon certain dignitaries, Huang Tian instructed. Mr. Huang, why not convert all the spirit stones and elixirs into hot spring currency and use that for your gifts? Ye Feng suggested, a spark of interest in his eyes. Ah, hot spring currency? Huang Tian's face turned awkward. He indeed wished to offer hot spring currency, yet he had reservations, as it still held significant value. Currently, Pingzhou had acquired an outdated machine tool, and he intended to save funds for the purchase of more advanced machinery and essential weaponry. To be frank, he was in dire need of hot spring currency. Mr. Huang, is there a difficulty? Ye Feng inquired. Well, in truth, I do not possess much hot spring currency, Huang Tian admitted candidly. Oh, do not worry about this expenditure. You there, go to the Pingzhou concession and seek out Long Wu. Inform him that I am here and request he send over a few boxes of money. Ye Feng directed one of his subordinates. Brother Feng, do you not have a checkbook? Simply write 0 on the back. The subordinate suggested. No, checks are necessary, but cash is far more crucial. Remember, do not only procure 1,000 yuan bills. I require denominations of 500, 100, 50, 10, 5, and even 1 yuan. I must be prepared to promote currency in the capital, Ye Feng asserted. Understood. How much do we need to prepare? Do you expect me to worry about such trivial matters? After all, the more, the merrier. With a swift kick, Ye Feng propelled forward. Subsequently, he engaged in a conversation with Huang Tianfang for over an hour, during which Huang sought Ye Feng's counsel on refining systems, while Ye Feng, in turn, inquired about the subtle nuances of the Star-Meng Continent's rules. Their dialogue was both lively and enjoyable. After a while, the grand door swung open, and Long Wu strode in, followed by over 40 soldiers from Hot Spring Island. Brother Feng, the various denominations of currency have been prepared. We have 200 million in 1,000 yuan notes, 100 million in 500 yuan notes, and a substantial amount in 100 yuan notes, Long Wu announced, gesturing for the soldiers to sequentially open the boxes. Is that so much? Let us have it. I've only brought 4 bombers this time. I fear we cannot transport such a fortune, Ye Feng replied. Not to worry, Brother Feng. We can simply remove the hydrogen bombs from beneath the bombers, proposed Chenin, who stood nearby. For this trip to the capital, Ye Feng intended to carry formidable weaponry. Thus, each of the 4 bombers was laden with munitions, including 4 hydrogen bombs, 8 heavy water Gatling guns, and an astonishing 80,000 rounds of ammunition. Moreover, they were equipped with heavy water element containers, nearly exceeding capacity. Fortunately, the bombers were constructed sufficiently large, measuring over 40 meters in length, with a wingspan of around 20 meters. Let us just take 2 hydrogen bombs. For this journey to the capital, I will bring Chun and along with 4 pilots. Brother Quang, how many will you be taking? Ye Feng inquired. I plan to bring my wife and Renner. 3 of us will suffice, Quang Tianfang responded. Let me calculate. With 4 bombers, there are a total of 16 seats. I have 6 from my side, and you have 3, making 9, which leaves 7 seats for money. Forget it, Brother Wu, please assign me a 3rd-generation bomber, equipped with 2 heavy water Gatling guns. While the remaining space will be allocated for currency, Ye Feng proposed. Very well. Long Wu nodded in agreement. Excellent. With 7 vacant seats. May I bring a few trusted aides? Quang Tianfang inquired. Trusted aides? Who else do you wish to bring? Ye Feng countered. I would like to take Fu Er along. She wishes to broaden her horizons in the capital. Most importantly, ever since she last saw you, she has been unable to eat or drink, Mr. Yi. I trust you grasp my meaning, Quang Tianfang remarked with a significant glance at Ye Feng. This, apart from your daughter, who else do you intend to bring? Ye Feng pressed further. I also wish to bring the 3 grand sorcerers to the capital, Quang Tianfang stated. That will not do. Only your family of 4 may go. The remaining seats must be occupied by my people, Ye Feng insisted, shaking his head. Very well, Quang Tianfang conceded with a nod. The following morning, 5 bombers gracefully ascended into the sky. Technically, the last bomber should be classified as a transport aircraft, as it was laden with a considerable quantity of hot spring currency and some advanced products from Hot Spring Island, including intercoms, molds, machinery, and glassware. Once the 5 bombers reached an altitude of 100,000 meters, the pilots pulled the control levers, propelling the aircraft to its utmost speed. Boom. 5 shadows vanished into the air, leaving behind only 5 wisps of smoke. Below, the citizens of Pingzhou waved farewell to the sky. On board the aircraft were the pilot, Chenin, and Xuefu. This arrangement was a deliberate request from Quang Tianfang, encouraging his daughter to interact more with Ye Feng. Chenin, seated in the co-pilot's seat, frequently glanced back at Ye Feng. Brother Feng, should we draw the curtains in the front and back rows? That way, you could indulge in more private matters in the rear, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Xuefu's delicate face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Shut your mouth, Ye Feng retorted angrily, swiftly pulling the curtains closed. Miss Xuefu, please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to silence Chenin. Nothing more, Ye Feng clarified. Xuefu remained silent, her long neck bowed. Yet a sweet smile graced her lips. Would you care for a drink? Ye Feng inquired, retrieving a bottle of red wine from the cabin's storage. No, I don't drink. Xuefu replied softly. In truth, she knew how to drink, but she aimed to present herself as a refined lady in Ye Feng's presence. Chapter 1250. Why not say so earlier? She was so fond of Ye Feng that every gesture was executed with caution, fearing his disapproval. Mr. Yi, the script from your hot spring island is quite succinct, but my handwriting is rather unsightly. Would you be willing to teach me? Xuefu couldn't resist asking. With Ye Feng sitting beside her, seemingly oblivious, she felt compelled to take the initiative. Of course, I can teach you, Ye Feng responded, picking up a pen. After a moment's hesitation, he wrapped his arm around Xuefu's slender waist, taking hold of her right hand. Let me teach you how to write your name, Xuefu, he said, and then, holding her delicate hand, he began to write with fervor. Remarkably, her hand felt almost boneless, and she emanated a delightful fragrance reminiscent of the sweet scent of youth. Before long, 2 slightly crooked characters appeared on the paper. What a beautiful character, Xuefu praised. Haha, it's not too bad, Ye Feng replied, unable to resist leaning in and inhaling the scent near her tender neck. So fragrant. The aroma of youth surpasses any perfume in existence. Xuefu's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and she slowly lowered her head, remaining still. Ye Feng found himself pondering her intentions. Did she wish for him to continue, or was she feeling a bit resistant? With this thought, he couldn't help but let his gaze wander down her neckline, exploring further. Not too large, but judging by the hue, it seemed to belong to a very soft type. Hiss! Chun abruptly pulled back the curtain. Brother Feng, what are you 2 doing back there? He inquired, his gaze fixed directly on Xuefu's neckline. Bang! Ouch! Chunin was instantly left with panda eyes, prompting Ye Feng to pull the curtains shut once more. Apologies, my brother lacks decorum. How about we admire the scenery outside instead? Ye Feng suggested. Shuefu nodded. I wish to see the view on your side. All right. Ye Feng effortlessly lifted Shuefu's delicate form and placed her on his lap. The two embraced gently, their eyes fixed upon the vast expanse of mountains and rivers below. Forests, grasslands, deserts, and rivers swiftly passed beneath their feet. Occasionally, a mythical bird could be seen soaring past the aircraft. 2 days later, Ye Feng opened the doors and gazed through the bomber's double-layered bulletproof windshield. Directly ahead loomed a colossal city, a true giant among cities. This metropolis had hollowed out a massive mountain, with several spire-like castles towering into the clouds. Beyond the castles lay an endless expanse of ocean, where dozens of seagulls danced gracefully above. Stop! The pilot began to reduce the aircraft's speed. After circling in the air 10 times, the speed finally diminished to a crawl. In a mere moment, 5 bombers landed smoothly at the southern gate of the city. Outside the southern gate, a throng of people bustled to and fro. The gate stood 20 zhang high, adorned with the carvings of 2 colossal beasts, imparting a formidable sense of authority that instilled reverence. At that moment, a contingent of lightly armored cavalry approached on horseback, wielding spears in their left hands and shields in their right. Their helmets obscured their faces, leaving only fierce eyes visible. Who approaches? Inquired the leading cavalryman. Kong Tianfang leaped from the bomber, followed closely by Ye Feng and the others. I am Kong Tianfang, the governor of Pingzhou, and here is my insignia, he declared, producing an octagonal iron badge. No need for verification, a voice echoed from behind the cavalry. The riders turned swiftly, recognizing the middle-aged man. Greetings, Dr. Yu. They saluted in unison as they dismounted. Brother Yu, it has been a while. I trust you are well, Kong Tianfang said, bowing respectfully to the man. I am well. Come, let us enter the city to avoid unnecessary questioning, Dr. Yu replied, waving his sleeve. The cavalry ahead cleared a path for them. Ye Feng exchanged glances with Chun Un and Yin Li, who each carried a box filled with hot spring coins. Meanwhile, the 4 bombers refrained from entering the city, wary of the formidable national defense array that could reduce them to mere rubble if provoked. Upon reaching the city gate, the guarding officer, upon seeing Dr. Yu, quickly bowed. Greetings, Dr. Yu. Indeed, these are my friends. Provide them with spirit tokens, he commanded. The officer promptly selected a dozen spirit tokens and distributed them to Ye Feng and the others. As soon as Ye Feng received the token, a surge of white light emanated from it, flooding into his mind. What is this? Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Hey, Brother Feng, are we being cursed? Chenin gasped. Equally shocked, the attendants from Hot Spring Island were in a panic, repeatedly striking their heads. Dr. Yu turned back, casting a cold glance at Ye Feng and the others. Do not mind them. They are from the barbarian tribes and do not understand the significance of the spirit tokens. Kong Tianfang explained. Very well. Let us proceed into the city, Dr. Yu said, folding his hands behind his back as he walked toward the city. Brother Feng, the light that surged from the spirit token is an array light. Without it, if you enter the national defense array, you will be torn apart, Shuefu elaborated nearby. With a long sigh of relief, Ye Feng felt the tension ease from his shoulders. So it is. It appears that the level of the national defense formation has reached that of the divine spear restriction, categorizing it as an advanced array. Is there any adverse effect? Chenin could not help but inquire. None. However, once the array's light envelopes you, you will be marked with a soul imprint, essentially registering you on the records of Hot Spring Island, explained Kuang Run, who had visited the capital twice, accompanying his father, Kuang Tianfang. I see. It seems the Black Mountain Empire is quite advanced. Chenin, upon our return, we must thoroughly study this spirit token for the management of the commoners outside Hot Spring Island. Understood, Chenin nodded. After traversing several streets, they came upon a magnificent structure towering at 40 meters, with 16 soldiers standing guard at the entrance, all at the true martial realm. Ye Feng's consciousness swept across the vicinity, and suddenly, he clutched his head in pain. Ouch! Did you just use your consciousness? Kuang Ren quickly supported Ye Feng. Yes. Within the national defense formation, one must refrain from casually employing their consciousness unless one is an ethereal cultivator. Otherwise, they will suffer a backlash from the formation. The second use may inflict mental damage, and the third could lead to a soul explosion, Kuang Ren warned. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Ye Feng retorted angrily. You never asked, Kuang Ren shrugged. Fine. Brother Feng, the temperature here is quite pleasant, likely around 20 degrees. How do they sustain such a large population? Shannon remarked. Upon entering the physician's residence, they were greeted by a throng of women clad in light veils, all servants of the physician's estate. Physician Yu was conversing quietly with Kuang Tianfang, his expression grim. Chapter 1251. How am I to give you this face? Brother Kuang, the situation is quite tense. The Chancellor's faction has been consistently suppressing us. Physician Che and Deputy Marshal Long have both been dismissed. Has the sovereign said anything? Kuang Tianfang felt a weight in his heart. What could the sovereign say? Perhaps the Chancellor's actions align with the sovereign's intentions, deliberately suppressing our Northwest faction. As they spoke, the group entered a grand hall. Please, have a seat. Physician Yu gestured towards the leftmost seat. Kuang Tianfang sat down without hesitation. Kuang Ren took the second seat on the left, while Xue Fu occupied the third. Ye Feng unreservedly claimed the rightmost seat, with Chun and taking the second and Yin Li the third, followed by the soldiers from Hot Spring Island. Oh, at this moment, Physician Yu cast a glance at Ye Feng, for sitting at the rightmost seat indicated an extraordinary background. Brother Kuang, you have yet to introduce these friends, remarked Physician Yu. Very well, allow me to introduce. This is the Lord of Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng, who possesses remarkable talent in weapon development. Kuang Tianfang pointed towards Ye Feng. A refiner? Physician Yu's eyes sparkled. One could say that, Mr. Yi. This is Physician Yu, who holds considerable influence in the court and whose opinion is sometimes solicited by the sovereign, Kuang Tianfang added. It's an honor, Ye Feng bowed slightly. From here on, it would be the domain of Kuang Tianfang and Physician Yu. Two elderly gentlemen engaged in hushed discussions regarding the affairs of the state, occasionally revealing a sly smile. Their conversation revolved around strategies for manipulating the populace or undermining their political rivals. Li Feng decided to summon Kuang Ren to join him and Chun In, as the three sought to familiarize themselves with the intricacies of the capital's social dynamics. In this realm, the most influential figures were undoubtedly the king and queen, both formidable cultivators of the mid-stage of the divine transformation realm. It was due to their prowess that the Black Mountain Empire remained impervious to invasion. Beneath them were the left and right prime ministers, with the former overseeing administrative matters and the latter commanding military affairs. Following the prime ministers were the great doctors and the grand scholars, who were responsible for advising the sovereign, wielding considerable power, with the great doctor being one of them. Next in rank were the 6 offices, 13 yamen, and the guards. The guards were led by a captain, each consisting of 9,000 cultivators. The offices were headed by a director, with each office comprising 10,000 robust common men. Kuang Ren was currently imparting knowledge to Li Feng and Chun In, while several soldiers from Hot Spring Island pulled up chairs to join them. Above, the great doctor and Kuang Tianfang convened a small meeting, while below, a larger assembly was in progress. The great doctor remained nonchalant about this, as Kuang Tianfang belonged to his faction. Thus, there was no need for formalities. This is quite troublesome, Li Feng sighed. Brother Feng, the Black Mountain Empire's system stands in stark contrast to ours. Its hierarchy is excessively rigid, making life here exceedingly burdensome. Chunin remarked, shaking his head in disdain. Indeed, Yinli interjected. Though she had only resided on Hot Spring Island for a few months, she found the island's system quite satisfactory. There were no concerns about daily sustenance, and the welfare was astonishingly generous. However, she was still merely a resident, not yet a citizen. At that moment, a guard rushed in, breathlessly announcing, "My lord, Prime Minister Bai Li has arrived." With a clatter, the great doctor and Kuang Tianfang rose simultaneously. Quick, arrange the chairs. The great doctor commanded Li Feng and the others. Hurry, Li Feng urged. Before long, the great doctor, accompanied by a retinue, stood at the entrance, prepared to receive the esteemed Prime Minister. However, after what felt like an eternity of waiting, 2 carriages finally approached in the distance. As the carriage doors opened, a richly attired middle-aged man descended first. Li Feng sensed the man's cultivation level and felt a wave of unease wash over him. Was he even more powerful than Kuang Tianfang? He was at least a late-stage void refinement cultivator, possibly even at the pinnacle of that realm. Greetings, Prime Minister Bai Li. The great doctor and his attendants bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. His attention quickly fell upon the 6 individuals from Hot Spring Island, who stood tall and proud. Bai Li Rui's expression darkened momentarily, but it shifted rapidly. He hadn't anticipated such distinguished guests at the great Dr.'s residence. May I inquire how to address these esteemed individuals? A facade of cordiality adorned Bai Li Rui's countenance. He was aware that the sovereign had numerous illegitimate offspring among the populace, and could these young men, with their remarkable demeanor, possibly be among them? As someone who operated just beneath the highest echelons of power, he conducted himself with utmost caution, striving to avoid offending those of noble birth. Dr. Yu's gaze shifted, and in an instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. How utterly disrespectful. Why has he not yet prostrated before the Chancellor? Dr. Yu admonished loudly without reservation. Why should he prostrate himself? Chunin straightened his chest defiantly. This man is the current Chancellor, Lord Bailey, yet he lacks the discernment to kneel and apologize. Dr. Yu is incensed. Apologize for what? We are all equals here. Chunin retorted, shaking his head. Although Ye Feng remained silent, he narrowed his eyes and resolutely positioned himself in front of Chun and Chancellor. Dr. Yu, my apologies. But here at Hot Spring Island, we do not practice the act of kneeling as a sign of respect. It is our tradition, and we ask for your understanding. Ye Feng stated calmly. Bailey Rui's expression fluctuated between stormy and serene, and after a moment, he turned to Dr. Yu. Dr. Yu, your guests seem to be of increasingly poor quality lately. Have you resorted to inviting these barbarians into your home? As the Chancellor, he would not directly address someone he deemed a barbarian like Ye Feng, to avoid diminishing his status, and instead chastised the nearby Dr. Yu. My sincerest apologies. I shall address their behavior promptly, Dr. Yu replied with a conciliatory smile. Though he and Bailey Rui were political adversaries, the hierarchy of power demanded he adhere to the necessary formalities. I believe there is no need to wait. Let us address this matter now. And I shall observe how you deal with these barbarians, Bailey Rui declared, taking a seat beside the carriage, his formidable presence compellingly locking onto Ye Feng and his companions. Dr. Yu found himself in a predicament. Huang Tianfeng could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Chancellor, I implore you to extend a courtesy to Pengzhou. These individuals are esteemed guests of ours and are top-tier artifact forgers. Lord Kuang, under normal circumstances, I might have entertained this request. But with these 6 barbarians before me, how can I save face? Moreover, look at their air of arrogance. They seem oblivious to their errors. How can I grant such a courtesy? Bailey Rui replied coldly. Is that so? Chenin drew forth a heavy water pistol. Whoosh. Before he could disengage the safety, it was swiftly taken from his grasp. Chapter 1252. The disparity is profound in the next moment. The heavy water pistol fell into Bailey Rui's hands. After inspecting it several times, he let out a derisive laugh. Heh, Lord Kuang, is this the artifact crafted by your top-tier forgers? I detect not a hint of spiritual energy. There are not even any spiritual patterns upon it. What sort of top-tier forgers are these? Upon finishing his words, he flicked his finger. Crash! The heavy water pistol shattered into a heap of parts, scattering across the ground. Ye Feng and Chun and S expressions shifted simultaneously. Retreating a step, this man possesses tremendous strength, far beyond what one might expect. Brother Feng, what do we do? Chunin inquired. Well, let us offer him a deep bow, at least to ensure we preserve our lives for now. Agreed. Without delay, Ye Feng led the way in bowing before Bailey Rui. A bow? Will that even be of any use? I demand that all of you kneel before me. Today, I shall impart the customs of our capital. Bailey Rui, with his hands clasped behind his back, cast a nonchalant glance at Ye Feng and the others. Hey, old man, do not overestimate yourselves. We are from Hot Spring Island, and merely bowing to you is already a considerable show of respect, Chunin retorted, his anger palpable. What nonsense is this Hot Spring Island? I have never heard of it. Wait, Hot Spring Island. Bailey Rui began to reminisce. It seemed that he had encountered the term Hot Spring Island in a report he had reviewed. It was said to be a nascent community that emerged from a secret realm. Are you a race that has come from this secret realm? Bailey Rui inquired. Secret realm? I suppose that could be considered accurate. Ye Feng nodded. Excellent. You must have stocked a considerable amount of 1,000-year spirit herbs in your secret realm. Send me a few, and perhaps my ire will subside, Bailey Rui declared. 1,000-year spirit herbs? I am afraid we do not possess any. Ye Feng shook his head. None. Then you shall all kneel before me and perform the 5-body prostration. If not, I shall take it upon myself to manage your affairs in place of Dr. Yu, Bailey Rui asserted, stepping aside to reveal a burly man behind him. Ye Feng sensed the man's aura, and his expression shifted once more. Truly, as expected of the Chancellor, even this attendant's presence surpassed that of Kuang Tianfeng, likely a practitioner at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. At times, although they could not project their divine sense within the national defense array, they could ascertain a person's approximate realm through their aura. Dr. Yu and Kuang Tianfeng exchanged glances, feeling utterly helpless. To defy the Chancellor would mean opposing the entire aristocracy. In their noble consciousness, there exists a strict hierarchy. If a subordinate were to confront a superior, it would be exceedingly difficult to establish oneself among the aristocracy, and even the monarch would publicly deal with them. Ye Feng, with a pallid visage, gradually managed to muster a faint smile. Chancellor, why not we become friends? Though I lack 1,000-year spirit herbs, I possess other items in exchange. Other items? Could it be 10,000-year spirit herbs? A trace of derision flickered in by Li Rui's eyes. Nay, Ye Feng shook his head. If it is not 10,000-year spirit herbs, what could you savages possibly offer? I wager a pile of dung would be considered a rare treasure on your hot spring island. Bai Li Rui scoffed unreservedly. Taking a deep breath, Ye Feng retrieved the heavy water pistol from his waist. He had no intention of performing a kneeling gesture. The most he would do was a 90-degree bow. This is something you just destroyed. I intend to present it to you as a gift, Ye Feng stated. Isn't that the very piece of trash from earlier? What use could it possibly serve? With a mere finger, I could crush it. Bai Li Rui expressed his growing impatience. Very well, allow me to demonstrate the use of this magical tool, Ye Feng replied, disengaging the safety and aiming at a massive stone statue behind Bai Li Rui. Bang! After a single shot, a small hole appeared in the center of the statue. What now? This weapon's might pales in comparison to a strong crossbow wielded by a mortal. What purpose does it serve? Bai Li Rui remarked. Prime Minister, Ye Feng declared, the bullet I just fired has penetrated the entire statue. If you doubt my words, feel free to dissect the statue yourself. I have no time to waste with you. Will you kneel or not? Bai Li Rui demanded, and with that, the burly man lunged towards Ye Feng with a single hand. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger at the hulking figure. Bang! Thud! The burly man's body staggered slightly. In the next moment, he lowered his head to inspect his abdomen, where a small hole had appeared, blood gushing forth after a brief pause. However, a gaping wound the size of a bowl had emerged on his back, blood flowing profusely. Are you seeking death? The burly man's inner essence swiftly mended the wound as his right hand continued its advance towards Ye Feng. Furious, Ye Feng unleashed a barrage of bullets, firing relentlessly until all 7 rounds were expended. Simultaneously, the burly man had seized Ye Feng within his grasp. With the power of the venerable Saint Demon technique, Ye Feng radiated a brilliant golden light, and a golden avatar materialized behind him. With a surge of strength, the avatar's robust arms broke free from the burly man's colossal grip. Only then did the burly man notice the varying sizes of the blood holes on his chest and abdomen, blood erupting like a fountain, shooting more than 2 meters away. Damn it, you barbarian from another race, do you wish to die? The burly man, truly enraged now, swung his fist back. Boom. A colossal shadow of a fist manifested in the sky, crashing down towards Ye Feng and his companions. At that moment, Bai Li Rui flickered into action and gently waved at the sky. The giant fist shadow was instantly dispersed, causing the burly man to stagger back 3 steps before regaining his footing. Prime Minister, he has wounded me. The burly man pointed at the slowly healing blood holes on his body. A mere practitioner of the void refinement realm cannot be slain by just 7 bullets. Only a relentless barrage from a heavy water Gatling gun would hold a sliver of hope for annihilation. Ye Feng lightened his grip, passing the heavy water pistol to Bai Li Rui. He scrutinized the weapon, even releasing his consciousness to scan it. This is the advantage of void refinement cultivation. One can unleash their consciousness without being hindered by formations. Where is the core of the spirit gem? Bai Li Rui inquired, looking at Ye Feng. There are no spirit stones, Ye Feng replied. Bai Li Rui erupted in fury, his palm penetrating Ye Feng's protective spiritual light, lifting him effortlessly. Dare you deceive me? Such a formidable weapon, capable of piercing the robust flesh of an iron slave, and you claim it operates without a spirit stone? Speak. Is it powered by supreme spirit stones? Bai Li Rui pressed. If this hot spring island truly had supreme spirit stones, it would imply that within that secret realm, there existed a supreme spiritual vein. What does a supreme spiritual vein signify? It means the Black Mountain Empire would rise to become a great power in this realm, no longer confined to a marginal existence. In their Star-Meng Continent, the disparity in strength among nations is considerable, with some possessing only a single practitioner in the early stages of the spirit separation realm. Chapter 1253. Allow me to notify you first. Some nations possess over a dozen, even hundreds, of spirit separation realm cultivators. The Black Mountain Kingdom, with only 2 mid-level spirit separation cultivators, can be deemed an inferior small nation. Those great powers, while they may not publicly disclose the existence of demigod-level experts, are estimated by Li Rue to have the capacity to produce over 100 spirit separation cultivators. It is quite possible that a demigod is stationed in the capital of these great nations. Truly, there are no spirit stones. Ye Feng's face turned crimson from the grip. Li Rue's expression fluctuated between dark and light before he finally hurled Ye Feng to the ground. Recalling Ye Feng's earlier shooting technique, he aimed the gun at Ye Feng's head and pulled the trigger. Click! An empty sound echoed. What is happening? Li Rue turned to Ye Feng. Ye Feng replied, You aim to blow my head off, yet you inquire about the situation? There are no bullets inside. Left with no option, he could only speak the truth. What bullets? Are bullets akin to spirit stones? Li Rue inquired. They are somewhat equivalent. Such handguns are plentiful on my hot spring island and can eliminate void refinement cultivators unexpectedly. Ye Feng stated, rising from the ground. The area previously gripped by Li Rue throbbed painfully, a testament to the prowess of high-level void refinement cultivators. This contraption, though unorthodox, possesses a certain intrigue. I ask you, how many such magical tools does your hot spring island possess? Li Rue pressed further, assessing Ye Feng's potential utility. Not many, but my hot spring island can produce them continuously, provided I remain alive, Ye Feng replied. Li Rue fell silent, gripping the handgun, his right hand behind his back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. After a prolonged moment, the corners of his mouth twisted, and he tossed the handgun back to Ye Feng. Interesting. Dr. Yu, let us converse within the manor. There are strategic matters that require your attention, Li Rue declared. Indeed, please. Dr. Yu and Kuang Tianfeng wiped the cold sweat from their brows, ushering Li Rue into the manor. You brutes, do not follow me inside. Remain in the side room, and do not emerge without my command, Dr. Yu admonished, turning to Ye Feng and the others. Ye Feng discerned that although he appeared to scold them, he was, in fact, safeguarding their interests. No, these brutes' magical tools are rather intriguing. Let them join the meeting. Li Rue's indifferent voice floated from the front. I fear these brutes may lack decorum and offend the Chancellor. It matters not. They have already offended earlier. Very well. Before long, everyone reconvened in the Grand Hall. However, this time, it was Li Rue who occupied the main seat, with Dr. Yu, the host, relegated to the left side. Right, Chancellor, I raise a toast to you. This spirit wine is brewed from red silk fruit and the milk of a first-time mother. Rich beyond measure. Let us postpone the drinking. The Baiwu barbarians have repeatedly violated the borders of my Black Mountain Empire. After discussions with the military department, we have decided to dispatch soldiers from several states to teach the Baiwu barbarians a lesson they shall not soon forget. Dr. Yu, I believe Pingzhou and Yuzhou are suitable for this important task, Li Rue said with a faint smile. Kuang Tianfeng's expression darkened. Right, Chancellor? It has been quite some time since our practitioners in Pingzhou have encountered warfare. To send them against the valiant Baiwu tribe seems a perilous venture, one that may well lead to their demise. Furthermore, the Baiwu tribe occupies the 100-year forest, a region rife with toxic mists, and our unfamiliarity with the terrain renders such an endeavor akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. Kuang Tianfeng rose in indignation. I am aware of the toxic gases that permeate the 100-year forest. However, I did not suggest that you venture deep into its heart. A mere victory along the borders of the Black Mountain Kingdom would suffice, ideally debilitating them to the extent that they cannot recover for a century. Otherwise, should these barbarians regain their strength, they will return to plunder our Black Mountain Kingdom. Li Rue interjected. Kuang Tianfeng, with a flick of his sleeve, returned to his seat, still seething. Right, Chancellor? Does the monarch know of this matter? Yu Daifu could not help but inquire. They are well aware of the monarch's strategies, which are merely exercises in balance. It is unlikely that they will allow the left chancellor's faction to fall so swiftly. Once we draft the battle plan, We shall present it to the monarch for approval. Moreover, the monarch is currently in seclusion, likely to emerge only on his birthday. Time is of the essence. Baili Rui chuckled mischievously. Is that so? Then I shall mobilize the practitioners of Pingzhou to participate in the battle. Though I cannot guarantee how many will heed the call, lamented Kuang Tianfang. Kuang Tianfang, if you cannot even manage the local practitioners, what purpose do you serve as a governor? Perhaps it would be better to appoint this native beside you as the governor instead, Baili Rui remarked, gesturing towards Ye Feng and the others. It matters not. Kuang Tianfang replied dismissively. You? Baili Rui narrowed his eyes, ready to unleash his wrath. Yet, after a fleeting display of fluctuating emotions, he ultimately burst into laughter. Do not take offense, Governor Kuang. In truth, you could bring such artifacts to the battlefield. That device earlier managed to pierce the body of an iron slave. I am certain it would prove effective against those Baiwu barbarians as well. At this juncture, Baili Rui glanced at Ye Feng's heavy water handgun. Oh, Kuang Tianfang's expression shifted. He nearly forgot that Ye Feng possessed a bomber and heavy water Gatling gun. The Baiwu barbarians' audacity stems from their dominion over the 100-year forest. However, bombers can soar over the forest to drop heavy water bombs. Additionally, the hydrogen and atomic bombs developed by Wenquan Island are formidable forest annihilators. May I inquire, should we penetrate the 100-year forest, how shall we account for the spoils within? It is rich in rare minerals and teeming with spiritual ores, as well as countless spiritual herbs and medicines, Kuang Tianfang asked. Ha ha ha, as long as you can breach the 100-year forest, you shall claim 70% of all treasures. The remaining 30% shall be submitted to the national treasury. Baili Rui laughed heartily. He harbored doubts about Kuang Tianfang's ability to penetrate the depths of the 100-year forest. Excellent. Kuang Tianfang felt a surge of elation. He was not afraid of battle. Rather, he dreaded the aftermath, fearing that the spoils would be entirely devoured by the old monsters in the rear, leaving him with naught but a sip of broth. 70% is certainly worth the effort. The 100-year forest has been a haven for barbarians since time immemorial. Their intellect is rather limited, and their level of civilization resembles that of primitive beings, incapable of mining even the most profound spiritual ores. Thus, the Baiwu forest stands as a veritable treasure trove for cultivators from the outside world. Should they cleanse it of its barbaric inhabitants, they would be able to revel in the rare resources that have been stored there for millions of years. Perhaps they might even uncover the treasures left behind by the spear deity. Allow me to inform you that I shall now proceed to notify others, Baili Rui declared, striding purposefully towards the exit. Chapter 1254. A sudden strike, however, after taking just a few steps, he abruptly pointed at Ye Feng. Dr. Yu, might I acquire this barbarian to serve as my jester? Baili Rui inquired. Dr. Yu glanced at Kuang Tianfang, considering that Ye Feng had been brought by him. Kuang Tianfang quickly shook his head. Ha ha ha, the price is not an issue. I can offer 5,000 spirit stones and 100 pounds of refined iron gold. Baili Rui asserted. What? Dr. Yu was immediately intrigued. He turned to Kuang Tianfang. Brother Kuang, if this barbarian shares a mere casual acquaintance with you, do me this favor. We can split the iron gold. Absolutely not. Kuang Ren and Shui Fu interposed themselves in front of Ye Feng. Yet, Kuang Tianfang's gaze flickered uncertainly. As a seasoned capitalist, he found himself wavering in this situation. Selling Ye Feng to the right minister could forge a bond. And should the left minister fall from grace one day, he would not face retribution or annihilation. Moreover, there was the allure of the refined iron gold. Father, you must refuse him, Kuang Ren urged. Yes, father, decline his offer. Mr. Yi is our esteemed guest, Shui Fu echoed from beside him. Kuang Tianfang looked up at the sky and then scrutinized Ye Feng. The system of Warm Spring Island was indeed appealing. He had nearly been swayed earlier. Now, it appeared prudent to pursue this transaction. Capitalists are ever fickle. Very well. Kuang Tianfang nodded. No. Kuang Ren stood defiantly before Ye Feng, unsheathing his curved blade with a sharp sound. Shui Fu clung tightly to Ye Feng, terrified that he might be taken away. Ren, Fu, do not act foolishly. Politics are ever-changing. While Ye Feng has indeed been our ally, greater interests now lie before us. As my children, you display a shocking lack of awareness, Kuang Tianfang declared, sweeping his hand dismissively. Immediately, Kuang Ren was sent flying 10 meters away, while Shui Fu remained steadfastly embracing Ye Feng. He. Baili Rui extended his hand, and Ye Feng felt a shadow flash before him. In an instant, He had teleported several steps forward, appearing directly beside Bai Li Rue. Just moments ago, he had not even discerned how Bai Li Rue had executed his move. The speed was terrifying. Are you seeking death? Chun-Un and others seethed with rage. Some drawing daggers, others pulling out heavy water pistols. Chun-Un, hold your horses. Ye Feng hastily intervened to stop them. He then turned to Bai Li Rue. May I inquire what a jester is? Allow me to elucidate. Mr. Yi, Kuang Tianfang stepped forward. The jester, a servant whose purpose is to amuse his master, is bound to fulfill the master's every command. This is the essence of a jester, a subordinate subjected to the whims of his lord. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. Prime Minister, why do you desire me to be your jester? He inquired. You asked too many questions. You are now mine, and I shall do with you as I please. You are forbidden from questioning or resisting. Otherwise, I hold the power to execute you at any moment. Bai Li Rue declared, abruptly pressing a finger against Ye Feng's forehead. Ah! Ye Feng roared, feeling an incapacitating force envelop him, a strange energy penetrating his mind. I have placed the mark of the jester upon you. Should you ever harbor treachery against me, your head will explode instantly. Do you understand? Understand? I understand your. Before Ye Feng could finish, he felt a shift within him. The blood-sucking technique within him began to absorb the energy of the mark, and soon, the jester's mark vanished from his consciousness. Bai Li Rue cast a curious glance at Ye Feng, sensing something was amiss with the mark he had implanted. However, he could not pinpoint the exact issue. Nevertheless, he dismissed it, believing that for millions of years, no one had ever escaped the jester's mark. Unless Ye Feng's power surpassed his own, he would remain under its influence for life. This is outrageous. I shall fight back. The others simultaneously raised their heavy water pistols. Yet, in the next instant, shadows flickered, and 5 guns appeared in Bai Li Rue's hands. Your little friends are quite impulsive. Their weapons are dangerous. I shall safeguard them for a time. Once they have left the country, they may retrieve them from my residence, Bai Li Rue stated, patting his waist, causing the 5 heavy water pistols to vanish into a storage pouch. Take him away. Bai Li Rue gestured towards Ye Feng. Immediately, 2 attendants advanced, seizing Ye Feng from either side. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he turned to glance at Chun-Un and the others. Feng Ge. Chun-Un and the others stepped forward, ready to fight. Return for now. Ye Feng winked at Chun-Un. What does Feng Ge mean? Chun-Un asked, confused. Do not worry about me. I can take care of myself. At least my life is not in danger, Ye Feng reassured him. Also, do not mention this to Susan when you return. Otherwise, given her temperament, suddenly, a hand struck the back of Ye Feng's head, causing him to stumble forward. Tai Nu retracted his hand, harboring a hint of personal vendetta. Enough of your chatter, move swiftly, he urged. Reluctantly, Ye Feng followed behind Bai Li Rue. All is well now, Mr. Chun-Un. You are in charge here. For the upcoming grand celebration, we shall present the bomber to the sovereign. Kuang Tianfang said with a smile directed at Chun-Un Pa. A mouthful of phlegm was spat, landing squarely on Kuang Tianfang's nose. Kuang Tianfang, how could you betray my trust in you? We at Warm Spring Island will remember this debt. Be wary of your Ping Zhou. Chun-Un retorted before preparing to depart with his 5 companions. Kong Tian effortlessly wiped the thick phlegm from his face. Please, Mr. Yi is still in the capital. Is it not a bit ungrateful to leave like this? What if he requires your assistance? Kong Tian expressed. If he needs my help, I shall assist your old mother. Came the retort from Chun-Un, who was about to charge forward but was restrained by Yanli. Do not act impulsively. You cannot defeat him. Here is the plan. I will return, and you shall remain here, Yanli suggested. Very well, Feng Ge still needs me. Chun-Un nodded in agreement. That is the spirit, brother Chun-Un, rest assured. This is a mistake made by my father, and I shall take responsibility, Kong Ren said earnestly. Slap. Chun-Un swiftly delivered a resounding blow to Kong Ren's face. Ye Feng boarded the carriage, flanked by 2 burly men, each a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the divine origin realm. Opposite him sat the half-closed eyes of Bai Li Rue. So your name is Ye Feng? I inquire. What treasures lie within your secret realm? Bai Li Rue asked nonchalantly. There are sand beasts and civilization, Ye Feng replied. Sand beasts? You mean demonic beasts? Bai Li Rue clarified. Indeed. What tier of demonic beasts do you possess? He continued. Most are acquired postnatal realm beasts, though there is also a demigod beast. Ye Feng stated. A demigod beast? Bai Li Rue's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 1255. Do not inquire so much. Do you know its exact location? Uncertain, Ye Feng replied. Fabricating his response, Bai Li Rue retrieved a heavy water pistol from his storage pouch, slowly toying with it in his hands. Did this originate from your hot spring island? Yes. How many can be manufactured in a day? Unsure. Approximately. Dozens, he replied. Only dozens? How disappointing, Bai Li Rue remarked. This pistol might pose a challenge to transformation origin cultivators, but against those at the divine origin level, it falls short. It is far less convenient than my treasures, which I can manipulate freely without depletion. Let us just say it's acceptable. You will reside in my estate from now on. In a few days, you shall attend the sovereign's grand birthday celebration. I plan to present you to the sovereign as a tribute. I believe the indigenous people from your secret realm will pique his interest, Bai Li Rue concluded, closing his eyes once more. What? A tribute? Ye Feng seethed with anger, but was immediately restrained by two hands on his shoulders, rendering him motionless. Bai Li Rue merely regarded Ye Feng's trinkets with mild amusement, not taking them seriously. Soon, the carriage entered a magnificent castle, sprawling in size, surrounded by flickering wards. Follow me, the iron slave gestured to Ye Feng. Where to? Ye Feng furrowed his brow. Enough with the idle chatter. Move quickly, the iron slave urged, shoving Ye Feng forward. A flicker of humiliation crossed Ye Feng's face as he begrudgingly complied. The two traversed several grand structures, arriving at the basement. Lord Iron Slave, called several transformation origin cultivators standing within the subterranean chamber. This individual is a gift to the sovereign from the chancellor. He must be closely monitored but not subjected to torment, and provided with ample sustenance. The Iron Slave gestured toward Ye Feng. As commanded, he replied. Turning to Ye Feng, he added, Foreigner Ye Feng, do not entertain thoughts of escape. The castle is fortified with restrictions, and should you attempt to flee, those barriers will obliterate you. With that, he turned away and made his way toward the ladder. Several transformation realm cultivators exhaled in relief as they opened one of the iron cells. Hey, get inside, one of the cultivators said, shoving Ye Feng into the cell. Outside, iron bars enclosed him, while inside lay a bed, a small stool, and a table. The floor was overgrown with weeds, and a corner bore the remnants of excrement. Ugh! Ye Feng retched. Could I possibly have a cleaner cell? He called out from within. However, the cultivators paid him no mind. Some were seated with their eyes closed in meditation, others indulged in wine and conversation, while pairs engaged in chess. Ye Feng's gaze darted around, landing on two cells opposite him. One was plastered with numerous talismans, housing a gaunt man who lay on his side, revealing only a bony silhouette, his unkempt hair cascading over his shoulders. Who is this? Ye Feng squinted, noting that while his own cell bore a solitary talisman, the other contained at least 2,000. This indicated that the inmate within was of considerable importance. The transformation realm cultivators ignored Ye Feng, continuing their games and chatter. Have you heard? A hidden realm has been opened in the Pingzhou territory, revealing a savage race known as the Hot Spring Island, one cultivator remarked. I've heard of it. They say there are many advanced magical tools there, some capable of slaying even us transformation realm cultivators. Is that so? Is the information credible? Absolutely. My junior brother, the leader of the Axe Gang in the Xin County of Pingzhou, a transformation realm cultivator himself, met his demise at the hands of a magical tool from Hot Spring Island. What about the prices of these tools? Are they exorbitant? Not entirely sure, but their hard currency seems to be something called hot spring coins. The cultivator then produced a 5-unit hot spring coin from his pocket. Ye Feng had been eavesdropping, surprised to learn that the fame of Hot Spring Island had reached the capital. Haha, are you joking? This scrap of paper can purchase magical tools? Wait, let me see. This doesn't appear to be a talisman. What use is it? I'm unsure, but the people of Hot Spring Island are rather obstinate. They only recognize this scrap of paper. The cultivator carefully tucked the 5-unit coin back into his pocket. Ye Feng's heart leaped with excitement as he quickly retrieved a 1,000-unit banknote from his own pocket. Hey, esteemed seniors, would you be interested in this? Ye Feng called out. You barbarian, shut your mouth, or you may find your tongue severed, a late-stage transformation realm cultivator snapped, turning impatiently. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed that the banknote in Ye Feng's hand bore a striking resemblance to the hot spring coin he had just seen. In a moment, all the transformation realm cultivators gathered around, neglecting their meditation. May I have a look? One of the cultivators inquired. Certainly. Ye Feng replied as he handed over the 1,000-yuan note. Identical. The texture is the same. However, it bears a face value of 1,000. How many do you possess? The cultivator asked. What is your name? Ye Feng folded his arms. I am called Bioloke, the cultivator replied. Such a lengthy name. I shall call you Bale. Ye Feng continued. Bale, I possess an abundance of such currency. Once you acquire this note, you can procure advanced magical artifacts from Hot Spring Island. Not only those in the transformation realm, but even those in the divine realm and void refinement realm would find themselves unable to escape annihilation by these artifacts. Ye Feng spoke with grave seriousness. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Can you truly vanquish those in the void refinement realm? Bale expressed disbelief. Rest assured, I am not exaggerating. If you doubt my words, you may visit the physician's mansion and seek out someone named Kuang Tianfeng, or perhaps Kuang Rin or Chunin. They will demonstrate the weaponry of Hot Spring Island, which you refer to as magical artifacts. Ye Feng urged anxiously. He was solely focused on extricating himself from the situation, wishing to avoid any further complications. As for the mark by Li Rue had placed upon him, Ye Feng suspected it had mostly been absorbed by the blood-sucking technique and expelled from his body. Senior brother, this banknote resembles the real thing. Though I only possess 5 yuan in Hot Spring currency, I have seen 1,000 yuan notes before, and the texture is indistinguishable. Most notably, it is the portrait on this note. The cultivator paused, suddenly looking at Ye Feng. You? How do you resemble the portrait on the banknote so closely? He questioned. There are many people in the world who share similar appearances. Do not pry too much. You may now go outside and seek out the individuals I mentioned to verify this. Hot Spring currency holds far greater significance than you realize, Ye Feng asserted. All right then, Senior Brother Yuan, I will first test this 1,000 yuan banknote, a transformation realm cultivator declared before promptly departing the cell with the note in hand. Having achieved the status of transformation realm cultivators, they wielded considerable connections in the capital. Chapter 1256. Have you had enough of touching? With the introduction of a steward from the physician's mansion, the transformation realm cultivator finally met Chun and outside the city. I am Bing Rinjia. You're Mr. Chunin, correct? Bing Rinjia was at the pinnacle of the transformation realm and regarded Chun and somewhat condescendingly. Indeed, what brings you to me? Chunin replied coolly. He had already disassembled the airborne Gatling gun. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner, 4 soldiers from Hot Spring Island aimed their Gatling guns at this individual. Are you from Hot Spring Island? Bing Rinjia's expression soured. He discerned that Chunin was merely at the initial stage of true martial arts. He stood 2 major realms above Chunin, yet this youth exhibited no respect whatsoever. Indeed, Chunin narrowed his eyes slightly. Here, take a look at this Hot Spring currency and determine its authenticity. Bing Rinjia stated, handing the 1,000 yuan note to Chunin. You? How could your capital possibly possess 1,000 yuan notes? Have you encountered my brother Feng? Chunin suddenly became agitated. In recent days, he had been so preoccupied that he could neither eat nor sleep, resulting in dark circles under his eyes. Primarily, he was at a loss as to how he would explain his return to Susan and Duoyan Henna, and even more perplexed about how to justify it to the island's master, Wang Weilu. If the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island were to discover that Ye Feng had been detained there while he returned unscathed, he was certain he would face dire consequences. Brother Feng? Indeed, he is Ye Feng. It was he who instructed me to bring this cash to you, said Soldier A. And how is Brother Feng faring inside? Has he been attacked by men? Chunin quickly inquired. What are you talking about? Ye Feng summoned me to witness the formidable power of Hot Spring Island's magical artifacts, to ascertain whether they indeed possess the capability to annihilate cultivators at the void refinement stage. Soldier A replied coldly. I see. Allow me to demonstrate. Now, produce the most resilient magical treasure you possess, and let us see if I can shatter it, Chunin declared, retrieving a heavy water pistol from his waist. Very well. Soldier A surveyed the surroundings to ensure no outsiders were present before producing a golden brick from his storage bag. In an instant, it transformed into a massive brick, measuring 5 meters in length and 2 meters in width. This is a magical artifact left behind by a formidable foe I vanquished during the late stages of my innate phase. Let us see if you can break it. Soldier A pointed to the floating golden brick. All right, I shall give it a try. Without hesitation, Chunin fired 2 shots. The first shot caused the golden brick to shimmer with resplendent light. Chunin then fired 5 consecutive shots. On the 4th shot, the radiant glow of the brick dissipated, revealing its true form. Subsequently, the heavy water bullet struck the essence of the brick directly. Well, I have exhausted my pistol's ammunition. Please examine your golden brick for any damage, Chen remarked nonchalantly. Good. Soldier A summoned the golden brick from the sky, which promptly descended to the ground. He quickly used his spiritual sense to examine it. To his astonishment, 2 bullet holes, each the thickness of a thumb, had appeared on the surface, penetrating 2 to 3 inches deep into the brick. Such power? Soldier A's expression shifted dramatically. It was essential to note that this was a golden brick. Had it been his own flesh, he would have surely been pierced by the heavy water pistol's magical artifact. In that moment, he regarded Chen An's pistol with a newfound wariness. Quite intriguing, yet you still fall short. Had you fired at me earlier, I could have effortlessly seized your pistol. Soldier A stated coolly. Oh really? Then let us see how you handle this, Chen replied, snapping his fingers. Handle what? Just step aside quickly, Chen urged, leaping 100 meters away while covering his head. The hairs on Soldier A's body stood on end, feeling as though he were being targeted by a natural predator. His expression changed, and he swiftly leaped 200 meters away. Suddenly, a fiery line erupted behind Chen, continuously striking the golden brick. Even from several hundred meters away, he could sense the penetrating power of the fire line. Within half a minute, the barrage ceased. Soldier A hesitated, then enveloped himself in 2 or 3 layers of protective divine light before cautiously approaching the golden brick. What he beheld was astonishing. The brick had been transformed into a honeycomb structure, with some areas completely obliterated. He swallowed hard as his immense consciousness swept across the area behind Chen. Earlier, he had scanned a radius of 10 kilometers and noticed several individuals standing behind Chen, but he had dismissed it at the time. Now, however, he found himself compelled to exercise greater caution. If that fiery line were to sweep across his body, he feared that the protective divine light would last but a few breaths. Such a sharp weapon? It truly opened my eyes. Might I inquire about the master who forged such a magical artifact? Asked the armored soldier. Brother Feng mentioned that you could directly handle our weapon, Chen retorted. Yes, the armored soldier nodded. Very well then, someone, bring over the Gatling gun. Chen waved his hand behind him. Unbeknownst to them, thousands of meters away, a dozen dark figures lay in wait. They employed a concealing technique, minimizing their presence to ensure they would not be detected by the divine consciousness of other cultivators. When they witnessed the power of the Gatling gun, a heavy feeling settled in their hearts. Before long, a soldier from the hot spring troop approached, carrying the Gatling gun and a bullet box taller than himself. The box held fewer than 2,000 rounds, as he had just fired off 4,000. The infantry bullet boxes on Hot Spring Island contained 6,000 rounds, just enough for a minute's worth of fire from the Gatling gun. Brother, how could we let this precious item be seen by these brutes? The soldier inquired. Enough chatter, this is Brother Feng's directive. After stating this, Chen personally brought the Gatling gun and placed it before the armored soldier. May I touch it? The armored soldier asked cautiously, his protective divine light still ablaze, fearful that the hellish fiery line might erupt once more. You may touch it, but not kiss it, Chen replied sternly. The armored soldier gently caressed the Gatling gun, while his immense consciousness meticulously scanned its structure, millimeter by millimeter. There are no spiritual patterns? And where are the spirit stones placed? He questioned. This contraption does not require spirit stones for operation. Have you had your fill of touching? Chen reclaimed the Gatling gun. I've had my fill, he chuckled, but I shall take this Gatling gun. With a sudden wave of his hand, the armored soldier made the Gatling gun disappear from Chen An's grasp and into his own hands. How could he resist the temptation of such a device capable of effortlessly annihilating transformation realm cultivators? He chuckled ominously. Today, I shall use you for practice. With that, the armored soldier aimed the Gatling gun directly at Chen, and unbeknownst to him, in the act of seizing the Gatling gun, he had inadvertently pulled away the bullet chain, leaving only one round in the chamber. Chapter 1257. Must be food-related. With a sharp crack, a bullet grazed the scalp of Chen. Damn it, he exclaimed, startled into dropping to the ground. After a moment, he regained his composure and quickly touched his head. A tuft of hair had been sheared away, leaving him with the center part. What just happened? Why was there no fiery line? The soldier was taken aback, frantically pulling the trigger, yet alas, no bullets were discharged. You are finished, Chen declared, snapping his fingers at a distance. In an instant, streams of fire intersected and shot forth. What? The soldier gasped in astonishment. However, the bullets struck his protective shield. Within mere seconds, the first layer of his guard was shattered. Before he could utter another word, all the bullets impacted against his barrier, Thud, thud, thud. The 3 layers of protection were successively breached, and the heavy water bullets finally struck his flesh. The several dark figures lying in ambush in the distance widened their eyes in disbelief as they witnessed this scene. They watched as their peer, the soldier, was instantly reduced to mere fragments of flesh under the onslaught of the 4 fire streams. Cease fire, Chunin commanded, raising his right hand. He approached the remnants of the soldier's shattered body and gave it a kick. How foolish to dare to contend with the highest civilization. Who is it? Just as Chunin finished speaking, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the distance. He beheld a group of dark figures slowly approaching, their hands raised high, enveloped in thick protective auras. Who are you? Chunin inquired cautiously. Behind him, several Gatling guns had been readied, aimed at the group of Transformation Realm cultivators. You must be Chunin. Do not resort to your magical artifacts. We are the guards of Ye Feng. It was unforeseen that soldier's greed would lead to such a tragic end, but we come sincerely to negotiate with you. The leader stepped forward. Oh, so you are the guards of Brother Feng? Splendid. If you release him, we can discuss everything. Chunin boldly stepped forward. In his quest to rescue Ye Feng, he was willing to risk it all. The group of Transformation Realm cultivators subsequently lowered their hands, and the Yuan surname cultivator even dispelled his protective aura. If negotiations were to take place, sincerity was paramount. Very well, you demonstrate genuine intent. What is your name? Chunin asked. In the past, the Yuan surname cultivator would have slapped him for such insolence, considering him merely a true martial realm cultivator. Yet, after witnessing the might of the Gatling, he had to lower his stance and converse with Chunin as an equal. I am Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi, are you seeking to purchase our Gatlings? Chunin inquired. Indeed. Name your price in spirit stones. We will certainly consider it as long as it is not exorbitant, Yuan Yi replied earnestly. Possessing such a divine artifact would allow him to traverse the transformation realm with ease, even standing a chance against divine origin realm cultivators. We do not deal in spirit stones. Our currency is the hot spring coins, Chunin stated, waving a stack of 1,000 yuan bills. Wonderful. I have 5 hot spring coins. May I ask how many artifacts I can procure? Yuan Yi excitedly produced a crumpled 5 yuan note. Haha, are you jesting? A single Gatling costs at least 1 billion hot spring coins, and typically, they are not for sale and can only be purchased on Hot Spring Island, Chunin retorted, hands on his hips. Then what of spirit stones? Are they not a scarce resource? You would refuse even that. Yuan Yi's anger flared. I am aware that spiritual stones are exceedingly rare. However, this is the custom of our Hot Spring Island. If I were to hand you the Gatling today without returning with an adequate amount of hot spring coins, the bank would hold me accountable, Chunin remarked calmly. Then, how does one acquire hot spring coins? Simply by exchanging spiritual stones, elixirs, or spiritual herbs, or by working on Hot Spring Island. Rendering your labor in exchange for the coins, Chunin elucidated. Isn't that straightforward? Spiritual stones can be exchanged for hot spring coins. So I could directly purchase the Gatling from you with spiritual stones, couldn't I? Yuan Yi asked, perplexed, not comprehending Chunin's reasoning. Principally, that is indeed the case. However, you must convert the spiritual stones into hot spring coins yourself, and you need 1 billion coins. Once you have that amount, I can make an exception and sell you a Gatling, Chunin explained. I must say, you are quite stubborn. Let me ask you, can spiritual stones be exchanged for hot spring coins? Yes. And can hot spring coins be used to purchase a Gatling? Indeed. Then, is it not reasonable for me to directly exchange spiritual stones for your Gatling? Yuan Yi exclaimed, nearly exasperated. That is quite reasonable, Chunin nodded. Then, facilitate the exchange. Yuan Yi was on the brink of frustration. Regrettably, I only accept hot spring coins, Chunin replied, shaking his head. How about this? We exchange spiritual stones for hot spring coins, and I will offer you additional spiritual stones to assist me in obtaining the coins. Surely, that would suffice? Yuan Yi proposed. Not permissible. You must exchange the spiritual stones for hot spring coins at the bank on Hot Spring Island. Once you have acquired the coins, you may directly purchase the Gatling from the Hot Spring Armory, Chunin stated plainly. Yuan Yi, ugh, you fool. Are all the individuals from your realm so obstinate? If it were not for your possession of something I desire, I would truly want to. Yet, Yuan Yi ultimately refrained from issuing threats, as he found himself in need of assistance. Haha, that's the spirit. One more thing. Brother Feng should have a checkbook, right? As long as Feng can write a check and affix his signature, it can also be used to purchase our Gatling, including this heavy water pistol, Chunin added. Phew. The other transformation realm cultivators, who were on the verge of despair, finally exhaled in relief upon hearing this. It was not that they wished to resort to force. Rather, they feared that Chunin might possess unforeseen contingencies. Those who manage to survive to the transformation realm are typically very cautious, and they would never take life-threatening risks unless absolutely necessary. Often, even when faced with an 80% chance of success, they deliberate extensively before making decisions. Then, we shall return to the cell now and exchange some checks with Mr. Ye, Yuan Yi said, bowing slightly. Yes. Will Brother Feng be released? Chunin inquired. Unfortunately, even if we were to release him, he has already been marked with a soul imprint. Where could he possibly escape to? Yuan Yi replied helplessly. Very well. Please take good care of Brother Feng in the cell. Whatever he wishes to eat or drink, do your utmost to accommodate him, Chunin concluded, discreetly slipping several $1,000 bills into Yuan Ye's embrace. Certainly, Yuan Yi nodded. Brothers, let us depart. Ye Feng's stomach growled with hunger, compelling him to sacrifice a portion of his vitality to replenish his internal energy. The concept of fasting as depicted in cultivation novels simply does not exist in this Star-Meng Continent. Regardless of whether one is a mortal or a cultivator, sustenance is a necessity. In Chapter 1258, How Shall We Divide? The cultivator's abstention from food comes at the cost of their vitality and spiritual energy. The prisoner beside him grabbed a lump of something from the corner, pinched his nose, and stuffed it into his mouth, completing an act of self-sustenance. Ugh! Ye Feng expelled a few bitter drops from his stomach. My friend, how long has it been since you last ate? Ye Feng asked, astonished. The fellow wiped his mouth and held up 2 fingers. 2 days? Wrong. It's 2 years, the cultivator replied, then reclined on the bed, seemingly intent on conserving his strength. Is the Prime Minister's residence so cruel that they don't even provide food for you? Ye Feng was taken aback. Huh. I am a dignified spiritual energy realm cultivator. They are not foolish. If they were to feed me, once my strength is restored, could those Yuan transformation cultivators out there possibly stop me? The cultivator said nonchalantly. You were starved from a spiritual energy cultivator down to a true martial realm? Ye Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Enough nonsense. I need to sleep. Otherwise, my strength will dwindle even faster, the spiritual energy cultivator declared, promptly closing his eyes. Ye Feng then glanced toward the other cells, where the inmates lay like corpses on their beds, all in a bid to conserve energy. The capital indeed harbored darkness, subjecting cultivators to such torment. Just then, Yuan Yi and the others returned. Suddenly, a hand reached out from a cell and grasped Yuan Ye's foot. Yuan Yi, I concede. Please, give me something to eat. Anything will do. Get lost. Yuan Yi kicked out, sending the emaciated figure crashing against the wall. Ye Feng felt a heaviness in his heart and promptly sat upright on his bed, warily observing the group. Mr. Yi, we are back, Yuan Yi said, his expression grave. Oh, did you see Chunin? Yes, Chunin mentioned that you should write a check for 10 trillion hot spring coins. So we can take good care of you, Yuan Yi said, his eyes glinting. 10 trillion? Ye Feng's expression immediately darkened. It seemed this group had caught a glimpse of the technological prowess of Hot Spring Island and sought to extort money from him for weapons. Yet, they were sorely mistaken. 10 trillion was certainly out of the question, and such a large denomination check had never been issued by Hot Spring Island. Even if I were to provide them with a check, the Hot Spring Bank would dispatch personnel to verify it in person. Are you jesting? Such an amount could nearly purchase a concession. Ye Feng scoffed. Ha ha ha, my apologies. I mistakenly added an extra yuan. Chunin asked you to write us a check for 1 billion. Yuan Yi laughed. Once trust is shattered, it requires time to rebuild. Why should I believe you? Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. Throughout Hot Spring Island, only he had the authority to issue checks exceeding 10 billion, followed by the successive island masters. Any checks issued for amounts over 1 billion typically required thorough verification from bank personnel before goods would be dispatched. Me? Yuan Yi ceased his speech, engaging in a hushed consultation with several fellow cultivators. Ultimately, they decided to remove the soundproof barrier. I shall speak candidly, Chunin remarked. If you ensure our well-being in this confinement, you shall issue us a check. Is this matter indeed true? Yuan Yi inquired, his gaze fixed upon Ye Feng. The other transformation cultivators leaned in, their eyes glistening with anticipation, not directed at Ye Feng himself, but rather at the formidable weaponry he seemed to represent. The veracity of this statement seemed rather plausible. Commence preparations for sustenance and clean water. By the way, do you possess any fine wine? Ye Feng questioned. Indeed. We have an abundance. How many spring coins do you intend to bestow upon us, Mr. Yi? One cultivator hastily inquired. I must first partake in the quality of service before making any commitments. Ye Feng replied nonchalantly, plucking a straw to clean his teeth. Very well, preparations will commence immediately. Yuan Yi signaled to a guard. Pa, pa, pa. Ye Feng expelled the straw, detecting an unpleasant odor reminiscent of a rebuttal. Within the span of half an hour, a veritable feast was ushered into the cell, overwhelming the table's capacity. Take our table inside the cell, Ye Feng commanded, gazing at the array of delicacies: roasted suckling pig, leg of lamb, roasted chicken, an entire ox's head, a horse's head, exotic beast meat, grilled kidneys, a generous bowl of white rice, and a vat of superior spirit wine. Ah! Ye Feng exclaimed, seizing the roasted suckling pig and indulging with unabashed delight. Mr. Yi, do take your time. The kitchen is well stocked, a voice cautioned. With a sudden bite, Ye Feng clamped down on Yuan Ye's wrist, causing him to retreat hastily from the cell. In a matter of moments, Ye Feng had devoured an entire roasted suckling pig, a chicken, and a lamb leg, while the ox's head proved too formidable for his appetite. Wiping his greasy sleeve across his mouth, he reached for the spirit wine and drank deeply. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The surrounding prisoners had awakened, their eyes fixated on Ye Feng, saliva pooling in anticipation. Friend, might you toss me a piece of the bone you discarded? A neighboring divine cultivator beseeched, extending a hand. Here you go. Ye Feng tossed the bone over. Crack, crack, crack. The divine cultivator's teeth were remarkably efficient, reducing the bone to fragments that vanished into his stomach. Share some with me, please, echoed voices from the iron bars, filthy hands reaching out as if a horde of the undead sought entry. Startled, Ye Feng hastily flung the remainder of his meal into the surrounding cells. Mr. Yi. Yuan Ye's tone grew urgent. These prisoners are high-level cultivators. Should they satiate their hunger and attempt to escape, how shall we report to the Chancellor? Yuan Ye's brows knitted in concern. Will a single meal suffice for them to regain their peak strength? Ye Feng countered. Not entirely, but their strength will gradually be restored. Yuan Yi replied. Patience, Ye Feng said, wiping his greasy hands on the tablecloth. He retrieved a checkbook from his robe and inscribed the sum of 10,000. Here you are? 10,000. Is that all? Mr. Yi, you are asking for 1 billion hot spring coins, yet you only provide us with 10,000? The guards immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Huh, you think you can exchange a mere meal for such a top-tier artifact? Are you dreaming? Regardless, as the sovereign's birthday approaches, you shall serve me well, and I shall gradually increase the amount for you. Upon finishing his words, Ye Feng tossed the check outside the cell. Yuan Yi, quick-witted and agile, caught the check deftly. Hey, brother Yuan, how shall we divide this 10,000? Divide what? It's just a pittance. After speaking, Yuan Yi turned with a smile towards Ye Feng. Mr. Yi, what would you like to eat next? Arrange it as you wish, but it must surpass today's feast. Ye Feng burped contentedly. By the way, Mr. Yi, your cell is rather dirty. Someone come. Clean Mr. Ye's cell with water, replace the bedding with fresh sheets, and prepare a large night pot, changing it daily for Mr. Yi. Yuan Yi commanded. Chapter 1259. Rest assured, just feed me. Immediately, several subordinates entered the cell to commence a thorough cleaning. An hour later, Ye Feng's cell was transformed, the sheets even infused with fragrance. Now that I'm full, sleep eludes me. By the way, is there a beauty massage service in your capital? Ye Feng inquired. That might be a bit challenging, as this is the Prime Minister's prison. How about I personally provide you with a massage? Yuan Yi chuckled. Perhaps not. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. I understand. I have a way to bring in a beauty for your massage. Just watch me. Yuan Ye's eyes narrowed, instantly formulating a plan. Spirit stones can be used to entice spirits. The Prime Minister's estate has many beautiful maidservants, and now is the perfect time to make use of them. He exited the cell and spent 1,000 spirit stones to easily procure a young and lovely maidservant. Mr. Yi, are you satisfied? This maidservant has just reached maturity at 15. Yuan Yi smiled ingratiatingly. He merely hoped that Ye Feng would add another 0 to the check tomorrow, bringing him closer to acquiring the divine artifact. A bit too slender, please find a slightly plumper one. Ye Feng lay on the bed, casually waving his hand. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. Shortly thereafter, 10 young and beautiful maidservants were presented before Ye Feng's cell. How about this? Yuan Yi inquired with a grin. Let us change to another batch. Very well. After cycling through 10 batches, Ye Feng finally selected two. One was slightly plump, and the other was a slender beauty. One assisted with foot massage, while the other walked on his back. The surrounding prisoners gazed in astonishment at Ye Feng, their faces filled with questions. Who was this person? How could he command such service from the guards? Could he possibly be the sovereign's illegitimate son? Yet, that doesn't seem right. Who would dare to act against the sovereign's illegitimate child? What are you staring at? This does not concern you. Ye Feng glanced towards the adjacent cell. The cultivators within promptly averted their gaze. Yuan Yi, come here. While indulging in the massage, Ye Feng called for Yuan Yi. What is it, Mr. Yi? Are you dissatisfied with these two? They are truly the most exquisite beauties within the Prime Minister's residence. And I expended 2,000 spirit stones for each of them to secure their services. Otherwise, they would not deign to attend to you, Yin Yi remarked. Forgive me, but I must inquire. How vast is this Prime Minister's estate? Moreover, how did Bai Li Rui manage to control me through the soul seal? Ye Feng asked. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. I regret to inform you that we serve at the Prime Minister's residence, and disclosing such information could result in severe consequences. Yin Yi replied with a grave expression. Do not impede me any further. I require my hands free. Ye Feng lifted a pen with one hand and inscribed a check for 100,000 in total, tearing it off casually and tossing it to Yin Yi. Yin Yi discreetly accepted the check. Please wait. This evening, I shall convey all secrets to you in written form. With that, he hurried off to pilfer a map of the Prime Minister's residence, along with details regarding the characteristics of the soul seal. As noon approached, Ye Feng gazed at the lavish spread before him: braised old duck, red braised carp, roasted alligator tail, and a lobster larger than his own thigh. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yi. You indulged rather heavily this morning, so I prepared something lighter for you today. A cultivator approached, eager to please. Indeed, Ye Feng exclaimed, seizing the old duck and devouring it with gusto. Mr. Yi, shall I arrange for a water tub for your bath? Ye Feng nodded absently, his mouth full. Moments later, Yin Yi returned, carrying two small booklets. Mr. Yi, this booklet contains a rough map of the Prime Minister's residence, while this one details the characteristics of the soul seal. Please peruse them at your leisure, he stated. Ye Feng hastily discarded the old duck, causing a commotion among the surrounding cells. Do not throw it away. Please, I beg you, give it to me. I have not eaten in over a year. Woof, woof. One famished cultivator, pushed to the brink, resorted to barking like a dog. Silence. Mr. Yi is studying. Do not disturb him, lest you suffer the consequences. Yin Yi admonished coldly. Ye Feng opened the second booklet and, after a while, closed it with a newfound understanding. The soul seal was a form of controlling magic, typically employed by higher-tier cultivators to dominate those of lesser rank. The greater the disparity in strength between the controller and the controlled, the easier it was to exert control. Conversely, as the controlled cultivator's strength increased, the effectiveness of the control would gradually diminish until it ceased entirely. Upon unfolding the second booklet, Ye Feng was met with an enormous map. In an instant, he was stunned. The Prime Minister's residence was not only fortified with protective barriers, but also guarded by dozens of cultivators at the Spirit Origin realm. Furthermore, the Prime Minister's 4 elite guards, all at the initial stage of the Void Refinement realm, were on par with the formidable Kong Tian. This was indeed a hellish scenario. Ye Feng cast the booklet onto the ground. Mr. Yi, have you finished? If so, I shall incinerate it, Yin Yi quickly declared, tossing the booklet into the fire. Ye Feng surveyed the surrounding cells, his eyes narrowing as a cunning plan began to form. If he is not mistaken, a significant portion of the inmates within these cells are cultivators of the divine origin realm and above. Otherwise, they would not be treated with such disdain by Bai Li Rui. If they were to be well-fed and orchestrate a mass escape, what would be their chances of evading capture? Yuan Yi, you need not arrange for anyone to guard this place tonight. Feel free to amuse yourself. I relish solitude. Ye Feng stated. I'm afraid that's not feasible. There are still numerous cultivators inside. Although their powers have been diminished by several major realms, I fear for your safety. Yuan Yi replied. It matters not. I can manage, Ye Feng assured. That is not acceptable, Mr. Yi. This is a matter of principle. A jailer must not leave the cells unattended. Otherwise, there will be consequences from the Prime Minister later on. Yuan Yi shook his head solemnly, indicating there would be no room for negotiation. Very well. Next time, please prepare something richer for the meal. I have a penchant for greasy foods, Ye Feng requested. That is certainly manageable, Mr. Yi. Within my capacity, feel free to express any desires you may have. and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Yuan Yi responded with a smile. Agreed. Then I shall gradually increase the amount on the checks. Ye Feng reciprocated. In the doctor's mansion, Huang Ren and Xue Fu paced back and forth in the study. What shall we do? Mr. Yi has been taken to the Prime Minister's residence, and we cannot fathom the extent of his suffering. Moreover, it is rumored that there is a group of debauched individuals at the Prime Minister's residence. I fear for his well-being, Huang Ren said with a furrowed brow. Brother, why don't we prepare some spirit stones to facilitate connections with the guards and ensure that they look after Brother Feng properly? Xue Fu suggested, adept at navigating relationships. She understood that where there are people, there exists a web of connections, and authorities often turn a blind eye to such matters. All right, I shall consult Dr. Yu to see if his connections can lead us into the Prime Minister's dungeon. Huang Ren immediately set off to find Dr. Yu. Chenin sat in the cockpit of the bomber. Ever since Ye Feng's capture, he had refrained from residing in the doctor's mansion in the capital, for he harbored distrust towards Dr. Yu, and even more so towards Huang Tianfang. Should the situation deteriorate, he could pilot 4 bombers away from the capital, confident that the authorities there would not be able to hinder him. Why 4 bombers? Because one had already been flown back by Yan Li to alert the Warm Spring Island. At this moment, the northern Warm Spring Island was in turmoil. This is outrageous. Convene an island-wide assembly immediately and summon all members of the House of Representatives. He Li Xin banged his fist on the table. On the southern Warm Spring Island, Wang Wei Luo similarly slammed the table. Hasten the members of the House of Representatives to convene an island-wide assembly and prepare the military for mobilization. Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with today's service? Yuan Yi and a group of Transformation Realm cultivators cautiously smiled. Indeed, Ye Feng replied, pulling out his checkbook and swiftly jotting down a series of numbers. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi. The Transformation Realm cultivators rejoiced. Then we shall not disturb your rest any longer. Farewell. Yuan Yi and the others exited the cell one by one. What is there to be anxious about? Please prepare a bowl of yanchun noodles for me, ensuring that the dough is kneaded firmly for the perfect texture. Additionally, include a poached egg, with one side soft and the other cooked, to enhance the flavor. Oh, and instruct the kitchen staff to knock before entering. Ye Feng sat behind his desk, engrossed in studying the map of the Prime Minister's mansion while conversing with Yuan Yi. His cell was draped in black cloth, and a soundproof barrier had been erected to guarantee that no one could pry into his privacy with spiritual perception. All of this was acquired with spring coins. How could the astute Bai Li Rue set up such stringent restrictions within the Prime Minister's residence? How could one escape? Ye Feng cast the new map onto the floor in frustration. Mr. Yi, are you asleep? I am hungry. Please give me something to eat. Came a voice from the adjacent cell. After ensuring no one was around, Ye Feng slipped a piece of beef leg through the iron bars. Brother Bai, remember your promise. Once you regain your strength, you must lead the escape and create chaos, allowing the majority to flee the Prime Minister's mansion. Ye Feng communicated through secret sound transmission. Rest assured, I have attempted to escape 3 times already. Though each attempt has failed, you need not worry. My 4th attempt will not repeat past mistakes. I have thoroughly familiarized myself with the terrain, including areas that cannot be depicted on a map, requiring extensive escape experience. Replied the cultivator in the God Source realm from the opposite cell. Agreed. It is a promise. The 2 men exchanged 3 claps through the iron bars. Ye Feng then turned his attention to the other side of the cell. Senior Huang, you are also a peak God Source realm expert. Remember, once you recover your strength, you must follow Brother Bai in leading the escape. Rest assured, just give me something to eat. Very well. Ye Feng handed over a roasted leg of lamb. Immediately, sounds of enthusiastic munching and the crunching of bones filled the air. Chapter 1260. He will be the last to leave. Ye Feng became alert, fearing that these individuals might become too engrossed in their meal and inadvertently consume him as well. He shook a bell, and shortly thereafter, a knock resonated from outside. Mr. Yi, what is your command? Inquired a prison guard of the Transformation Realm. Please add an additional layer of protective barriers around my iron cell. As you wish. The guard promptly set to work. On the capital's main avenue, a group of over 40 individuals was making their way forward, led by an elegant middle-aged man of mid-stage refinement void cultivation. Behind him followed 4 formidable bodyguards, all at the peak of the God Source realm. Further back was a young man of late Transformation Realm, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman whose demeanor radiated a cool aloofness. Behind the beauty trailed 2 individuals with bruised faces. Tuan, although you have been captured by me, You are not my prisoner. I, Tang Yitian, am a man of principles. I will not forcefully take your body. I seek to win your heart first, before seeking your body, the young man stated nonchalantly. Enough. Shut your mouth, barked the two sycophants behind him. You should be the ones to be silent. Haven't you had enough of that earlier meal? Ding Tuan Tuan turned around, chastising the two sycophants. They immediately fell silent, but continued to glare at Tang Yitian with defiance. With a light-hearted chuckle, Tang Yitian addressed his two companions, suggesting that if they felt aggrieved, they could settle their differences in the arena later. He assured them that he would only employ the energy of the true martial realm, ensuring a fair contest. With a subtle smile, he presented a gift to Tuan Tuan, retrieving a box from his attire. Upon opening it, a radiant spiritual stone emerged, glowing with a resplendent crimson hue. This is a top-tier spiritual stone, devoid of any impurities. Now that you have reached the pinnacle of the true martial realm, utilizing such a stone will grant you a 50% chance of ascending to the innate realm, Tang Yitian declared with a sense of pride. However, Tuan Tuan responded nonchalantly. Young Master Tang, you might as well keep this spiritual stone for yourself. You will soon break through to the transformation realm, and it will serve you better. Fear not, for as the young master of Luzhou, though precious, this exceptional stone is not in short supply for my family. I insist you accept it, Tang Yitian insisted. Reluctantly, she accepted the stone and removed her heavy water pistol from her waist. Here is my token of appreciation, please accept it. Tang Yitian's gaze faltered momentarily, as he was taken aback. In his experiences as the young master of Luzhou, he had encountered numerous materialistic women, who only knew how to take without offering anything in return. Yet Tuan Tuan was different. She had reciprocated his gifts each time, a quality that made her worthy of genuine affection. Tuan Tuan, I am at a loss for words. I am determined to win your heart, he declared, his demeanor turning earnest for the first time. However, his spirits dampened when he noticed the goosebumps on Tuan Tuan's arm. It became evident that winning over such a remarkable woman was no easy feat. He resolved to be patient, believing that one day his sincerity would be reciprocated. By the way, young Master Tang, could you enlighten me about matters concerning the capital? Tuan Tuan suddenly smiled brightly. Of course. Tang Yitian felt a surge of joy. This was the first time Tuan Tuan had taken the initiative to inquire about his knowledge. Let me share with you the order of events for the sovereign's birthday celebration. Typically, during this occasion, dozens of cultivators are sacrificed. These cultivators engage in battles at the arena, and those who fail are exiled back home. The top 10 victors will be honored as the strongest, offering their lives to the spear god to ensure favorable weather for our Black Mountain Empire, he explained patiently. But the victors are sacrificed? The defeated live on? What if someone deliberately loses? Tuan Tuan inquired, her brow furrowing. Prior to the contest, the combatants are oblivious to the truth. They believe that victory ensures their safety from sacrifice, thus they exert their utmost. It is only after the competition that the grim reality is revealed, leaving them with no room for regret, Tang Yitian elaborated. Isn't the sovereign's approach somewhat untrustworthy? Tuan Tuan questioned. Shoo, such words must not be spoken lightly, Tang Yitian cautioned, gesturing for silence while furtively scanning the surroundings to ensure no void refinement cultivator was probing their conversation with divine sense. In the dead of night, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. It marked the 20th day of his confinement. The divine essence cultivator in the adjacent iron cell had nearly recovered his strength. It is time to execute the jailbreak plan. Come here. A guard of the transformation realm entered. I am famished. Go and instruct the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner. Ye Feng commanded. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. The guard hastened to the surface. Just yesterday, he had received a check of 1 million from Ye Feng. Hence he was particularly obedient of late. Ye Feng turned his gaze towards the last transformation realm practitioner within the iron cell. During the day, there were more than 10 cultivators on watch, yet at night, only 2 remained on duty. It was Ye Feng, under the pretext of desiring tranquility. He had sent away all the transformation realm practitioners. Now, the dungeon was left with but a single guard, rendering everything exceedingly simple. Come here for a moment. Ye Feng called out. What can I do for you, Mr. Yi? You shall go to the surface and fetch me 10 maidens. I desire a massage, Ye Feng stated. This, I shall wait for the others to arrive for their shift before fetching them for you, as the rules of the dungeon require at least 1 person to remain. The guard replied. At that moment, a swift sound sliced through the air. A white flash darted past the guard's neck. Gurgle. A head rolled upon the ground. soon erupting into a mist of crimson. Why waste words with him? The white-robed practitioner rose, seizing the iron bars with both arms. The iron bars, forged from mysterious metal, were instantly bent and deformed. In a flicker, he appeared beside the corpse and utilized a key to unlock the doors of the other cells. Suddenly, the air in the dungeon surged with a formidable aura. Over 100 cultivators were liberated, among whom 20% regained their cultivation at the divine origin realm. Charge! Break out of the Prime Minister's residence, and then escape the capital, the white-robed practitioner declared, disregarding Ye Feng as he led the charge towards the exit. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, remaining unmoved within the dungeon. He believed that the first wave of the jailbreak would soon be quelled. Thus he intended to be the last to depart. Bang bang, whoosh. Outside the dungeon, the sounds of brief ruptures echoed. The prisoners must have slain the guards outside and were fleeing towards the outer precincts of the Prime Minister's residence. Sensing the opportune moment had arrived, Ye Feng rose, donned the guard's attire, smeared blood upon his face, and strode towards the exit of the dungeon. As he stepped outside, the clamor of battle erupted around him. Chapter 1261. The garments removed 50 meters away from Ye Feng. An iron slave was engaged in fierce combat with several divine origin realm prisoners, with thunderous explosions resounding. The void refining practitioners could indeed unleash their divine consciousness within the National Defense Formation. However, he was presently occupied with 5 or 6 divine origin realm cultivators, leaving him no time to project his consciousness. Ye Feng seized this opportunity and dashed towards the areas with fewer people. The Prime Minister's residence possessed more than one entrance, and he was confident he could escape. Hey, aren't you going to help? Why are you running towards the less crowded areas? At that moment, a late-stage innate practitioner appeared ahead. Here is the situation. Ye Feng advanced slowly, the blood upon his face obscuring his features. Innate practitioners were unable to project their consciousness, thus failing to perceive Ye Feng's anomaly. Bang! With a swift punch, a palm strike, and a thrust, Ye Feng dispatched the guard with 3 decisive blows, silencing him before he could utter a sound. After completing this grim task, Ye Feng smeared a bit more blood on his face and continued to flee toward a less populated area. Just as he turned a corner, he encountered a large contingent of cultivators, led by one at the late stage of transformation. Cursing under his breath, Ye Feng felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. With a quick flick of his eyes, he shouted, "Hurry! Up ahead! Lord Ironslave has sent me to inform the Chancellor." "All right, let's move," the transformation cultivator replied, hastening forward. Ye Feng exhaled a long sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the transformation cultivator turned back, regarding him with suspicion. "What is it, my lord?" Ye Feng inquired. You address me as my lord. This is a prisoner's disguise. Seize him." Ye Feng was taken aback, dropping any pretense. His body shimmered with golden light as 3 Sanskrit symbols emerged simultaneously, propelling him away with a swift whoosh. Trying to escape, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Ye Feng. Bang! Ye Feng felt a heavy impact on his back, but he gritted his teeth against the blood that threatened to spill and continued to run forward. A few innate cultivators suddenly appeared in his path. Boom! Ye Feng unleashed a punch, and 2 innate cultivators disintegrated into a mist of blood. In that moment, he ceased to conceal his true power. Ordinary innate cultivators posed no threat before him. Seeking to flee, he encountered another early-stage transformation cultivator who seized his arm. "Hiss! Your skin?" The transformation cultivator gasped in shock, hastily releasing Ye Feng. With a swift punch, Ye Feng unleashed a gale of energy. Oh no! The transformation cultivator hurriedly retaliated. Yet their clash resulted in a resounding thud. Bang! Ye Feng continued to flee, while the early-stage transformation cultivator was sent flying 20 meters, colliding forcefully with a barrier and struggling to rise. Even though Ye Feng was merely at the mid-stage of innate cultivation, his extraordinary abilities allowed him to easily dispatch ordinary transformation cultivators. Bang! Ouch! Ye Feng cried out in pain. He had attempted to leap over a wall, only to be repelled by a transparent barrier that sent him stumbling back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding cultivators closed in, surrounding Ye Feng completely. Enduring the excruciating pain, Ye Feng stood against the wall, coldly surveying his captors from the Chancellor's residence. 1 late-stage transformation cultivator, 3 mid-stage transformation cultivators, 9 early-stage transformation cultivators, and dozens of innate experts. "Seize him," commanded the late-stage transformation cultivator with a wave of his hand. "Onward! Kill. A crowd of innate cultivators advanced. Ye Feng, quick-witted, grabbed a mid-stage transformation cultivator, first striking at his dantian to seal his energy. Then, he wielded this cultivator as a human weapon, swinging him around. Ordinary cultivators hesitated, retreating to avoid harming their own. Useless. Bang. The late-stage transformation cultivator struck. Ye Feng quickly raised his makeshift shield to block the blow. Boom. In his grasp, the hostage transformed into a crimson mist, causing him to cough up several mouthfuls of blood. Ye Feng hastily crouched down, pressing his palm against the bloodstains on the ground, employing the blood-sucking method to swiftly replenish his internal energy. It was somewhat eerie, as the elder personally came to capture him while instructing others to assist elsewhere, leaving this area unattended. The late-stage transformation master spoke with a hint of indifference. As you command. A multitude of cultivators surged into the distance, preparing to apprehend other prisoners. Mr. Yi, I can let you go, the late-stage transformation master chuckled slyly. Really? Ye Feng's face lit up with astonishment. Indeed. But you must write me a check for 10 billion. I need it immediately, the transformation master replied. Being one of the jailers himself, he understood the advantages of the spring coin. Very well. Without a moment to spare, Ye Feng took out his checkbook and swiftly scribbled a long string of zeros, not bothering to count them, confident that it amounted to 10 billion. Here is your check. Ye Feng tore it off and handed it to the transformation master. Hiss. So much. Wait, you seem to have forgotten to press your fingerprint and sign, haven't you? The cultivator finally reacted. Signing and fingerprinting are trivial matters. First, take me out of the estate, and once I exit the capital, as soon as I board the bomber, I will gladly sign, Ye Feng asserted. The transformation master hesitated, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and temptation. He was particularly fond of the heavy water gatling. With such a divine artifact, he could effortlessly annihilate those in the divine origin realm. Even a void refinement cultivator could potentially be severely wounded if caught off guard. While there may be certain treasures capable of enabling one to battle above their level, they often demand an exorbitant expenditure of energy. However, the heavy water gatling from Spring Island was distinct, as ordinary individuals could wield it without any reduction in power. Follow me. The transformation master, after speaking, approached a wall and affixed several talismans to its surface. After a brief moment, Ye Feng witnessed a transparent light screen materialize, which flickered before melting away to form a small hole. Exit through here. Understood. Ye Feng hurriedly crawled through the small opening. A true man can bend and stretch. The transformation master followed suit. It was only then that Ye Feng realized they had escaped the prime minister's residence, finding themselves in a narrow alley behind it. Change into this attire and remove your blood-stained clothing. Huh, why do you have so few bloodstains on your clothes? The transformation master inquired with confusion. Ye Feng swiftly stripped off the prisoner's garments and donned the fresh attire. Let us go. The two exited the alley and made their way toward the city gates. They refrained from dashing or running to avoid attracting attention, opting for a normal walking pace, which unfortunately slowed their progress. In the distance, the sounds of battle from the prime minister's residence grew fainter. There was no need to ponder. That group of prisoners had undoubtedly failed in their escape attempt and had been recaptured. Shall we take a carriage? Ye Feng suggested. Absolutely not. Only the privileged can ride in carriages in the capital, which would draw unwanted attention. The transformation master replied, shifting from a slow walk to a brisk pace. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and the towering city gates gradually came into view. Chapter 1262. Yet another eager participant? However, standing in the center of the gate's archway was a formidable figure, a towering brute. The footsteps of Ye Feng and his companion slowed, their faces etched with terror. For that imposing man was none other than Iron Slave. Ye Feng hastily glanced at the side, where a transformation realm guard stood, his legs trembling like leaves in the wind, his face ashen, despair flickering in his eyes. Iron Slave emerged from the shadows of the gate, arms crossed as he regarded Ye Feng and his companion. Friendly, how dare you release a prisoner of the Chancellor? Iron Slave first addressed the transformation realm cultivator beside him. Me? With a thunderous clap, Iron Slave unleashed a strike, summoning a tempest around them. Don't. The transformation realm cultivator gasped in shock, dozens of shields materializing around him. Unfortunately, the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. The protective barriers crumbled one after another. Boom. The transformation realm cultivator was reduced to a gruesome pulp. Iron Slave then turned his gaze back to the pallid Ye Feng. Now it's your turn, boy. How would you prefer to meet your demise? Iron Slave inquired. Since I am to die, I will fight you to the end, Ye Feng retorted. Iron Slave raised his hand, radiant energy flickering around them. Boom. The 3 protective runes on Ye Feng's body extinguished simultaneously, and he collapsed to the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood. I have only utilized a fraction of my strength. You, an outsider, still possess some worth. The Chancellor has instructed me to capture you before you bark like a dog at the sun, Iron Slave declared, lifting Ye Feng effortlessly and leaping away. Ye Feng felt excruciating pain coursing through his entire being. It was at this moment that he truly recognized the might of a void refinement cultivator. With just one strike, all his internal energy was sealed. The formidable techniques of the sacred demonic art and the ice flame could not be summoned. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng was transported back to the Chancellor's residence. Chancellor, I have brought him back, Iron Slave announced, tossing Ye Feng to the ground. Struggling, Ye Feng raised his head to face the middle-aged man before him. He, do you think you can escape my grasp? Wily Rue, clad in his nightwear, loomed over Ye Feng, his eyes brimming with endless mockery. Boy, do you wish to rid yourself of my soul mark? He queried, squatting down. Humph, spare me your prattle. If you intend to kill me, then do so. However, know that once you end my life, the vengeful army of Hot Spring Island will come for you. Not only will you perish, but the entire nation will be buried alongside you. Ye Feng wheezed. Wily Rue's expression froze. Iron Slave's countenance likewise stiffened. The expressions of the guards behind them mirrored the same shock. 5 seconds later. Ha ha ha. Various peals of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, delightful. The ignorant are fearless, truly. He is a barbarian emerging from the secret realm, still believing the world is as small as his hometown, one guard chuckled. Indeed, quite entertaining. I almost feel reluctant to let him engage in a duel. Wily Rue laughed until tears streamed down his face. He relished such weak, yet arrogant individuals. In the past, even the most formidable practitioners, including those of the void refinement stage, would behave with utmost respect in his presence, refraining from uttering any audacious words, which rendered the experience rather dull for him. However, Ye Feng was different. His weakness was accompanied by an audacious spirit, which indeed made him intriguing. It was akin to a cockfight. What significance is there if the rooster lacks the will to fight? Imprison him within the spirit prison. With half a month remaining until the grand celebration of the sovereign's birthday, this duration shall be utilized for him to swiftly regain his peak strength, stated by Li Rue with a nonchalant demeanor. Following this, he turned his gaze back to Ye Feng. Young man, if you wish to preserve your life, it is possible. Simply secure a position among the top 10 combatants during the sovereign's birthday celebration, and you shall be granted clemency. Otherwise, you will face sacrifice. Top 10 among the combatants? A flicker of hope ignited in Ye Feng's eyes. Although he harbored no fear of death, he certainly did not wish for his demise to be so pitiful. Take him away, he commanded. 2 guards approached, seizing Ye Feng and escorting him toward a dungeon. The spirit prison was surrounded by formidable barriers. Soon, Ye Feng was unceremoniously cast into a confined space, where the guards suspended him upon a crucifix. Wait, esteemed seniors, might I inquire what precisely is combat? Ye Feng managed to utter with great difficulty. Indeed, a barbarian, one of the practitioners remarked. During the sovereign's birthday, a number of practitioners will be sacrificed to the spear god. The victors shall be offered as tributes. Just then, another practitioner gave him a shove. I misspoke. It is the losers who shall be sacrificed. The practitioner corrected himself. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. And what of the victors who survive? He inquired further. The top 10 shall receive a special pardon, the practitioner concluded before lapsing into silence. The 2 then departed the enclosed space, leaving Ye Feng alone within the spirit prison. In the next moment, wisps of spirit energy surged forth from the surroundings, mending Ye Feng's internal injuries. Ordinarily, as a practitioner of the innate stage, his body possessed remarkable healing capabilities. However, the might of the Iron Slave had been overwhelming. A single strike had inflicted irreversible damage upon him. Without the restorative energies of the spirit prison, it was likely that his grievous wounds would continue to deteriorate. That fellow, which words were true and which were false? Ye Feng pondered deeply. On North Hot Spring Island, within the House of Representatives, a heated debate ensued among the assembly members. We cannot engage in war with the Black Mountain Empire at this moment. Our island cannot withstand the onslaught of divine transformation practitioners. Yet, Brother Feng has been captured alive. If we do not attempt a rescue, what will the other citizens think? I propose we immediately dispatch all bombers to the capital. I advocate for negotiations with the Black Mountain Empire first. If talks fail, we can use advanced weaponry to barter for Brother Feng's release. Release? If we do not demonstrate formidable strength, will the Black Mountain Empire even consider negotiations? We may not even get an audience with their sovereign. The assembly members had divided into two factions, arguing vehemently. The advantage of Hot Spring Island was its excellent welfare and equitable treatment for all. The disadvantage was that every declaration of war required the deliberation of the entire House of Representatives. A majority of votes was essential for war to commence. I have a suggestion. At that moment, Duoyan Hina raised her hand. Oh, it is the First Lady. Please, proceed. The factions fell silent, awaiting her words. Madame Ye Feng's stature must be acknowledged by both factions. Initially, we shall employ financial means to sway the governors of various states, exerting pressure upon the Black Mountain Empire. Gradually, we will infiltrate the currency into the capital, creating a formidable encirclement. Duoyan Hina spoke with measured deliberation. We shall certainly heed the words of the First Lady. Let us proceed to vote, proclaimed Hu Zhua. Once the currency has permeated, there may not be enough time. We must adopt a dual approach. On one hand, we will infiltrate with currency, while on the other, we will position bombers adjacent to the capital for a military exercise. Deploying at least 10 hydrogen bombs to impress upon the populace of Warm Spring Island's might, interjected Wang Zhihai. Despite his retirement, his insights surpassed those of all others present. Is it as simple as stating exercise? I retorted. I say we shall not exercise. Indeed, you have retired yet still seek to partake in this commotion? The pacifist delegates voiced their objections in unison. Chapter 1263. With a grin on their faces, damn it, strike him. The liberal faction members rose in indignation. Soon, the chamber echoed with the sounds of chaos. The guards hurriedly escorted the neutral members out. At the entrance of the capital, lanterns adorned the gates, and large characters signifying longevity were affixed prominently. In the impoverished districts, porridge shelters were erected to provide sustenance for the needy. Concurrently, the number of guards on the streets suddenly increased, stationed every few paces, their vigilant eyes scanning the throngs of passers-by. Indeed, the monarch's grand celebration had commenced. Ding Tuanshuan followed the entourage into the palace, surrounded by guards and eunuchs, the ground carpeted in crimson. A troupe of musicians played jubilant melodies at the entrance. What a spectacle! Two sycophants gazed in awe at the grandeur of the palace, while Ding Tuanshuan maintained a stoic demeanor. Upon entering, she was enveloped by a familiar aura. Could it be? Brother Yi has come as well. Tang Etian seemed to perceive Ding Tuanshuan's lack of enthusiasm. Do not fear, Tuanshuan, I shall protect you. Feel free to ask me anything you do not understand, he offered with a gentle smile. Where is the execution ground? Ding Tuanshuan inquired abruptly. Oh, over there. Do you see that circular arena in the distance? It is shielded by barriers to ensure that those engaging in combat do not harm the innocent. Tang Etian gestured toward 3 massive circular arenas 5 kilometers away. Oh, Ding Tuanshuan lowered her gaze. Brother Tang, it has been quite some time. You have arrived late. At that moment, a figure approached. Kuangren, do you also aspire to wed the 7th princess? Tang Etian turned to the young man ahead. Ha ha. Who wouldn't wish to marry a beauty? It all depends on fate, Kuangren replied, brimming with confidence. In front of him, Dr. Yu and his father, Kuang Tianfang, were engaged in a hushed discussion. Standing further back was Chunin, accompanied by over 200 temporarily hired practitioners of the post-heaven realm, who bore a massive object shrouded in a black cloth, impervious even to the probing minds of the virtual reality cultivators. Chunin cast a somber glance toward the fore. Before him lay a vast square, adorned with 4 rows of chairs, 2 on the left and 2 on the right, extending seamlessly to the edges of the plaza. He estimated that these seats could accommodate no fewer than 2,000 individuals, indicating that on the day of the sovereign's grand birthday celebration, only 2,000 would be privileged to occupy a chair. A beardless man with a pale complexion stood in the center of the chairs, bowing and nodding to the esteemed guests. Dr. Yu, your seat is here, he announced, guiding Dr. Yu to a chair. Chunin observed that this chair was positioned as the 40th on the left. Lord Guangzhou, you shall sit here, he continued, as Kuang Tianfang took a seat beside Dr. Yu, likely in the 42nd position on the left. Kuang Ren and Xuefu, displaying a sense of propriety, stood dutifully behind their father. With narrowed eyes, Chunin resolutely chose the 38th seat. My good sir, I beg your pardon for my ignorance. May I inquire who you are? The pale man inquired, bowing toward Chunin. I am Chunin from Hot Spring Island, he replied. Hot Spring Island? The man's eyes narrowed skeptically. May I ask what relation you have to the sovereign? He suspected Chunin might be the sovereign's illegitimate son. No relation whatsoever. No relation? Kindly step to the back. I represent Hot Spring Island in negotiations with your sovereign, Chunin asserted boldly. Oh, you come to stir up trouble? The pale man's posture straightened, casting a disapproving gaze at Chunin. My apologies, Kuang Ren hastily interjected, rushing forward. This is my brother. He is a bit dim-witted. Please forgive him, Grand Eunuch Shui. Oh, so you are the young master from Pingzhou, I see. Very well. Grand Eunuch Shui relented, extending a courtesy to Pingzhou. Shortly thereafter, Chunin was pulled by Kuang Ren to stand behind Kuang Tianfang. Grand Eunuch Shui resumed his duties attending to other distinguished guests, most of whom were regional lords or princes of large counties, along with a few generals stationed at the borders. Chunin noted that while most were cultivators, several ordinary folk mingled among them. It was astonishing that commoners could share the same space as cultivators. One particular commoner appeared to hold considerable status, seated in the 21st position on the right. Scanning the crowd, Chun's gaze suddenly landed on two familiar figures. Isn't that Tuan Tuan with her two sycophants, the dragon and phoenix? He quickly shifted his attention backward and finally spotted them. Tuan Tuan stood behind a middle-aged man who was flanked by a young man, both of whom were fawning over her. Chun's irritation flared, and he dashed towards them. Hey, who are you? He demanded as he pulled Tuan Tuan behind him. Who am I? Tang Etienne replied, perplexed. Ah, Shaoan brethren, Tuan Tuan exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. Tuan Tuan, where have you been? Who is this fellow? Chunin asked. He is a friend of mine. What brings you to the capital? Tuan Tuan inquired. The two sycophants rushed over. Brethren, it's good that you're here. That guy is not a good person. He's not to be trifled with. You won't be able to defeat him. The two spoke in unison. I know I can't win. I had no intention of fighting him. Little Tuan Tuan, today I shall take you back to Hot Spring Island. Just follow closely behind me. Brethren will protect you, Chunin declared. Suddenly, a slap resonated from a distance, sending Chunin spinning 3 times in place. Tang Etienne retracted his hand. What is this? Someone, throw him out. Tang Etienne commanded coldly. Were it not for the occasion of the grand celebration, he would not hesitate to deal with Chunin at this very moment. I will fight you. Chun's eyes blazed with fury as he attempted to charge forward, only to be restrained by Ding Tuan Tuan. Brethren, you cannot defeat him. Tell me, is Brother Yi also in the capital? Ding Tuan Tuan inquired. Of course he is in the capital, and moreover, he has been captured by the Prime Minister's residence. I was just preparing to use something to exchange for his freedom, Chunin replied, gesturing towards the large object concealed beneath a black cloth. At that moment, Ye Feng was imprisoned in a cage, which was shrouded in a black cloth that blocked spiritual perception. Surrounding him were hundreds of cages, all similarly draped in black. The right Prime Minister has arrived. With this announcement, most individuals present stood, forcing smiles as they gazed towards the entrance of the square. Shortly after, a middle-aged man strode in, accompanied only by an iron slave. Prime Minister, your seat has been arranged. Please follow this old servant, the old eunuch, Shui Gonggong said with a smile etched across his wrinkled face. Thank you for your trouble, Shui Gonggong, Bai Li Rue replied with a nod, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the crowd. Those who met his eyes bowed and smiled, eager to please. Bai Li Rue advanced confidently towards his designated seat. Chapter 1264, what is this? Chun's eyes narrowed. This was the true adversary, and for now, he would refrain from provoking Tang Etienne. Please, Prime Minister, take your seat, Shui Gonggong said as he guided Bai Li Rue to the first position on the right. Bai Li Rue sat down without ceremony, while the iron slave stood behind him like an imposing mountain. No sooner had he settled than several high officials gathered around him, engaging in hushed, conspiratorial discussions, occasionally casting sharp glances towards Dr. Yu and the formidable Quan Tianfang beside him. The left Prime Minister has arrived. A voice called from outside. Moments later, a white-haired elder entered, followed by 2 young men. Dr. Yu and Quan Tianfang quickly rose to greet him, striding towards the entrance. Behind them trailed other officials, mostly provincial governors and esteemed doctors. Minister Yang, greetings, they offered. Good, good, the elderly man replied, appearing frail, as though his vitality was nearly spent. Everyone, please take your seats, Minister Yang said slowly. He had recently been embroiled in a struggle with the right prime minister, nearly exhausting his strength. Most crucially, his own time was running out. As a cultivator at the late stage of void refinement, he had little confidence in breaking through to the spirit separation realm within the next 20 years. Awaiting him was but one outcome. Before long, other high-ranking ministers and officials arrived in succession. These officials formed clusters, forming alliances. However, the two most significant factions were those of the left and right prime ministers, with the faction of right prime minister by Li Rui being the more prominent. Indeed, over 40 high-ranking officials have gathered on his side. Among them are governors, ministers, generals, and various administrators. Ye Feng's black cloth had gained an additional slit, affording him the opportunity to gaze upon the royal square. This slit was procured with 1,000,000 hot spring coins, a sum well worth the cost since that group had witnessed the weaponry of Hot Spring Island, causing the value of the coins to rise steadily. Word spread rapidly, and soon most within the Prime Minister's residence were aware of the merits of hot spring coins. Thus, Ye Feng spent 1,000,000 to have the man covering him create a small opening, allowing him to observe the external situation, lest he meet a fate akin to that of livestock. Brothers outside, could you possibly widen the gap a bit? Ye Feng communicated using a sound transmission technique. The innate practitioner, with a greedy demeanor, pondered for a moment. Sighing, Ye Feng produced his checkbook and swiftly wrote out 50,000 hot spring coins. All right. The innate practitioner casually accepted the check, feigning to step forward, inadvertently catching the black cloth with his boot. The opening widened slightly once more. At that moment, Ye Feng's vision expanded, revealing a shocking sight. Goodness, so many people? Ye Feng gasped in astonishment. The royal square was teeming with at least several thousand individuals, and among them were no fewer than 100 refining void practitioners, all of them at least mid-stage innate realm. This must represent the elite of the Black Mountain Empire. Ye Feng sighed, realizing the formidable challenge his hot spring island faced against the likes of Kuang Tianfeng, especially now with over 100 of them appearing. He had grossly underestimated the overall strength of Hot Spring Island. Unless he could elevate Hot Spring Island to a secondary civilization, they stood little chance against the Black Mountain Empire. Suddenly, two men clad in black robes approached from above the royal square. Their dark attires seemed to absorb the surrounding light, and their wide cloaks concealed half of their faces in shadow. Imperial Blackguards? Everyone, including Minister Yang and Bai Li Rui, rose to their feet. The two black guards positioned themselves before a massive chair, standing firm and surveying the assembly. Following them were two additional black guards, and then a one-eyed blackguard appeared. Peak of the refining void, Ye Feng's expression shifted slightly. The one-eyed blackguard was the most formidable being he had encountered thus far. He naturally seated himself upon the steps, exuding an untamed beauty. The other blackguards, all refining void practitioners, stood obediently before the grand chair. At last, a middle-aged gentleman emerged from behind a screen. His every gesture was imbued with an air of refinement, his eyes twinkling with mirth, yet commanding respect without anger. With a rustle, everyone, including Bai Li Rui, knelt before him. We have seen the sovereign. Rise. The middle-aged man waved his sleeve, decisively taking his seat upon the grand chair. At that moment, a woman of about 25 or 26 years stepped forth from behind. Her azure eyes sparkled, her nose elegantly shaped, and she donned a beautiful palace gown. The train of the gown extended over 10 meters. Assisted by 16 palace maids who held its tail. After the royal audience, everyone merely performed a 90-degree bow. Yang Xiang, how has your cultivation progressed of late? The sovereign's first inquiry was about the cultivation status of others. Ye Feng secretly nodded. This individual certainly possessed a knack for winning hearts. Your Majesty, I fear I shall ultimately be unable to ascend to the spirit separation realm, Yang Xiang stated as he rose. In your estimation, how many years do you have left? The monarch inquired. Perhaps merely a decade or so, Yang Xiang replied, causing the expressions of all the cultivators to darken. They seemed to envision their own demise. Once unable to advance, their lifespans would dwindle, returning them to dust. Should you require any elixirs, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall exert every effort to assist your breakthrough into the spirit separation realm, the sovereign declared. Ah, thank you, Your Majesty, Yang Xiang bowed once more. Even he, the Chancellor, felt powerless against the barriers of advancement. No amount of elixirs would likely suffice, unless they were of 100% purity. Bailey Xiang, how has the situation in the Bailey Wu region been handled? The monarch turned his attention to Bailey Rouet. Bailey Rouet promptly stood, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. Everything has been addressed." "That is good. I shall not need to worry," the monarch responded, then glanced at Eunuch Shui. Immediately understanding, Eunuch Shui stepped forward. "We shall now commence with the presentation of longevity gifts." With that, Eunuch Shui descended the steps. Bailey Rouet exchanged glances with Yang Xiang, both slowly averting their gazes. Lord Zhuozhou, Tang Yuanlong presents a refining void pill of 95% purity. Tang Yuanlong stepped forth, cradling a box. Eunuch Shui took the box, glanced inside, and handed it to the one-eyed black guard. The guard's immense spiritual sense swept over the refining void pill before he nodded to Eunuch Shui. "Confirmed, refining void pill. 95% purity," Eunuch Shui proclaimed loudly. On the high platform, the sovereign merely nodded at Tang Yuanlong, offering no further commentary. For him, as a cultivator of the spirit separation realm, the refining void pill held little significance. It would merely be a gift for his princes and princesses. "Your Majesty, I possess another item that I believe will pique your interest," Tang Yuanlong stated, clapping his hands. Two attendants approached, carrying a chest. Upon opening it, they revealed an intricately designed six-barreled iron beast. "What is this?" Eunuch Shui inquired. "This is a heavy water Gatling gun for mortal use. Once activated, even a mortal body can annihilate cultivators of the divine origin realm. In fact, even a refining void cultivator could suffer considerable losses if caught off guard," Tang Yuanlong explained. Indeed, this Gatling gun was dismantled from Ding Tuanshuan's bomber. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. What nonsense! To claim that mortals can slay cultivators, especially those of the divine origin realm? I believe Tang Yuanlong has lost his mind in pursuit of fame. Some voices were notably loud, deliberately ensuring all could hear. Tang Yuanlong wore an impassive expression, yet his heart seethed with fury. He etched the faces of those who mocked him into his memory, contemplating how to exact revenge in the future. "Lord of Tangzhou, might you demonstrate?" inquired Eunuch Shui, his tone tinged with skepticism. This type of weapon requires something known as heavy water bullets, but alas, they are currently unavailable. "Not to worry, I shall procure some shortly." Tang Yuanlong's explanation was rather dry. It was evident to all that he was somewhat at a loss for words. "Very well, accepted." The sovereign waved his hand casually from the high platform. As a ruler, he was mindful of maintaining his subordinates' dignity. He could not afford to lose his temper in public, as it would undermine his royal authority. "Yes," Eunuch Shui gestured, and several guards approached to remove the heavy water Gatling gun. Tang Yuanlong opened his mouth several times, but ultimately fell silent, retreating to his position. The governor of Yuzhou, Qiu Qianhua, stepped forward, presenting a box containing a refined virtual elixir of 94 purity. An elderly man emerged, cradling the box. However, Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, recognizing a familiar handgun nestled at the old man's waist. The one-eyed black guard scrutinized the purity of the elixir with his divine sense and nodded at Eunuch Shui, confirming its authenticity. Eunuch Shui then handed the elixir to a waiting attendant. The sovereign nodded in gratitude towards Qiu Qianhua. "Your Majesty, I possess a heavy water handgun of my own design. Though compact and lightweight, it is capable of eliminating ordinary practitioners of the transformation realm without the need for spiritual energy," Qiu Qianhua declared, retrieving the heavy water handgun from his waist. Among the crowd, Chun An's eyes narrowed. He recognized that the heavy water handgun indeed contained ammunition. "Might you demonstrate?" Eunuch Shui inquired. "There's no need, Minister Qiu. I appreciate your intentions." The sovereign gestured dismissively, surmising that the heavy water handgun, like the Gatling gun, was incapable of demonstration. "Your Majesty, this device is not inferior to the heavy water Gatling gun from Luzhou. It is indeed demonstrable," Qiu Qianhua insisted. "Oh, since you wish to demonstrate, then let us proceed. Bring forth the giant stone shield," the sovereign commanded. Immediately, several guards carried the massive stone shield to the center of the square. Qiu Qianhua raised an eyebrow, casting a triumphant glance at Tang Yuanlong before aiming the heavy water handgun at the shield. This shield was exceptionally tough, comparable to a magical artifact. High-ranking practitioners in the capital typically used it as a target. Even artifacts from the refinement void realm left minimal marks upon it. "I command." Qiu Qianhua pointed the heavy water handgun at the giant shield. No gunshot rang out. Qiu Qianhua's complexion turned pale as he pointed again at the shield. Chun hurriedly covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. This fellow had neither pulled the trigger nor disengaged the safety, treating the heavy water handgun as if it were the six-pulsed divine sword. How peculiar. Xiao Qianhua's face shifted from white to black, then to red as he aimed the heavy water handgun once more, channeling his divine essence fervently into the weapon. However, it proved utterly futile, for he had neither disengaged the safety nor pulled the trigger. Xiao Qianhua scrutinized the heavy water pistol before his eyes, a purchase made with considerable spirit stones from a citizen of a hot spring island. Alas, he had neglected to request instruction from the citizen on how to operate it. In his traditional understanding, activating a magical artifact merely required infusing it with divine essence, and it would naturally unleash its power. Yet, this time, he had miscalculated. In the cage, Ye Feng sighed. A brute remains a brute. Even with advanced weaponry, he remains inept. Xiao, is there an unforeseen mishap? Tang Yuanlong could not resist stepping forward, his tone laced with mockery. Humph. Xiao Qianhua had no time to entertain him and pointed the heavy water pistol towards the massive stone shield once more. A powerful surge of divine essence rendered the heavy water pistol incandescent. Boom. The gunpowder of a single bullet was finally ignited by the heat. A faint sound of penetration echoed. A small hole, the size of a thumb, appeared on the stone shield, as resilient as a treasured artifact. Your Majesty, Waterlord, behold. Xiao Qianhua exhaled a long sigh of relief. To activate this artifact, he had expended 1/10 of his energy. Impressive, the sovereign on the platform commented with an impassive expression. In his view, the penetrating power of the heavy water pistol was indeed formidable. However, the expenditure of divine essence seemed excessive. Had that energy been channeled into a flying sword, who knows how many foes could have been vanquished? It was rather a triviality, bordering on uselessness. Xiao Qianhua felt a twinge of embarrassment. He, too, recognized that the heavy water pistol was not as advertised and contemplated confronting that citizen upon his return. Perhaps, Master Qiao, your method of use is flawed. Qianan finally could no longer contain himself and stepped forward boldly. Who are you? Xiao Qianhua inquired, casting a glance at Qianan. My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that I know how to wield this heavy water pistol. Qianan replied with an air of bravado. At that moment, Ye Feng in the iron cage finally spotted Qian and Qianan. You rascal, haven't you made your escape yet? Truly loyal. Ye Feng sighed. You know how? Xiao Qianhua asked. If you trust me, hand me the pistol, and I shall teach you how to use it, Qianan offered. Take it, Xiao Qianhua responded, tossing the pistol to Qianan. On the platform, the sovereign's eyes flickered with a hint of impatience, though it was fleeting. Each time he celebrated his birthday, his primary aim was to receive gifts. Such offerings would expedite his advancement, and secondly, he wished to gauge the attitudes of the various states and counties towards him. If those state lords were absent, it signified their lack of regard for him as their sovereign, necessitating a response. Qianan disengaged the safety and positioned his finger on the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. After a rapid succession of 6 shots, the massive stone shield was utterly obliterated, reduced to a pile of rubble, with glimmers of gold sparkling among the stones. What? How is this possible? Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they beheld the heavy water pistol in Qianan's hands, for he had fired in quick succession, nearly 6 shots within a second. Bailey raised an eyebrow, curiously observing Qian in Chapter 1266. Everyone, please stand back. On the high platform, the sovereign sat up straight. Moments ago, Xiao Qianhua had similarly fired a shot. Its power was respectable, yet its speed was rather sluggish, not taxing on the spirit. However, the young man in the center of the square effortlessly discharged 6 shots, easily shattering the massive stone shield. This demonstrated that the potency of such a magical artifact indeed held the potential to annihilate transformation realm cultivators. Excellent, splendid. My dear Qiao, I am most grateful for your birthday gift, and I find it exceedingly satisfactory. The sovereign spoke personally. Earlier, when Lord Tang Yuanlong offered him a present, he merely nodded slightly. Yet this time, he engaged in conversation, indicating his profound appreciation for the heavy water pistol. Here, take this. Qianan tossed the unloaded heavy water pistol to Steward Shui. Steward Shui inquired, Blackguard Commander, can you verify this? The one-eyed guard stood, toying with the heavy water gun, his expression increasingly perplexed. Your Majesty, this artifact bears no spiritual markings, nor does it have a chamber for spirit stones. The one-eyed blackguard reported candidly. No matter. The sovereign waved his hand, drawing the heavy water pistol into his grasp. He had previously locked onto Chun An's technique with his immense spiritual sense. Consequently, he recalled the sequence. First, he disengaged the safety, then placed his hand on the trigger, aiming at the one-eyed blackguard. "Ahey, unleash your protective divine light." "As you command," the one-eyed blackguard replied, a formidable shield of light erupting around him. The sovereign aimed the pistol at the barrier and pulled the trigger. Click! An empty sound echoed. The sovereign reversed the gun, pointing it at his own eye. "What is the meaning of this?" The sovereign glanced toward Chunin. "There's no bullet left," Chunin shrugged. "Oh." The sovereign chuckled lightly, masking his embarrassment, though his ire simmered beneath the surface. "You dare to make me look foolish in front of so many? Just wait. Then fetch the bullets." The sovereign smiled. "I have no bullets. Ask him for them." Chunin gestured toward Xiu Qianhua. "Dear Qiu, may I have the bullets?" The sovereign's tone was now tinged with displeasure. "Me? Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, but I too lack bullets. When I found this gun, it contained only those few rounds." Xiu Qianhua knelt, acutely aware of the sovereign's growing dissatisfaction. Only Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, welcoming the peculiar gazes of the crowd. "No bullets? So, are you suggesting this contraption is devoid of power?" "It seems so." "Humph." The sovereign tossed the heavy water pistol disdainfully at his feet, his displeasure evident. "Enough. Let us move on to the next. Dear Qiu, your recent efforts have been rather lackluster. You must strive harder." The sovereign remarked coolly. "Indeed. I shall endeavor to keep pace with your Majesty," Xiu Qianhua responded, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Lord Qingzhou Ming Yeming presents a pill from the transformation realm. Lord Huangzhou Xia Wutian offers a spirit pill of the divine sense realm, with a purity of 75%. A flicker of disappointment crossed the sovereign's face. With a purity of only 75%, it implied that after consuming the elixir, he would need to expend considerable time expelling the remaining 25% of toxins, rather unremarkable. While the grade of the elixir held significance, the purity was paramount. Subsequently, numerous state lords presented their congratulatory gifts, which were monotonous and predominantly comprised of elixirs, spiritual herbs, and precious spirit stones, indistinguishable from prior years. The sovereign's expression darkened slightly. The Lord of Pingzhou, Kuang Tianfang, presented a bomber, equipped with 2 heavy water Gatling guns and heavy water bombs. Kuang Tianfang stepped forward. "A bomber?" The Grand Minister Shui furrowed his brow. "May I inquire, Lord Kuang, where's the chicken? Is it a spirit beast?" he queried, as others craned their necks, intrigued by this unique birthday gift. "Ha ha ha, Grand Minister Shui, behold." After speaking, Kuang Tianfang moved to one side of the square and pulled aside a black cloth. 100-ton, strikingly designed steel beast lay upon the bluestone slabs. "What is this?" Everyone rose, gazing intently at the bomber, while the sovereign remained seated on his throne, his expression unperturbed. Within the iron cage, Ye Feng was so enraged that he spat blood. "Chunin, you fool, you truly gifted a bomber to that scoundrel Kuang Tianfang?" Grand Minister Shui approached the bomber, tracing the spiritual patterns inscribed upon its surface. "Fascinating. What kind of artifact is this? Is it incapable of being reduced in size?" he inquired. "Ha ha ha, Grand Minister Shui, your Majesty, may I request that my men demonstrate the power of this bomber?" Kuang Tianfang proposed. "However, there is a prerequisite. The bomber's might is exceedingly formidable, necessitating a reference target for destruction. In other words, I wish to use the bomber to demolish a building surrounding the square. To destroy a structure within the palace?" The sovereign raised an eyebrow. It was well known that the entire capital was fortified by a national protective array. Each building within the palace boasted a protective barrier. Even a practitioner of the void refinement realm could never hope to damage even a single window of those edifices, let alone with such an unfamiliar artifact. "Granted. You may test your bomber on the circular structure at the edge of the square, which stands 30 meters tall," the sovereign indicated. "Excellent." Kuang Tianfang replied with confidence. Beckoning Chunin, "Come here and obliterate that building with the bomber," he commanded. "I refuse," Chunin retorted defiantly. "What?" Kuang Tianfang's face flushed crimson. The other high officials were left dumbfounded. How could one dare to defy a command? How ineffectual was Kuang Tianfang in managing his subordinates? Even the sovereign cast Kuang Tianfang a peculiar glance. Bai Li Rui smirked, a hint of derision gleaming in his eyes. "Damn it!" Kuang Tianfang hastened to Chunin. "Speaking earnestly, Mr. N, Only by showcasing the terrifying power of the bomber can you secure Ye Feng's life in exchange for this device. Otherwise, Mr. Yi will be sacrificed. This revelation darkened Chun An's countenance. Very well. He relented, striding into the bomber. After a series of operations, the bomber roared to life and ascended into the sky. As everyone raised their heads to gaze at the flying chicken soaring 1,000 meters into the sky, Chun declared, "Everyone, step back. I am about to fire." With that, he opened the elemental chamber. Countless droplets of heavy water cascaded from above, landing precisely on the circular edifice. However, a tricolored shield enveloped the exterior of the structure, keeping the heavy water at bay. The downpour of heavy water continued, and soon the shield flickered erratically, losing the solidity it had moments before. Baili Rue could not contain his astonishment and stood up, staring incredulously at the circular building. Is this truly the famed bombarding chicken? As the opportune moment approached, Huang Tianfang shouted into the sky, "Chunin, do not merely employ the heavy water bombs. Showcase the heavy water Gatling for His Majesty as well." Understood, Chunin replied, closing the elemental box and activating another switch. Below the bomber, 2 Gatling gun barrels began to spin slowly. With a sharp whir, 2 streams of fire shot toward the circular structure. Surrounding the square, the prison guards, led by Yuan Yi, beheld yet another astonishing spectacle. The protective shield crumbled like mere paper, unable to withstand even a minute of the Gatling's firepower, ultimately extinguished. Countless heavy water bullets finally struck the circular edifice. Clang, clang, clang. Tiny holes began to appear on the building's surface. Moments later, a mournful wail emanated from the structure as it began to collapse from the outside in. A thunderous roar erupted, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. The once majestic side hall was reduced to a mere ruin. On the elevated platform, the monarch slowly rose, his eyes shimmering with intensity, while the high-ranking officials below gaped, their mouths agape as if they could swallow an apple whole. Is this truly the bombarding chicken? After a brief silence, Lord Shui was the first to speak. Impressive. Yang Xiang nodded in agreement. However, Tang Yuanlong from Luzhou was left dumbfounded. Having witnessed bombers before, he had only seen Ding Tuanchuan's machine, which could barely fly and wielded only a single Gatling. Back then, Ding's heavy water Gatling had merely 20 bullets, leaving him wanting more. Now, he was witnessing the full might of a Gatling brimming with ammunition. On the platform, the monarch slowly resumed his seat, his expression shifting between somber and contemplative. As a ruler, he desired not weapons of overwhelming power, but stability. The thought that a true martial artist could easily obliterate a virtual realm practitioner or even a spirit division cultivator from atop this bombarding chicken troubled him greatly. With a gentle swoop, the bomber descended to the ground. Chunin leapt down with an air of arrogance, his face aglow with pride. "Ha ha ha, Your Majesty. This is the longevity gift I have brought from Pingzhou." Huang Tianfang stood tall. The monarch narrowed his eyes slightly, forcing a semblance of a smile. "My dear minister, I am quite pleased with this gift. However, I must inquire, is this bombarding chicken a unique creation? Where did you acquire it?" The monarch asked. "Haha, rest assured. This is by no means a rarity. My subordinate possesses a base in Pingzhou where such bombers can be produced in an endless stream. Huang Tianfang has shamelessly incorporated Windspring Island into his own domain. An endless production? Is it the artifact craftsmen who are responsible for this?" The monarch's expression has already soured considerably. The power of a single unit is already formidable. If there were hundreds or thousands, it would surely obliterate the great national defense array. He would not allow such a calamity to unfold. They referred to engineers, not artifact craftsmen. But the meaning is quite similar, Huang Tianfang remarked. He has been awaiting the monarch's decision to betroth the 7th princess to his son. Engineers? A faint smile began to surface on the monarch's face. Excellent. Dispatch someone immediately to summon all engineers to the capital. Remember, not a single one must be overlooked. I shall reward them handsomely. The monarch said, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. Something feels amiss. Inside the iron cage, Ye Feng's expression shifted slightly. He sensed that something was off, yet he could not articulate precisely what was wrong. "Chunin, hurry, are you not grateful to His Majesty?" Upon finishing, Huang Tianfang knelt on the ground, prostrating himself before the monarch. However, Chunin stood with his hands on his hips. "Apologies, but according to the customs of Windspring Island, we do not bow to anyone," Chunin declared proudly. "You?" Huang Tianfang felt a surge of blood rise in anger. He truly wished to strike Chenin down. Hold! Minister Shui bellowed. Two black-clad guards swiftly moved to stand before Chenin, seemingly prepared to take action. Wait! The monarch called from the high platform. Your Majesty, he dares to show you disrespect, Minister Shui interjected. It is of no consequence. Talent often comes with a touch of arrogance. I declare that Chenin, along with the engineers, shall not kneel when they meet me in the capital. The monarch stated calmly. This. Minister Shui hesitated. Do you not retreat? The monarch's tone grew more forceful. At your command. Minister Shui and the black guard simultaneously stepped back. You are called Chenin? Come, someone, grant Minister Chen a seat. The monarch said with a serene smile. Immediately, two guards brought over a chair and placed it beside Kuang Tianfang. It should have been this way. One Spring Island does not belong to your Black Mountain Empire. When treating foreign guests, such standards must be upheld. I have been standing here for far too long. Chenin sat down, crossing his legs nonchalantly. However, he quickly rose again. By the way, there are two companions of mine. May they also be granted seats? Chenin gestured towards Ding Tuanshuan and her two sycophants. Insolence. Kuang Tianfang seethed with rage, having finally garnered some favor. Only for Chenin to behave like a mad dog, ruining his good impression before the monarch. Minister Kuang, it is of no concern. Come, someone, grant them seats. Immediately, two more chairs were brought forth. Ding Tuanshuan hesitated for a moment before taking a seat. Her two sycophants also sat down, casting challenging glances towards Tang Yitian. Young Master Tang, has the monarch perhaps forgotten to provide you with a chair? Is it not rather disrespectful to have you, the young master of Luzhou, standing behind as a guard? One sycophant mocked. Humph. Tang Yitian forcefully flicked his sleeves, prompting the other ministers to begin presenting their gifts. Although there were several remarkable offerings that followed, none could rival the extraordinary nature of the bomber, an unparalleled artifact. Even the gift from Bailey Rue could not overshadow the brilliance of Kuang Tianfang's contribution. As the gift-giving segment drew to a close, the esteemed water eunuch invited everyone to proceed to the duel arena, where the monarch intended to select the top 30 contenders. After gesturing towards Ye Feng's position, he continued, Let us move. A group of individuals promptly lifted chairs and shifted tables, swiftly encircling the three circular platforms. Naturally, the sovereign and the empress were stationed on the second floor to observe the proceedings, accompanied by the left and right chancellors. The remaining attendees were relegated to their designated seats below. At that moment, Iron Slave approached the iron cage where Ye Feng resided. Ye Feng, the chancellor has instructed me to convey that should you secure a place among the top 30, you will be granted clemency. Otherwise, you shall face sacrifice. Iron Slave declared before relaying the same message to other cages belonging to the chancellors. The Beastmasters were prepared. Water Eunuch counted the cages and bowed respectfully to the sovereign. Very well. Let us commence. The monarch gestured with his hand. The first match pitted contestant number 1 against contestant number 400. Ye Feng quickly glanced at his chest, where the numeral 1 was inscribed. With a creak, his cage split open, and the black cloth fell to the ground. At a distance of several hundred meters, another cage opened, revealing a young man with the number 400 emblazoned on his chest. What? Is that Feng, Brother Feng? Chenin exclaimed in astonishment. Springing to his feet, Brother Yi. Ding Tuanshuan disregarded everything else and dashed toward the duel arena. However, she barely covered 10 meters before a shadow flickered in front of her. Stand aside, Ding Tuanshuan shouted in anger, drawing her heavy water pistol. Yet, in the next instant, the shadow extended a hand, snatching the pistol from her grasp. It was one of the Imperial Blackguards. Sovereign Huang Lingdi cast a glance at Ding Tuanshuan before slowly shifting his gaze to Ye Feng on the platform, the corners of his mouth curling slightly without uttering a word of obstruction. Milady, please return to your place, or else the Imperial Blackguard gently pushed Ding Tuanshuan back, and she stumbled like a feather, collapsing into her seat. Chenin had already sprinted several meters when he halted in his tracks, confronted by the icy gaze of the Blackguard. Chenin, return. Kuang Tianfang's face flushed with anger as he grasped Chenin, pulling him back and pinning him to his seat. Let me go? Chenin struggled vehemently, but Kuang Tianfang's grip was as unyielding as Mount Tai, rendering him immobile. Ye Feng also witnessed this scene from the platform, where he subtly shook his head at Chenin, signaling him to refrain from rash actions. Contestant number 1, Ye Feng, midstage of the innate realm. Contestant number 400, Chen Rulong, midstage of the innate realm. As the announcement concluded, The two slowly approached the platform, and Ye Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. The distribution seems quite reasonable, as the battles are among opponents of the same realm. He is confident that he can secure a position within the top 30 and will not be sacrificed. Chen Rulong fixated his gaze on Ye Feng, slightly bowing and placing his hand at his waist. In the next moment, he unleashed a flying sword that soared into the air. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment before releasing 3 of his own flying swords. Clang, clang, clang. The 4 swords danced across the stage, their formidable sword energy nearly cleaving the void itself. Brother Yi, please do not win. Ding Tianquan wanted to shout, but she realized her voice could not penetrate the protective barrier surrounding the arena. Feng Gu, you must not win, Chenin also shouted, only to discover that Ye Feng was entirely oblivious to his words. Not only could Ye Feng not hear him, but the combatants within the iron cages were also completely unaware. Let us place some bets. I wager Ye Feng will win. I bet Chen Rulong will emerge victorious. Some nobles began to wager on the outcome, with others even acting as bookmakers. I stake 10,000 spirit stones on Ye Feng's victory. After speaking, Huang Tianfang turned to Chunin. Why don't you also wager 10,000 spirit stones on Ye Feng's win? If you lack spirit stones, you can exchange them for hot spring coins with me. What? Chunin erupted in anger. Fine, I wager 10,000 spirit stones. Brother Feng will lose. Chunin produced hot spring coins. Whoosh. The 3 flying swords slashed through the air. Chen Rulong's sword was instantly shattered into several pieces. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he retreated to the edge of the arena. In the first round, Ye Feng is victorious, announced the sharp voice of the Water Elder. Ye Feng had not exerted his full strength, considering stronger opponents lay ahead. Thus he wielded only 3 flying swords. He must secure a place in the top 30. He did not wish to be sacrificed. In the second round, contestant number 2 faced contestant number 399. 2 innate realm cultivators ascended the stage once more. Ye Feng returned to the iron cage, and once it sealed shut, he could no longer hear the sounds from the outside world. Your Majesty, Chunin suddenly rose to his feet. Sire, I would trade 10 bombers for the life of contestant number 1. We must not sacrifice him. Chunin shouted. On the high platform, the monarch, Huang Lind, remained indifferent. He likely discerned that contestant number 1 held an extraordinary position. Perhaps the bombers were of his own design. Such individuals could not be allowed to remain. The empire required stability, not innovation. Continuous innovation would lead to chaos. He simply wished to cultivate peacefully to the semi-divine realm, having no interest in other matters of innovation. Sit down, Huang Tianfang said, placing a hand on Chun and shoulder. A tremendous force compelled Chun to comply and return to his seat. Contestant number 200 versus contestant number 1. The Water Elder's sharp voice rang out once more. This marked the second round. Ye Feng's expression hardened. The innate realm cultivators had been nearly eliminated. Among the 200, only 20 remained of that realm. The opponents he faced now included a peak innate realm cultivator. Ye Feng gazed expressionlessly at his adversary, who, in turn, looked back at him with a serious expression. If he can prevail in the second round, he will secure a position among the top 100. Winning 2 more rounds would guarantee him at least the 25th place, ensuring his survival. Thus, even though he surpasses Ye Feng by 2 minor realms, he remains vigilant. You should concede, number 200 declared. I do not wish to harm you. I am sorry, but I must enter the top 30. Ye Feng's voice resonated from the arena. Although he could not hear the external voices, their dialogue was distinctly audible on the platform. On one side of the second floor sat a girl of about 16 or 17 years, dressed in an exquisite white palace gown. She fixed her gaze unwaveringly upon the arena. Beside her sat a similarly attired young woman. Sister, are you willing to marry these martial combatants? The young woman inquired. Sister, this is our father's intention. I cannot defy it, the girl replied slowly, her face etched with sorrow. Rumor had it that whoever presented the most lavish gifts would win the hand of the 7th princess. However, this was merely gossip. As a sovereign, how could he easily marry his daughter to a weakling? From the outset, Emperor Huang Lin had already devised a plan. He intended to wed his daughter to the victor of this martial contest, while the remaining 29 would be sacrificed to the spear deity for protection. Those beyond the top 30 would be enlisted into the military to quell the chaos of the 100 Wu. This time, Ye Feng also unleashed 3 flying swords. He refrained from exerting his full strength, not wishing to reveal his hidden cards prematurely, particularly his strongest techniques, the blood-sucking great method, the Brahma sacred demon art. and the clear wind sword formation. Ye Feng was determined not to expose these trump cards unless faced with a late-stage transformation adept. Clang. The 3 swords against 1. Ye Feng quickly gained the upper hand over number 200. However, to his surprise, number 200 exhibited no sign of panic. After a few exchanges, number 200 suddenly smiled at Ye Feng and lightly raised his right hand. This is not good, Ye Feng exclaimed in alarm. A chilling force constricted around his neck. It was a golden thread as fine as silk, razor-sharp and already slicing into the skin of his neck. Farewell, number 200 declared, forcefully sweeping his right arm. Clang. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Ye Feng's neck erupted with blood scales, upon which a Sanskrit script spun rapidly. The indomitable golden thread snapped with a resounding crack, rebounding to the ground and carving a long gash into the earth. You? Number 200 gasped in shock, hastily pointing to the flying swords in the sky. Chapter 1269. The effect is minimal. Regrettably, Ye Feng would not grant him another opportunity. He strode forward, seizing number 200's neck with one hand. Crack! The sound of bones snapping echoed as number 200's head drooped limply onto his shoulder. Unsatisfied, Ye Feng's blood-scaled hand struck down upon his head. Boom! A cloud of blood mist erupted as number 200's head was reduced to a mass of flesh and blood. Boom! His lifeless body collapsed onto the arena. After eliminating the 200th opponent, Ye Feng took a deep breath, and the Sanskrit inscriptions and blood scales adorning his body vanished simultaneously. At that moment, he crouched down and pressed his palm against the severed limb of his adversary, initiating the blood-sucking technique. In mere moments, 50% of the blood from the 200th opponent was drained. As for why he refrained from depleting him entirely, Ye Feng had his own considerations. He feared that a desiccated corpse might arouse suspicion among others. Once the blood was fully absorbed, Ye Feng cautiously touched his neck, where the wound had healed under the influence of the blood-sucking technique, though it left a pale scar. The first match of the second round goes to contestant number 1, announced the high-pitched voice of Water Gong. No, don't win anymore, Chun-En shouted in desperation. Ye Feng, oblivious to Chun-En's cries, merely observed him yelling. This fellow had only won 2 matches. It was still early days. Ye Feng smiled, mistakenly thinking that Chun-En was cheering him on. In the second match of the second round, contestant number 3 faced contestant number 198. Why not number 2? Because number 2 had already been eliminated in the first round. Returning to the iron cage, Ye Feng reclined comfortably, yet his gaze remained fixed on the arena. He sought to discern whether any of the remaining opponents possessed extraordinary strength. After all, there could not be more than 30 individuals stronger than him. Otherwise, he would face sacrifice. Contestant number 3 emerged victorious. In the third match of the second round, contestant number 4 faced number 197. The sounds of combat and roars echoed from the arena, and the surrounding light screens grew denser. The second round comprised fighters who had clawed their way through blood and fire, showcasing formidable strength. In the ninth match of the second round, contestant number 14 faced number 177. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. Contestant 14 was a robust young man, approximately 30 years of age, at the late stage of the transformation realm. His opponent was a practitioner at the initial stage of the divine origin realm. Begin. Whoosh. A flash of black light streaked by. Before the divine origin practitioner could react, his head rolled to the ground with a thud. Hiss. A collective intake of breath resonated from the spectators outside the light screen. Bailey Rue leaned forward in astonishment. Even he, a practitioner of the void refinement realm, could not discern how the young man had struck. Only the sovereign, Emperor Huang Lin, appeared intrigued, nodding with approval. Indeed, his intellect, spells, and vitality are exceptional. Emperor Huang Lin exchanged glances with his wife, both displaying a hint of satisfaction. As they sought a son-in-law for their daughter, they considered more than mere cultivation level. After all, cultivation could be gradually accumulated through elixirs. Wisdom, intellect, appearance, and temperament were all part of their comprehensive criteria. After dispatching the divine origin practitioner, the young man bowed toward the sovereign's position before gradually returning to the iron cage. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed, fixated on the young man's retreating figure. Suddenly, the young man turned sharply, locking eyes with Ye Feng. Ye Feng's gaze flickered momentarily before he quickly averted his eyes. Such a heavy aura of malevolence. He chose to close his eyes and meditate. Time passed by gradually, and soon it was evening. The iron cage remained set around the arena. Yet the guests departed from the palace one after another. The capital adhered to its customs, forbidding outsiders to stay overnight. Shunan left the palace, glancing back thrice. Suddenly, he turns to old Master Shui. Master, I have something to discuss privately. Do you have a moment? Shunan inquired. What is it? Old Master Shui replied. You must have seen that bomber during the day, right? Would you like one? Shunan asked. Oh. Old Master Shui's expression shifted. Do you have a way to deliver one to me? He whispered, discreetly employing a sound-concealing technique. He had witnessed the bomber's might, capable of shattering even a heavily fortified side hall. Continuous bombardment aimed at a practitioner in the refinement void realm could potentially annihilate them. If he claimed to be uninterested, it would be a falsehood. To gift you one is improbable. That bomber likely costs trillions of spring coins. However, the heavy water Gatling gun mounted beneath it is relatively affordable, requiring merely 1 billion spring coins. Shunan also utilized the sound-concealing technique. Then why all this unnecessary chatter? Old Master Shui's countenance darkened. I can provide you with spring coins. Shunan produced a stack of spring coins from his pocket, each worth 1,000, totaling 100. This is 100,000 spring coins. You may keep it for now. Once you gather 10 billion, you can purchase a Gatling gun, the weapon that unleashes a barrage of fire, Shunan explained. 100,000? That means I would need 1,000 times that to acquire that artifact? Old Master Shui's expression remained impassive. You can pass a message to Ye Feng, the one-numbered one. Tell him that during tomorrow's match, he must avoid winning. Should he triumph, he will be sacrificed. Then, request a check for 10 billion spring coins from him. He possesses a checkbook and can issue you the funds. Shunan stated. Oh. Old Master Shui's eyebrows slightly raised. Very well, hand it over. After receiving the 100,000 spring coins, Old Master Shui strode back to the palace. In the dead of night, he arrived at the chambers of the sovereign, Emperor Huanglin. Your Majesty, the situation is as follows. Ye Feng has a profound background, and someone is willing to pay a hefty price for him, Old Master Shui reported candidly. Indeed. Off you go, and ensure the funds are secured. However, keep this secret from Ye Feng. As for whether he can enter the top 30, that remains to be seen. Emperor Huanglin replied nonchalantly. Understood. Old Master Shui exited the chambers and, lantern in hand, approached Ye Feng's iron cage. At that moment, Ye Feng was meditating with his eyes closed. After enduring 2 life-and-death battles the previous day, he found his mental state significantly more solidified than before. Indeed, a warrior's mindset must be reinforced through the crucible of battle. Ordinary training bore little effect. Number 1. Old Master Shui pulled aside a corner of the black cloth. It's you? May I inquire what brings you here? Ye Feng asked. I bear a monumental secret concerning your life and death. Would you care to hear it? Old Master Shui asked with a smile, simultaneously enveloping Ye Feng and the entire iron cage within a soundproof barrier. There must be conditions, right? Ye Feng smiled slightly. Certainly. There are conditions. One of your kin, named Shunan, has entrusted me with a message. Speak, Water Elder. Ye Feng fixed his gaze upon the Water Elder. Before relaying this message, do you possess something akin to a checkbook? Please issue me a check for 10 billion spring coins. Once that is done, I shall surely disclose this message, which will guarantee your survival, the Water Elder stated. Chapter 1270. Hurry and eat save my life? Ye Feng pondered deeply. He held no belief in the Water Elder's words, yet it was evident that the Water Elder wielded considerable influence. Should he offend him, the consequences could be dire, potentially jeopardizing his standing in the upcoming contest. He might not secure a place within the top 30. 10 billion is insufficient. I shall grant you 20 billion. Upon finishing his statement, Ye Feng reached for his checkbook, yet his peripheral vision caught a fleeting expression of guilt on the Water Elder's face before it vanished. Ye Feng swiftly completed the check for 20 billion and passed it through the iron bars. The Water Elder accepted the check, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Ye Feng, he sighed deeply. The top 30 does not guarantee survival, but the first place undoubtedly does. The first place may even grant you the title of Prince Consort. This is the message that Shunan wished for me to convey to you. The Water Elder, it seemed, possessed a modicum of conscience, as he provided Ye Feng with a glimmer of hope. Indeed, the first place assured survival, whereas those from 2nd to 30th would certainly perish. First, Ye Feng's countenance turned ashen. And what of those who place afterward? He inquired. All subsequent failures will be sacrificed, the Water Elder lied. What nonsense is this? Those iron cages still contain practitioners at the divine origin realm. Are you suggesting that I must contend against them in the end? Ye Feng's hands trembled uncontrollably. Indeed, affirmed the water elder. Kindly return the check to me. Ye Feng replied coldly. You bestowed it upon me. How can you retract it? The water elder clutched his chest tightly. Then simply discard the check, and I shall issue you a new one for 10 billion. Ye Feng, growing increasingly agitated, realized that in hindsight, he should not have issued a check for 20 billion. What use was a message to him? He was acutely aware that attaining first place was utterly beyond his reach, yet he firmly believed he could secure a position within the top 30. Regrettably, that is not feasible. The funds have already entered my possession. How could I possibly return them? The water elder smiled faintly. Ah, very well. Might I request that you speak a few kind words on my behalf before the monarch? Just suggest that I am willing to negotiate terms with him, and that I can procure any advanced weaponry he might desire, Ye Feng proposed. The monarch is unlikely to engage in dialogue with you. I wish you luck. The water elder responded before lowering the black cloth over the iron cage. Ye Feng was once again enveloped in an endless darkness. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced within the confines of the small iron cage. Among the survivors he knew, there were at least 10 practitioners at the divine origin realm. What kind of game was this? At his current state, being in the mid-stage of innate cultivation, he might contend against those at the peak of the transformation realm. However, facing those at the divine origin realm would undoubtedly lead to his demise. It is imperative to devise a suitable plan. Ye Feng, with bloodshot eyes, settled down, taking a deep breath before gradually closing his eyes. After the passage of half an hour, he abruptly opened his eyes. Hello, brothers outside, are you there? Ye Feng rapped on the iron cage. A corner of the black cloth was drawn back, revealing a practitioner of the transformation realm, the jailer Yuan Yi. What is it, Mr. Yi? Yuan Yi inquired hastily. Are you on duty tonight? A flicker of joy ignited within Ye Feng. If it were any other transformation realm practitioner, he might have to exert considerable effort to persuade them. Yes, what is it? Yuan Yi asked. I need you to assist me in procuring some potent poison, one that can at least harm practitioners of the divine origin realm. Not precisely poison, rather a substance that diminishes their capabilities. Administer a dose to each practitioner from the peak of the transformation realm to the divine origin realm, 3 times consecutively. In any case, we need to keep their strength confined to the late stages of the transformation realm. Can you manage this? Ye Feng questioned. Such poison? I would have to consult an alchemist for that. Moreover, the alchemist will certainly file a report, and I may need to expend some spirit stones to avoid such a record. Additionally, what benefit do I derive from this? Yuan Yi probed. 100 billion spring coins. I can transfer 20 billion to you up front, and upon successful execution, I will verify it, as long as you indeed follow through. The remaining 80 billion will be promptly credited. Ye Feng felt compelled to invest significantly. Shortly thereafter, he penned a note for 20 billion spring coins. Yuan Yi trembled as he accepted the check, unable to resist pressing it to his lips. Wow, what a substantial sum. Watch me. With this amount, securing an alchemist will be a breeze. However, the troublesome aspect is that those divine origin realm practitioners possess formidable spiritual senses. Even in the capital, they cannot release their spiritual awareness, but if they sense something amiss with the food, it could spell trouble, Yuan Yi remarked, visibly perturbed. Then seek out a high-ranking alchemist to concoct a colorless and tasteless substance, not a poison, but a strength-reducing agent, Ye Feng urged. I shall make an attempt. Yuan Yi replied before vanishing into the shadows. After Yuan Yi departed, Ye Feng remained uneasy and rapped on the iron cage once again. Is anyone out there? The black cloth was lifted, revealing another transformation realm practitioner, one of the jailers Ye Feng had previously encountered. Mr. Yi, what is it? I need you to prepare some medicine. This medicine must not be lethal, but should diminish the strength of others. I require that all individuals surrounding the arena be reduced to the late stages of the transformation realm. No experts above that level must be present. What do I gain from this? 100 billion spring coins, with an initial 20 billion check. 5 minutes later, the transaction was completed, and the transformation realm practitioner stealthily slipped out of the royal palace. Ye Feng exhaled in relief. With a dual approach, he felt more at ease. For this matter pertained to his very life. Spending an additional 100 billion was merely a minor devaluation of the spring coins. In the latter half of the night, Yuan Yi returned. He first visited the kitchen, prepared a copious amount of food, and then poured a bottle of a colorless and tasteless substance into the dishes. Upon completion, he carried the food to the cage of Bai Zhuo. Bai Zhuo is a practitioner of the divine origin realm, and notably, He has reached the latter stages of this realm, making him the foremost expert imprisoned within the iron cage. Bai Zhua, you have a competition tomorrow. Consume this food to ensure you have ample energy, Yuan Yi remarked as he extended the food into the cage. Bai Zhua replied, is this your suggestion? Or does it originate from Bai Li Rui? He did not immediately eat, but instead regarded Yuan Yi with caution. An ancient being who has lived for over 1,000 years is not easily deceived. Why ask so many questions? I am merely acting out of goodwill. Eat quickly, Yuan Yi insisted, nudging the food with his foot. Bai Zhua remained motionless, seemingly weighing his options. Ultimately, unable to resist the rumbling of his stomach, he seized the food and devoured it ravenously. Haha, Yuan Yi inwardly scoffed, carrying another bowl of poisoned food to a different iron cage. Practitioners of the divine origin realm are typically cautious. They took several hours before slowly partaking in their meals, as if savoring the flavors contained within. Chapter 1271. A hint of insight. By the following morning, Yuan Yi had successfully poisoned all the practitioners of the divine origin realm, and he then approached Ye Feng's cage with satisfaction. Mr. Yi, the poison has been administered. As for the additional 8 billion hot spring coins, Yuan Yi began. At that moment, another practitioner of the transformation realm approached. Mr. Yi, the poison has been administered. What shall I give you for the other 8 billion? He inquired. Yuan Yi replied, who can ascertain the truth? Today marks the third round. I will observe their battles. If their strength is indeed diminished, the 8 billion will be delivered in full. However, if their power remains comparable to before, I regret to inform you otherwise. Ye Feng responded coolly. As he was no fool, he would not act without proof. Very well, ensure the funds are delivered to me tonight. Otherwise, I, the practitioner of the transformation realm, faltered, failing to conceive a suitable threat against Ye Feng. As the poisoner, he bore responsibility should the matter be revealed, potentially facing execution. Mr. Yi, I did not anticipate your double-layered approach. How surprising. I thought you had complete trust in me, Yuan Yi remarked with an expression of displeasure. Of course, this pertains to my life. I must exercise caution. You may leave now. I require some time to meditate, Ye Feng stated, closing his eyes. Barely 10 seconds had passed when the sound of bustling footsteps echoed outside the palace. Wenquan Island, Chunin has arrived. Ye Feng felt a flicker of joy. He had not expected Chunin to come so early, likely anxious for his well-being. Pingzhou, Kuang Tian has arrived. Dr. Yu has arrived. As the guards announced, several prominent figures made their way to the martial arts arena, eager to continue witnessing the duels from the previous day. Upon entering the arena, Chunin immediately scanned the first floor. The Water Elder had already risen, standing like a wooden post. He hurried over. Water Elder, did you convey my message to Brother Feng? The Water Elder's expression shifted uncomfortably. I have conveyed it. Rest assured. Return to your position, he replied blandly. Though he had indeed relayed the message, he had diluted its content significantly. Ye Feng had only one chance for survival, to secure first place. Alternatively, if he placed 30th or lower, he might still survive, but would be conscripted into the army of slaves to confront the perilous Baiyue forest. Thank you, Lord Shui. Rest assured, I shall repay you in due time, Chunin expressed with gratitude, nodding appreciatively. Ah, very well. Return to your position. Lord Shui waved his sleeve dismissively. Lu Zhou, Tang Yunlong has arrived. Yu Zhou, Qiu Qianhua has arrived. Dr. Long is here. Beizhou, the Morning Duke has arrived. As the guard's voice resonated, the previously tranquil martial arts arena was once again filled with commotion. Within the iron cage, Baizhu suddenly struck his stomach, expelling the food he had consumed that evening. Just as expected, he gazed at the vomit in the center and then turned to cast a distant glance at Ye Feng's cage. As a creature that had lived for over 1,000 years, his intelligence bordered on the monstrous. How could he be deceived by a mere mortal in the transformation realm? The one who had poisoned him was Yuan Yi, but he discerned that it was Ye Feng pulling the strings behind the scenes. In the dungeon, he had already witnessed Ye Feng's financial prowess. The only ones who would benefit from poisoning him were those within the iron cages. Who else but Ye Feng could command Yuan Yi? After a long sigh, he realized that some of the toxin had entered his body, but fortunately, most had been expelled. Simultaneously, another individual in a separate cage also vomited the poison. He too was a master of the divine origin stage. Bastard! This cultivator cursed, scanning his surroundings. He knew it was not the poison administered by the guards, who were merely carrying out orders. However, he had never interacted with Ye Feng, and was unaware of his extraordinary abilities. The noise outside grew increasingly boisterous, as the lords and high-ranking officials from various states had almost all gathered. Chunin crossed his arms, observing Ye Feng in the cage. "Brethren, do you have a plan?" Ding Tianchuan approached. "Do not worry, everything is under my control," Chunin replied with a confident smile. "If all else fails, we shall negotiate with the monarch, offering substantial advanced equipment in exchange for Brother Ye's life," Ding Tianchuan suggested. "I fear it may not be so simple. Windspring Island is not a feudal society. To trade advanced equipment for a person requires the consent of those legislators." Chun's expression darkened. He was unaware of the true significance of the Windspring Island that Ye Feng had established. "The monarch and the empress have arrived," Lord Shui announced, elongating his voice. Several black-clad guards walked ahead, with the monarch and empress following closely behind, accompanied by a group of young men and women. These were likely the princes and princesses born in the last 20 years, remarkably youthful and strikingly beautiful. Emperor Huangling took his seat in the center of the second tier, flanked by Prime Minister Yang Tian and Prime Minister Bailey Rue on either side. Further back, the princes and princesses were seated, among them the enchanting seventh princess. "Greetings to the monarch and empress," the crowd cheered in unison. "At ease." Emperor Huangling casually raised his hand. "I presume everyone is eager to begin." "Little Shui, let them commence," he commanded. "As you wish," came the response. Upon the conclusion of the Water Elder's words, he turned his gaze towards the arena. The battle of magic resumed. Commencing from the point where it had been interrupted the previous day, the shrill voice of the Water Elder resonated from afar. In the second round, Contestant 97 faces Contestant 202. Immediately, two practitioners of the Transformation Origin realm emerged from the iron cage. Ye Feng, instead of closing his eyes to meditate, fixated intently on the arena, eager to discern whether the prowess of these individuals had diminished. As expected, the expression of the peak Transformation Origin practitioner faltered upon ascending the stage, as if he were grappling with a haunting recollection. However, the mid-Transformation Origin practitioner was the first to strike, launching a series of lethal attacks. Helplessly, the peak practitioner could only fight back while trying to recall the cause of his physical ailment. With a sudden thrust, a flying sword pierced through his chest, executing a swift rotation that severed one of his arms. Blood splattered across the luminous barrier. "Is it you?" The peak practitioner's eyes widened in shock as he glared down at Yuan Yi. But alas, it was too late. The flying sword performed another spin, and his head rolled away, landing with a dull thud. After ingesting Yuan Yi's potent poison, his strength plummeted to that of a novice in the Transformation Origin realm, compounded by an acute sense of physical discomfort. Thus, a formidable peak practitioner met his demise at the hands of a mid-tier adversary. Yuan Yi's approach to poisoning was meticulous. He administered lighter toxins to peak practitioners and heavier ones to those at the Divine Origin realm, striving to ensure that their abilities remained below the late Transformation Origin stage. Furthermore, he was not the sole perpetrator of this toxic strategy. Another transformation practitioner was also involved, hastening their decline in strength. The Yellow Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had gleaned some insight. Chapter 1272. Ye Feng's heart sank. After a moment, his gaze swept across the faces of several guards before finally settling on Ye Feng's countenance. "Interesting," he mused, "to survive against the odds on my territory." A faint smile graced the Yellow Emperor's lips, yet his eyes remained icy and foreboding. Contestant 202 emerges victorious. Next match, Contestant 200 faces Contestant 199, announced the Water Elder with his piercing voice. Two more practitioners leaped onto the stage. Ye Feng conducted a cursory assessment and noted that only about 100 practitioners had advanced, among which merely 3 belonged to the innate realm, himself included. The number of Transformation Origin practitioners was substantial, exceeding 80, followed by 9 formidable entities of the Divine Origin realm. With a resounding thud, one practitioner was knocked off the stage, promptly conceding defeat with a respectful gesture. The second round finally drew to a close, and the nobles below began tallying their wagers. In the third round, the first match, Contestant 1 faces Contestant 217. Taking a deep breath, Ye Feng unhesitatingly leaped onto the arena. Opposite him stood a mid-transformation origin practitioner. An innate contestant against a mid-transformation origin? The odds seemed daunting. "I wager 90,000 spirit stones on Contestant 217. He declared. The current odds were 70-1. Even a victory would yield a mere 1,000 spirit stones, yet a loss would cost him 90,000. No matter. He reassured himself, I possess wealth and thrive on high-stakes gambles. Seeking fortune amidst peril, I bet 10,000 spirit stones on Ye Feng. He. Victory yields 700,000 spirit stones. As the nobles below placed their bets, Ye Feng's expression turned grave. Late stage of transformation. Quite formidable. Yet he held a flicker of confidence in his ability to vanquish his opponent. It was not necessarily about killing. Merely forcing him off the stage would suffice. However, the outcome would remain unchanged, as one must still be sacrificed. The innate realm? I never expected you to last until the third round. What a pity. The late-stage transformation practitioner sighed softly, though his face bore no hint of satisfaction. For he knew that, given his own strength, he might not even secure a spot in the top 30. Forgive me, senior. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and surged forward. As he charged, the Brahma sacred demon arts activated simultaneously. In an instant, his form transformed into a 3-meter giant, 3 Sanskrit characters swirling wildly around him. Bang! Ye Feng unleashed a punch, and the avatar behind him mirrored the action, delivering a synchronized blow. Boom! The punch struck the late-stage transformation practitioner squarely in the chest. Oh no! The practitioner quickly crouched, a golden energy shield manifesting around him. Bang! Ye Feng's fist collided with the shield, causing the practitioner to spew forth a mouthful of blood and retreat over 20 steps. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng followed up with another punch. The atmosphere on the stage shifted dramatically as the golden avatar's fist ignited in ferocious flames. Still coming for more? The late-stage practitioner roared in fury, meeting Ye Feng's punch head-on. Boom! A fiery explosion enveloped him, but the flames swiftly transformed into a frozen sculpture, encasing him in place. A mere trick, daring to showcase your skills here? The practitioner scoffed internally, confident that with his formidable energy, he could easily shatter the ice. Yet, on the stage, Ye Feng would not grant him the luxury of time. Bang! Another punch landed. The ice shattered, and a torrent of flames engulfed him. Simultaneously, his body crashed down beneath the stage. Number 1, Ye Feng wins, announced the emotionless voice of the referee. You cheated. The late-stage practitioner fumed, his eyes ablaze with rage. In his understanding, failing to reach the top 30 meant sacrifice. Ye Feng raised his hands triumphantly, gazing at the audience below. The young spectators clapped and cheered, albeit with a glimmer of mockery in their eyes. Chun En and Ding Tuanshuan were also bouncing with excitement. It's still early. Look at how thrilled you all are, Ye Feng sighed softly. He could not hear Chun En's voice from beyond the barrier. Brother Feng, have you lost your mind? Winning this match secures you a place in the top 50. You should lose quickly. Chun En shouted loudly. Chun En, did you fail to relay the information to Brother Yi? Ding Tuanshuan realized Chun En had been duped. Impossible, I paid for it. Chun En suddenly awoke to the truth, glancing at the referee above. That damn eunuch. Could it be he took the money without delivering? Chun En seethed with anger. In the third match, the second round, Bai Zhou stood at the arena, facing a transformation realm practitioner. Alas, Chen Bu sighed deeply. Fortune has truly abandoned me, for I have encountered the foremost master of the Iron Cage Zone. I concede defeat. With a respectful gesture towards the white table, Chun Bu uttered these words. It is perhaps for the best, preserving our amicable relations. The white table nodded in acknowledgement. However, in the next moment, Chun Bu suddenly struck his waist, propelling himself forward. With a swift motion, the tip of his sword was but a mere centimeter from the white table's brow, only to be deftly pinched between 2 fingers. How despicable! The tone of the white table turned icy. Is there any other way? If one cannot break into the top 30, death is inevitable. Chun Bu attempted to thrust the sword forward with greater force. Bang! The white table extended his left palm, striking Chun Bu's chest. A massive cloud of blood erupted, transforming Chun Bu into a mere wisp of dust, leaving only the sword, still clutched between the white table's fingers. The white table cast a lingering glance towards Ye Feng's position before flinging the long sword aside. Clang! The sword struck the arena's luminous barrier, piercing a small hole through it. The voice of the water elder reverberated once more, announcing the third round, the third match. 2 cultivators at the initial stage of the divine origin realm ascended the arena, evenly matched, engaging in a fierce battle. The sound of sonic booms resonated throughout the venue. Ye Feng fixed his gaze intently upon the two. Indeed, while their combat was intense, It bore no resemblance to a struggle typical of the divine origin realm. Rather, it resembled a clash from the transformation realm. This indicated that their slow-acting drugs had taken effect. He let out a long, relieved sigh. Mr. Yi, what say you? I have not misled you, have I? Yuan Yi approached alongside another guardian. Ye Feng produced a checkbook, inscribing the figure of 16 billion upon it, sealing it with his blood fingerprint and signing his name. The check is finite. This sum of 16 billion is yours to share. Upon completing his words, Ye Feng handed the check to Yuan Yi. Gulp. Both Yuan Yi and the other cultivator swallowed hard. This sum of 16 billion equates to 16 heavy water Gatling guns. Even if they could not utilize such a quantity, they could return to their clan and provide it for their kin. Just as Yuan Yi grasped the check in his hand, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The space beside the two distorted, instantaneously forming a black hole. From within, a colossal hand emerged, seizing the check before swiftly retracting into the void. The tempest ceased abruptly, and the black hole vanished. Ye Feng was taken aback, quickly scanning his surroundings. On the elevated platform above, the sovereign, Emperor Huang Lin, held the check, scrutinizing the figures inscribed upon it. Before directing a piercing gaze towards Ye Feng, a chill coursed through Ye Feng's heart. Chapter 1273. All have been eliminated. Yuan Yi and the other guardian were utterly paralyzed with fear. Have we been discovered? Yuan Yi's face turned ashen. You two, come here. Emperor Huang Lin commanded coldly. The water elder hastily called out. The arena matches are suspended. The two divine origin cultivators exchanged glances, simultaneously retreating 10 paces. Yuan Yi and the transformation realm cultivators' expressions darkened, resigning themselves to obediently approach the first floor of the observation tower, gazing upwards at the noble lords above. What is the meaning of this? Emperor Huang Lin raised the check in his hand. Moments ago, he employed the technique of invoking the talisman, but was unable to unleash the power of the check. Subsequently, he resorted to various other methods, yet still failed to activate the check. However, observing the eagerness of the two individuals moments before, it was evident that the check was not so simple. Your Majesty, this is a check, Yuan Yi explained. What is a check? Huang Lin inquired nonchalantly. A check is a form of currency, akin to our spirit stones, capable of being exchanged for numerous magical artifacts and treasures. Yuan Yi continued elucidating. Ha! Take them down and execute them, Huang Lin sneered. As you command. Two black-clad guards rushed forward, twisting the arms of the two men behind their backs and slowly dragging them out of the martial arena. Spare us, Your Majesty, came their cries of mercy. Moments later, two anguished screams echoed from outside. With a flick of his finger, Huang Lin transformed the 160 billion check into a fireball. Dare to deceive me? This is your fate, he declared, waving his hand dismissively. Understanding his intent, the steward shouted once more. The duel continues. Below, Huang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. That was 160 billion spring coins. He had almost rushed out to intervene, but feared that in His Majesty's fury, he might meet the same fate. The battle on the stage concluded with one combatant being kicked off, yet mercifully, his life was spared. Such restraint is rare in these life-and-death battles, where one often cannot control their vitality. Unless there is an overwhelming disparity in strength, such caution is unnecessary. In the minds of these fighters, the defeated are considered sacrifices, best dealt with personally. Ye Feng observed the duels among the cultivators and noted that the combat style on the Star-Meng Continent emphasized speed, brutality, and precision. Most duels ended in a single, lethal strike, often within less than a second. Only those of comparable strength engaged in protracted battles, which never extended beyond a minute. Had it not been for the noble spectators eager to gamble, the tournament of 400 participants might have concluded yesterday. Contestant 14 versus Contestant 71. The steward's icy voice reverberated. Ye Feng quickly turned his gaze to the stage. It was that stocky young man, a late-stage transformation cultivator. His opponent, a divine origin cultivator, appeared in a weakened state, pale and stumbling. It seemed he had consumed slow-acting medicine twice in succession. In the rented territory of Pingzhou, 21 bombers ascended into the sky. Long Wu could no longer wait for the deliberations of the council members. He took it upon himself to lead all the bombers straight towards the capital. Sitting in the co-pilot seat was Yin Li, while Long Wu commanded from the pilot seat. Though only 4 of the 21 bombers were of the latest generation, each could carry a hydrogen bomb, along with 2 heavy water Gatling guns and a hard element box. Brother Wu, be cautious, That is the capital. It would be wise to drop a couple of hydrogen bombs outside the city first to intimidate the ruler before negotiating, or we might not even get to see him. Yanli advised, taking on the role of strategist. I comprehend that the sovereign, being a practitioner of the divine transformation realm, would certainly not grant us an audience unless we exhibit our formidable martial prowess. Therefore, I propose we detonate a couple of hydrogen bombs adjacent to the capital. Should they still refuse to surrender Feng Go, I would be left with no recourse but to unleash the remaining hydrogen bombs and deuterium bombs upon the protective grand array above. I am eager to witness whether the power of the cultivators surpasses that of my civilization. Long Wu let out a cold laugh. Whoosh! 21 bombers formed a serpentine formation, soaring towards the capital at a velocity of 6 Mach. In the House of Commons on Baekwon Island, another conflict erupted. The pacifists and the libertarians clashed once more. Susan's face was etched with disappointment. You dissenters against military action, have you forgotten? The island was established by my husband. You relish the benefits he has bestowed upon you, yet you forsake him in his hour of need. Where is your conscience? Susan's voice was soon drowned out by the cacophony of fighting. The selfishness of human nature was laid bare in that moment. Had it been Peng Zhou that captured Ye Feng, those legislators would undoubtedly unite, mobilizing the entire fleet of bombers from the island to rescue him, believing they could triumph over Peng Zhou. Yet now, they faced the capital, the mightiest stronghold of the Black Mountain Empire, fortified by 2 practitioners of the divine transformation realm. In consideration of their own safety, their self-interest emerged. Sister Su, it seems we cannot rely on them any longer. Let us proceed to the concessions, perhaps the Peng Zhou concession, where Long Wu is stationed, and he can deploy the 21 bombers. Additionally, the Bays County concession, where Moxigan is stationed, an appointee of Ah Feng, has 8 bombers at his disposal. The Xin County concession, under the command of Ma Go Bai, possesses 9 bombers. We shall traverse the various concessions and persuade as many leaders as possible, Duo Yanhina suggested. However, should we pursue this course, they risk losing their positions as concession leaders upon their return to the House of Commons, and in more severe circumstances. They may even face expulsion from citizenship, Chung Li Bin interjected. Do you possess any alternative solutions? Duo Yanhina inquired. Of utmost importance is the fact that the concessions do not manufacture ammunition. Their factories lack the capacity to produce hydrogen bombs and bullets. Only the North and South Hot Springs Islands can continuously supply such devastating weaponry. Ilian expressed her concern. I fear that even if they manage to transport the bombers, they might succumb to the inadequacy of firepower in the Northwest. At this juncture, Susan posed a sudden question. By the way, who currently oversees the armory? It is now under the command of Grand Marshal Ingda. Let us seek out Ingda. Consequently, a group hurriedly made their way towards the military camp. In the capital, at the Royal Palace's Martial Arena, the announcer proclaimed, "Congratulations to the remaining contestants for advancing into the top 50. Next, should you secure another victory, you shall enter the top 25, which includes the top 30 overall." The shrill voice of Steward Shui resonated. Ye Feng pressed his lips together, glancing at the other iron cages. All innate realm practitioners, save for him, had been eliminated. Chapter 1274. A single lethal strike thus, among the top 50. He stands alone as a practitioner of the innate realm. The others are either in the transformation or divine origin realm. 8 are in the divine origin realm, while the remaining 41 are all at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. In the 4th round, the first match features Ye Feng against Bai Yi. Ye Feng slowly rises, stretching his limbs. Fortune favors him, as he has yet to encounter a practitioner in the divine origin realm in the preceding rounds. Bai Yi, however, is at the late stage of the transformation realm. The two soon find themselves on the arena, their serious gazes locked onto one another. Those who have emerged victorious from the previous 3 rounds possess exceptional qualities. These qualities extend beyond mere cultivation levels. They encompass intellect, strategy, and a certain degree of cunning. Begin. With a command from Elder Shui, Ye Feng and Bai Yi charge at each other simultaneously. Boom. A golden avatar materializes behind Ye Feng, while Bai Yi's body rapidly enlarges, coarse hairs sprouting from his skin. Moreover, his mouth splits open, revealing 2 sharp fangs. A beast man? A gasp escapes from the crowd below the arena. Roar. The 2 formidable figures collide. Ye Feng takes a step back, while Bai Yi stumbles back by 3 steps. The 3rd layer of the Vanishing Saint Demon technique is no trifling matter. Even with a significant cultivation advantage, Bai Yi finds himself at a disadvantage in terms of physical prowess. Roar. Yi lets out a fierce growl, striking his own chest with both fists. Roar. Ye Feng responds with a furious roar, and their bodies crash into one another once more. They engage in a contest of brute strength from the outset. Staggering back, Yi is gradually pushed towards the edge of the arena by Ye Feng. Crack. Yi opens his mouth and bites into Ye Feng's shoulder, blood gushing forth. Damn. Ye Feng hesitates internally, contemplating whether to employ the blood-sucking technique. However, such an action would reveal his tactics to subsequent opponents, diminishing his arsenal of secrets. After a moment's indecision, he steadies himself, pushed back by Yi for several steps. Yet, in this moment of relaxation, he unleashes the ice flame. Instantly, Yi's massive form is encased in ice. Down you go. Ye Feng raises his leg to deliver a kick. However, at the crucial moment, Yi breaks free from the icy grip. Flames engulf him, the acrid scent of scorched fur filling the arena. Yi grips Ye Feng's right leg tightly, pulling him forward with great force. Crack. Ye Feng finds himself in a split position. It seems as if Yi feels no pain, as he reaches for Ye Feng's groin. Let go, you bastard. Ye Feng grimaces in agony. Strength has its advantages, but also its drawbacks. And now, the drawbacks reveal themselves. Ugh hi. Yi hoists Ye Feng into the air, causing beads of sweat to form on Ye Feng's brow. Bang. His massive body is slammed down onto the arena floor with tremendous force. As Kitano struggled to recover from the pain, his entire body soared 10 meters into the air, and he landed forcefully with both feet. Damn it! In a moment of desperation, Ye Feng was compelled to unleash the Chongyang skill. The combination of the Brahmin's sacred demon technique and the Chongyang skill exponentially amplified his power tenfold. Boom! Kitano's body was sent flying 50 meters away. He found himself suspended in midair, with no means to gain leverage, desperately grasping at the empty space around him, hoping to seize something to prevent his fall from the arena. Down you go. Ye Feng, refusing to grant him any respite, struck again with both palms. A torrent of fierce wind surged towards Kitano. Boom. His body crashed heavily onto the ground below the stage. Simultaneously, his beastly form gradually diminished, returning to that of an ordinary human. Ye Feng, victory! The voice of the water elder resonated with a hint of joy. As a native raised in the palace, he had taken money to ward off calamities. If Ye Feng could secure the top position, he would have fulfilled his mission. Below the arena, Chun En and Ding Tuanshuan simultaneously slumped into their seats, their faces etched with despair as they gazed at Ye Feng. It's over. Brother Feng has made it into the top 25. He is to be sacrificed. Chun En lamented. Ding Tuanshuan remained silent, her gaze sweeping over the nobles atop the platform. Soon, her attention fixated on the seventh princess, who was merely at the initial stage of the true martial realm. Her eyes narrowed. If necessary, she would resort to taking the seventh princess hostage in exchange for Ye Feng's safety. Even if the odds were slim, she had to try. Ye Feng represented her everything. If he perished, her world would be rendered a desolate gray. Young Master Tang, may I ask you for a favor? Ding Tuanshuan suddenly turned to face Tang Etian, who was standing behind her. Oh, Tuanshuan, don't mention just one favor. Even if you ask for 100. I shall oblige, Tang Etian replied, gazing at her with deep affection. Really? Ding Tuanshuan questioned, skeptical of his capabilities. Of course, speak your mind, and I shall assist you. Tang Etian leaned closer, subtly inhaling her fragrance. Arrange a meeting between me and the monarch, Ding Tuanshuan stated. What? Tang Etian was taken aback, quickly straightening up. You lack the ability for such a thing? Ding Tuanshuan taunted. Tuanshuan, other matters are manageable, but for this, not even I, as the young master, could arrange a private audience with the monarch. It requires scheduling, Tang Etian shrugged. So you are but a useless fool. One of the sycophants couldn't help but sneer. Slap. Damn it, daring to act out in such a setting. Another sycophant joined the fray. Moments later, the two sycophants were embroiled in a scuffle with Tang Etian, prompting several guards to intervene and separate the three. On the stage, two transformation realm cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle. They understood that their survival hinged on this confrontation, thus unleashing their full prowess without holding back. The arena reverberated with thunderous roars, creating an atmosphere of chaos. The audience of nobles erupted in cheers, and even the seventh princess clapped her hands in delight at the thrilling spectacle. Boom. One of the monks was pierced through the body, blood gushing forth instantaneously. Yet, gritting his teeth, He charged forward and embraced his opponent. This was a true clash of fists, devoid of any magical enhancements. The two rolled about as if engaged in a street brawl, yet each punch and kick contained formidable power. Well done. The Emperor Huang Lin could not help but exclaim. As a ruler, he relished the fervor displayed by his subordinates. Without a hint of ferocity, how could they be of use to him? If everyone remained complacent, disputes would cease, and consequently, power would diminish infinitely. Ultimately, both monks perished together. A resounding applause erupted from the audience, reverberating endlessly. The preceding skirmishes had been lackluster, mostly resulting in swift, lethal strikes. Chapter 1275. Die for me, however. The recent bout was truly riveting, showcasing a battle of wits and valor on the stage, revealing the depths of their inner worlds, culminating in a beautifully orchestrated display of mutual destruction, akin to a grand cinematic spectacle. As the next match commenced, the ensuing combat became more straightforward, with a significant number of monks unveiling their most formidable treasures and abilities. Contestant 14 versus Contestant 91 echoed the voice of the announcer, Lord Shui. Ye Feng widened his eyes, fixating intently on Contestant 14. This individual unleashed a dark radiance with each strike, often delivering lethal blows. What astonished Ye Feng the most was that he could not discern the origin of the dark brilliance. Upon entering the arena, Contestant 91 enveloped himself in 3 layers of protective shields, shimmering in gold, silver, and yellow hues. Clearly, he had studied Contestant 14's combat style. Yet he too could not ascertain the source of the dark radiance. Please enlighten me, Contestant 91 declared, slapping his waist. A flying sword ascended, transforming into a colossal 10-meter blade. However, this gargantuan sword was not intended for offense, but rather to shield his upper body. Inside the iron cage, all eyes were fixated on Contestant 14. Below the stage, the nobles and dignitaries likewise watched intently. Among them were numerous monks of the void refinement stage, capable of projecting their consciousness throughout the capital. Yet, even with their abilities, they remained unable to discern how Contestant 14 executed his strikes. Only Emperor Huang Lin wore a faint smile, his gaze shifting downward towards Contestant 14's side. Suddenly, a flash of dark radiance erupted. It was as if metal was being torn apart. The 3 layers of light shields were shredded as though they were mere paper. You? Contestant 91 uttered a single word. A crimson line appearing upon his neck, slowly widening. With a dreadful gurgle, yet another head rolled onto the ground, while the headless corpse swayed for a moment before crashing to the earth. Below the stage, the expression of Kong Tianfeng turned ashen. The peculiar nature of this individual's abilities was alarming. He feared that he might not withstand the dark radiance if he were to face him. The other void refinement monks similarly paled, for it was known that Contestant 14 was merely at the transformation realm. They, being at 2 higher realms, could not fathom how he executed his strikes. It was exceedingly enigmatic. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ye Feng's forehead. He could assure himself that his sacred magic would be utterly incapable of withstanding that ominous black light. What kind of divine power was this? Or perhaps a formidable artifact? Number 14, victory. Next match. Time slipped away, and half an hour later, the 4th round approached its conclusion. Bai Zhuo unleashed a sword strike, cleaving his opponent, a transformation realm cultivator, in 2. This fellow? He seemed unaffected by poison. Ye Feng squinted. He somewhat regretted not having Yuan Yi poison the 14th contestant as well. Now, it was too late. Today, the arena competition was drawing to a close, and he had no opportunity left to administer poison. The top 25 had already been determined. Firstly, congratulations on making it into the top 30, the water elder remarked with a faint smile. Ye Feng's gaze turned sharp as several priests entered the royal palace. One of the priests brandished a large machete, its blade stained a dark brown, a hue born from dried blood. Alas, Ye Feng cast a sympathetic glance at the group of failures. It seemed that those outside the top 30 would be sacrificed. Beneath the arena, the priests first bowed to the ruler, then lined up beneath the stage. They were sorcerers. The one at the front was the sorcerer king. This was dire. Huang Rin sighed deeply. Are sorcerers the same as priests? Shunin inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Priests? Indeed, that's what they are called in smaller regions. In our country, they are simply referred to as sorcerers, Huang Rin explained. I feel that priest sounds more elegant, more civilized. Sorcerer carries a certain ambiguity, Shunin mused, scratching his head. Suddenly, Ding Tuanchuan slapped him across the face. Instead of thinking of ways to save Brother Yi, you're here debating the terms sorcerer and priest. Do you wish to perish? I apologize, little Tuanshuan. I will think of something immediately, Chenin quickly replied. The 5th round, first match, number 1 against number 10, the Water Elder announced. Ye Feng's heart sank. He slowly emerged from the iron cage, while a cultivator stepped forth from the opposite cage. Late stage, transformation realm. A middle-aged man with a solemn expression. To reach the 4th round required more than mere cultivation level. Ye Feng was convinced this fellow was also a master of schemes and cunning. To progress to the 5th round from the innate realm, one must possess considerable skill. The middle-aged man cupped his hands in a humble gesture. Please, senior, go easy on me. After all, we are already among the top 30 and shall not be sacrificed. Ye Feng replied gravely, rest assured. Since I cannot claim first place nor win the affection of the 7th princess, I won't strike too hard. However, I hope you two refrain from dealing a fatal blow. The middle-aged man responded politely. Good. Ye Feng nodded. Begin. With the Water Elder's command, Ye Feng unexpectedly unleashed 6 flying swords. Simultaneously, he pushed his sacred magic to its zenith, charging toward the middle-aged man. Almost as soon as he made his move, the middle-aged man summoned his most powerful sword. A gigantic sword appeared above him, slicing down fiercely toward Ye Feng. With such momentum, it was hardly reminiscent of his earlier style. The fellow clearly launched a lethal attack from the very beginning. Yet, Ye Feng was not to be underestimated. He had anticipated this very scenario. The two were like needles against wheat, locked in a fierce contest. Clang! Ye Feng's 6 flying swords were cleaved apart by the middle-aged man's massive sword. Unfortunately for him, Ye Feng's body collided forcefully with the man's chest. Bang! The middle-aged man staggered back 3 steps. However, Ye Feng would not grant him the luxury of respite. Swiftly seizing his throat, the chilling ice flames engulfed the man, momentarily transforming him into a frozen statue. Yet, the icy prison lasted but a heartbeat before the man erupted from it, becoming a blazing fireball. Despicable scoundrel! The middle-aged man roared with fury, launching a series of palm strikes towards Ye Feng. You are not far behind. Ye Feng countered and surged forward. Boom! The two clashed once more, but this time, Ye Feng retreated 6 or 7 steps while the middle-aged man only fell back 4. Come again. Boom! They collided again, with the middle-aged man retreating 6 or 7 steps, while Ye Feng only fell back 4. Die! A colossal net shot forth from the fireball. Ye Feng's heart sank as he swiftly dodged. Even so, the net grazed his arm, tearing flesh and leaving him in excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, Ye Feng charged once more at the middle-aged man. However, this time, he deftly maneuvered behind him, locking his arms under the man's ribs and seizing the back of his neck. This was an utterly inescapable hold in close combat. Ha ha ha, boy. Resorting to this move? The middle-aged man's laughter was abruptly cut short as his expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, he felt his skin quivering at the nape of his neck, while an immense loss of vitality surged through his body. In contrast, Ye Feng's energy, depleted from battle, was instantly replenished, reaching its zenith. Ah! Boom! The middle-aged man trembled violently, managing to shake off Ye Feng. Yet, his cultivation had visibly plummeted to the initial stage of transformation. You wretched creature, what sorcery is this? No comment. Ye Feng clenched his fists, unleashing a thunderous roar. A golden Dharma form emerged behind him. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive punches followed. The first sent the middle-aged man flying 10 meters, crashing against the barrier before rebounding back onto the stage. The second punch left a gaping hole in his chest, revealing the inner organs within. The third punch unleashed a terrifying force that tore the man in half at the waist. Victory! Rang out the voice of Water Gong Gong. Ye Feng leaped down from the platform. He had intended merely to knock the middle-aged man off the stage, but the rebound from the barrier had fortuitously caught the last 2 punches. Swish! The remaining 23 contestants gazed at Ye Feng with a hint of trepidation in their eyes. Even contestant number 14 regarded him with an unusual expression. That a congenital realm fighter could endure until the 5th round was already a remarkable feat as of now. Ye Feng has successfully defeated a late-stage Hua Yuan cultivator in the 5th round, compelling them to pay closer attention. On the elevated platform of the 2nd floor, Emperor Huang raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with the national princess beside him. The 7th princess set down her goblet, gazing intently at Ye Feng's silhouette. After a moment, her fair cheeks flushed slightly. In the arena, The only two individuals with a semblance of striking good looks were Ye Feng and the youth designated as number 14. Most young maidens are rather superficial. They tend to prioritize appearance over the prowess of their suitors. In the second match, contestant number 9 faced off against number 11. Bai Zhuo and another cultivator ascended the stage. Both were practitioners at the divine origin realm, yet Bai Zhuo evidently held a slight advantage in cultivation level. Senior brother Bai, let us keep this friendly. I'll allow you a single strike to send me off the platform, number 11 humbly suggested, demonstrating a degree of self-awareness. Bai Zhuo nodded in acknowledgement, then shook his head. The battle commenced swiftly and ended just as quickly. With a single palm strike, Bai Zhuo sent number 11 tumbling off the stage, sparing his life in the process. Suddenly, 21 bombers soared overhead, slicing through the protective formation of the nation. On the city walls, all spiritual crossbows were aimed skyward. Emperor Huang abruptly lifted his gaze toward the heavens. Beasts. My lord, it cannot be beasts. The national princess replied, her lips parting slightly. Indeed, within 1,000 miles, high-level beasts had long been eradicated. What ordinary beasts would dare to fly above the national defense formation? After uttering this, Emperor Huang extended his hand toward the sky. Inside the bomber, Long Wu occupied the pilot's seat, his eyes fixed intently on the protective formation below. This barrier is far more formidable than that of Ping Zhou. I fear that even if we unleashed all our weaponry, we might not breach it, Long Wu remarked. There is no other option. We must drop the hydrogen bomb at the southern gate of the capital to demonstrate the might of Warm Spring Island, Yan Li proposed. Though she was merely a resident now, she had already embraced Warm Spring Island as her home. In this egalitarian place, where assimilation was remarkably high, she had cast aside her former sect and devoted herself entirely to the island's cause. Understood. Long Wu activated the intercom. All aircraft, heed my command. Proceed to the southern gate. Bombers 3 and 4 released the hydrogen bomb over an open area to avoid civilian casualties. Received, came the responses from the pilots of bombers 3 and 4. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A sudden tempest arose before bomber number 2. And a pitch-black void materialized out of thin air. Caught off guard, bomber number 2 plunged directly into the black hole. With a whoosh, the entire aircraft was consumed, leaving only a single wing fluttering down from the sky. In the palace, Emperor Huang's expression shifted slightly. He abruptly gestured, and in the center of the square, a violent wind erupted as another black hole appeared. Within this void, the latest bomber from Warm Spring Island reemerged. Is this spatial displacement technique? Is this the divine talent of the distracted cultivator? Truly formidable. Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he stepped forward. The bomber lay overturned on the ground, from which 4 helmeted and sunglasses-clad pilots struggled to emerge. The moment they exited, they swiftly drew their heavy water pistols from their waists. Mog, have we entered paradise? One of the pilots inquired. It does resemble paradise to some extent. Otherwise, how could it be so splendid? The others glanced warily at the high-ranking officials surrounding them. Ah, is it him? Shunan exclaimed, rising excitedly. A commanding voice resonated from the elevated platform above. What manner of beings are you? Emperor Huang Lin inquired coolly. And who are you? Mog retorted. Impudent, the one-eyed black guard flashed forward, positioning himself between the 4. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 fired simultaneously. Unfortunately, their bullets merely struck the black guard's body. With the recovery abilities of a refining void cultivator, even a pierced heart could mend within mere seconds. The 4 were swiftly disarmed and bound with a chain of black iron. What kind of cursed place is this? This does not resemble paradise at all. Emperor Huang Lin glared coldly at the 4. Speak. Where do you hail from? Ding Tuanshuan, seizing the opportunity, quickly stood up. Your Majesty, I know they are from my hot spring island, and they pilot the very bombers in question. If your Majesty is willing to release Ye Feng, my hot spring island shall provide you with 20 bombers, she proclaimed loudly. Hot Spring Island. Emperor Huang Lin squinted his eyes. Am I mistaken? You are Tuanshuan? Tuanshuan? Goodness. Tuanshuan, it has been ages. You have grown even more beautiful, Mog shouted. Is this the time for such frivolities? Ding Tuanshuan shot a glance at Emperor Huang Lin. Ha ha. Ye Feng. It seems he holds great significance for Hot Spring Island. Little girl, are you attempting to negotiate with me? Emperor Huang Lin replied coldly with a smirk. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have considered a trade. However, in the presence of so many high-ranking officials and state leaders, he would certainly not barter with a mere child. Without authority, How could he command those powerful state lords? 20 bombers. You have witnessed their might. Surely, you could exchange for another person? Ding Tianquan expressed her shock. What she failed to grasp was that the considerations of a sovereign vastly differ from her commercial mindset. A monarch must contemplate matters more comprehensively. At times, it is not merely about value. Little girl, I shall refrain from punishing you. This so-called bomber must leave my national defense formation immediately. Otherwise, you have seen the consequences. Emperor Huang Lin gestured toward the overturned bomber and the 4 captured pilots. Ding Tianquan fell silent. The bomber, before a distracted cultivator, was indeed lacking. With a mere spatial shift, the cultivator had seized the bomber from the skies. I shall go first. After Ding Tianquan finished speaking, he prepared to walk outside the royal palace. At that moment, a slight tremor shook the ground. Everyone's gaze turned towards the southern gate of the capital. 2 mushroom clouds surged into the sky, quickly reaching several thousand meters in height. Layer upon layer of shockwaves radiated outward in all directions. Huang Lindy's expression changed dramatically as he suddenly struck his waist. A flying sword soared into the clouds, and simultaneously, his body ascended into the air, his feet landing firmly on the sword's body. From his elevated vantage point, he finally comprehended the situation at the southern gate. Seeking death? Enraged, Huang Lindy grasped at the void once more. In the next moment, he forcefully hurled his hand downward. Another bomber was transported into the royal palace, but this time it was shattered into pieces, resulting in the simultaneous demise of 4 pilots. When he attempted to cast the spatial displacement technique again, the remaining bomber exploded and accelerated to over 6 Mach, vanishing with a swift whoosh at the southern gate. Huang Lindy halted his spellcasting. Spatial displacement was indeed remarkable, yet it bore distance limitations. Furthermore, if the bomber accelerated to supersonic speeds, he would also be unable to track its trajectory through spatial displacement. With a whoosh, Huang Lindy returned to the high platform on the 2nd floor. The contest of powers continued. He waved his hand and returned to his seat, his expression ashen. Hey, you have witnessed the might of Wan Shou Island. Are you certain you wish to send our Feng Ge to his death? Chunin could no longer contain himself and stood up. Huh. Huang Lindy raised an eyebrow. Very well, I shall see just how capable Wan Shou Island truly is. 5th match. Number 10 versus number 18, announced the voice of Water Gong Gong. Chunin narrowed his eyes, coldly regarding the monarch. Do not regard me with such eyes, lest you find yourself killed, warned Quang Ren, tugging at Chun An's sleeve. Who kills whom remains to be seen, Chunin retorted, ultimately sitting back down. Meanwhile, Ding Tianquan, after a moment of stupor, suddenly glanced at the relatively intact bomber. The bomber was equipped with 4 air propulsion units, 2 located on each wing and 2 at the tail. If he could seize the bomber now, would there be a chance to rescue Brother Yi? 2,000 kilometers away from the capital, 19 bombers were slowly descending. However, on the ground, a squad of cavalry had gathered, looking up at the sky. Who was up there? Hurry down for inspection. The leader, a peak transformation practitioner, was likely part of the capital's patrol. Long Wu narrowed his eyes and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger on the onboard Gatling gun. A line of fire shot towards the ground, instantly obliterating the 200 cavalry practitioners, while the survivors hastily fled in panic. Finally, the 19 bombers had completely landed. Long Wu stepped out of the cockpit. Brother Wu, that monarch is formidable. He can actually seize our bombers from the void, Yinli remarked, her complexion somewhat pale. She had heard of transformation practitioners being able to utilize spatial displacement, but was unprepared for the reality of witnessing it, leaving her momentarily speechless. At this juncture, the only option is to procure bombers from other concessions. After Long Wu spoke, he approached bomber number 7. You must fly to Pingzhou immediately and persuade the leaders of the various concessions to send all the bombers available in their jurisdictions here. Furthermore, gather heavy water bullets, element boxes, and if possible, hydrogen bombs. Bring them all here. Understood, 5th brother, the pilot replied, pulling the control lever. Bomber number 7 ascended gracefully, vanishing into the sky with a swift whoosh. The 5th round was nearing its conclusion, and now, there was an additional contender, number 25. Shui Gonggong gazed at the lone competitor who had not been selected for the arena. Although number 25 has fortuitously avoided the arena contest, I hold little respect for him. You may now select someone from these 12 elites to battle, Shui Gonggong stated. Number 25 nodded, his sharp gaze sweeping over Ye Feng and the other 11. After a few gestures, he suddenly pointed at Ye Feng, the only innate realm cultivator among the 12. Why choose me? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. Your ascent to the top 12 as a mid-innate realm cultivator is quite surprising. I wish to see what other capabilities you possess. Number 25 replied nonchalantly. Can I select someone else? Ye Feng countered. What do you think? Step up obediently. Even if you lose, you've already secured a place in the top 30. So there's nothing to fear, number 25 inquired, still oblivious to the true situation. The reality was that only individuals numbered 1 and 31 could survive. All others from 2 to 30 were destined for sacrifice. I warn you, my first strike will either result in death or severe injury. I will not hold back. Therefore, I suggest you select another contender. Ye Feng's anger flared within him. Are you afraid? Just step into the arena. Number 25 chuckled lightly, his expression utterly relaxed. After all, he knew he could not defeat Ye Feng and had already entered the top 30. Ye Feng's thoughts diverged. He had received word that only the first place would survive. This information was partially incorrect. However, if he truly claimed first, he believed the monarch would honor the underlying rule and allow him to wed the princess, thereby ensuring his survival as the prince consort. Trivial matters, Ye Feng seethed internally. Yet he had no choice but to ascend to the arena. Young man, I shall grant you one move. I want to see which technique you will employ at the outset. Number 25 smiled lightly. Very well. Ye Feng nodded, suddenly clenching his fists, unleashing a thunderous roar. A golden emerged from his back. Simultaneously, his physical form expanded, transforming him into a towering giant of 3 meters. A golden shield enveloped the giant, crackling with electric energy, while 3 Sanskrit characters spiraled wildly across his surface. A formidable aura surged into the heavens, piercing through the light curtain. Ye Feng's complexion turned pale. He simultaneously unleashed the 3rd layer of the divine demonic art, along with the electric goddess valor and the ice flame divine technique, feeling the energy within him nearly reaching its limit. Yet, to obliterate the peak transformation stage cultivator before him in a single strike, he gritted his teeth and invoked the 4th layer of the Chongyang technique. Chapter 1278. Dominating everyone present, Ye Feng suddenly thrust out a punch. Bolstered by the 4th layer of the Chongyang technique, his already formidable strength surged fourfold. The expression on the face of the opponent, number 25, changed dramatically, and in a flurry, he released his protective divine light. Alas, it was too late. Boom. Ye Feng's fist landed solidly upon his divine shield. Puff. The divine light shattered as if made of mere paper. Puff. A golden fist pierced through number 25's chest. Blood-sucking art. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Ye Feng's fist began to voraciously drain his life force. It was evident to the naked eye that number 25 shrank in size, his face contorting grotesquely. He wished to beg for mercy, but Ye Feng offered him no chance, maximizing the blood-sucking art. Otherwise, with the strength of a peak transformation stage cultivator, even a fist through the chest might not guarantee annihilation, as the opponent could gradually restore their body using their energy. 5 seconds later, a half-dry corpse collapsed upon the arena. Puff, 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 puff. The manifestations of his divine form and the sacred inscriptions on his body extinguished in succession, revealing his true visage. Below the arena, everyone's mouths hung agape, as if they could swallow a papaya whole. This included Shui Gonggong and Bai Li Rui. They had not anticipated that Ye Feng would unleash his true powers at the last moment. Particularly astonishing was the Chongyang technique, which could amplify one's strength fourfold, truly unfathomable. In fact, on the Star-Meng Continent, there were techniques that could enhance strength, but they demanded an exceedingly robust physical constitution. If one's body were not sufficiently strong, amplifying strength fourfold would likely result in the body collapsing after a single punch. Even if it did not collapse, one would be left with no capacity to continue fighting. A sensible person would not gamble everything on a single blow. They would typically opt for a more gradual approach. In contrast, Ye Feng appeared to have suffered no significant energy depletion, perhaps none at all. This young man is becoming increasingly intriguing, Bai Li Rui remarked after a moment of contemplation. Beside him, Yang Shi squinted his eyes, casting an appreciative glance at Ye Feng. Huang Tianfeng had indeed recruited a remarkable talent. Although this young man was merely in the mid-stage of the innate realm, in terms of divine techniques, even those in the early stages of the divine origin realm might not be his match. After speaking, Yang Shi turned to the sovereign, Emperor Huanglin. Your Majesty, what are your thoughts? This Ye Feng has indeed surprised me. It seems that within the Gale Wind District's secret realm, there exist some ancient divine techniques. I shall take the time to visit, Emperor Huang Lin replied thoughtfully. At the base of the platform, Huang Tianfeng and Dr. Yu raised their cups in a toast. This Ye Feng is certainly remarkable, truly worthy of being the lord of an island, Dr. Yu chuckled. Ha! If Ye Feng manages to fortuitously claim the first position, he shall escape death, with boundless riches awaiting him, Huang Tianfeng declared, lifting his cup and downing its contents in one gulp. In stark contrast, Chunin and Ding Tuanshuan bore expressions as dark as the bottom of a pot. While Ye Feng held a respectable position among the top 12, he faced a 50% chance of confronting a practitioner at the divine origin realm. Despite the unwavering confidence that the two harbored in Ye Feng, they doubted his ability to vanquish foes across two significant realms. Even though Ye Feng could likely prevail against most, the formidable Baizhua stood as a peak powerhouse of the divine origin realm. Furthermore, there was the robust youth from the late transformation realm, whose dark radiance was elusive. Ye Feng might not withstand the onslaught of his shadows. Should Ye Feng emerge victorious, a spot among the top 12 would be secured. Bring forth the body and dispose of it, the sharp, high-pitched voice of Steward Shui commanded. Esteemed guests, please ascend the stage to present yourselves anew for everyone's acquaintance. A gentle smile graced Steward Shui's face. Baizhua hesitated momentarily before striding onto the platform. The other practitioners maintained their composure and followed suit. Isn't there a sacrifice of 10 individuals? Why allow them to steal the spotlight? Chunin inquired of the nearby Kuangren. Perhaps it is to reassure them, after all. Some of these individuals have lived for over a millennium. Steward Shui likely fears they might discern something amiss, and, consequently, refrain from exerting their full strength in the forthcoming battles, which would render the event less thrilling, Kuangren speculated. Chunin replied, these despicable nobles treat lives as mere trifles. One day, they shall reap the consequences of their actions. Hey, brethren, I am also a noble. Please do not include me, came the protest from Kuangren, while Xue Fu glared in indignation at Chunin. I was not referring to you two, but rather those above. Chunin gestured toward the sovereign on the high platform. Be cautious, the sovereign's divine sense is formidable. It is possible that he has already heard your words, Kuangren warned. If he hears, so be it. I have no fear of him. That despicable, Chunin began. But his mouth was swiftly covered by Kuangren. Let us begin from the left. Please introduce yourselves. Top 12, Steward Shui smiled warmly. I am Mannersai, hailing from the 100 Yu Forest. I am Danua Duaji, from Pingchong Ancient, Iha Mengshi, also from the 100 Yu Forest. I am Zhong Feinen, a native of the 100 Yu. I am Wu Haohua, from Qinzhou. At this moment, it was the turn of the sturdy youth who had unleashed the dark radiance. I am Yun Fei, from the Blood Moon Kingdom. Below the stage, the crowd suddenly understood. No wonder it was difficult to discern how this individual struck. He was not from the Black Mountain Empire, but rather a captive from the Blood Moon Kingdom. In no time, all had introduced themselves. Ye Feng was surprised to find that most of the experts among them hailed from the 100 Yu Forest. It appeared that the Black Mountain Empire frequently clashed with the savages of the 100 Yu, resulting in numerous captives. Only he stood apart. The Emperor Huang Ling raised an eyebrow slightly, observing the top 12 on the platform. The fighting spirit emanating from the 20 seemed to have dulled from its initial sharpness. For within the minds of the top 12, there was a tacit understanding that winning was of little consequence. They would not face sacrifice. Brave warriors. The moment has arrived to unveil the truth. Among the 12 of you, only one shall emerge alive, the champion of this contest. The rest shall be sacrificed to the great god of the spear. As these words escaped Huang Lin Emperor's lips, the countenances of the 11 on the stage shifted dramatically. Even the usually composed Baizhua and Yun Fei bore expressions of despair. No, a cultivator bellowed, his fist crashing against the translucent barrier of the arena. The barrier merely trembled slightly before remaining steadfast. While the others refrained from attacking the barrier, their fists clenched tightly, casting furious glares at Huang Lin Emperor. Indeed, maintain your wrath and fighting spirit, Huang Lin Emperor thought, taking a sip of the spiritual wine beside him. Alas, Ye Feng sighed heavily. He had initially hoped to seize an opportunity to outsmart the 11 unaware of the truth, thus easing his path in the ensuing battles. Yet, that scoundrel Huang Lin Emperor had disclosed the reality to them. This meant that he would have to engage in 3 to 4 arduous confrontations. Among the 12 elites, Baizhua held the advantage, being the most formidable, at the pinnacle of the divine origin realm, capable of easily overpowering all present. Chapter 1279. Gasping for breath, the expressions of the others turned grim, with one cultivator of the transformation origin realm even reflecting despair in his eyes. Do not be so disheartened. There is a reward for the first place. I have decreed that the champion of this contest shall become my son-in-law. With the 7th princess destined to wed the victor, Huang Lind Emperor fanned the flames further. He feared that these 12 might succumb to despair, which would render the forthcoming battles less thrilling. Scoundrel! Someone could not help but curse. It was akin to having saved diligently for a house, only to be informed by the developer that the funds covered merely the down payment, necessitating further struggle. Anyone would erupt in fury. The contest continued. The first match was Ye Feng against Man Erja. Upon the announcement by the water minister, the others on the stage promptly retreated to the sidelines. What choice did they have? To refrain from fighting was to court death, and none were eager to meet that fate. Man Erja's hands trembled slightly. Ye Feng, this sovereign possesses no integrity. I believe we need not engage in combat. What do you say? At worst, we perish. After all, I am of the transformation origin realm and cannot claim the championship, while you, being of the innate realm, also stand no chance. Man Erja inquired. Indeed. You speak truth. Since he lacks credibility, we shall not fight. Ye Feng feigned indignation in response. He recognized that Man Erja intended to deceive him and strike when he least expected it. Those who had ascended to the ranks of the top 12 were not lacking in cunning. With a swift motion, Ye Feng struck first. His sword pierced through Man Erja's chest and swept upward. With a sickening sound, Man Erja was cleaved in two, half of his head severed. You untrustworthy Black Mountain man, I. Man Erja rasped. Ye Feng, undeterred, spun his flying sword once more, and Man Erja was instantly reduced to a puddle of blood mist. Just moments prior, Ye Feng had indeed sensed that Man Erja had not utilized any spiritual power. It appears that the words he expressed earlier were indeed heartfelt, as he does not wish to be observed like a mere monkey. Are the inhabitants of the Baiwa forest all so candid? A flicker of guilt stirred within Ye Feng. However, his gaze soon transformed into one of unwavering determination. What does it matter? What if he encounters a devious and cunning adversary? Ultimately, it could be his own life at stake. Hence, he must never let his guard down during combat. Congratulations to Ye Feng for successfully entering the top 6. The next match features Bai Zhuo against Ping Changgu. Bai Zhuo ascended the arena with measured strides. Ping Changgu, of considerable strength, stood at the mid-stage of the divine origin realm. Although slightly weaker than Bai Zhuo nonetheless approached the contest with utmost seriousness. The two formidable masters clashed, and the onlookers went wild, placing heavy bets on both contenders. Bai Zhuo's odds were 3-1, while Ping Changgu's were 1-3. Wealth comes with risk. I bet 1 million spirit stones on Ping Changgu, and if he wins, I shall receive 3 million spirit stones. I wager 5 million on Bai Zhuo. Brother, would you care to place a bet? I can lend you some spirit stones, asked Kuang Ren. Bet on what? My brother Feng is still up there. I have no mind for betting. Please place a wager of 50,000 spirit stones on Ping Changgu for me, replied Chunin. On the arena, the two masters stood poised with their swords. At their level of combat, the need for sword manipulation was rendered unnecessary, as wielding the sword directly proved far more effective. Let us begin. Kill. The two soon engaged in fierce battle. Bai Zhuo fought with remarkable steadiness, primarily focusing on defense, while Ping Changgu relentlessly pressed the attack, leaving little room for his own protection. Given that his realm was 2 levels below Bai Zhuo's, he knew that a protracted battle would inevitably lead to his defeat. Thus, he sought to end the conflict swiftly. Bai Zhuo, fortified by abundant spiritual energy, was well equipped to maintain a stable defense. Time was not on Ping Changgu's side, and his defeat was all but assured. Indeed, within a mere quarter of an hour, Ping Changgu began to gasp for breath. Although Bai Zhuo too was panting, his gasps were far less labored than those of Ping Changgu. Thud! A sword pierced through the heart. The immense power contained within Bai Zhuo's strike obliterated Ping Changgu's formidable strength, leaving him with no room for struggle. Ye Feng nodded in quiet approval. It seems that in the future, when he takes lives, he must enhance the spiritual energy within his sword. Otherwise, the process could become exceedingly troublesome. The formidable strength of cultivators is so potent that even if their heads are severed, they can still struggle for quite some time. Thus, one must extinguish their entire strength to prevent being counterattacked. Boom! Ping Changgu's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Bai Zhua emerged victorious. Someone, dispose of the body. In the third match, Yun Fei faced off against Dechong Fei Nan. All ears were perked with anticipation. Yun Fei had never known defeat. While Dechong Fei Nan was a formidable opponent at the late stage of the divine origin realm, second only to Bai Zhua in terms of rank. Moreover, Yun Fei's previous opponents had predominantly been without divine origin realm cultivators. Hence, everyone was eager to witness whether Yun Fei could triumph over this late-stage powerhouse. As Dechong Fei Nan stepped onto the arena, he cast a deep gaze at Yun Fei. The previously expressionless Yun Fei now bore a weighty countenance. And under the pressure of the moment, he could not help but glance at his right arm. Beneath the arena, all eyes were fixed upon his right arm. The battle commenced. Swift as lightning, Zhong Feinan struck first, wielding an iron rod that came crashing down towards Yun Fei's head. In a flash, a dark gleam swept by, severing the rod into two pieces. The ominous shadow continued its relentless assault, cleaving Zhong Feinan's body in half. A gasp arose. How could this be? No blood flowed. It dawned on the onlookers that, instead of being bisected, Zhong Feinan had transformed into an ethereal wisp, vanishing from sight. Yun Fei, taken aback, spun around abruptly. There stood Zhong Feinan's true form behind him, brandishing the iron rod once more, aiming for his skull. In a moment of dire urgency, Yun Fei tilted his head aside, narrowly evading the blow. The rod struck his shoulder with a resounding impact. A cry of anguish escaped Yun Fei's lips as he felt a jolt in his right arm. In a blink, the dark gleam reappeared. In a pivotal moment, Zhong Feinan wielded the iron rod with unyielding ferocity. The sound of tearing metal echoed through the air. Staggering back, Zhong Feinan tore open his tunic, revealing a gaping wound on his chest. "You?" he uttered, but before he could finish, the wound transformed into a ravenous black void. Shadows spiraled from his injury, disappearing instantaneously. In the next instant, Zhong Feinan seemed to be drained of all vitality, collapsing softly onto the arena floor. Thus fell a formidable master of the divine origin realm. Struggling to his feet, Yun Fei clutched his shoulder, which was stained crimson and appeared to sag. Yun Fei victorious. "Physician, attend to his injuries immediately. Ensure he is at peak condition before the next match," commanded the steward. Forthwith, several physicians hurried into the luminescent barrier. Yun Fei, pallid and weary, exited the arena, surrendering himself to their care. In the subsequent match, Wu Haogu swiftly dispatched his opponent with a flurry of strikes from his flying sword, leaving only fragments in his wake. Ye Feng did not witness the remaining two bouts, choosing instead to close his eyes and meditate. Though the blood-sucking technique could rapidly restore strength, full recuperation required a period of tranquility. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, until the steward's voice resonated from outside the arena. Chapter 1280, Your Calculated Strategy. Laughter erupted. Excellent. The new top 6 have emerged. Ye Feng, Bai Zhua, Yun Fei, Wu Haogu, Hua Shiyun, and Nuan Yun. Thunderous applause erupted from below. Ye Feng remained stoic, unperturbed by the recent life-and-death struggles that had fortified his composure. Even amidst chaos, his gaze remained unwavering. Considering the 6 participants, it was determined that they could not engage in one-on-one combat. Thus, they would simultaneously enter the semifinals, battling in groups of 3. The first group comprised Ye Feng, Wu Haogu, and Nuan Yun, while the second group included Bai Zhua, Yun Fei, and Hua Shiyun. "Now, let the first trio prepare," announced the steward. The members of the second group exchanged glances, pale with trepidation, as they retreated from the arena. Only Ye Feng, Wu Haogu, and Nuan Yun remained upon the stage. Wu Haogu hesitated for a moment, retreating 10 paces to allow the 3 of them to form a triangular formation. Nuan Yun tightly pressed her lips together, her forehead shadowed with darkness. "Ye Feng, let us first join forces to eliminate Nuan Yun, and then we shall duel," Wu Haogu declared. Both he and Nuan Yun were at the early stage of the divine origin realm, thus they regarded each other as formidable adversaries. Although Ye Feng possessed certain abilities, he was merely at the mid-stage of the innate realm, which rendered him somewhat insignificant in their eyes. Ye Feng remained silent, casting his gaze toward Nuan Yun. "Nuan Yun, let us unite to defeat him first. He is the strongest. Once we vanquish him, we can decide our fate." "You still have a glimmer of hope," Nuan Yun urged. Ye Feng crossed his arms and took a step back. "Nuan Yun, if that is the case, let us first engage in a contest. Wu Hao no longer hesitated, brandishing his long sword with a thunderous whoosh. Who fears whom? Nuo Yinyun retrieved a massive hammer from her storage pouch. The two of them rolled and tumbled in fierce combat on the arena, while Ye Feng positioned himself as close to the edge of the platform as possible, enveloped in a layer of golden light for protection, striving to avoid confrontation. Coward! Get up! Fight like a man! Don't hide back there and slack off. The crowd below the stage erupted in shouts, but Ye Feng remained indifferent. You fool! Do you consider yourself a monkey? Expecting me to entertain you? Coward! Weakling! Shameless! Bang! Nuo Yinyun's palm struck Wu Haogua, yet at the same moment, his sword pierced her chest. Just as he aimed to extinguish the vigor within his opponent, suddenly, Nuo Yinyun clasped Wu Haogua's head tightly and squeezed with force. Bang! Ah! Wu Haogua's eyes burst simultaneously. Nuo Yinyun's entire body went limp, her vigor dissipated, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud. My eyes, my eyes! Wu Haogua cried out desperately on the arena, swinging his sword with fervor. Ye Feng, come forth for a fair duel. You shall also blindfold yourself. He shouted while wielding his sword. However, as a practitioner of the divine origin realm, he could not release his divine sense within the capital, relying solely on his hearing and smell. I'm afraid I cannot comply, Ye Feng replied, lightly patting his waist. Whoosh! 20 strands of golden light shot forth from his waist pouch. Thud! One strand pierced through Wu Haogua's body. Damn it! Wu Haogua cursed vehemently, wielding his spirit sword chaotically around him. Unfortunately, the effort drained his energy significantly after dodging a few strikes. Ye Feng caused him to expend 80% of his spirit power. Ye Feng, come out and face me. Thud! A golden sword pierced through the back of his head, protruding from his mouth. Simultaneously, Ye Feng's entire being trembled as a powerful vitality surged through him. After struggling several times, Wu Haogua's vigor finally vanished, and he collapsed in the center of the arena with a thud. Clap, clap, clap. Master Shui applauded. Splendid, splendid. The victor of the semifinals, Ye Feng, cried Water Master. With that, all eyes turned towards Ye Feng, including those of Yun Fei and Bai Zhua. If Ye Feng had merely triumphed in the earlier rounds, it could have been attributed to mere luck. However, now that he had advanced to the finals, it compelled the esteemed experts to reassess his prowess. Could this individual truly be at the innate realm? Might he have deliberately suppressed his own cultivation? It seemed unlikely. He genuinely appeared to be at the innate stage. Ye Feng offered a subtle smile and gracefully descended from the arena. Yet, his 12 flying swords lay concealed around the stage. Just moments ago, he had taken advantage of the audience's focus on Wu Haogua's lifeless form to swiftly arrange the 12 swords. However, this was merely a preliminary setup. Upon reaching the ground beneath the arena, he needed to enhance the sword formation further. In the next semifinal, the contenders were Bai Zhua, Yun Fei, and Hua Shiyun. Each of these three was formidable, particularly Bai Zhua. Should Bai Zhua emerge victorious, Ye Feng knew he would stand no chance against this peak transformation master. Even if he were affected by the slow-acting medicine, its effects had only slightly impacted his stamina. Thus, he had no choice but to quietly arrange the clear wind sword formation around the arena, hoping it would prove useful at a critical moment. Bai Zhua, Yun Fei, and Hua Shiyun took to the stage, the three masters landing simultaneously, their sharp gazes sweeping over their two opponents. In a three-way brawl, balance was paramount, aligning with the weaker opponent to confront the stronger one, and then dueling with the other weaker contender. Hua Shiyun's eyes flickered, alternating between Bai Zhua and Yun Fei. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke slowly. Yun Fei, let us first deal with him, pointing at Bai Zhua. Yun Fei's expression remained impassive as he moved forward, appearing beside Hua Shiyun. In Hua Shiyun's estimation, Bai Zhua was at the pinnacle of the divine origin realm, undoubtedly stronger than Yun Fei, who was merely at the transformation realm. Even though Yun Fei possessed some strange tactics, he was not to be underestimated. The entire martial arts square fell silent, with everyone keenly observing this thrilling semifinal. Spectating not only allowed one to witness the clash of combatants, but also offered a glimpse into their inner worlds, akin to a grand performance. Bai Zhua's lips twitched slightly. Hua Shiyun, you have devised a clever plan, first uniting with Yun Fei to eliminate me, then turning on Yun Fei. However, you may be overestimating yourself. Yun Fei's abilities are beyond my comprehension, let alone yours. Bai Zhua began to incite tension. Water Master intentionally refrained from announcing the start, opting to let the three engage in psychological warfare first. This strategy would enhance the overall experience, enabling the audience to appreciate the strategies before the tactics, and ultimately, the combat itself. Hua Shiyun slowly turned his head to face the impassive Yun Fei. Yun Fei, where did that dark radiance emanate from? Does it belong to a magical artifact or a divine ability? Hua Shiyun inquired. Chapter 1281. Unexpected developments. Yun Fei raised an eyebrow, suddenly shifting his form to stand beside Bai Zhua. You? Hua Shiyun felt a weight in his heart. You need not divulge the details. Yet it would be unwise to ally with Bai Zhua. Our partnership would yield greater odds against him. Hua Shiyun hastily interjected. Clearly, his previous remarks had struck a nerve with Yun Fei. The other's dark radiance was a hidden prowess, not to be scrutinized by others. My apologies, Yun Fei replied, shaking his head. This is absurd. Brother Bai, I acknowledge my earlier misstep. Let us join forces to first ascertain the nature of this young man's abilities, and afterwards, we shall engage in a fair contest of skills. Hua Shiyun resumed his attempts to win over Bai Zhua. That is unfeasible, Bai Zhua retorted, shaking his head. Senior Bai, spare him the discourse. Let us clear away this trash before we can fully indulge in a duel. Yun Fei spoke slowly. Despite his usual impassive demeanor, his words caused a collective furrow of brows among the onlookers. There was nothing inherently wrong with his statement, yet the tone was imbued with an arrogance that disregarded everyone present. Ye Feng gradually opened his eyes, also directing his gaze towards Yun Fei on the stage. Could it be that he would ultimately face Yun Fei in combat? After all, Yun Fei's abilities remained concealed. Although Bai Zhua possessed formidable strength, his powers were apparent to the naked eye. The adage, a clear arrow is easy to evade, but a hidden dagger is not, rang true. Most notably, Yun Fei remained unperturbed despite knowing Bai Zhua held a significant advantage. Scum. After venting his frustration, Hua Shiyun turned earnestly to Bai Zhua. Brother Bai, you may merely observe from the sidelines, conserving your energy, while I eliminate this Yun Fei, after which I shall engage you in a decisive battle. Oh. Bai Zhua raised an eyebrow, inadvertently stepping back a few paces. Yun Fei's eyes flickered, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Zhua. He had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Essentially, he would first have to battle Hua Shiyun, exhausting considerable energy to vanquish him, only to then confront the formidable Bai Zhua. Shall we begin? The elder Shui sensed the opportune moment had arrived. Whoosh! A dark radiance shot forth from Yun Fei's sleeve. Another ploy? Hua Shiyun scoffed, suddenly transforming into a series of afterimages. 7 apparitions lunged simultaneously towards Yun Fei. The dark radiance brushed past the outermost shadow. Puff! A soft sound resonated. The myriad of afterimages gradually coalesced into a singular figure. Hua Shiyun touched his neck, his mouth opening as if to speak. Yet a torrent of blood surged forth. Gurgle! A severed head tumbled to the ground. Below the stage, Ye Feng felt a weight in his heart. The blood sorcerer? Indeed, while Yun Fei unleashed the dark radiance, Ye Feng had not discerned its origin, but he noted a flicker of red light in Yun Fei's eyes. He recalled that only a blood sorcerer's eyes would turn crimson while casting spells. You? Bai Zhua's previously composed expression now faltered. This Yun Fei appeared to be invincible. Doubt crept into his mind about his own capability to annihilate Yun Fei. My apologies, Senior Bai, Yun Fei declared, his eyes slightly reddening. A flash of dark radiance surged forth. Clang! White Table swiftly raised his right hand, revealing a severed arm on the arena. This is bad, who are you? White Table exclaimed in shock, hastily slapping his waist. Layers of luminous screens emanated from his body, totaling 13, each exuding remarkable density. Not only that, 3 flying swords shot forth from the luminous screens, swirling frantically around him. Suddenly, a flash of black light pierced through the air. The 3 flying swords simultaneously crashed to the ground, transforming into a pile of scrap metal. At the same moment, Yun Fei's complexion paled. Ye Feng's heart settled. It seemed that the usage of this black light was limited, if it could be utilized without restraint. Not even a peak God Yuan practitioner like White Table could withstand it. Even cultivators at the refinement void or spirit division stages would surely be unable to endure the relentless onslaught of the black light. It was akin to his heavy water Gatling gun. Even innate realm practitioners could withstand a single bullet, yet if the Gatling were to fire continuously, even a spirit division practitioner standing still would be reduced to mere pulp. With a series of explosive sounds, 3 beams of black light erupted from Yun Fei's body. Piercing through the 13-layered barrier, as if it were made of paper. Roar! White Table bellowed, clenching his fists and lunging towards Ye Feng. He resolved that attacking was the best form of defense. Merely standing there would eventually lead to his defenses being breached. Ye Feng's expression shifted for the first time. As he retreated, he unleashed the black light. Unfortunately, his speed paled in comparison to White Table's. Just as the black light was released, White Table enveloped him in an embrace. Oh! White Table roared, exerting force with his arms. Instantly, Ye Feng felt the pressure, his bones cracking, and his face turning crimson. Another beam of black light shot forth, piercing through White Table's arm. Lowering his head, Ye Feng bit down hard on White Table's arm, his throat convulsing in desperation. Ah! With a resounding crash, Ye Feng's body was utterly obliterated, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Sighing in relief, White Table collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd below. Those who had wagered on Ye Feng faced heavy losses, while those who had bet on White Table were filled with joy. After 5 seconds, White Table stood up, retrieving the severed arm and pressing it against his shoulder. After a flash of divine light, his arm was miraculously reattached. Is this the prowess of a God Yuan practitioner? Shunan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the God Yuan practitioner's essence is the finest remedy in the world, capable of reattaching severed limbs and restoring lost arms, Kuang Ren explained. Shun An's eyes widened in disbelief. This is incredible. Kuang Ren, are we friends? Of course. Great. Shunan nodded and pointed downwards. Could you possibly help me get mine cut in half and reattached to a donkey instead? Could you find a God Yuan expert to assist me? He said earnestly. His 8th screw had always been incompatible with Qiu Shui's 10th nut, and he had finally found an opportunity. Well, no matter how grand it may be, nothing compares to the original. Moreover, unless one is a practitioner of divine essence, it is impossible for anyone else to connect. Once linked, substantial side effects may ensue, remarked Kuang Ren. Shui Fu's face flushed crimson, hastily turning her head aside. With a resounding slap, Ding Tuanshuan sent Chun and sprawling onto the floor. Disgusting. Ha ha ha, truly unexpected. Yet anticipated in its own way. Steward Shui stepped forward. The victor is Baizhua. Following this, Baizhua shall rest for an hour in preparation for the final match. Steward Shui declared. He had just wagered 2 million spiritual stones on Baizhua, yielding a remarkable profit. Chapter 1282, still not leaving? Even with odds of 3 to 1, he stands to gain over 600,000 spiritual stones. Prepare the meals. Let the 2 runners-up dine before the next bout, instructed Steward Shui. Shortly thereafter, a group arrived, carrying meal containers. One for Ye Feng, one for Baizhua. The 2 sat at a table together, beginning their meal. Elder Bai, is your arm all right? Ye Feng inquired cautiously, eyeing Baizhua. Baizhua flexed his arm. Though the newly reattached limb felt somewhat unwieldy, it mattered little. As the duel of cultivators does not rely on brute strength, and the loss of an arm is not significantly detrimental. Boy, have you conspired to poison me? Baizhua spoke candidly. I would never stoop to such despicable tactics. I, Ye Feng, conduct my affairs with integrity, Ye Feng responded, a hint of guilt in his voice. Humph. Who else could command Dong Yuan Yi but you? Show me your checkbook. Has it not thinned considerably? Baizhua retorted coldly. Me? Indeed, it has diminished greatly. But that is due to my expenditures in other areas. Elder Bai, I sincerely apologize. I shall not hold back in the upcoming match, Ye Feng said gravely. You do not think I would go easy on you, do you? When the time comes, our true strengths shall be revealed, Baizhua stated before resuming his hearty meal. Suddenly, Shunan approached Steward Shui from behind, gently tapping his shoulder. Who? Steward Shui jumped in surprise. It's me. You scoundrel. You nearly gave me a heart attack. What is it? Steward Shui adopted a serious demeanor. Could you do me a favor? Please deliver 2 jars of spiritual wine to them. But ensure 1 jar contains a slow-acting poison for Baizhua. I'll compensate you handsomely afterward. Shunan raised 5 fingers. Huh, do you think that is feasible? The sovereign is right here, surrounded by many state lords. Young man, return home. Let fate take its course, Steward Shui replied nonchalantly. To hell with you. Shunan landed a punch, transforming Steward Shui's face into a raccoon's eye. He harbored a grudge against Steward Shui for failing to act last time he was paid, and this time, both old and new grievances came to a head. Bolt. 2 black-clad guards rushed forward, lifting Chun and off the ground with one hand. Bang! A powerful blow struck Chun's abdomen. Puff! Chun expelled last night's meal, his body sagging limply in midair. Stop! On the arena, Ye Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Chun and to stir up trouble again. Throw him in the celestial prison. Steward Shui waved his hand. Moments later, Chun and was dragged away. Sister Tuanshuan, what should we do? Brother and has been taken away, inquired the number one sycophant. Silence, I require contemplation. Ding Tuanshuan raised her right palm. Sister Tuanshuan, do you not lack intellect? With a swift motion, Ye Feng settled back down, his head throbbing. Just as he was about to extricate himself from his predicament, that scoundrel Chun and seemed to have stirred up yet another trouble. Are we to keep a hostage in the capital indefinitely? On the train from Bays County to North Hot Spring Island, Duoyan Hina, Susan, and Chung Li Bin sat together. Fortunately, the leaders of the concessions supported the rescue of Brother Feng. We have hope, Chung Li Bin exclaimed joyfully. Let us not rejoice too soon. Should we engage in battle with the spirit realm cultivators of the Black Mountain Empire, it would signify that both the northern and southern Hot Spring Islands would be engulfed in flames of war. Thus, our purpose in returning is to relocate the technical personnel, machine tools, generators, and other advanced equipment to another location. Bays County would be ideal, as it has been thoroughly conquered by the Hot Spring Islands, Duoyan Hina remarked slowly. Indeed, Sister Hina, your wisdom in preparing for the worst is commendable, Chung Li Bin praised, giving her a thumbs up. Once we transfer the factories and workers to Bays County, we shall promptly establish new assembly lines, directing all advanced components to a secure location. The factory must be under strict management. No one is permitted to disclose its whereabouts. Violators will be treated as traitors, Susan interjected. Absolutely. In the event that the northern and southern Hot Spring Islands fall, we must retain the hope of a resurgence. Thus the factory's location must remain confidential. I have decided to personally select several senior engineers, Chung Li Bin stated. That would be a great assistance, old Chung. No need for formality, Susan. For Brother Feng's sake, I am willing to do anything, Chung Li Bin replied. The train gradually approached North Hot Spring Island. The moment had arrived. The finals were about to commence. Please, Ye Feng and Bai Zhua, ascend the arena, the sharp voice of Water Gong echoed. Ye Feng tossed aside his food container, wiped his mouth, and was the first to leap onto the stage. Anxious that Bai Zhua's arm might have regained its strength, he sought a swift resolution. After a few moments of contemplation, Bai Zhua slowly ascended the arena. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and activated the sword array immediately. Bai Zhua sensed something amiss, though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of his unease. Ye Feng awaited Water Gong's command to fully awaken the sword array. But not just yet. Bai Zhua discreetly reached for his waist, his fingers gripping a fragmentary talisman. Will you not exchange a few words? Water Gong could not help but inquire. The pre-battle dialogue often held a certain entertainment value, revealing the inner worlds of the combatants. Unnecessary, Ye Feng shook his head. What needed to be said was already articulated during our meal. Bai Zhua concurred. This. Water Gong turned to Huang Lindy on the stage. Then let us commence. Huang Lindy spoke slowly. At your command, Water Gong bowed and declared, the finals begin now. Whoosh. Bai Zhua infused a substantial portion of his spiritual energy into the fragmentary talisman, which transformed into a fireball that dissipated into the air. Simultaneously, Ye Feng also activated his sword array. Whoosh. A rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, and a colossal spear, measuring 100 meters in length, descended from above. This spear disregarded the protective national formation, the palace shield, and the arena's prohibitions, striking directly at Ye Feng. Alarmed, Ye Feng's countenance shifted dramatically, his fingers weaving intricate gestures. Within Bai Zhua's line of sight, Ye Feng's figure vanished entirely, and around him, a void emerged. Within this emptiness, strands of golden silk flickered into view. Damn it! The sword formation. Bai Zhua, possessing remarkable insight, swiftly leapt to the edge of the formation, pointing toward the void. With a thunderous crash, the colossal spear shot toward the periphery of the sword formation. A mournful wail emanated from the entire formation as a head-sized hole appeared in the void. Aware that the sword formation was at its weakest during its initial phase, Bai Zhua seized the opportunity to escape. Failure to do so would result in his utter defeat once the formation solidified. He hurled himself into the opening, clawing at the surrounding space. The hole expanded slightly. Suddenly, a fist thrust through the gap, striking Bai Zhua squarely on the nose. Yet he understood this was his sole chance to flee the sword formation. Despite the blood that flowed freely from his injury, he did not falter. Still not leaving? Ye Feng extended one hand toward the sword formation and pointed at Bai Zhuo's head with the other. With a crackle, a bolt of formidable lightning materialized. Bai Zhuo's hair stood on end as his strength waned significantly. At the same time, a golden thread in the air flickered, slicing into his back, leaving a half-foot-long gash from which blood gushed forth. Another golden thread appeared in the void, aimed directly at Bai Zhuo's head. "Ah!" he roared in frustration, forced to retreat from the edge of the sword formation to its center. In that moment, golden threads flickered all around him, converging into a swirling tempest of sword energy, slowly drawing towards the center. "Go to hell," Bai Zhuo cursed, pointing at the colossal spear. The spear plunged deeply into the ground beneath him. Simultaneously, a thick layer of restrictions radiated from the spear, securing Bai Zhuo firmly at the center of the sword formation. Finally, the golden threads coalesced into clusters, stabilizing the entire sword formation. Yet Ye Feng remained undeterred, fully focused on manipulating the formation. Should his internal spiritual energy dwindle excessively, the formation would collapse in an instant. "Brother Ye, you can do it. Keep going." Ding Tuan watched the arena with astonished delight. Previously filled with concern as Ye Feng entered the top 30, her demeanor shifted now as he approached the championship. She fervently hoped for his victory, praying he would not fail, lest the previous battles yield nothing. Clear wind sword formation. Strangle. Ye Feng bellowed, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The golden threads transformed into serpentine forms, surging toward the center of the sword formation. In that moment, Bai Zhuo found himself submerged in a vast ocean, his body rising and falling with the undulating formation. "Bai Zhu, persevere, do not falter. I have wagered 10 million spirit stones on you," Huang Tian shouted from the outside. Since Emperor Huang had openly declared his intentions, those on the arena could now hear the voices from below. Bai Zhu's countenance darkened as he lightly patted his waist. A pitch-black iron hammer materialized in the air. "Go." The hammer emitted a thunderous roar as it struck the edge of the sword formation. Boom. Hundreds of golden threads were dispersed. However, more golden threads coalesced from within the sword formation. These golden threads were ethereal, no matter how many he shattered. It was futile unless he could directly strike the 12 flying swords arranged around the formation. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Unfortunately, after the formation was established, the surroundings transformed into an abyss of nothingness, leaving Bai Zhu disoriented. After a while, the hammer was incessantly sliced by the golden threads, reducing it to a mere rod, which vanished instantly within the sword formation. Bai Zhu clenched his fists and suddenly opened his mouth. A wave of sound energy surged from his center toward a certain direction within the sword formation. The effect was remarkable. Numerous golden threads were scattered, and the sound wave nearly penetrated the entire formation. Bai Zhu's heart leaped with joy as he cast 2 layers of protective divine light around himself and charged forward in the direction where the sound wave had penetrated. In just 2 flashes, he reached the edge of the sword formation and struck fiercely into the void. Bang! A flicker of spiritual light shimmered in the void. Outside the formation, Ye Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. "So powerful. Even through the formation, he can accurately locate my position?" Ye Feng ground his teeth and activated the sword formation once more. Countless golden threads surged toward Bai Zhu. Uft! Ah! One of Bai Zhu's ears and an arm were severed. With a cry of agony, he disregarded breaking the sword formation and returned to its center. "Ye Feng! Ye Feng, where are you? Ye Feng, where are you?" Bai Zhu's hollow voice echoed within the sword formation. It was as if Ye Feng's grandfather was calling him home for dinner. He opened his mouth, ready to respond. "No, brother Ye, don't." Ding Tuan shouted from below the arena. Ye Feng was startled and quickly shook his head. What a formidable soul-binding technique. I almost fell victim. Ye Feng bit his tongue, forcing himself to remain alert, and began to regenerate the golden threads. "Ye Feng, release the sword formation. I surrender. Let me concede first place to you. You are young, while I am an old man. It matters not if I perish. You can marry the 7th princess and become the prince consort." A voice, exceedingly seductive, resonated once more from within the sword formation. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, attempting to block out the sound. Yet, it seemed to emanate from the depths of his mind, rendering him unable to ignore it. "Ye Feng, you wretch, release the sword formation." Bai Zhu paced restlessly at the center of the formation, his eyes blood red. The golden threads had advanced into the center by several meters, leaving him with only 5 meters of space. These threads displayed no discernible pattern. Sometimes they veered left, other times right, or appeared directly from the void, making them impossible to defend against. Apologies, but I fear I can no longer restrain myself. After uttering these words, Ye Feng channeled all the vital energy within him into the sword array, relinquishing any reserve to combat external threats. At this moment, even a mere mortal could easily slay Ye Feng. The sword array, after a minute of vigorous motion, finally made contact with the divine spear's restriction. Clang, clang, clang. The entire sword array trembled. Truly, the divine spear's talisman, even in its fragmented form, possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Upon the high platform, Emperor Huanglin could not help but speak softly. My lord, if we can locate the few spirit beasts left by the spear deity, perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope for us to ascend to the demigod realm. This Baizhua, who has discovered the remnants of the spear deity, may have visited the deity's ruins. Guo slowly interjected. It matters not. With our talents, we need not rely on the spear deity's treasures, as we too have a chance to break through to the demigod realm and become the true sovereigns of this realm. Huanglin smiled gently. Beyond the demigod realm, there exist 3 higher stages. It is not so simple. Guo sighed softly. Are you referring to the void, the emptiness, and the divine realm? Indeed. Guo. Ever since those 2 planets drifted away from us, the spiritual energy of this world has become increasingly sparse. In nearly 10 millennia, I have yet to hear of anyone on this continent attaining a realm beyond the void. Do not fret. Once we reach the demigod realm, perhaps with the spiritual energy of this realm, we may ascend to the upper worlds ahead of schedule, achieving eternal life. Huanglin remarked with a smile. Guo nodded gently. On the arena, the sword array quivered once more. The divine spear's restriction was indeed formidable, yet it was merely a talisman, not the true divine spear. Ultimately, its restriction was thoroughly depleted by the golden threads. Waves of sword energy crisscrossed within the array. Bang, bang, boom. Various explosive sounds erupted. Baizhua summoned all of his treasures, yet he could not withstand the might of the sword array. In the end, his body was repeatedly sliced by the golden threads, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Simultaneously, the sword array collapsed with a resounding crash. Ye Feng stood pale and trembling slightly in place. Ye Feng wins. The astonished voice of Water Elder rang out. Chapter 1284. Asleep in the bathtub in truth. Many had wagered on Baizhua's victory this time. Although Ye Feng's supernatural abilities were impressive, he was still merely at the mid-stage of the innate realm. In contrast, Baizhua was a genuine peak figure of the divine essence realm. Despite losing an arm and seemingly diminishing in strength, the outcome was unexpected. How much did you lose? Fortunately, only 2 million spirit stones. Once we return to Lu province, we will need to intensify our plundering. I fared better, losing only 1 million spirit stones. But my Yu province is notoriously impoverished, with few cultivators. It will likely take over a decade to earn back such a sum. You two seem to have little faith in Ye Feng. I wagered 1 million spirit stones at 3-1, earning 3 million spirit stones. How delightful. Allow me to laugh thrice. Brother Yi, you are magnificent. Ding Tuanshuan leapt up in a fit of excitement. His 2 devoted admirers wrapped their arms around each other and began to tango. Congratulations, Feng Ge. Congratulations, Feng Ge. You are simply the best, so handsome, they shouted, drawing the attention of the crowd. Congratulations, Tuanshuan. Who would have thought your elder brother would actually clinch the championship? Soon, he will wed the 7th princess, Tang Etian remarked, intentionally hinting at Ding Tuanshuan's interest in Ye Feng. It doesn't matter. Brother Yi is known for his romantic escapades, Ding Tuanshuan replied. But with the way you gaze at him, brimming with affection, do you not harbor feelings for a philanderer? Tang Etian frowned. Given his understanding of Ding Tuanshuan, he knew she was typically aloof. You are mistaken. I do not favor those who are promiscuous. Ding Tuanshuan shook her head. Then what is it? Tang Etian pointed to Ye Feng, who appeared precariously unsteady on the arena. I cannot explain it. Despite Brother Ye's flirtations, I am inexplicably drawn to him, willing to sacrifice everything for him. Ding Tuanshuan confessed earnestly. Yet, I am devoted to you, and this is how you reciprocate? Is that fair? Tang Etian felt a surge of bitterness. You are a good person. You deserve someone better. Ding Tuanshuan sighed softly. Oh, Tang Etian cried out, rushing towards the restroom in despair. On the high platform, the 7th princess stared blankly at Ye Feng, then turned to her parents. Yar, what do you think? Are you satisfied with him? Emperor Huanglin inquired with a smile. Although he had previously declared that whoever secured first place would become the prince consort, he could still find a reason to sacrifice Ye Feng if his daughter disapproved. After all, the recent attack on his capital by the hot spring island provided an excellent justification. However, if his daughter liked him, he would honor his word. I am not sure, the seventh princess replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Emperor Huanglin, seasoned in the ways of the world, could discern her feelings for Ye Feng from her expression. Understanding dawned upon him. With a faint smile, he turned his gaze toward Ye Feng, whose legs trembled with fatigue. His vitality nearly depleted, and strands of hair turning white. Someone, please escort Mr. Yi to the guest chamber and provide him with restorative elixirs. This evening, we shall host a grand banquet in the Martial Plaza. Emperor Huanglin's voice echoed throughout the arena. In an instant, the nobles cast envious glances at Ye Feng, particularly the young lords from various states, who wished they could claim a piece of him. They had all invested significantly in their tributes to the sovereign, only to see Ye Feng reap the rewards. As the barrier of the arena was lifted, Ding Tuanshuan and her two devoted admirers rushed forward to support Ye Feng. Soon, Kuang Ren and Xue Fu joined them. Brother Yi, Tuanshuan. Ye Feng and Ding Tuanshuan embraced tightly. On the high platform, the previously bashful seventh princess turned pale, her eyes reflecting deep displeasure. Xue Fu also halted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Feng Ge, I have missed you dearly. The two devoted admirers also approached to embrace Ye Feng. Ye Feng once again embraced both Kuang Ren and Xue Fu. On the high platform, the seventh princess's expression softened slightly. It appeared that this was a local tradition for Ye Feng, employing the custom of embrace. No matter, once Ye Feng becomes her husband, she would impart to him some refined manners. The seventh princess's spirits lifted once more. At that moment, a one-eyed blackguard approached. Mr. Yi, please follow me. The monarch has commanded me to tend to your injuries. The one-eyed blackguard's demeanor became courteous, for Ye Feng was soon to be the prince consort. Very well. Tuan, you and your two suitors should accompany Kuang Ren. At least you will have a place to settle. I must attend to my wounds, Ye Feng declared. Indeed. Since you are Mr. Ye's friends, you may stay on our territory from now on. Kuang Ren patted his chest. All right. Immediately, Ding Tuan and the others departed. Ye Feng followed behind the one-eyed blackguard, traversing several long corridors until the guard led him into a room adorned with antiquity. In the center of the room stood a wooden tub, emanating swirling white steam. Mr. Yi, your vital energy has been severely depleted. A medicinal bath will aid your recovery. By nightfall, you should regain at least 30% of your strength, the one-eyed blackguard stated. Thank you, my one-eyed brother. Oh no, thank you. My blackguard brother. With a huff, the one-eyed blackguard flicked his sleeve and strode out of the room. Once the guard departed, Ye Feng disrobed completely and plunged into the wooden tub. Indeed, the bathwater was infused with potent medicinal properties. Typically, these medicinal effects would seep through the skin, gradually permeating the body. However, for Ye Feng, this absorption was extraordinary. His blood-sucking technique activated, transforming the medicinal essence in the bathwater into pure energy, beginning to mend his damaged body. Should he rely on the skin's gradual absorption, it was likely that 90% of the medicinal power would be wasted. Yet for Ye Feng, endowed with the blood-sucking technique, he could absorb 90%. In less than 5 minutes, the medicinal liquid transformed into ordinary bath water. Simultaneously, the various powerful medicinal energies began to restore Ye Feng's vital energy to a remarkable 90% of its usual capacity. The remaining 10% could only be regained through time and rest, as the blood-sucking technique was not omnipotent. Each time one sustained severe injuries, a period of recuperation was necessary. Suddenly, Ye Feng's expression shifted. He felt an unprecedented stability in his mindset, as if he could attempt to break through to the late stage of the innate realm. Indeed, life and death battles had an unparalleled effect on solidifying one's state of mind, far more practical than other trials. However, after careful consideration, he chose to abandon this notion. Firstly, his vital energy was only at 90%, making a breakthrough inconvenient. Secondly, the pills he carried had all been confiscated by the unscrupulous officials of the Chancellor's residence, leaving him only with his flying sword and a checkbook. Exhausted and weary, Ye Feng unexpectedly fell asleep in the tub. When he awoke, the sky had darkened. Several eunuchs entered, bearing a set of green garments and a green headscarf. Please change, Mr. Yi. Several eunuchs whispered softly. All right. Ye Feng rose from the bath, extending his arms as the eunuchs adorned him in new garments. Wait, may I forego this green headscarf? Ye Feng inquired. It cannot be omitted. It has been expressly mandated by the sovereign. I implore you, Mr. Yi, to wear the green headscarf obediently, lest the consequences become dire, an elderly eunuch replied. Dressed appropriately, Ye Feng followed the eunuchs as they made their way outside. Isn't the path incorrect? Aren't we to proceed to the martial arts square for the banquet? Ye Feng asked, his spirits lifted, relieved that he was not to be sacrificed. Before the grand feast, Mr. Yi must partake in a smaller banquet, the elderly eunuch explained. A smaller banquet? Ye Feng furrowed his brow. In a short while, they arrived at a majestic palace, its entrance bustling with palace maids and eunuchs. The eunuchs were all young and handsome, while the maids were slender yet voluptuous, clad in mere bandeaus that revealed their upper curves. For a moment, Ye Feng felt engulfed by a tempestuous sea. Chapter 1285, Gaining a Mother-in-Law Navigating Through the Throng. Ye Feng soon entered the small hall. Though modest, it resembled a palace, with 7-meter-tall columns and 40 grand basins suspended from the ceiling, each holding over 100 candles, illuminating the entire hall brilliantly. Steward Shui awaited him at the entrance. I have the honor to meet you, Mr. Yi, he said. Bowing slightly, Ye Feng looked up and observed a simple familial banquet set upon the steps. Only 3 individuals were seated, while the remaining palace maids and eunuchs stood. They were the sovereign, the queen, and the 7th princess, Huang Yuya. Ye Feng, please take a seat. The voice of Emperor Huang Lin resounded from above. Certainly. Ye Feng bowed before striding up to the lowest seat, directly across from the 7th princess, Huang Yuya. Ye Feng, since this is a family gathering, I shall inquire directly. What do you think of my daughter? Emperor Huang gestured toward Huang Yuya, who quickly lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her garment. Her cheeks flushed. Women are often drawn to the strong, particularly to someone like Ye Feng, who is both dashing and formidable, having slain a peak expert of the divine origin realm despite his innate strength. Although she was aware that Bai Zhu, the peak divine origin expert, had been incapacitated by Ye Feng's slow-acting poison, it did not diminish his remarkable achievements in her eyes. The 7th princess was noble, graceful, and stunningly beautiful. She is indeed admirable, Ye Feng responded slowly. Very well, shortly we shall hold a national banquet at the martial arts square, where I will announce your engagement to Yuya. From this day forth, you shall ascend to the ranks of nobility. Are your parents still alive? If so, I shall bestow upon them titles as well. Emperor Huang stated calmly. However, I already have 2 legitimate wives on Spring Island. If the princess were to marry me, she would likely be relegated to the status of a concubine, Ye Feng replied. Emperor Huang narrowed his eyes, a formidable aura surging forth that nearly compelled Ye Feng to the ground. Young man, are you feigning ignorance with me? Regardless of how many legitimate wives you may have had in the past, your current spouse is the 7th princess, and she must be recognized as such. I shall grant you a limited time to resolve your previous relationships, ensuring that they vanish from this world without a trace, Huang Lin Emperor coldly declared. What? Ye Feng's expression shifted in alarm. Is there a problem? Huang Lin Emperor inquired indifferently. However, my legitimate wife and I already have a child together, Ye Feng stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. The pressure from the divine realm was overwhelming. And what of it? Eliminate them without a trace. From the moment you wed my daughter, your body and soul shall belong solely to her until your demise. Moreover, you must obey her every command. Otherwise, what right do you have to be my son-in-law? Huang Lin Emperor admonished without reservation. Ye Feng attempted to argue, but was interrupted. Ye Feng, do not presume that your recent victory grants you the privilege to negotiate with me. The reason I allowed my daughter to marry you is not due to your personal strength. What is personal strength in the grand scheme of things? I am more interested in the power that lies behind you in Hot Spring Island. That invention of yours, the so-called bombing chicken, piques my interest. Therefore, upon your return to Hot Spring Island, inform your people to submit to my Black Mountain Empire. I will issue a decree elevating Hot Spring Island to a county, and you shall be its lord. However, this comes with a condition. All new weapons from Hot Spring Island must be submitted unconditionally to the capital. Huang Lin Emperor finally revealed his true intentions. Indeed, if Ye Feng were merely a man of great strength, he would not be held in high regard. His main focus was the resources of Hot Spring Island, coupled with Ye Feng's championship title, allowing him to achieve 2 objectives with one stroke, to gain Ye Feng and to make Hot Spring Island a vassal county. Ye Feng could not help but scoff inwardly. To claim Hot Spring Island as a county. To take orders from you, Huang Lind Emperor? Such a notion is utterly delusional. The very structure of Hot Spring Island dictates that it belongs to no individual. Even as its founder, it does not belong to him. Hot Spring Island is a community that belongs to all its citizens. Any attempt to invade will face the wrath of its bombers. Yet, in this situation, there was no need for him to reveal the truth. He would escape the capital first, and then show this oblivious Huang Lind Emperor the true might of civilization. Yes, Your Majesty, Ye Feng nodded obediently. Ah, now we are getting somewhere, Huang Lind Emperor exclaimed, raising his cup and draining it in one go. At that moment, the Empress spoke up. Since Ye Feng is now part of our royal family, we must prepare something for him. With that, she deftly revealed a nearly pure pill in her palm. This is the Lianshu pill, with a purity of 98%. Take it to expedite your cultivation to the transformation realm. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ye Feng accepted the pill. You may still call me Your Majesty, but you should address me as Mother from now on, the Empress said with a smile. What? Very well, Mother. Ye Feng's face flushed with embarrassment, having unwittingly gained a mother-in-law. Your Highness, I too raise a cup in your honor. Beside him, Huang Yueya lifted her wine glass, gracefully bowing to Ye Feng. Ye Feng inhaled deeply, his spirit stirred. Had he not established Hot Spring Island, becoming a prince consort would undoubtedly have been the swiftest ascent in social rank. However, with the creation of Hot Spring Island, the allure of princely status diminished significantly. My princess, please. Ye Feng raised his glass, clinking it with Huang Yueya's. As the exquisite liquor flowed down, her delicate face blushed a deeper shade, resembling a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Fenger, since you have consented, let us now proceed to the national banquet, where you shall meet all the nobility of the Black Mountain Empire. The princess's lips parted, a smile illuminating her countenance as she gazed at Ye Feng. Ah, indeed. Ye Feng nodded. The martial arts plaza was now a sea of humanity, teeming with cultivators and an array of ordinary folk. One should not underestimate these commoners, for among them were individuals of considerable influence, many connected to the royal family. Yet, constrained by their lack of cultivation talent, they could only manage some of the larger conglomerates within the Black Mountain Empire. Brother Feng, upon entering the plaza, an eager admirer rushed towards him. What happened to Tuan Tuan and Shunin? Ye Feng inquired with concern. Ngu has been imprisoned, and Tuan Tuan is being harassed by Tang Yitian. Shall we teach him a lesson? Do not act recklessly. This is a national banquet, and also the day I am betrothed to the 7th princess. Ye Feng chastised, his expression stern. But Brother Feng, you already have 2 legitimate wives on Hot Spring Island. Be cautious, or we shall report you. Let them report. I made this sacrificial decision for my survival. What can I do? After all, I am handsome, Ye Feng replied with a shrug. Chapter 1286. Ye Feng, step forward. Ye Feng raised his hands in exasperation. The eager admirer slowly raised his middle finger. I have met the prince consort. Huang Tianfeng approached, holding a glass of exquisite liquor. Really? Ye Feng's eyelid twitched. Had it not been for the multitude surrounding them, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses upon this insufferable individual, who foolishly believed he had entered a civilized society alongside Hot Spring Island, only to arrive at the capital and sell himself to Bai Li Rue. Do not look at me like that, though I sold you out previously. Did you not also benefit from misfortune? You have become the prince consort, Huang Tianfeng chuckled. Humph. Ye Feng flicked his sleeves and turned toward another gathering. Occasionally, someone would greet him, leaving Ye Feng bewildered. He was resolute in his stance against marrying the 7th princess, for marriage would entail returning to dispose of his wife and children. Ye Feng could never bring himself to do such a thing. At present, he sought only to escape the capital swiftly, returning to Hot Spring Island, where he would ensure that some valuable machinery was concealed across the globe. For it was imperative that the capital's denizens remain oblivious to them. Otherwise, they would have to start from scratch once more. Unbeknownst to him, Duoyen, Hina, and the others had already perceived this necessity. Given the current capabilities of Hot Spring Island, they were far from being a match for the Black Mountain Empire. Should Huang Lindian personally visit Hot Spring Island, with just a single stroke of his sword, he could effortlessly dismantle the Grand Formation and plunder all the advanced machinery and equipment within. Presently, the overall strength of Hot Spring Island could at most match that of Pingzhou. Prince Consort, is that you? At this moment, a graceful figure squeezed in beside Ye Feng. It was the 7th princess, Huang Yueya. Oh, it's your highness. Ye Feng managed a forced smile, sensing the genuine affection the princess held for him. Prince Consort, allow me to introduce you to some individuals and, in the process, enlighten you about their status in the capital, Huang Yuya proposed with a smile. Very well then, Ye Feng nodded. After a brief hesitation, Huang Yuya reached out and linked her arm with Ye Feng's. This scene evoked envy and jealousy among the young masters from various states. This is the Lord of Luzhou, Tang Yuanlong, Huang Yuya introduced, as she led Ye Feng before Tang Yuanlong. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Prince Consort. Tang Yuanlong acknowledged with a slight bow. The position of a state lord is not inferior to that of a prince consort. However, Ye Feng represented the royal family, compelling Tang Yuanlong to adopt a more humble demeanor. This is the Lord of Yuzhou, Xiao Tianhua. Greetings, Prince Consort. Greetings, Lord Xiao, Ye Feng responded after a while. Soon after, Huang Yuya presented Ye Feng to Prime Minister Yang. This is the Left Chancellor, Prime Minister Yang. Prince Consort, quickly greet Prime Minister Yang, she urged, nudging Ye Feng. Greetings, Prime Minister Yang, Ye Feng said, slightly bowing. Very good, very good. Prime Minister Yang replied expressionlessly, not treating Ye Feng as one of his own. This individual, you should be familiar with, Prime Minister Bailey, Huang Yuya continued. Didn't he expect this? Congratulations, Prince Consort. Bailey Rue remarked with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. The iron-clad servant behind him cast a disdainful glance at Ye Feng. Prince Consort, it sounds glamorous. But in truth, everyone merely shows respect to the royal family by addressing him as such. To earn respect in the court, one must either join a faction or possess deep-rooted family connections. Even high-ranking officials must cultivate relationships with state lords. By befriending them, they gain credibility in the court. Otherwise, they remain mere shells, easily disposed of without anyone seeking retribution. Princess, I wish to request a favor. Ye Feng turned to Huang Yuya. Prince Consort, we shall be one family in the future. What is there to request? Your affairs are my affairs, Huang Yuya replied. Ye Feng felt he might owe this little princess a debt of gratitude in the future. I have a brother named Chunin. He is currently imprisoned. Could you, for my sake, arrange for his release? I have already taken note of this. Tomorrow, I shall go to the dungeons and release him. Huang Yuya smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ye Feng expressed sincerely. He resolved that if war were to break out between Hot Spring Island and the Black Mountain Empire, he could take the lives of others, but this princess must remain unharmed. He owed her a favor. Mr. Yi, congratulations, Kuang Ren approached. Ye Feng nodded. Though Kuang Ren's father was not of good character, Kuang Ren himself was quite commendable. In the future, when Hot Spring Island flourishes, it could liberate Kuang Tian, allowing his son to become the Lord of Pingzhou and thus transmit the civilization of Hot Spring Island into the future. As his gaze swept across the area, he unexpectedly spotted Kuang Ren's sister, Xuefu. Xuefu's eyes were red, suggesting she was in a state of distress. Ye Feng felt a wave of awkwardness and hesitated to greet her, particularly with the princess present, as he had to be mindful of her feelings. At that moment, Emperor Huang Lin stood upon the high platform. Esteemed ministers, please quiet down. I have a joyous announcement to make. From this day forth, Ye Feng shall be the prince consort of the Black Mountain Empire. He beckoned to Ye Feng. Come forward and pay your respects to the esteemed ministers. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he moved to stand beside Emperor Huang Lin, bowing respectfully to the assembly of high officials. The emperor had his own considerations. While Ye Feng possessed some strength, it was still far from that of the others present. The court was a murky arena, and he feared that his son-in-law might inadvertently fall prey to the machinations of the high-ranking officials. In high society, the tests extended beyond mere personal prowess. No matter how formidable one's strength, it could not surpass the collective might of the court. In such circles, political acumen was paramount. Strategies such as alliances, exclusion, isolation, assassination, framing, and entrapment were essential to master. Furthermore, even with knowledge of these tactics, one had to wield them with unparalleled finesse. Otherwise, even a practitioner at the Spirit Division realm could be outmaneuvered and ultimately destroyed. Once, the Huang family had a practitioner at the Spirit Division realm, a newly ascended member belonging to one of his great-grandsons. Regrettably, the young man was overly proud and refused to compromise with the prevailing forces. Consequently, he was lured to the land of Baiwei under a guise of friendship and never returned. The power struggles in the capital revolve around mortals, practitioners, and imperial authority. As a sovereign, His primary duty was to maintain equilibrium among the three factions, ensuring that no single force became overwhelmingly dominant, while he retained control of the overarching narrative. In this regard, Emperor Huang Lin excelled. Even with frequent retreats into seclusion, the capital remained stable. Thus, he could not permit the emergence of new powers, such as the evident threat posed by the bombers from Hot Spring Island. Had Ye Feng not become his son-in-law, he would have united the three factions to obliterate Hot Spring Island and its advanced technologies altogether. Chapter 1287. There is still time. What the dynasty requires is stability, not innovation. Your Highness, you are too courteous, came the scattered murmurs from the assembly. While the prince consort held a prestigious position, these nobles and ministers did not necessarily regard him with respect, viewing him as someone who had risen through favoritism. Emperor Huang Lin's expression darkened slightly. He sensed the hostility directed at Ye Feng from those present. This would not do. Ye Feng must achieve some merit, or he would struggle to gain their acceptance. Minister Bai Li, I hear you are preparing to organize an attack on the Baiwa forest? Inquired Emperor Huang Lin. Indeed. The tribes of the 100 Wu have repeatedly harassed our borders. We dispatched a formidable army to pursue them, yet they retreated into the depths of the 100 Yu forest, causing us considerable distress. This time, I am resolved to mobilize a true army to penetrate the 100 Yu forest and deliver them a painful lesson, said by Li Rue. Excellent. Do you think it possible to assign the prince consort a position within the army? Let him achieve merit alongside our forces, Huang Lin Di remarked with a smile. In matters of military strategy, he must still rely on by Li Rue. The terrain of the 100 Yu forest is treacherous. Even a cultivator of the divine sense realm risks being devoured within its confines. Since His Majesty has spoken, it can certainly be arranged. Prince Consort, what position would you like to hold in the army? Bai Li Rue turned to Ye Feng. Anything will suffice. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. Yet, inwardly, he felt a surge of excitement. Accompanying the army on this expedition meant he could flee with Chun Un and Ding Tuan Tuan. Once he returned to Hot Spring Island, he could disband it and have all citizens conceal their mechanical devices. With several decades of effort, he could elevate Hot Spring Island to a level 2 civilization. By then, even if Huang Lin Di sought him out, he would be beyond reach. How about serving as a military advisor? You can stay by my side without having to engage in direct combat, Bai Li Rue offered, taking Huang Lin Di's interests into consideration. After all, should the prince consort meet his end in the 100 Yu forest, it would likely lead to Huang Lin Di discreetly undermining him, despite outward appearances. Very well, Ye Feng. Do not forget to express your gratitude to the Right Chancellor. Huang Lin Di nodded in satisfaction. As his son-in-law, all he needed to do was to oversee the border and avoid the deadly struggles faced by the vanguard. Wait, as a military advisor, does that mean I cannot venture out alone to engage in battle? Ye Feng felt a weight settle in his heart. Indeed, as a military advisor, you will be under the Chancellor's protection, free from worries of safety, Huang Lin Di stated. But I desire to fight. I wish to charge into battle. How else can I establish my position in the capital? Ye Feng hastily replied. Huang Lin Di's expression darkened. He exchanged glances with his consort before turning to the 7th princess. Father, the prince consort is willing to go. That is splendid. It is his honor, exclaimed Huang Yuyo with delight. She had expected Ye Feng to cower beside the chancellor as an advisor, but he showed the courage to fight. Women are drawn to valiant men. Chancellor, what is your opinion? Huang Lin Di inquired. No one knows a daughter better than her father. Observing his daughter's expression, he discerned that she had deep affection for Ye Feng. Then let him serve as a military advisor for now. Once we reach the borders, I shall make further arrangements. Bai Li Rue concluded. Agreed, let it be settled. Everyone, indulge in food and drink without restraint, Huang Lin Di proclaimed, clapping his hands. Shortly thereafter, a troupe of dancers entered the training square, gracefully moving to the melodies of ancient instruments. The royal banquet continued late into the night. Ye Feng was escorted to his quarters by the elderly eunuch. However, trailing behind the eunuch was a blackguard of the imperial forest, a figure of the void refinement realm. Your Highness, please make yourself comfortable here. After the wedding, you will reside with the princess at the palace outside. The old eunuch said. Thank you, but that is entirely unnecessary. Brother Hongji, you may return. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. Are you jesting? How could a cultivator of the void realm conveniently flee with me nearby? Hongji replied, shaking his head. This is the emperor's command, and I cannot defy it. He stood steadfastly at Ye Feng's door. Very well. Ye Feng conceded and reclined in a different courtyard to recuperate his energy expended in the recent battle. Thousands of kilometers away from the capital, over 200 bombers soared in a V formation across the sky. Among them was Ma Goubai, accompanied by his brother Ma Lubai. Although Ma Lubai had assumed the role of bank president, upon hearing of Ye Feng's predicament, he immediately joined his brother. The 200 bombers were gathered from all the concession areas of Pingzhou, primarily consisting of third-generation aircraft, with a mere 10 fourth-generation planes. Unfortunately, they were unable to mobilize the bombers from the southern and northern hot spring islands. Otherwise, thousands of warplanes would have been circling above, accompanied by tens of thousands of armored vehicles on the ground. 10 minutes later, "We have arrived. Halt," Ma Goubai commanded as he executed several aerial maneuvers, dissipating the overwhelming force. The bombers decelerated from 6 Mach to 1 Mach, finally descending gently into a grove. Within the grove, Long Wu and Yin Li were engaged in discussion. Upon witnessing the dense formation of bombers in the sky, they promptly rose to their feet. Once Ma Goubai and his brother landed the aircraft, they emerged from the cockpit. "Brother Wu, Brother Ma," they greeted with an embrace, removing their goggles. "What is the situation?" Ma Goubai inquired. "The cultivators of the Spirit Division are too formidable. They can wield spatial attacks. Our aircraft were ambushed mid-air by a colossal hand emerging from the void, resulting in the loss of 2 planes and 8 pilots," Long Wu lamented. "I knew the capital would not be easy to breach, but fear not. We have brought 200 bombers with us. I do not believe their national defense array can withstand the hydrogen bombs and heavy water bombs from our hot spring islands." Ma Goubai declared confidently, possessing unwavering faith in their capabilities. "By the way, has anything new emerged from the southern hot spring island? Perhaps the purified iridium?" Long Wu suddenly inquired. Yin Li eagerly leaned in. Her curiosity about the hot spring island piqued. Purifying iridium is no simple task. It will take time. As for chips, smaller computers, lithography machines, atomic bombs, and neutron bombs, these are still in the embryonic stages of development. It is likely to be several years before any tangible results are achieved. Recently, the Peace faction and the Freedom faction have been embroiled in constant conflict, diverting their focus entirely to intrigue, leaving the engineering department unattended. Chapter 1288. "You two, follow me," Ma Goubai sighed. "These rascals." Long Wu clenched his fists, but soon wore a resigned smile. As civilization develops to a certain extent, divergences are inevitable. The intricacies of human relationships and the culture of social drinking will soon overshadow high technology, becoming stumbling blocks to civilization. It seems that no one can alter this course. Any forceful intervention would only yield counterproductive results. This is akin to warfare, which can propel advancements in weaponry. It is an irreplaceable aspect of progress. In the dead of night, Ye Feng was deep in slumber when a muffled sound suddenly pierced the silence. "Who is it?" A light thud followed. "Ouch! Mmm." A voice cried out in anguish, quickly muffled. "Hong brother, stop." Ye Feng hurriedly opened the door, only to find Chun and with a black eye, his mouth covered by a member of the Imperial Guard, who brandished a dagger, seemingly intent on slitting Chunan's throat. "Your Highness, I wish to discreetly eliminate this nuisance without disturbing your rest," the guard explained. "Do not. He is my brother." Ye Feng rushed forward and pulled Chunan away. "Ouch! Brother Feng, the 7th princess just released me, saying you resided here, and I arrive only to be beaten." Chunan lamented. "Who told you to sneak in like a thief? Come on, let's get inside." "Hong brother, I kindly ask you to refrain from such abrupt actions. What if you had killed my friend?" Ye Feng remarked as he closed the door securely behind them. "Chunan, were you harmed in the dungeon?" Ye Feng inquired. "Harmed? More than that. If I hadn't produced my hot spring coins at a critical moment and extolled their virtues, I might not have made it out at all." Chunan gestured toward his posterior. "So dark?" Ye Feng sighed. It appeared that the concept of hot spring coins had begun to permeate the capital. Simultaneously, Chunan had showcased the bombers, heavy water bombs, and Gatling guns from Hot Spring Island in the training grounds. It would not be long before the boorish populace of the capital recognized the significance of hot spring coins. Yet, time was still required. Centuries of cultivation traditions had fostered a disdain among cultivators for ordinary people, while the latter held the former in high esteem. However, once the weapons from Hot Spring Island became widespread, the common folk would realize that they too could stand against cultivators. "Find a place to sleep for the night. In a few days, the 7th princess and I will wed, and I will request you to stand by my side. Together, We shall confront the Bai Wei and summon the Tuan Tuan as well. The citizens of Hot Spring Island must unite, making it easier to escape amidst the chaos of war. Ye Feng whispered to Chunan, deploying a soundproof barrier. Outside, a virtual cultivator remained alert, compelling him to remain vigilant. Understood, but I am utterly exhausted. I must rest for a while, Chunan declared, collapsing onto the wooden floor and promptly falling asleep. Ye Feng, equally fatigued, succumbed to slumber on his bed. After an indeterminate period, Ye Feng gradually opened his eyes. That sleep had been remarkably rejuvenating. Chunan had already awakened and was leaning against the door, engaged in conversation with the black guard. Brother, this is the hot spring coin. You must have witnessed the might of the bomber, right? As long as you possess a sufficient number of hot spring coins, you can acquire such a marvel. Chunan proudly flaunted the 1,000 yuan bills in his hand. Indeed, that bomber possesses considerable power, but it is limited to confronting cultivators of the divine origin realm. The moment I sense its approach, given its speed, it could never catch up with me, Hong Ji remarked nonchalantly. Then perhaps you could purchase the bomber for your family? Chunan continued to persuade. The blackguards have no family. Their kin are the royal family, Hong Ji declared with an air of pride. The Emperor Huangling decreed that to eliminate any weaknesses among the blackguards, once they became imperial blackguards, they were forbidden to marry, bear children, and severed all ties with their families. What the royal family could offer the blackguards was merely 2 words, glory. Glory binds these individuals, granting them an abundance of elixirs for enhancement. The blackguards swiftly transformed into the royal family's watchdogs, wearing their roles with a sense of pride. Very well. Chunan retracted the hot spring coins. It seems that within the entire capital, only the blackguards are devoid of weaknesses. The other nobles and ministers all have families, and the allure of hot spring coins is fatal to them. Who wouldn't desire a bomber? Not only could it vanquish foes, but it could also serve as a means of escape at critical moments. Brother Feng, I must attend to some matters, Chunan winked. Understood. Ye Feng realized that Chunan intended to inform Ding Tuanshuan and the others about the expedition and then make an escape midway. Where are you going? Hong Ji suddenly placed a hand on Chunan's shoulder. Why should my whereabouts concern you? Chunan exclaimed angrily. Of course, it matters to me. You wish to notify your companions about the expedition and then return to Hot Spring Island midway, Hong Ji remarked abruptly. Ye Feng's face paled in shock. You? I clearly activated a soundproof barrier. How did you hear that? Ye Feng questioned. Ha ha ha, you underestimate the mental prowess of a void refinement cultivator. How could a mere soundproof barrier completely isolate my consciousness? I heard everything, Hong Ji replied, pushing Chunan beside Ye Feng. What do you intend to do? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. What do I intend to do? Naturally, I will take you both to meet the sovereign and see how he deals with you too. By the way, Ye Feng, I must say I admire you. You would forsake even the princess to return home. It seems you hold your legitimate wife in high regard. Hong Ji commented. Ye Feng ignored him, his gaze flickering. At that moment, a sharp sound pierced the sky. Then came the second and third sounds. He quickly looked up. A fleet of bombers soared through the air above the National Protection Array, traversing as if in a realm unchallenged. Countless spirit crossbows aimed at the sky. Hong Ji's expression shifted as he firmly grasped his curved blade. Cultivators can shrink their treasures to fit into small pouches, but the blackguards do not. They are imperial blackguards and must maintain their image. Thus the curved blade always hangs at their waist. Form holds precedence over practicality. You too, come with me. After Highway finished speaking, he swiftly grasped the collars of Ye Feng and Chunan, his figure flickering as he dashed toward the city wall. Ye Feng and Chunan struggled desperately, but their vast disparity in strength rendered their efforts futile. They were like fledglings deposited upon the walls of the city. At that moment, troops had already assembled atop the walls. Emperor Huanglin sat personally beneath the Arrow Tower, accompanied by Li Rui, Yang Xiang, and several high-ranking officials. Ye Feng gazed into the distance, discovering a tall figure standing 10 kilometers outside the city, alongside Long Wu. Beside Long Wu stood the brothers Ma Gu Bai and Ma Lu Bai, each clutching a brick-like object adorned with an antenna. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bombers circled ominously overhead, instilling a sense of dread among the citizens of the capital, with some even kneeling in fear. Who goes there? Li Rui stepped forward. Such matters, of course, could not be addressed by Emperor Huanglin himself. It was more fitting for the military chancellor to speak. We are from Hot Spring Island. Surrender Ye Feng, Chunan, and Ding Tuan Tuan. In exchange, we will immediately withdraw our bombers and even gift you 2 additional bombers, Long Wu's voice boomed. Ye Feng's heart leapt with joy. Hearing Long Wu's robust voice, could it be that his older brother had also ascended to the true martial realm? Brother Wu, I am here, I am here. Ye Feng waved frantically in Long Wu's direction. Unfortunately, his voice could not penetrate the protective formation. Brother Wu, I am Chenin, I am here. Chenin tore at the skirt of a palace maid, desperately waving towards the distant figures. Smack! The maid slapped Chenin. Her face flushed with humiliation as she reclaimed her garment. Is that Chenin? And beside him, is it Brother Feng? Ma Gubai exclaimed with delight. Having reached the pinnacle of the true martial realm, and on the cusp of entering the innate realm, he recognized Chun and at first glance. Wonderful! Brother Feng and Chun and are both here. Long Wu rejoiced, boldly stepping forward with a white flag raised high. To those atop the city walls, I reiterate my previous words. Release Brother Feng, and we will immediately withdraw our bombers, and can even offer you 10 bombers as a token of goodwill. Hot Spring Island and the Black Mountain Empire have no quarrel with one another. What say you? Long Wu's voice echoed, easily absorbed by the protective formation. Baili Rue first turned to glance at Emperor Huang Lin, seeking the monarch's opinion. The emperor remained silent, merely twitching the corner of his mouth. Baili Rue instantly understood. So you are the deputy of Hot Spring Island? What is your name? Baili Rue's voice seemed to resonate in Long Wu's ears. Deputy? Very well, I am Long Wu. Please return Brother Feng home. Hot Spring Island is in need of him now, Long Wu responded loudly. Long Wu, at this moment. Ye Feng has become the esteemed son-in-law of my Black Mountain Empire. You should bring your people into the city now. Upon entering, prepare to receive the accolades from the sovereign. You must express your gratitude to Ye Feng, for he has brought glory to your Hot Spring Island. Baili Rue remarked nonchalantly. What? Feng Ge has become a son-in-law again. Long Wu's gaze sharpened. He carefully recalled Ye Feng's character. It seemed that Feng Ge was indeed rather fond of women. Who would have thought he could win over a princess? Consequently, he turned his attention to Ye Feng, who was fervently waving at him, signaling him to hurry and not enter the capital. However, Long Wu misinterpreted the gesture. It seems Feng Ge is urging us to enter the city. Long Wu turned to the Ma siblings. Such a significant matter could not be decided by him alone. Behind the Ma siblings, a dozen leaders from the concessions followed suit, responding to the call of Duo, Yin, He Na, and Susan. They had taken to the skies in bombers from the entire concession to rescue Ye Feng, despite lacking the consent of the General Assembly. Upon their return, they could either lose their leadership positions or face expulsion from Hot Spring Island. Yet, should they succeed in bringing Ye Feng back, his esteemed reputation on Hot Spring Island would likely safeguard them, transforming their actions into a commendable feat. As for Duo, Yin He Na, Susan, Chung Li Bin, and others, they had not ventured to the capital, but rather engaged in more pressing matters. They were busy concealing the most advanced machine tools, electronic devices, and a cadre of skilled engineers, along with students from Hot Spring Polytechnic University and Hot Spring University, across various locations worldwide. They were determined to disperse their personnel, ensuring not all remained on the 2 Hot Spring Islands, for a single charge from the Black Mountain Empire could annihilate all their talents and equipment. Fifth brother, do not enter the city, Ye Feng shouted, perplexed as to why Long Wu could not hear him. Huang Lingdi sighed, casting a disappointed glance at Ye Feng. It appeared that despite the numerous favors he had bestowed upon Ye Feng, he had failed to win his loyalty. This left him pondering whether to eliminate Ye Feng and install a puppet ruler on Hot Spring Island. The upcoming campaign against the Bai Wu barbarians seemed like an opportune moment. However, he must not divulge this to his daughter, as he sensed that his foolish daughter had already fallen deeply in love with Ye Feng. Very well, let us proceed into the city, Long Wu nodded. Wait, let everyone enter the city, including those so-called pilots in the bombers above. They should all come in to receive accolades. Your island leader is quite talented and has already secured a position in the capital. Perhaps each of you may even marry a palace maid. Baili Rue's voice continued to resonate. He believed that the bombers outside represented the entirety of Hot Spring Island's strength. By luring them all into the city, they could later use these bombers to assault the treacherous terrains of the Bayou region, an excellent strategy indeed. Let us deliberate further. Long Wu retreated, sitting cross-legged on the grass with the dozen or so concession leaders. How shall we proceed? Should we enter the city together? Long Wu inquired. We must trust in Brother Feng's capabilities. Therefore, let us venture into the city together. Within its walls lie court maidens, and we can each take one as our bride. Those who remain outside will suffer greatly, proclaimed a leader of the concession. Indeed, my lifelong aspiration has been to marry a court maiden, and at last, I shall see this dream fulfilled, spoke the Mohican, chief of the Bai Se County concession. Beside him stood his deputy. What say you, brothers Ma? Inquired Long Wu. We have no objections. I too believe in Brother Feng's prowess. He certainly possesses a unique charm when it comes to women. Who would have imagined he could even win over a princess? We can enter the city to indulge in luxury and simultaneously promote our currency, replied Ma Gobai. Although he had never attended the prestigious Hot Spring University, he had audited classes for several years. Over time, he had garnered a certain understanding of currency, realizing that the true power of Hot Spring Island lay not in bombers or armored vehicles, nor in heavy water Gatling guns, but in currency itself. Currency is the most formidable weapon of Hot Spring Island, utterly transforming his worldview. This seemingly flimsy piece of paper that could be torn apart with ease compelled skilled individuals to willingly serve Hot Spring Island, even leading to fierce confrontations over such worthless scraps. Brother Wu, what are your thoughts? Ma Gobai suddenly asked. Although Long Wu was a recent addition to Hot Spring Island and Ma Gobai had little impression of him, he sensed that Long Wu possessed deep roots within the island. Brother Feng, Brother In, Chief Engineer Cheng, and Wang Zhihai all treated him with great kindness. Even the stoic and formidable Susan, known as the cold-faced King of Hell, addressed Long Wu as Brother Wu. It seemed that Long Wu had once been a significant contributor to Hot Spring Island, hence his current authority over the others. My intention is for myself and the other concession leaders to enter the National Defense Array first. Brothers Ma Gobai and Ma Lobai, you shall remain outside. The pilots of the bombers must not enter, otherwise, we will lose our trump card. We will ascertain that all is well inside before you come in. And certainly not all at once, Long Wu stated with poise. What if we delay and they deny us the court maidens? Ma Gobai queried. Court maidens are inconsequential. Just find me a handsome eunuch, Ma Lobai replied nonchalantly. Long Wu, subtly shifting away from Ma Lobai, reassured them, do not worry. The second group entering will also receive rewards. It is settled then. All leaders, please stand with me. Upon his command, the remaining 14 concession leaders rose in unison. Follow me closely, we shall enter first. With that, Long Wu raised a white flag and led the way forward. Ye Feng was incensed, feeling as though he might bleed from the frustration. What had happened to Brother Wu? Normally an astute individual, why had he faltered at such a critical moment? They were about to be detained upon entry. Open the gates, Bai Li Rue instructed the guard. The guard waved his signal flag 3 times, and the city gates slowly opened a crack. A squad of soldiers surged forth, standing in formation at the gate, seemingly welcoming Long Wu and the 15 others into the city. It appears there are no significant issues. Look, the Black Mountain Empire has gone to great lengths to welcome us, remarked the Mohican beside Long Wu. Let us remain cautious, lest we fall into deception. Long Wu replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Brother Wu. At last, the group of 15 entered the National Defense Array. The city guard distributed a token to each of them. Brother Feng, I have arrived, Long Wu declared as he stepped through the city gate, gazing up at the city walls. Ah, Ye Feng sighed deeply. Since we are here, let us ascend the walls. With a resigned wave of his hand, Ye Feng beckoned them forth. Very well, Brother Feng. A flurry of leaders hurried up the city walls. Some embraced Ye Feng, others clung to his legs, some clasped his back, while others kissed the back of his hand, nearly enveloping him completely. Huang Lingdi observed everything keenly. It seemed that this Ye Feng had garnered significant affection on Hot Spring Island. In that moment, a twinge of jealousy stirred within Huang Lingdi. As a sovereign, he ruled over all, yet he sensed the underlying fear rather than respect from the noblemen and common folk alike. In contrast, Ye Feng commanded genuine respect from the people. That's enough. Let go, Ye Feng said, pushing a few leaders away and turning his attention to Huang Lingdi. Brother Wu, did you not hear our words? Chenin approached. I did not hear. I only saw you jumping around on the city walls, and I also noticed you received a slap, Long Wu replied. Enough. Chenin, we have already entered. What purpose does further discussion serve? Ye Feng sighed. At that moment, Lord Shui interjected, Your Highness, are you not going to let your kin pay their respects to the monarch? Very well, let us proceed to meet the monarch, Ye Feng replied, taking Long Wu by the hand and leading the group before Huang Lingdi. This is the formidable leader of the Black Mountain Empire. Ye Feng gestured toward Huang Lingdi. How audacious. Kneel all of you. Lord Shui barked. I apologize, but But the customs of Hot Spring Island dictate that we do not kneel to anyone. At most, we may bow. Long Wu stood tall. Huang Lingdi remained silent, his expression dark as water. He was aware of the many high-ranking officials present, and he wished to maintain his dignity. Thus, he signaled to the one-eyed black guard. The guard stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at Long Wu. Kneel and live. Refuse and die. Choose wisely. Is it that serious? Long Wu squinted, turning his gaze toward Ye Feng. I cannot comply. He mimicked Ye Feng's initial defiance when they had just been marooned on the deserted island, where Ye Feng had refused to kneel even when threatened at gunpoint by Wang Tao. Long Wu naturally could not tarnish Ye Feng's reputation, so he emulated him perfectly. Clang. The one-eyed black guard unsheathed his blade. Are you serious? Long Wu could not help but take a step back, but then, summoning his courage, he stepped forward again. If you kill me, the bombers from Hot Spring Island will commence a century-long bombing campaign against the capital. Have you truly thought this through? Long Wu retorted coldly. Seeking death? The one-eyed black guard fumed, swinging his curved blade fiercely. Puff! A black hole manifested behind him. From within this abyss, a colossal hand seized the waste blade, and in the next instant, the blade appeared in the hands of Huang Lingdi. Enough, Xiaohe. Perhaps this is merely a cultural tradition among various tribes. We must honor their customs, Huang Lingdi remarked, returning the waste blade to the one-eyed black guard. Understood, the black guard replied, sheathing the blade and slowly retreating a step. Long Wu and the others stared, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Huang Lingdi. This is simply astounding. His hand emerged from the void, and then the blade appeared in his grasp. Such naivety, that is known as spatial displacement technique. Chunin interjected, stepping forward with an air of superiority. Although he had only learned of this technique the day before and was now eager to impress his old friends. Indeed, the Hot Spring Island is a valiant race, and I hold great admiration for you. Bring forth accommodations for them. Tomorrow at noon, I shall bestow upon them titles, Huang Lingdi stated nonchalantly. As you command. A black guard promptly responded, leading a contingent of several attendants. The Imperial Black Guards were few in number, primarily composed of those who had attained the void refinement stage. A cultivator of the divine origin realm could also become an Imperial Blackguard if their strength was sufficiently formidable, though such instances were rare. Before long, Ye Feng and his companions were escorted to a separate residence resembling a traditional courtyard, complete with dozens of rooms, ample enough for their stay. Shortly thereafter, Ding Tuanshuan and her companions were brought in by another blackguard. Brother Yi, Ding Tuanshuan exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Ye Feng's embrace, while her two sycophants looked on dejectedly. I didn't expect you all to be brought here as well. It seems we are to be gathered together on Hot Spring Island. Yet, Ye Feng felt a heaviness in his heart, having surmised Huang Lingdi's ulterior motives. In the Imperial study, Huang Lingdi, Yang Xiang, and Bai Li Rue were seated, each assuming their respective roles. Minister Bai Li, what are your plans regarding Hot Spring Island? Huang Lingdi inquired coolly. Your Majesty, we should proceed as previously discussed. Ye Feng holds a significant status on Hot Spring Island. We can leverage him as a hostage to compel those bombers to flatten the 100-year forest. Deploying our own cultivators into the 100-year forest could result in heavy casualties and jeopardize the vitality of the empire, Bai Li Rue articulated. Chapter 1291. Visiting at night. Huang Lingdi nodded, then turned to Yang Xiang. And what is your perspective? Yang Xiang rose and bowed to both men. I am not particularly versed in military affairs. It is best to leave such decisions to Minister Bai Li, he replied before sitting back down. With only 20 years remaining of his lifespan, he could no longer afford to immerse himself in political matters. In his prime, he had held unprecedented influence over the court. But after succumbing to miasma in the 100-year forest 19 years prior, his cultivation had plummeted from centuries of mastery to a mere 20 years. Since that time, he had ceased to contend with Bai Li Rue, focusing solely on expelling the toxic miasma from his body or striving desperately to ascend to the spirit-severing realm. These were his only paths to extend his life by several more centuries. Well, since Minister Yang also supports this, I believe that Hot Spring Island should not be spared. Hot Spring Island is inhabited by a spirited race that dares not kneel before me. Such spirit signifies instability, and thus, they must be eradicated completely. A fierce glint flickered in Emperor Huang's eyes. A trace of reluctance passed through Minister Yang's gaze. After all, Ye Feng had come here alongside Kuang Tianfang, who belonged to Yang's faction. Your Majesty, might there be other methods to extinguish their spirit? Minister Yang spoke slowly. Oh, so Minister Yang possesses a way to extinguish their spirit? Bai Li Rue raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Minister Yang is no fool. He merely refrains from fully contesting with Bai Li Rue at present. In terms of political acumen, he far surpasses Bai Li Rue. Very well, Yang began. I shall afford you the courtesy of sharing your plan. Emperor Huang responded thoughtfully. Let the painters of the Spring Palace create illustrated tales, depicting various interactions and postures between men and women, ensnaring them in the allure of feminine beauty, thereby draining their vigor and eroding their spirit. Minister Yang proposed. Surely, this alone would be insufficient? Emperor Huang remarked with indifference. We shall also arrange for operas, with the protagonists portrayed by effeminate young men, fostering a cultural atmosphere that glorifies delicate beauty. In time, the men of Hot Spring Island will become preoccupied with their appearances and be persuaded that it is fashionable for men to wear skirts. Once adorned in skirts, they will inevitably set a trend. Furthermore, we will teach them that the world is not about violence, but rather about human relationships, inundating them with frivolous cultural notions. Gradually, they will invest their energies in social niceties and the culture of banquets. Thus their spirit will naturally dissipate. Minister Yang articulated calmly. Emperor Huang nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, Bai Li Rue's expression darkened considerably. Although he had temporarily overshadowed Yang's faction, he was still far from mastering the art of cunning schemes. He found himself compelled to reevaluate this seemingly decrepit old man. What if the men of Hot Spring Island do not fall for this? Bai Li Rue inquired. Then we shall implement a system of rewards. As long as they don skirts or delve into the culture of banquets, we will continually bestow upon them small rewards, such as arranging for beautiful women to cast flirtatious glances at them. Should they choose to dress like warriors, these women will regard them with disdain. Additionally, if they engage in understanding social customs or banquet culture, we will assign them honorable tasks from the higher echelons. If they do not, we shall look down upon them. If none of these methods yield results, then they must be eliminated. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Minister Yang's dim eyes. Very well. We shall proceed with Minister Yang's strategy. If it fails, then we shall resort to extermination. But prior to that, let us ensure they retain their spirit. We must first deal with the Baiwa barbarians. Huang Lindong provided a summary. Yes, understood. At Ye Feng's villa, a group of guards suddenly approached, led by a black-clad sentinel. These guards carried several boxes in their hands. What are these? Ye Feng inquired. These are the battle garments prepared for you by His Majesty. The sentinel replied before opening the boxes. Inside, there lay an array of garments in shades of pink and light blue, adorned with vividly embroidered flowers. How beautiful! Ding Tuanshuan exclaimed as she eagerly picked up a dress. Strictly speaking, it is a battle robe. What about ours? Chenin asked. They are all here. You may choose for yourselves, the black sentinel responded. Ye Feng furrowed his brow and pulled out a battle robe. Isn't this just a dress? Moreover, it is pink and white. Ye Feng fumed. This is indeed the battle robe. You shall wear it. In a few days, we will march to conquer the Baiwa lands. The sentinel stated nonchalantly. Wait, aren't we supposed to attack the Baiwa lands after I marry the 7th princess? Ye Feng retorted. Incorrect. His Majesty has changed his mind. You will only be eligible to wed the 7th princess upon your victorious return, the sentinel declared before departing the villa. However, his consciousness remained tethered to Ye Feng and the others within, observing whether they would don the battle robes. The battle robes of the Black Mountain Empire are rather effeminate. Aren't they? Chenin remarked, selecting a pink battle robe to try on. It was astonishingly form-fitting, accentuating Chun and slender waist. Chenin, I must say, your physique is perfectly suited for such attire, Emo Shigan teased. Just then, 2 palace maids entered carrying food containers. Their eyes glimmered as they cast disdainful glances at Ye Feng and Emo Shigan. However, upon seeing Chun in the dress, their cheeks flushed, and their eyes sparkled with admiration. Initially embarrassed, Chenin straightened his posture, striking a pose like a graceful willow. The 2 palace maids quickly lowered their heads, seemingly shy. Ha ha, beautiful ladies. How about sharing your contact information? Chenin swaggered over. Sure. I reside in the western side of the palace, courtyard number 7. Come visit me tonight. One maid replied. And I live in number 9 courtyard. Remember to come find me tonight, the other added. The maids, their faces aglow, fled the villa, glancing back at Chun and with coy smiles. Chun swiftly adjusted his pink dress, feeling invigorated. Brother Feng, It seems the women of the Black Mountain Empire adore such attire. When I wore the battle garments from Hot Spring Island, those palace maids wouldn't even spare me a glance. Chunin exclaimed with delight. I should pick a set as well. Mo Shigan hurried to the boxes. Wait, save one for me. The other leaders rushed over. Only Ye Feng and Long Wu remained unmoved, sensing something amiss, though Ye Feng could not articulate it. Brother Feng, should I also choose a set? Long Wu suggested. Do as you wish. I, for one, shall not wear a dress, Ye Feng replied. Thus, Long Wu dashed over to select a skirt. Two palace maids exited the courtyard, their faces contorted in disgust, as if they had ingested a fly. How repulsive. A grown man wearing a skirt. Blackguard, what about the compensation you promised us? One of the maids inquired, casting a glance at the blackguard. He nodded and retrieved 2 high-grade spirit stones from his pocket. Remember, do not speak of this indiscriminately, and you must continue your act. Do you understand? The blackguard warned. Understood. Only then did he distribute the spirit stones to the 2 women. Quite a treasure. This battle attire may appear effeminate, but once donned, it instilled in me a sense of superiority, one leader remarked as he lifted his skirt. A sense of superiority? Ye Feng failed to appreciate the beauty of this battle garment. However, Ding Tuanshuan looked significantly more attractive in it than before. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from outside. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yi, I'm coming in. With that declaration, Kuang Tianfang strode in, followed by a bevy of beautiful maids, each carrying buckets of various sizes. What brings you here? Ye Feng's expression turned cold. Upon entering, Kuang Tianfang was immediately taken aback by the vibrant skirts within. He stifled a laugh, realizing that Yang Xiang's plan had succeeded. This group of hot spring warriors had no inkling of Yang Xiang's cunning. It was indeed a lethal weapon that shed no blood. Ha ha ha, I've prepared some dishes and spirit wine for us to enjoy. As in a few days we shall march to invade the land of Baiyue. My Pingzhou will also join the fray, and we shall be comrades in arms then, Kuang Tianfang declared. The beautiful maids promptly opened the buckets, laying out exquisite appetizers and spirit wine upon the table. These drinks aren't poisoned, are they? Ye Feng inquired nonchalantly. Poisoned? Ha ha ha, how could I, Kuang Tianfang, dare to poison the royal son-in-law? Moreover, wouldn't the blackguard outside prevent me from bringing toxic food into your courtyard? After saying this, Kuang Tianfang downed a cup. Very well, when in Rome. Ye Feng took a seat and picked up the ivory chopsticks. The others followed suit. Chunin observed that the maids exchanged flirtatious glances with him. Yet when their gazes fell upon Ye Feng, a hint of disdain flickered in their eyes. Goodness. It seems this battle attire truly aligns with the aesthetic sensibilities of the Black Mountain Empire. Chunin resolved to personally commission 100 skirts at the tailor's shop, ensuring a different ensemble each day. Come, let us drink. Chunin raised his glass in a toast to Ye Feng. Oh, Mr. Chun, you have made a mistake. Traditionally, the first toast should be to the honored guest, Kuang Tianfang asserted, his expression turning serious. Is that so? Chunin furrowed his brow, preparing to retort. Indeed. This is a unique cultural custom of the Black Mountain Empire. Do not underestimate the subtleties of the banquet. Once mastered, you can navigate the empire with ease. Kuang Tianfang replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the maids regarded Chunin with odd looks, causing him discomfort. Is that really a rule? Very well, Lord Kuang. I toast to you. Chunin raised his glass to Kuang Tianfang. Excellent, let us drink. The two clinked their cups and downed their drinks. Chunin's peripheral gaze remained fixated on the maidservants behind Kuang Tianfang. Indeed, the softness in their glances towards him had transformed into an almost reverent admiration. Instantly, Chunin's spirits surged with enthusiasm. It appeared that this culture of toasting was also a symbol of status. Well. From now on, I shall diligently study this custom. Fenggu, I raise my glass to you. Chunin lifted his cup towards Ye Feng. Ah, Mr. Chun, you are mistaken once more. For the second toast, you should first honor those with whom you are less acquainted, while Mr. Yi, being your closest ally, should be toasted last in the presence of guests. Kuang Tianfang continued his instruction. Is that so? Chunin hesitated momentarily, then turned his glass towards the Mohican. The Mohican's expression darkened, yet he clinked glasses with Chunin nonetheless. Subsequently, Chunin went around the table offering a toast to everyone present. The spirit's potency was quite high, and after this round, he felt somewhat lightheaded. Finally, it was Ye Feng's turn. Although Ye Feng could not dispute Kuang Tianfang's assertion, he felt an inexplicable aversion to such customs. You need not drink so much. There's no need to toast me, Ye Feng said as he pushed his cup back. Oh, Mr. Yi, therein lies your error. They regard you as one of their own, which is precisely why they toast you last. It is not a sign of disrespect. Do you understand? Furthermore, you must grasp that at the banquet, when someone raises a glass to you, regardless of personal grievances, you must consume that drink, Huang Tianfeng advised. The others once again glanced towards the beautiful maidservants. Indeed, the looks the maidservants cast upon Ye Feng gradually turned to disdain, even contempt. I refuse to drink. What of it? Ye Feng slammed his cup down on the table. Mr. Yi, you must consider this carefully. If you do not familiarize yourself with these customs, even if you were to become a prince consort, navigating the upper echelons of the Black Mountain Empire will prove exceedingly difficult. Do you comprehend? Huang Tianfeng cautioned. I have no affinity for such pretenses. Chenin, and you too, Emo Shigan, feel free to toast whomever you wish, and disregard those you do not. If someone offers you a drink and you feel unable to consume it, simply decline. Just be at ease, Ye Feng stated nonchalantly. You? Incorrigible. Huang Tianfeng patted his chest, feigning deep sorrow. The two maidservants who had been standing behind Ye Feng simultaneously took a step back, distancing themselves as if he were an unsightly blemish. In truth, they held a profound admiration for Ye Feng. This was what it meant to be a man, doing as one pleases, unfettered by constraints. In stark contrast, Chenin, who stood beside Ye Feng, appeared somewhat foolish, blindly following others' instructions with no semblance of independent thought. It is worth noting that the most prominent wine merchant in the capital is Yang Xiang. His promotion of drinking culture serves only to inflate the price of his somewhat mediocre spirit, compelling others to drink more, thereby increasing his profits. Eat, Ye Feng declared as he tossed aside his chopsticks, grabbing a handful of food with his hands and devouring it without a care for his image. Others seemed to have been influenced by Ye Feng. Although they immersed themselves in the culture of wine banquets and garnered the admiration of beautiful women, they still felt a lingering discomfort. It was Ye Feng's unrestrained demeanor that truly resonated. Men should indulge in hearty feasts and liberally partake in drink, free of constraints. Chapter 1293. Truly a princess, gracefully conducting herself well. If you are resistant to enlightenment, I shall take my leave. With that, Huang Tianfeng strode away from the villa, accompanied by his attendants. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing that the Black Mountain Empire was destined for decline due to its unsavory atmosphere, which could even be described as deplorable. The following morning, in the royal palace's martial arts square, the noble officials stood in two neat rows. Ye Feng, along with a dozen leaders from the concession, including Chunan, Ding Tuanshuan, and Long Wu Moj, had arrived early. Steward Shui, wielding a feather duster, stood at the top of the steps. The sovereign has arrived. Everyone knelt, except for Ye Feng and his companions, who remained unabashedly standing. Boldly insolent. Why do you not kneel? A black guard charged forward, ready to resort to violence. Enough. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Huang Lin diminished the guard's aggression, causing him to retreat several paces. Ye Feng, I hereby bestow upon you the title of Baron and grant you Wan Shou Island. Thank you. Ye Feng casually clasped his hands in gratitude. Was this not equivalent to officially granting him what was rightfully his? Chenin, I confer upon you the title of Viscount and grant you North Wan Shou Island. Thank you. Chenin mirrored Ye Feng's nonchalance. Yet, Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. This fellow was aware that Wan Shou Island was divided into northern and southern regions, indicating that he had dispatched spies to gather intelligence on it. Next, Emperor Huang Lin conferred titles upon the remaining attendees, even elevating Ding Tuanshuan to the status of princess. Well, the bestowals are complete. 3 days hence, I request that all of you bring the bombers from Wan Shou Island to the Baiwa forest and eradicate them, ensuring that they do not dare to infringe upon the borders of Black Mountain for at least a century. The emperor unabashedly treated Wan Shou Island as his personal estate. Ye Feng and Chunan exchanged glances, both appearing displeased. Now, I shall announce the personnel for the Western expedition. After speaking, Emperor Huang Lin turned to the Right Chancellor. Bai Li Rue, you shall serve as the Grand Marshal of the Western expedition. Yu Tong, you will be the Chief Military Advisor for the Western expedition. Huang Tianfeng, you are appointed as the Left Vice Commander of the Western expedition. Tang Yuanlong, you will be the Right Vice Commander of the Western expedition. Qiu Qianhua, you will serve as the Chief General of the Central Route. Ye Feng, you will be the Vanguard General of the Western expedition. Upon concluding his declarations, The emperor cast his gaze over the assembly. He only needed to arrange the most vital military roles. The rest could be delegated to Bai Li Rue. However, those who were personally named by the emperor wielded a certain imperial authority, and even the Grand Marshal Bai Li Rue would not dare to act arbitrarily. Should any adjustments be necessary, they would require approval from the capital. Very well, esteemed ministers, return and rest well. 3 days from now, I shall personally see you off at the western gate with a ceremonial flag. Understood? Yes. With that, the assembly dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. Once back at the villa, Ye Feng and his companions activated several layers of soundproofing. We must have been betrayed. That dark guard must have informed Emperor Huanglin, which is why I was appointed as the vanguard general, Ye Feng stated solemnly. Vanguard? Is that not akin to being a mere cannon fodder general? Chun En's expression darkened. They were now bound to Ye Feng. His role as vanguard general implied that the people of Hot Spring Island would be at the forefront of danger. What shall we do? Should we deploy the bombers? Long Wu inquired. Certainly, we must utilize the bombers. The terrain of the Baiwa forest is treacherous, and even a practitioner at the spirit division level risks being devoured by the Bai Wu people, not to mention us mere foot soldiers, Ye Feng replied. Let us wait 3 days before we set out. Long Wu, instruct the pilots to prepare the bombers. Should the need arise, we will have them bombard the entire army mid-journey, allowing us to escape amidst the chaos. We cannot serve as cannon fodder for the Black Mountain Empire, Ye Feng declared slowly. Ah, very well, Long Wu responded. After concluding their discussion, everyone returned home. Ye Feng settled into his bedroom and retrieved the advanced elixir bestowed upon him by the nation. The time had come to break through to the late innate stage. With that, he initiated his blood-sucking technique. As time flowed leisurely, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a dark cloud unexpectedly drifted over the capital, enveloping Ye Feng's residence. Chun En and the others hurriedly exited their rooms, gazing in astonishment at Ye Feng's bedroom. Wonderful. Brother Feng is about to break through. Big brother Yi, you must succeed. After half a day had passed, Ye Feng emerged from his room, looking weary. Yet, his aura unmistakably signified that he had reached the late innate stage. Congratulations, Brother Feng, on your successful advancement. Brother Feng, we are so proud of you. In the face of their accolades, Ye Feng remained expressionless. It should be soon, right? He inquired. Indeed, tomorrow morning. Emperor Huanglin will review the troops at the West Gate. We must all attend, Chenin replied. That rascal. Very well, you all should rest and conserve your energy. Do not let our escape plan be compromised. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. Understood. The group returned to their rooms. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Ye Feng's expression shifted as he opened it. Standing outside were 3 young maidens, with the foremost being Princess Huang Yuya. The other 2 were her personal maidservants. What brings your highness here? Ye Feng inquired, mimicking the refined mannerisms of the capital's citizens. My dear husband, you are to embark on your western expedition tomorrow. So I have prepared something special for you, Princess Huang Yuya said, gesturing to her maidservants. They promptly opened a bamboo basket, revealing a delicate yellow garment, exquisitely crafted boots, and a battle knife. This yellow armor can withstand a full-force strike from a practitioner at the spirit origin level. It is made from the hide of a late-stage demon beast. It took Xiaoyu, Xiaohong, and me 2 days and nights to sew it for you, Princess Huang Yuya explained, handing the battle attire to Ye Feng. Princess, you need not go to such lengths. I have my own battle attire, Ye Feng replied, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. He feared he would disappoint the fair maiden. These boots were a gift I sought from my father. Crafted from the hide of the water avoidance beast that he vanquished in years past, they possess the remarkable qualities of being both waterproof and fireproof. This battle blade was wielded by my father in his youth, imbued with his spiritual essence. Upon concluding her words, Huang Yuya presented the trio of treasures to Ye Feng, who held them with a heart full of contemplation. Truly, as a princess, her actions exude grace and propriety. Alas, it seems I am unworthy of such fortune. I am deeply grateful for your generous affection, princess, yet I must respectfully decline your offerings. Please take them back. Ye Feng returned the items with a sense of solemnity. Why is the prince so courteous? Huang Yuya felt a twinge of unease within. It is merely that we have not yet formalized our union, and it would be inappropriate to accept such gifts at this stage, Ye Feng replied calmly. Chapter 1294. Brother Feng, I am a person of integrity. Despite his disdain for Emperor Huanglin, He recognized that the emperor's daughter was inherently good-natured, and he wished not to hurt her feelings, lest their nations be embroiled in conflict and he be burdened with emotional debts. At 40, Ye Feng had matured from boyhood into manhood, understanding the principles of honor and restraint. At that moment, Chun Un and others emerged. Brother Feng, don't hold back. I want them. Indeed, Brother Feng. You are well-fed and unaware of the hungry. Share with us. A throng of leaders from the concession rushed forward, their eyes glinting with desire. The two palace maids exchanged alarmed glances, instinctively adopting defensive stances. The sight of these men, their gazes ravenous as if decades had passed since they last beheld a woman, was disconcerting. Enough of this folly. All of you, retreat and behave yourselves. Ye Feng admonished, prompting Chun Un and the others to return to their quarters, though they remained eavesdropping with keen interest. Your Highness, you should return. I am uncertain if I shall survive the impending battle in the land of the 100 Yu. Ye Feng spoke with a hint of deeper meaning. Since his fall to the desolate island, he had accrued countless emotional debts. Thus, even in the presence of the enemy's daughter, he felt a flicker of compassion. You? Very well. Then, I shall take my leave, Prince. Huang Yuya tossed her hair, and Ye Feng distinctly noticed tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Soon after, he watched the princess depart. Alas, Ye Feng sighed deeply. Just then, a hand rested upon his shoulder. Brother Feng, if you do not want them, you can give them to me. This is the princess, after all. Silence. Ye Feng's elbow connected sharply with Chun An's nose. The following morning, in the western city of the capital, a multitude of spirit beasts had gathered. Each beast bore 3 to 5 cultivators or commoners clad in heavy armor, wielding spiritual artifacts. Below them, countless carts stood ready, laden with massive spirit crossbows and provisions. Ye Feng positioned himself at the forefront of his vanguard, flanked by Chun An, Ding Tuanshuan, Long Wu, and other denizens of Hot Spring Island. Above, bombers soared through the skies, their technological prowess evidently surpassing that of the ground forces of Black Mountain Nation. Unexpectedly, Brother Feng, the vanguard can command an army of 20,000 cultivators. Look at your vanguard deputy general, who astonishingly is a practitioner in the late stage of the divine origin realm. Chun An pointed to a cultivator standing beside Ye Feng. This cultivator, known as Hottis, hails from the Black Mountain Empire, yet now serves as Ye Feng's aide. The army comprises a total of 200,000, with Ye Feng's vanguard consisting of 20,000, split evenly between cultivators and robust mortals, the latter primarily tasked with ranged attacks. At the forefront, Bai Li Rue sat atop a blazing beast, while behind him, Dr. Yu rode in a spiritual carriage drawn by 4 unicorn spirit beasts. Further back, the grand assembly of troops from various states gathered. Kuang Tian followed closely behind, accompanied by Kuang Ren and Xue Fu. At this moment, Kuang Ren was making exaggerated facial expressions. Just then, the city gates swung wide open, and a spirit horse emerged, carrying none other than Emperor Huang Lin. Following him were 4 elite blackguards of the Void Refinement Realm, all dismounted and bowed in unison before the Emperor, proclaiming, "We have seen the sovereign, long live the Emperor." The collective voice of the 200,000 soldiers resonated harmoniously. Emperor Huang Lin nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the ranks. However, when his eyes landed on the far right, they flickered momentarily. Ye Feng and his companions from Warm Spring Island stood rigidly, showing no inclination to bow. The Emperor's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening. Since Warm Spring Island possesses such audacity, you shall not need to return after this assault on by you. As a sovereign, he understood that victory was not always essential. Sometimes, one could utilize warfare to dispatch dissenters to the front lines. Defeat could also serve as a means to maintain the stability of the empire. With this thought, a smile reappeared on Huang Lin's face. At ease, the 2,000 soldiers stood in perfect alignment, as still as wooden stakes. Shaman King, bring forth the offerings and prepare for the flag-raising ceremony. Huang Lin gestured toward the rear. Shortly, a group of individuals bound by spiritual ropes was pushed forward by a throng of soldiers to the base of the Black Wind banner. Ye Feng observed that these individuals were the top 30 contenders from the arena battle. Though some among them had perished in the contest, replacements had been brought forth. What a close call. Thankfully, I secured first place. Ye Feng sighed deeply. The captured cultivators struggled against the spiritual bindings on the altar. A man adorned with painted features approached. He was the fabled Shaman King. Grasping a spiritual weapon, he raised it to the heavens. O great God of the divine spear, accept the prayers of your faithful, bless our Black Mountain Empire with victorious banners, and grant our soldiers strength and unity to fight ever more valiantly. The offerings beneath him turned pale, their faces stricken with fear, continuously shouting curses. Curse you! Let me go, let me go! I refuse to be a sacrifice. The cacophony of dialects erupted, drowning out the shaman king's prayers. As the sacred artifact descended, a severed head rolled off the altar. Thud, thud, thud. One head after another fell, and after a sequence of 30, the ominous black wind banner stirred without a breeze, creating an eerie spectacle. Does this sacrifice truly hold significance? Ye Feng could not help but inquire of his deputy, Hadis. Indeed, it does. This is a sacrifice dedicated to the spear god, a deity of formidable power, almost omniscient and omnipotent. Even after millennia, his divine consciousness lingers in every corner of the Star-Meng Continent. However, as time progresses, the remnants of the spear goddess consciousness in the mortal realm will only grow weaker, eventually reducing the sacrifice to a mere tradition, Hadis explained. Is that so? Can he really be that divine? Shannon questioned skeptically. Do not dismiss it lightly. For a being of divine stature, even uttering the habitual phrases of such a deity can manifest as a potent incantation, Hadis replied gravely. Is it really that impressive? Brother Feng, I am a man of virtue. If you ascend to divine status in the future, and when I confront enemies, should I proclaim, I am a man of virtue? Would that invoke a curse of death? Shannon asked. Silence. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Soon after, 30 heads were severed, their blood staining the altar crimson. Let us proceed. Baili Rue commanded as he mounted his spirit beast and gestured towards the rear. Chapter 1295. By Guogua, are you inside? The rear ranks transformed into the forefront. With an army of 200,000, accompanied by nearly 100,000 spirit beasts, steadily advancing westward. In the skies, over 200 bombers traversed in an orderly manner. Long Wu silently retrieved a walkie-talkie. The communication devices on Hot Spring Island now boasted superior signals compared to their civilized counterparts, capable of receiving and transmitting signals within a 20-kilometer radius. However, this range was still considered too short in the vast expanse of the Star-Meng Continent. Unit 1. Keep pace with the main force, Long Wu commanded before releasing the transmission button. Unit 1 acknowledges. Above, 200 bombers soared over the massive army. Baili Rue, seated upon his spirit beast, surveyed his troops with composure. 200,000 soldiers. And overhead, 200 bombers. This time, they would surely inflict considerable pain upon the barbaric Bai Wu. In northern Hot Spring Island, where the assembly was convened, several engineers brought advanced technology to the forefront. Within the engineering department of northern Hot Spring Island, a group of chief engineers extracted an object the size of a fingernail from a mold. Haha, Brother Feng's chip. We have finally produced it. It is truly magnificent. I cannot fathom where Brother Feng gleaned these concepts, yet they have been validated in reality. As most of the personnel involved in the development were of true martial realm, their divine consciousness facilitated rapid technological advancements. Simultaneously, in southern Hot Spring Island, at the Institute of Technology, a university student sat inside a towering 5-meter-tall robot. Is this the mech concept left by Chung Li Bin? The professor gazed in astonishment at the student. Indeed, this is the concept of the mech left by Chief Engineer Chung, and we have successfully developed it. The left arm of the mech is not only capable of grasping objects like a claw, but it is also equipped with a heavy water Gatling gun mounted above. As for the right arm, it is armed with a 5-shot rocket launcher, capable of effortlessly demolishing the gates of the indigenous people. Upon finishing his explanation, the university student raised the left arm and aimed it at a massive boulder area. With a mere flick of his finger, the heavy water Gatling gun emitted a low hum. In the blink of an eye, that area of boulders was reduced to rubble, the ground uneven and pockmarked. The heavy water bullets penetrated more than a kilometer into the earth. With the advancement in heavy water technology, a single drop now weighs over 10 million kilograms, and its power continues to escalate. Hamo, test the agility of the mech, the professor instructed. Rest assured, Professor, I shall not disappoint you, Hamo replied, moving his thigh as if walking normally. The mech, driven by the muscular pull of his thigh, began to run like a human. The roar of the mech grew louder as it accelerated, quickly reaching a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Boom! The mech collided with the energy shield, and the university student was knocked unconscious. Quick, take him to the hospital. A group hurriedly gathered around, surveying the battered mech. This mech still has numerous areas needing improvement. At the very least, it cannot seamlessly transition between receiving and sending commands, the professor sighed. At the arms factory on Nanwinquan Island, Bai Guoguo stood alongside several professors, awaiting a historic moment. Shortly thereafter, a brand new fighter jet was pushed out from the engineering department. The entire aircraft was painted in a deep black, the color seemingly capable of devouring the surrounding light. Cheng, could you scan this fighter with your consciousness? Bai Guoguo asked. Certainly. Cheng Li Bin, with his true martial realm consciousness, extended his awareness. There's nothing particularly remarkable about it. Wait, my consciousness seems to have completely overlooked this fighter. It can shield against consciousness? Cheng Li Bin was taken aback. It can at least obscure the true martial realm's consciousness. Someone, fetch He Qingji. She is at the pinnacle of the transformation origin realm. Let us see if she can perceive the pain on this aircraft. Upon finishing his sentence, Bai Guoguo directly entered the interior of the 5th-generation Blackbird fighter and closed the hatch. Several engineers hastily made their way to He Qingji's residence. What is the matter? He Qingji inquired as she walked. Bai Guoguo is looking for you. She's at the arms factory. An engineer led the way. At the arms factory? He Qingji furrowed her brow, her vast consciousness sweeping across the entire factory. No, she isn't inside. He Qingji's vigilance heightened instantly. Currently, the factions of the liberal and peace movements on the island were at odds, and she feared being caught in the turmoil. What if she fell victim to a hidden scheme? Although she was at the peak of the transformation origin realm, she could not withstand the onslaught of the heavy water Gatling gun or the hydrogen bomb. With this thought, He Qingji maximized her consciousness, sweeping once more across the arms factory. Oh, Bai Guoguo, she actually. He Qingji's figure flickered, swiftly traversing several kilometers to appear beside the Blackbird fighter jet. Bai Guoguo, are you inside? She inquired. After a moment, a sigh emanated from within the aircraft, followed by Bai Guoguo slowly opening the hatch. It seems that this Blackbird fighter can only shield against the casual release of divine consciousness by the fairy, yet if she were to unleash her full power, she could easily lock onto such a craft. Bai Guoguo lamented. Do not be so disheartened. Even if this aircraft can obscure the divine consciousness of cultivators below the transformation stage, it is still a remarkable breakthrough. Bai Gong, you are a hero of our warm spring island, several engineers stated solemnly. It appears that further work is needed to engrave an illusion array inside the Blackbird fighter, maximizing its stealth capabilities. After Bai Guoguo concluded, she instructed that the fighter be brought into the engineering department. The 7th batch of graduates from Warm Spring University has already flowed into Pingzhou, with some dispersing to Yuzhou, Huangzhou, and even Luzhou. Susan and her colleagues transported some of the most advanced machine tools and equipment to those regions. They also encouraged the graduates to marry and have children locally, integrating with the populace to facilitate the concealment of their identities. However, their true identities remain as researchers distributed globally from Warm Spring Island. Should the southern and northern Warm Spring Islands ever fall, a simple command from them would ensure a continuous supply of weaponry and aircraft produced around the world for the soldiers of Warm Spring Island. Around southern Warm Spring Island, various factories have ceased operations. DeFu finds herself powerless in this situation. The labor law she enacted mandates a 40-hour work week. Yet, the small factory owners outside the screen have enforced a grueling 996 schedule, compelling workers to dismiss their bosses. Thus, the labor union was born. The union stipulates a similar 996, but it diverges from the factory owner's version. The workers' 996 entails working from Monday to Saturday, from 9 in the morning until 9 in the evening, with only weekends reserved for a visit to the factory, not for work, but for team-building discussions on strategies against the factory owners. Chapter 1296. What shall we do if all our people perish? Indeed, Yulong arrived at the factory in his sand car, only to find himself locked outside, pounding desperately on the door while the workers remained unmoved within. Hey, open up. I am the factory owner. Do you not wish to work anymore? Yulong's eyes burned red as his fists grew bruised from the incessant knocking. Yulong, you should return. Today is a holiday. Did you not say the company does not support idlers? We have looked around, and everyone is busy, except for you, the idle owner. Thus, on behalf of Yulong Garment Factory, we hereby dismiss you. We will adjust our working hours ourselves. Just remember to pay our salaries each month. A worker shouted from inside. This is outrageous. If you do not open the door, you shall not receive your wages. Yulong seethed, blood boiling. Huh. If you refuse to pay, we will sell the equipment from the garment factory. We will surely gather enough to cover our salaries. Moreover, the wages must be dispersed in accordance with the standards set for citizens of Hot Spring Island, amounting to 30,000 each month, not a single penny less. I shall report you to the Labor Bureau of Hot Spring Island. The furious Yulong, in a state of helplessness, could only take the sand cart to file a complaint against the workers. Half an hour later, Yulong arrived at the Labor Bureau. What? I have only heard of workers suing their employers. This is the first instance of an employer coming to sue the workers. The staff at the Labor Bureau looked at Yulong in astonishment. What can be done? They have barred me from entry. That factory is my private property. Do you at the Labor Bureau have any authority? Yulong questioned. Yes, of course we have authority. Rest assured, shortly we shall issue a document to your factory. Sternly condemning those workers, replied the Labor Bureau personnel. What good is condemnation? Hurry and send in the military. Otherwise, those rascals will sell off all my equipment. Yulong exclaimed anxiously. Well, in that case, you will need to contact Wei Yuan Security Company. We are only responsible for issuing condemnation letters. There is little else we can do. The staff shrugged. Oh, when workers bully the employer, you cannot intervene. But when they come to report me, you are rather proactive. Last month, you fined my factory 5 million hot spring coins for not providing the 9 insurances and 5 guarantees for the workers. Yulong's eyes widened, bloodshot with fury. It does seem that way, for the workers have a union and backing, whereas you lack such support. I curse you all. Yulong left the Labor Bureau in tears. He resolved to check on his own chain convenience store, Yulong Island Convenience. Despite the factory being entirely on strike, his store continued to turn a profit. The sand cart screeched to a halt in front of the convenience store. A large crowd was lined up, purchasing items. Thankfully, the store remained profitable, preventing starvation. However, the next moment, an indigenous man began to argue with a staff member. Before long, the indigenous individual drew a handgun from his waist. Bang, 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 run. The staff quickly dove behind the counter. The queuing indigenous people disregarded everything and skillfully pulled out bags, initiating their joyful 0 yuan shopping spree. My goodness! Yulong roared as a bullet whizzed past his head. Chairman, you must be sensible. Quickly flee, in case they are armed with heavy water guns. The secretary hastily pulled Yulong back to the sand cart, and with a whoosh, they escaped the convenience store. The sand cart traversed various neighborhoods of South Hot Spring Island. The indigenous people had ceased working, donning coats as they squatted at street corners. Occasionally, one individual could be seen holding their head with one hand while the other covered their groin, engaging in some unsightly behavior. As economic conditions improved, various bizarre artistic expressions began to unfold on South Hot Spring Island. Occasionally, someone could be heard singing into a microphone on the street. The girl across glanced over. I let you lean. Unable to grasp love, I always watch helplessly as it slips away. Today is a fine day. Youth flows like a rushing river, never to return, having not said farewell. The rhythmic beats echoed as a tear slipped from the corner of Yulong's eye. What on earth is this? If one does not earn an honest living working in a factory, they shall remain a mere nobody for life. Ye Feng sat atop the spirit beast, casting his gaze far ahead. Before him rose a colossal wall, stretching for 100,000 miles. The wall towered 100 meters high, and beyond it, ancient trees reaching thousands of meters into the sky extended outward. Sparse soldiers of the Black Mountain Kingdom stood atop the wall, their spirit crossbows at the ready, nervously watching the other side. Stop! Baili Rue raised his right hand, his sharp gaze sweeping across the entire wall. Have we arrived? Ye Feng inquired of his adjutant. Harks. Indeed, this is the border between our Black Mountain Kingdom and the 100 Forest. The barbarians from Bai Wu frequently raid us, inflicting severe economic losses upon our empire. Harks replied gravely. This time, we have brought 200,000 troops. Surely, those 100 barbarians will not dare to infringe upon our borders again? Ye Feng asked once more. Not necessarily. Those barbarians retreat into the forest after firing a shot, and we do not dare pursue them. The area is rife with poisonous mists. Even the slightest contact could be fatal. The barbarians know the terrain well and can avoid the toxins, while we cannot. We can only expend lives to fill the gap, Harks explained. No wonder you cannot breach the 100 forest. Ye Feng nodded in understanding. All troops, heed my command. Enter the wall, rest for the night, and those of general rank and above are to gather at the Arrow Tower for a meeting. Bai Li Rui's voice resonated from afar. In an instant, the 200,000 troops streamed into the fortress. Later that evening, Bai Li Rui's guard summoned Ye Feng to the conference room. Over 100 individuals were already seated, all of general rank or higher, including the Grand General and numerous military advisors. My proposal is to advance from the northern part of the 100 Yu forest, forming a long, serpentine formation divided into 100 squads, each consisting of 2,000 men. Ye Feng, your men must lead the way to clear the toxins. Bai Li Rui directed towards Ye Feng. Fury ignited within Ye Feng. What if our men perish? As the vanguard, one must possess the resolve to sacrifice for the nation. Do you not wish to achieve great merit on the front lines, making it easier to return and marry the princess? I am merely devising a way for you to establish your legacy. Bai Li Rui raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Establish a legacy? Ye Feng slowly sat down. During the council, the vanguard must not argue with the Grand Marshal, as it would be seen as insubordination, potentially leading to his execution at Bai Li Rui's hands. Ye Feng, even the bombers above will not heed my command. You can have the bombers pave the way, ensuring your safety, Bai Li Rui remarked with a smile. 3 days prior, he had attempted to contact the bombers, hoping the pilots would obey his orders. However, the pilots disregarded him entirely, listening only to Long Wu and Ye Feng. As the commander, he had lost face before the pilots, and now was the time for retribution. I have my own arrangements. There is no need for the Grand Marshal to worry. Ye Feng cursed inwardly, relieved that Chun En was not qualified to participate in such high-level assemblies. Otherwise, he would have engaged in a verbal confrontation with Bai Li Rui. Very well. The strategy is thus arranged. Everyone return to your respective camps and prepare for tomorrow's grand assault. Bai Li Rui commanded with a wave of his hand. Is that all, Grand Marshal? We do not even know where the Baiwa savages are hiding, and we are to venture into the Baiwa forest like this? Huang Tianfang could not help but inquire. I have my own plans. That is not your concern, Bai Li Rui replied coolly. For one adept in court intrigue like him, the outcome of a battle was not necessarily a decisive victory. A defeat was inconsequential as long as he could eliminate a few more of Yang Xiang's men. That was his ultimate objective. The infiltration of court politics into the military had rendered the Black Mountain Empire incapable of subduing even the minor Baiwa savages. A victory was merely a tactical triumph, whereas a defeat could translate into a strategic advantage. They could utilize a setback to rid themselves of several of Yang Xiang's associates, such as Huang Tianfang and Yu Dafu, who ranked among his top 10 aides. Once they were eliminated, Bai Li Rui's faction would wield greater influence in the court. Furthermore, during the monarch's seclusion, he could effectively represent the entire Black Mountain Empire. Still not departing? Do you intend to defy my military orders? Bai Li Rui's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent stirring within him. Not at all, Huang Tianfang responded, startled, and could only obediently return to his duties. Ye Feng made his way back to the Arrow Tower, a grand structure housing numerous rooms, each capable of accommodating hundreds. In the main chamber, he settled into a meditative posture, with Ding Tuanchuan, Chun En, Long Wu, and Mo Gu seated at his side. This is a rare opportunity for escape, Brother Wu. Bai Li Rui has ordered us to take the vanguard, so let us hasten our retreat and leave the 2,000 men trailing behind. After covering 10 kilometers, use the intercom to alert the bombers above, instructing them to land in the forest and transport us away, Ye Feng asserted gravely. Escape directly? What about our 2,000 brothers? Long Wu asked, a protective instinct emerging from his military background. Although those 2,000 were not from Hot Spring Island, they usually followed his orders, and he felt a pang of compassion. Let it be, they are not citizens of Hot Spring Island. Even if we leave them behind, Bai Li Rui would not harm them. At worst, they would be reassigned to other units. Ye Feng responded sternly. Ah, very well. Long Wu nodded. They are excellent soldiers. While marching, we citizens must remain together and avoid scattering. If Bai Li Rui discovers the bombers landing, he is bound to come personally. With his speed as a refined void practitioner, he could reach us in mere seconds, so our retreat must be swift. No sooner had Ye Feng finished speaking than a voice from outside announced, Deputy Vanguard Hakes is here, Commander Yi. Ah? Ye Feng's expression shifted, and he, along with the others, rose simultaneously. What does he want? Ding Tuanchuan inquired. Before long, the stone door was pushed open, and Bai Li Rui entered the main chamber accompanied by Tai Nu. A sense of foreboding stirred within Ye Feng. Ye Feng, how do you fare? I am well. Thank you for your concern, Grand Marshal. Ye Feng recognized that he could not afford to clash with Bai Li Rue at this moment, as it would jeopardize their escape plan. To speak frankly, I feel a pang of guilt allowing your people from Hot Spring Island to take the lead. So I have decided that this Ding Tuanshuan and this Long Wu shall remain by my side during tomorrow's march. I can look after them. A flicker of derision passed through Bai Li Rue's eyes. The crowd's expressions shifted. No need, Grand Marshal. As people from Hot Spring Island, we have long embraced the notion of facing death without fear. Let them stay by my side. Ye Feng struggled to articulate his thoughts. No, Ding Tuanshuan and Long Wu must accompany me. I cannot allow your group from Hot Spring Island to face extinction, Bai Li Rue remarked with an enigmatic smile. I truly insist. We from Hot Spring Island draw strength from unity. If separated, our combat effectiveness diminishes, Ye Feng explained, somewhat flustered. My mind is made up. Miss Ding and Long Wu, please come with me, Bai Li Rue stated coolly. Tai Nu stepped forward, emanating an overwhelming aura that rendered the two breathless. Brother Feng, what should I do? Long Wang inquired. Ding Tuanshuan, however, suggested with a glint in her eye, how about this? Let Chunin stay with the Grand Marshal, and I will remain by Brother Ye's side. No, you are a lady. It is not fitting for a lady to take the lead. You should stay with me. Chunin countered. Bai Li Rue, astute and cunning, perceived that Ye Feng held three individuals in high regard. Ding Tuanshuan, Long Wu, and Chunin. However, he could not take all three with him, so he selected two. He sensed that Ye Feng harbored complex feelings for Ding Tuanshuan, feelings that resembled a sibling bond, yet were tinged with romantic undertones. In his mind, the more intricate Ye Feng's feelings toward someone, the more he valued that person. Brother Yi, what should I do? Ding Tuanshuan turned back to ask. Alas, Ye Feng sighed deeply. The situation was beyond his control. He could only swallow his grievances. Tuanshuan, Wu Gu, stay close to the Grand Marshal. Listen and do not stir trouble. Rest assured, I will handle everything, Ye Feng managed to say with difficulty. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Please, both of you come along. Bai Li Rue gestured aside. He then inclined his head toward Ye Feng. Yi Qianfeng, do rest well. Tomorrow, as we march, your group will lead the way and may very well be ambushed by the Baiwa barbarians. With that, he and Tai Nu took the two away. Boom. The stone door slowly closed. What shall we do, Brother Feng? Tuanshuan and Wu Gu have been taken hostage, effectively becoming Bai Li Rue's captives. If we continue our escape, they may be sacrificed, Chunin said anxiously. Ding Tuanshuan's two loyal followers approached, their expressions tense as they looked to Ye Feng. Brother Feng, you must decide, shall we flee or stay? Indeed, please offer your suggestions. I yearn to rescue Sister Tuan Tuan. Enough with the noise. Tomorrow, we shall march as normal. Ye Feng waved his hand, directing his gaze towards the window. Outside, a dense expanse of primordial forest lay before him. The hour was late, and the forest was shrouded in a thick veil of mist. Occasionally, the echoes of a monstrous beast's roar would reverberate through the night, leaving one's eardrums ringing painfully. You all should rest. We shall discuss matters tomorrow. Chapter 1298. Bring her before me. I have questions to pose that night. Ye Feng found little solace in sleep. The various howls of beasts from beyond the Great Wall seeped into his consciousness. Some sounds resembled the grinding of metal, while others were akin to the rumble of thunder, and still more mimicked the low growl of distant storms. Occasionally, a colossal shadow would sweep across the skies above the Great Wall. At dawn, Ye Feng and his companions awoke and began to form ranks atop the city walls. This Great Wall, unlike the one from Ye Feng's previous civilization, soared to a height of 100 meters, with walls 20 meters wide and stretching over 100,000 kilometers, featuring watchtowers every kilometer. Along the edges of the wall lay an array of spiritual crossbows, siege engines, and catapults. Once Ye Feng organized the captains, the members of the various squads took their positions on the wall. Each squad comprised 2,000 individuals, with at least one officer of lieutenant rank among them. Occasionally, high-ranking generals would also be present in certain squads. At that moment, a messenger, mounted on horseback, traversed the ranks, holding aloft the Grand Marshal's command flag. The Grand Marshal decreed that all squads were to descend from the wall via the watchtowers and enter the 100-year forest. The messenger's voice echoed, gradually spreading across a significant stretch of the Great Wall. In truth, under such circumstances, Bai Li Rue could have easily utilized a mental transmission to convey the message directly to each individual's mind. However, the Black Mountain Empire had been established for many years. prioritizing form over function. They believed that employing a messenger to relay orders added an air of formality. Using mental communication would seem trivial in comparison. Let us proceed. Ye Feng gestured with his hand. Harks nodded and led the 2,000 men under Ye Feng's command towards the watchtower. Inside the tower, a folding staircase allowed them to descend from the wall to the ground level. Above the wall, a faint barrier of light shimmered. This was designed to prevent monstrous birds from crossing the Great Wall, but in practice, it only served as a warning system, failing to deter the creatures effectively. Only when a significant number of these beasts breached the barrier would the guards on the wall insert a large quantity of spiritual stones into the formation, thereby activating the true defense mechanism. However, under ordinary circumstances, if only a few or individual beasts crossed, the guards would refrain from expending spiritual stones, as they must also consider the costs involved. Deploying spiritual stones merely to eliminate a solitary beast was an unwise investment. Furthermore, corruption ran rampant along the borders of the Black Mountain Empire, with most of the spiritual stones that should have been utilized for the formation having been misappropriated by the guards stationed there. They utilized soulless spirit stones for superficial projects, but when it came time for battle, they could only stare in dismay. As for the spirited stones, they had been divided among the guards, lieutenants, and various ranks. Ye Feng traversed 20 escalators, and the massive iron gate ahead was slowly lifted. A primal aura surged forth from the 100-year forest. Goodness, Brother Feng, this hardly resembles the modern era. It feels akin to the age of dinosaurs. Chunin nervously followed in Ye Feng's wake. They were all mounted on spirit steeds, except for Hax, who rode a spirit beast. Chunin, let the bombers enter the 100-year forest, Ye Feng commanded. Understood. Chunin seized the walkie-talkie. Number 1. Lead all bombers across the Great Wall and into the 100-year forest and take out the monstrous birds circling above. Chunin shouted into the device. Received, received. Brotherin, where are 5th brother and Brother Feng? Why are you the one directing us? The voice of number 1 echoed from several thousand meters above. Why all the chatter? Am I not qualified to command you? Chunin retorted, his face flushed with indignation. Fine then. Whoosh. One by one, the bombers swept from the eastern side of the Great Wall to the west. At that moment, from the towering trees emerged several dark figures. These shadows spread their wings and darted directly towards the bombers soaring in the sky. Not good, brother, an enemy attack. Shoot them down, Chunin calmly stated. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The 10 bombers ahead unleashed 2 streams of fire. Before the monstrous birds could approach, they were obliterated into a mist of crimson by the heavy water Gatling guns. Their mangled bodies plummeted from the sky, crashing into the forest and eliciting a cacophony of roars. Boom. Ye Feng hastily halted. He beheld a monstrous bird crashing to the ground, nearly flattening the surrounding forest for 100 miles. A torrent of blood gushed from its body, quickly staining the black earth a deep red. Wow. Incredible. This beast's aura must surely belong to the divine origin realm, right? General Vanguard, is your artifact from Hot Spring Island truly that formidable? The 2,000 soldiers under Ye Feng's command gasped in astonishment. Even Hax widened his eyes, incredulous at the sight of the bird's corpse below. How amazing! If only I had a bomber, I could traverse the 100-year forest with ease. This was a wild expanse, much of which had yet to be tread by humankind. With a bomber, one might even uncover millennium spirit herbs, or even 10,000-year spirit herbs. Brotherin, how many spirit stones does this bomber cost? A lieutenant from Black Mountain trotted alongside Chun and 10 trillion hot spring coins. Chunin replied with pride. And how does that convert to spirit stones? The lieutenant inquired. Coming from a prominent family with a certain reserve of spirit stones, he was intrigued by the bombers in the sky. Well, you'll need to visit Hot Spring Island and inquire at the Hot Spring Bank yourself. As the conversion rate between spirit stones and hot spring coins has always been volatile, Chunin replied with a subtle smile. In that moment, he felt a swell of pride for Hot Spring Island. 5 kilometers behind, Ye Feng lay the squadron commanded by Li Rue. He gazed upward at the myriad of mythical birds cascading from the sky, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. Previously, in the training ground, he had only witnessed the might of a single bomber, which he found somewhat impressive but not particularly significant. However, this time was different. Dozens of bombers unleashed their power simultaneously, suppressing all the mythical creatures in the forest to the ground, rendering them too fearful to emerge from the trees. If he possessed 200 of such bombers, would it not mean he could traverse the 100-year forest with impunity? Even before the sovereign, he would possess a certain degree of confidence. Bring Miss Ding before me. I have some inquiries to make, Bai Li Rui commanded. As you wish. Shortly thereafter, a servant escorted Ding Tuan Tuan to Bai Li Rui's side. Grand Marshal, what is it that you seek? Ding Tuan Tuan asked, her demeanor cautious. It's nothing of great import. I merely wish to inquire about the so-called bombers. What are they crafted from? Bai Li Rui feigned casual interest. What are your intentions, Grand Marshal? Ding Tuan Tuan surmised Bai Li Rui's motives. Just a casual inquiry. Those bombers are rather intriguing. However, in my presence, they are but child's play. My curiosity simply piqued, Bai Li Rui insisted, striving to mask his genuine interest in the bombers. I truly do not know how they are made. Ding Tuan Tuan replied tersely. Are you not of the same lineage as Ye Feng? How could you possibly be unaware? Bai Li Rui felt a surge of irritation. Being of the same lineage does not imply that I must be privy to the manufacturing process of bombers, Ding Tuan Tuan retorted, maintaining her guard. I refuse to believe you are ignorant, young lady. Do not presume to outsmart me. The moment I gazed into your eyes, I discerned your deception. Bai Li Rui intensified his tone. Grand Marshal, did you not claim that bombers were merely child's play? Why then, do you suddenly regard them with such importance? Do you desire a few bombers for yourself? Ding Tuan Tuan countered. Of course, they are merely child's play. I was simply idle and curious. If you are unwilling to share, I shall ask Long Wu, Bai Li Rui replied nonchalantly. Very well, the bombers require machine tools for their fabrication, Ding Tuan Tuan disclosed. What are machine tools? Bai Li Rui inquired. They are tools used to manufacture bombers, she explained. Bai Li Rui felt as though his head might burst. All right, let me ask you this. What drives the bombers? What type of spirit stone is utilized? He probed further. They are powered by heavy oil, not spirit stones, she clarified. What is heavy oil? Bai Li Rui pressed on. Heavy oil is a type of fuel. Surely, the Chancellor, being so knowledgeable, is not unfamiliar with it? Ding Tuan Tuan teased. Of course, I am aware. I merely wish to gauge your honesty, Bai Li Rui admitted, putting on a facade of bravado. Well then, does the Chancellor have any further questions? I shall answer without reservation, Ding Tuan Tuan declared confidently, knowing that even if she divulged all the secrets to Bai Li Rui, the Black Mountain Empire, with its industrial foundation, could not manufacture bombers even in 1,000 years. This was not solely an issue of industrial capability. It also involved systemic challenges. The Black Mountain Empire remains entrenched in a society that is half feudal and half enslaved, and given its social structure, it is perpetually incapable of producing advanced technology. The empire is the sole dominion of its monarch. Even if they were to forcibly send their citizens to the Spring Island University to study the intricate arts of machine tool construction, ship design, and bomber manufacturing, these talents would ultimately lack dedication to the empire. While immersing themselves in advanced technology, these students would also absorb the progressive systems of Spring Island, leading the majority to ultimately abandon the Black Mountain Empire in favor of the allure of Spring Island. The only exceptions would be royal family members such as princes and princesses. However, in the face of such aristocracy, Spring Island University would refrain from imparting genuine knowledge, imposing strict control over their education. Even if they were permitted to learn, they would merely be taught outdated technologies. How much does one of your bombers cost in spirit stones? Bai Li Rui inquired. Ding Tuan Tuan, with a gleam in her eye, responded. Quite expensive, 10 trillion spring coins per aircraft, equivalent to 100 billion first-tier spirit stones. So exorbitant? Bai Li Rui furrowed his brow. Although he possessed a considerable number of spirit stones, parting with 100 billion would still be quite painful. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, the Prime Minister intends to establish his own fleet of bombers, does he not? Ding Tuan Tuan suggested. That is utterly impossible, Bai Li Rui retorted, raising an eyebrow. However, even if you were to invest a vast amount of spirit stones to acquire bombers, what about the heavy oil and the maintenance and upkeep of those bombers? All of these require a significant expenditure of spirit stones. If I were in your position, I would send some of the Black Mountain Empire's elite to Spring Island to learn the manufacturing techniques for such bombers and procure various advanced equipment and machine tools from Spring Island. One day, I believe the Black Mountain Empire could indeed produce its own bombers. Ding Tuan Tuan began to paint a picture of possibilities for Bai Li Rui. She had come to realize that if war were to break out between the Black Mountain Empire and Spring Island, the current Spring Island would not yet be a match for the Empire. The best course of action would be to first establish a partnership with the Empire, thus preventing them from easily waging war against Spring Island. In turn, Spring Island should seize this rare opportunity to elevate its technological advancements. Even if relations between the two were to sour later, they would possess the means to defend themselves. As one of the earliest elders of Spring Island, she may not be heavily involved in daily affairs, but her perspective on the greater picture was no less keen than that of the newer island lords. At that moment, a furious roar echoed through the forest. Not good, a beast. Baili Rue commanded his squad to assume a defensive posture. With a cacophony of cracking wood, several large trees toppled over. Subsequently, 3 towering beasts, each several dozen meters high, burst forth from the underbrush. Their blood-red eyes glinted with ferocity, and astonishingly, they wielded entire tree trunks as weapons. Most terrifying of all, the muscles of these 3 beasts bulged prominently, their bodies shimmering with a faint protective, demonic aura. Spirit realm beasts? And 3 of them? Baili Rue pondered in disbelief. How could such formidable creatures exist near the Great Wall? He slowly rose, preparing to summon his magical artifact. To confront 3 spirit realm beasts, he recognized that he must take matters into his own hands. If his subordinates were to take action, it is uncertain how many more soldiers would have to be sacrificed. At that moment, Ding Tuanshuan unexpectedly produced a walkie-talkie. Number 1. Do you see the 3 monstrous beasts? Eliminate them. Received, Sister Tuanshuan, watch me. A sound echoed through the sky. 3 bombers swooped down from the clouds. As they descended, fiery trails erupted from their wings. Roar! The last of the beasts suddenly turned, hurling its weapon at the bomber. Alas! The massive piece of wood was torn to shreds by the heavy water Gatling before it could reach its target. Subsequently, 6 terrifying fire trails struck the 3 colossal beasts directly. The protective aura surrounding their bodies faltered within mere seconds, extinguished in an instant. What followed was a gruesome scene. Heavy water bullets pierced through their forms, and blood cascaded down like a waterfall from the 3 titanic creatures. Roar, howl, swoosh. The 3 bombers soared over the beasts' heads. Baili Rue squinted, feeling an uncontrollable twitch at the corner of his eye. These 3 towering beasts were rendered nearly unrecognizable, their blood forming rivers that washed over the fertile black soil. What? So powerful? Baili Rue's black slave behind him wore an expression of shock, nearly doubting the reality of the situation. Go! Baili Rue signaled to his soldiers. They erupted in cheers, climbing onto the backs of the 3 beasts to collect the valuable materials into their backpacks or storage bags. In the past, attempting to hunt 3 divine origin realm beasts in the Bayou Forest would have posed a significant challenge, even for an immortal refinement practitioner. These creatures, being native to the land, were familiar with the terrain and could outmaneuver their pursuers, exhausting them before they could be defeated. Baili Rue surveyed the remnants of the 3 beasts, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. If his estimation was accurate, the materials from these 3 creatures could fetch over 3 billion spirit stones. Over 3 billion spirit stones. Even he would need to embezzle for a year or 2 to amass such wealth. If only he possessed 3 bombers, it would mean no more need for corruption. He could harvest beasts with the bombers, exchange them for spirit stones, and then use those stones to bribe high-ranking officials on Yang Xiang's side. At that point, he would truly be one man above all others in the entire court. Most importantly, bombers could soar through the skies, rendering them nearly invincible. Should he personally hunt these 3 beasts, he would expend a considerable amount of divine essence, and if luck were against him, he might attract even more formidable beasts. Even as an immortal refinement practitioner, he would face certain peril. This was nothing short of unimaginable wealth. Miss Ding, are these bombers truly 1 billion spirit stones each? Baili Rue asked casually. Indeed, Ding Tuanshuan nodded. At that moment, the black slave could no longer contain himself and knelt before Baili Rue. My lord, this is indeed an immense fortune. Bombers can effortlessly annihilate the beasts of the divine origin realm, and as for their value, it speaks for itself. Moreover, with bombers at our disposal, we would not need to risk our lives. Just think about it, my lord. The black slave has accompanied Baili Rue for many years and shares similar sentiments. Baili Rue nodded, casting a reluctant smile at Ding Tuanshuan. Miss Ding, perhaps after the conclusion of the Bayou War, I shall personally visit Hot Spring Island, he remarked with a smile. Purchase bombers, you say? Ding Tuanshuan retorted. Do I need to buy them for my visit to Hot Spring Island? Surely, Ye Feng cannot be so ignorant of human affairs. Baili Rue's expression darkened. There's no way around this. Hot Spring Island does not belong solely to Ye Feng. If you wish to acquire bombers, you must use hot spring currency. The island belongs to every citizen, and Ye Feng is merely the elected island lord. Furthermore, do not entertain thoughts of using Ye Feng to coerce Hot Spring Island into providing you with bombers. It would be futile. Should Ye Feng perish at your hands, the council could elect a new island lord at any moment, who would then seek vengeance for the former lord. Ding Tuanshuan nonchalantly fabricated her words, determined to prevent Bai Li Rue from gaining leverage over Hot Spring Island. Otherwise, Ye Feng could face dire consequences, potentially being kept as a captive to extract gold coins at will. Ha ha ha, little girl, you are still far from matching wits with me. The island lord can be easily replaced? Then would it not imply that a monarch could be replaced at will? Bai Li Rue raised an eyebrow and sneered coldly. This matter necessitates your personal investigation at Hot Spring Island. Ding Tuanshuan replied nonchalantly. At that moment, a sudden whoosh echoed from afar. Bai Li Rue narrowed his eyes as the sky darkened, and a torrential rain of arrows descended upon them. Oh, this is bad. We are under attack. The soldiers in the front line were felled in droves. Seeking death? Bai Li Rue seethed with rage, leaping into the air and flicking his fingers. Puff, 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 puff. Boom. A group of primitive men clad in animal skins emerged from the thicket, wielding bows and arrows fashioned from bones, their arrowheads shimmering faintly with spiritual light. Ding Tuanshuan, witnessing the Bayou people for the first time, instinctively covered her mouth in fear. These individuals bore grotesque features, their bare feet and simple animal skin garments blending seamlessly with the forest. Their faces were adorned with war paint, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from their surroundings. Ugh! The leader of the natives emitted a cry and swiftly vanished into the underbrush. The others followed suit, darting into the foliage. Trying to flee? Bai Li Rue roared with fury, grasping one of the natives in his large hand. However, the native, gritting his teeth, suddenly bit through his own tongue. In an instant, his head drooped, and a copious amount of black blood seeped from his pores. Suicide. A heaviness settled in Bai Li Rue's heart as he hastily discarded the body far away. Even so, some of the black blood had stained his hands. With a movement of his inner divine essence, he expelled the black blood onto the ground. The black slave rushed forward. My lord, are you unscathed? He inquired anxiously. The diminutive Bayou tribesmen, do they pose a threat to me? They are merely cunning. Once caught, they resort to self-destruction with poison. After Bai Li Rue spoke, he cast his gaze upon the forest. Should we pursue? Asked the black slave. You have accompanied me for many years. Do we dare to chase them into the Bayou forest? Bai Li Rue replied coldly. What if these savages lead us into perilous territory? 3 centuries prior, before he ascended to the position of chancellor, he was a guard on the Great Wall. Back then, he led 300 elite soldiers into the Bayou forest in pursuit of 3 indigenous individuals. What was the outcome? Those native savages lured him into a miasma zone, resulting in the annihilation of his entire force, and he lost nearly a century of cultivation in the process. Thus, when encountering the Bayou tribesmen in the Bayou forest, their only recourse was to retaliate immediately, killing as many as they could. However, should the savages flee, they would never dare to pursue, fearful of falling into their trap. This was the disadvantage of their unfamiliarity with the terrain. Chancellor, we could deploy the bombers in the sky to pursue those savages, the black slave suddenly suggested. Indeed, Bai Li Rue turned to Ding Tuanshuan. Miss Ding, inform the bombers to bombard the area within 5 kilometers ahead, driving those savages out. Bai Li Rue commanded. His mental prowess could detect the presence of the savages, yet he dared not pursue personally, wary of their cunning tricks. Are you certain? Ding Tuanshuan inquired. What nonsense! Do you dare to defy the marshal's orders? Bai Li Rue retorted angrily. Having just lost over 400 men and only managed to kill fewer than 50 savages, he could hardly swallow that bitterness. I certainly do not dare to disobey the marshal's command. However, I must be frank. The ammunition for the heavy water machine guns is limited. If you waste it in such a manner, we may find ourselves out of bullets before even reaching the depths of the Bayou forest, Ding Tuanshuan cautioned. What? The ammunition is limited? Bai Li Rue furrowed his brow, momentarily taken aback. He should have realized this during the training exercises. So, from where do you procure your heavy water ammunition? Is there such a mine? Bai Li Rue inquired again. I apologize, there is no mine. The production process for heavy water ammunition is exceedingly complex. I can tell you this. It requires the collective wisdom of the entire Hot Spring Island to manufacture it. If one day Hot Spring Island ceases to exist, this ammunition will naturally become a relic, Ding Tuanshuan explained. She had grown increasingly astute during her time in the Star-Meng Continent. So, as long as Hot Spring Island exists, the ammunition remains. Bailey Rue countered. Of course, she affirmed. The black slave stepped forward, glaring at Ding Tuanshuan. I apologize, it is simply my habit. Ding Tuanshuan quickly apologized.